So in this course, we're going to move from the basic shape of a Django application to more of the skills and techniques that you're going to use when you build applications. Things like sessions, things like users. We're going to learn a lot about the Django way of doing things. A lot of code that you do in Django is really short and succinct, but ultimately underneath that there's a whole bunch of stuff. A big part of the approach to Django is to not repeat yourself, not take 10 lines of code and put it in 1,000 times with a tiny tweak. Instead, what we do is we use object orientation as a way to really only change the small parts of a large bit of code. And it's a form of don't repeat yourself, and it's a form of reuse, like a function, an object. And I hope that you've taken a bit of object-oriented programming, but the problem with object-oriented programming is that it's really hard to get it the first time you see it. And so we're going to review object-oriented programming as part of this, and then we're immediately going to use it. And so for me as a teacher, I like to show you something and then use it. And one of the things you're going to see is I'll show you a large amount of code, and I'm like, okay, but that large amount of code isn't the best way to do it. The best way to do it is to extend an object and put in a small amount of code. And we're going to do that over and over, where our applications are kind of get bigger, and then they're going to get smaller. And the smaller is the right way to do it, but I don't want to just teach you the small two-line version of something without you understanding what's going on. So we'll explore Django objects, and then we'll explore using those Django objects. And so over the course of this course itself, we're going to start with small applications, bigger and bigger, bigger, and then we're going to increase the complexity, and then we'll reduce the scaffolding so that you can begin to build applications all by yourself. Hello and welcome to my lecture on cookies and sessions. So taking a look at sort of how all this stuff works out, we're again in our application. And so there's two distinct topics that we're going to cover, and it's really important to keep them clear. So there's cookies, which are a browser concept, and then there are sessions, which are a server concept. When we write Python code in like our views.py, we talk to the session. Cookies are essential to sessions. Cookies are used to look up which among the sessions that we're going to use. So what we're going to do is I'm going to first talk about really just the cookies, how cookies talk, how the servers talk to the cookies, and then separately we'll talk about sessions. So keep the two concepts the same. A lot of people tend to confuse the concept of sessions and cookies because one of the most common use of cookies is to establish and maintain sessions. So the first thing about the web in general is that you have a web server, and when you're just developing you think there's only one person, which is you talking to the web server. But in reality, when a web server is in production connected to the internet, there could be 1,000 connections to 1,000 different browsers. And it's essential that the server can figure out at any moment which browser it is talking to. We don't maintain a permanent connection to these browsers. That's one of the reasons that the internet scales as high as it does, right? So we still have to have some way of distinguishing when a request comes in from this server versus when it comes in from that server. And so what we want to do is we want a way to basically put a little mark on each browser and say, oh, that's this browser. And so when you log in from this browser, I can know that it's you. So marking the browser is different from saying I have browser 41, 42, 43, 44, and each browser ends up with a mark. In the early days, the web was pretty much a read-only medium. We didn't do a lot of logging in. We didn't do a lot of uploading. There were password mechanisms, but they were very, very clunky. And so all the browsers were pretty much reading the same information, and as long as you're not logging in and modifying stuff, it just doesn't matter. So quickly, in the early days of the web, the idea of a cookie was created, and that was a way for the server to store a little bit of data on each of the browsers. And they're just little pieces of data written by the servers, read by the servers, sent by the browsers, and read by the servers. Now it has nothing to do with logging in. It has to do with writing a little mark on every browser and then getting that browser mark back every time we ask it. So often when a server gets a first request from a web page that doesn't have its little mark on it, it makes up a number and sends that cookie back. So it sets the cookie that there may be many interactions between the time you're starting to talk to a server and when you log in. But often the cookie is set immediately. And so, but the key is that once I set that cookie, it's like storage for my server on your browser, and each of the servers and that can be sort of temporary or permanent storage. So they're marked in the browser by the web addresses they came from. It's a security thing. You're not allowed to read cookies from a page. If your page comes from a particular server, it can only read the cookies associated with that server, and vice versa. So they're like all little stovepiped. Cookies have an expiration date. There is two kinds of expiration dates. There's sort of by a certain time or a number of seconds, or there is stay logged in or keep this cookie until the browser is shut down. We call those session cookies, which is kind of weird because we often use them. We often use session cookies for sessions, but we still got to keep them session cookies. So here's a bit of sample code. So one of the things you can do is you can go into your browser console and you find something like storage, and you can see for the website of the current page, the current website that you're on, that website's cookies are stored here. And so I'm looking at the cookies here, and I see there's only one cookie, this CFDUID. This server is using a proxy to help speed itself up, and so that cookie's not really part of our application. And so what happens is there is no cookie, it's not set, and so we go in and click on this if you give a browser a cookie. And it's going to route to this particular view, and so in this we're going to do a print of request.cookies. So what happens is I mentioned that every time a web request comes in, all the cookies get sent in with that web request that are associated with that server. So we're going to print them out, and they come in just like request.get, request.post, and request.cookies is Django's way of handing us all that information. And so in this case, I'm not actually going to send the response back in the return value. I'm actually going to create the response. That's RESP HTTP response with a string. And then I'm going to set some cookies. So cookies are part of the response. They're actually part of the headers of the response. And I'm going to just set one cookie. They're my names. I set them. This application, cookie named Zap to 42, and then a cookie named Sakai Car with a value of 42, and I give it 1,000 seconds. So that's one is a session cookie, and the other is a cookie with a fixed expiration date. Now this 1,000 seconds, you can go much longer than 1,000 seconds. If you start looking at the cookies that you're talking to on the various things, these are year-long, multi-year cookies, etc., etc., etc. And so if you were to see the printout that is coming from that request.cookies, you would see that it's basically a dictionary of key value pairs. Now that's after the second response. So if we go and we click on the cookie and we start with no cookies whatsoever, if we start with no cookies whatsoever, we're going to send this code out, and it's going to send 2 cookies back. And so what you can see here is, you can see if you look closely, on the response headers, 2 set cookie responses. So the response headers are like the content type, etc., etc., etc. They're not the actual page. The actual page is C is for cookie, and it's good enough for me. But basically, when this response came back, the server said, hey, set this key value pair and this key value pair, and have this second one expire, which is exactly what I did inside that code. And so now if we take a quick look, and we take a look in our storage, what we're going to see is that we now have 2 values. Sakai Car is 42, Zap is also 42. Sakai Car is going to expire a certain amount of time in the future, and Zap is a session cookie because we gave it with no expiration, which means once I want to close all the tabs in my browser and close the browser, then the browser will throw this away. The Sakai Car will be persisted to disk or some other place, so that if I close all my browsers and open browsers up and go back to this website, samplesdj4e.com, it'll start sending that cookie. So that's a permanent cookie with an expiration date on it. Now that's pretty short expiration. 1,000 seconds is like, what, 20 minutes, I think. And so that's going to go away. But a lot of these cookies last much longer. So that's after the set cookie comes back from the server. Then we can take a look, and we can see as we make another request, we're going to see that the browser is going to look up the cookies, and we have this one here that's part of the hosting environment. but zap equals 42 Sakai car. So now in goes a GET request, and as part of the request headers, it's telling us all the cookie values for samples.djforE.com. And then when I look in my code and I say request.cookies, request.cookies contains the parsed versions of zap 42 and Sakai car 42. So I'm going to end up with a dictionary with two values in it, and zap and Sakai car. And so the way to think about this is when the browser first comes into the server, it looks for the cookie. It might say, do I have this cookie already set? Now my application that I wrote is real simple. And then you are going to send the cookie back, and then the browser stores the cookie inside the browser. And then from that point forward, every time it makes a request, that comes in, and we can see this in the variable request.cookies inside it. So we really only have to set it once, although the code I wrote sets it every time, but it doesn't matter. Until it expires or until the browser closes, the job of the browser is to send that cookie back. Okay? So remember what I said? I said we're going to mark each browser with a different number so we can know which browser is which. That's exactly what it is. Now it doesn't always set it to 42. Usually it chooses a large random number, but we'll get to that in a second. So up next, we're going to make some sense of this by adding the back end part of this, which is the sessions, which stores all the data from request to request. So now we talked about cookies and how the server can set cookies in the browser and how the browser has to give it back. Now we're going to actually do something useful with it, and that is we're going to build sessions. And sessions is a place on the server where we record things like this user, such and so of user has logged in. So let's take a look at this. So inside the server, there is some code that we've enabled in Django called session middleware. And what it basically does is it kind of grabs every incoming request right before it comes in to urls.py, and it sort of injects itself before urls.py runs. And what it does is it uses the particular cookie value, maybe 3e, comes in as a cookie, and then it actually grabs the particular session and associates it with our request. And so by the time you're coming into one of your urls.py, one of your views from urls.py, what you find is the cookies have all been set, the session has been set up, it's made a session if necessary, it's looked up an old session if necessary, and so there's a whole bunch of sessions, and these sessions are stored in the database or on files or other kind of places, and there is pretty much one session object for each distinct browser that's out there, and we look them up by knowing what the cookie value was that we set it. And so one of the things the session middleware does is if it doesn't see a cookie coming in, it actually oh, well, I'll pick a large random number and then I'll send the cookie back. I will create a new session and I'll send the cookie back, and then I'll be able to look that session up on all of the future requests. So usually we just go ahead and start sessions when we meet a new browser. It's simpler. I mean, you can sort of sometimes delay it to save a little bit of resources, but often for most applications, right away you start using sessions, and then later you've logged a person in. You are going to mark each browser with some unique random number, and then when that cookie is sent back to us, then we can reassociate the session with the incoming request. So Django middleware handles the creation, deletion, the inserting of data, the deleting of data, and the updating of data in these sessions. The session identifier is a large random number that we put in a browser cookie first time we meet a browser, and then we store using that same number a bit of data on the server, and then later when that cookie comes back in on an upcoming request, we basically look up the session data and then reassociate it with the request before we go through urls.py and into our views. So we have to enable this, and if you used manage or Django admin to create your project, this is already there. You can go ahead and look in your settings.py and you'll see that it's there. And you'll also notice that by now you've probably done a bunch of make migrations and migrates, and you see it making a session table. So there's all kind of defaults that are set up so that most of your first Django applications are set up to A, support sessions, and B, store sessions in the database, which is a fine way to go for small to medium-sized sites. So like I said, they're going to be stored in the database. You do this migration and you see that it's creating a sessions table for you in your SQLite, db.sqlite3 database. So here we go. We have, as I said, out there, we've met these browsers. We've made a session object in our database, and we've put a cookie in each one. So there's some kind of a cookie that they're all named the same. So we'll name these cookies sesh ID or something. And so what we've picked random numbers and we've marked them. And so what happens is that a browser comes in, a browser sends a request in, and they send their cookie along with it. The Django middleware looks among all the sessions and then connects it up, and then it does the request. So there's many browsers, each with a different number, and then there's many sessions, each with a different number. And part of connecting is creating it. Now, if we look at this from the point of view of one browser and one session object, one session storage area, you know, at some point we come in and it reassociates the session, and we're doing some work and we're writing some stuff into the session, and then we respond. We go to another request. We can read what we wrote. So we write stuff into the session, we can read it from another one. And then here we can read that same information. And then here we get a post. We read a bunch of information, but we write some more information. And so you can kind of think ultimately, just sort of at some level, relax about all the detail and realize that this session is a variable that lasts across many request response cycles. The cookie variable sort of also lasts across many request response cycles. The get and the post data, they vanish. So the get data for each one, you use it and you consume it or you store in a database, but the get data from one request is not available on the next request. So we have to use things like sessions sometimes to store little bits of information so that in a later request we can get it back. So the request object has this little attribute called request session, which is basically a dictionary. We can put keys in it, we can delete those keys, we can update those keys, we can call .get and retrieve a key to see if it's there, etc., etc. And so in a sense, we just take request.session and treat it as a magical dictionary. Now, we have to remember that each browser has its own dictionary, but when we're in a view function, we're only dealing with one browser, and so that session is the one associated with that browser. So it's this persistent interface, persistent data that lasts across all these things. So here's a real tiny view function, and you can see in this view function what we're going to do is request.session. This is where request.session is where you see the session data. It's basically a dictionary, so we can say .get. Then we have a key, and we have 0 as the default, num visits is the key, 0 is the default value, and then we're going to get that and add 1 to it, and then store that. And this is kind of like how we do counting. If we get it, if it was 4 before, we're going to go to +1 and get to 5. If it's not there, we just set it to 0, so we set it to 1. So somehow num visits is either 1 or 1 more than what was previously there. And so then what we see is we see the line that actually just stores it back into the session. That's it. It's a dictionary. It's a magic dictionary. It existed before it came in, and we're just going to leave it there, and somehow magic things take care of updating all this stuff. And so the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to have this go up by 1, and if it gets over, we're going over 4, then we're going to wipe it out. So this will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And well, actually, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this del is just the standard Python syntax to remove a entry from a dictionary, and then we just kind of print out the number of visits in our little string and our response. And so if we go, we start, we have no cookie. That means that we also then have no session. And then we go into the session code, and you see that it has set a session cookie, right? So we see a session cookie called sesh ID. It's got an expiration date, which is it's not a expire when the browser goes away session, and it's got some big long random number. And so that is basically the session ID until we get a new session. And as a side effect of that, we've also stored the value 1 inside the session in the server and printed it out. So we came in, We established a session. We didn't do any of that, right? If we look at our view here, we didn't establish the session. All we did is grab something out of it, and that's because the establishment of the session happens in the middleware that's kind of outside of us. And so the middleware happens before our code starts and after our code is done. And so the session stuff is just taken care of when we do that. So view count is 1. And then what happens is when we just hit refresh, it's going to send the cookie in for that session ID. It's going to load up the session that's GJ2233, and then our code is going to add 1 to that number and store it back into the session, and then it's going to be 2. And if we hit refresh, it would say 3, 4, then it would do a reset and be 1. And so in this code, we just kind of say request.session and put stuff in it and read stuff out of it. And the cookie is the thing that looks that up. Now, if we wanted to take a look at what's in the session table, it's really just a session, and you can see that it gets created by your migrate and your make migrations. So we can go right into the database. We can ask for the tables. We can see the Django underscore session. And then we can say select star from Django underscore session. And so that will show us the data that's there. And so what we're going to see is the key, which is that session key, and then a time, and that's used to expire the session because these sessions don't last forever. The Django middleware kind of cleans these up after a while. Otherwise, you'd have sessions that just lasted forever and ever and ever. And then the actual data is this big, long string. So what this is this is actually an encoded string. And if you really want to look at it, it's encoded using a technique called base64. And there's a base64 parsing library. Base64 is a way of taking arbitrary data and encoding it in basically letters and numbers, upper and lower case. It's a little less dense. I mean, it kind of expands. It's not like a compression. It's the opposite of compression. It expands it, but it expands the data when it's encoded into base64, but it also means that then you can store it. You don't have to worry about any special characters, because sometimes when you're going like pasting single quotes and double quotes mess up, all that kind of stuff. By saying, here's this string, I'm going to encode it in base64, I basically am guaranteed that there will be no weird characters that will cause some kind of problem farther on down the line. So if we take a look at our thing and we grab the little thing that's the base64 encoded variable, if you decode this, we're going to base64 decode it, you see that ultimately it's just kind of like a little key value pair that looks pretty much like a dictionary. It's a serialized version of a dictionary. It's a dictionary that has been put into a serialized form. And it's in also JSON format, and so we can actually sort of tear this apart and use the JSON library to load it up and see what we've got. So that's there. You don't have to worry too much about that. It's just somehow this big long thing is being read and written and read and written on every request response cycle. That is certainly read on every request response cycle, and it's written when you modify the data in the session. So this has been a quick set of lectures. We talked about cookies, a way of marking each browser with a big random number, and then sessions, which are a bit of data that's stored in a database indexed by that large random number. And then each request comes in, we get the cookie back, and then we look up the session. The data, session data, key value pairs, basically a dictionary, is all stored in there. And so we talked a little bit about how we do request.session in Django to implement, to access session capabilities in our Django applications.
Hi there. I'm on the way to office hours in Seoul, Korea. And like always, when I'm on the way to office hours, I have no idea how many people I'm going to see. I have no idea if I'm going to see one person or 0 people or 20 people, but that's part of the fun of it. It's like a blind date with 700,000 people. So we'll see what happens next. Hello everybody, here we are at yet another office hours. It's a gigantic office hours. We are here in Seoul, Korea. We are a short distance from the statue of the crossed arms of Psy, celebrating the Gangnam Style video that apparently is really important. And so they made a statue about it. So like always, I want to introduce you to your fellow classmates and let them say hi and whatever else they want to say, but it'll take a little while because we got a whole bunch of people. Okay, so let's start with you. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
So go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Jeff Valentine. I want to say one. Life is short using Python. This Python for everyone course lesson to help you studying Python.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And your name?
Hi, I'm Shelby. I actually studied creative writing, so this isn't in my focus, but I'm interested in linguistics, so I took the Python course, and I've taken 3 of them since this summer. I just have a lot of time.
Well, we got you addicted, right?
Yeah.
And you probably agree with the part that it's like writing, but it's different.
Yeah, I like all sorts of things, writing in languages, so
Exactly.
it works for me, yeah.
That's the example I used in the beginning. Hi.
Hello, my name is Shino. Actually, I just followed her, Shelby. But I'm really thinking of taking this course, the Python, which is really great computer language, and also your class. It seems really great also too.
Cool.
So yeah, thank you.
Okay, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Victor Lee. I translate Python for informatics in Korea, and today I.
Oh, let's grab a copy of the book so we can show the book. Hang on. Yours before I break everything. Okay, so come back. So show the book. There we go. Signed by Victor and signed by Chuck. And we're gonna have a big round of applause for Victor. Applaud for Victor. Yay. So Victor, I'm terrible at selfies, but I really appreciate everything that you've done translating this into Korean for us all.
Today I also got another assignment.
She got another assignment. You got the assignment to translate it in Python 3 book again.
I needed all your help.
So tell everyone how much I paid you to translate this into Python 2. I paid you 1 beer. I paid you 1 beer. I'll pay you on a couple more beers to translate it into Python 3. No, we greatly appreciate it. And part of this whole thing is everybody gives something, and Victor has given us something, and so we thank you so much. Okay.
Hi, my name is Suin, and Python is very interesting language. I use today already and actually every day. So nice to meet you. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jung Song, and I'm pleased to meet Dr. Cho here. And I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Well, I'm happy to be
whom
here.
I've been already seen on and display in a laptop. So it was a great time to see him. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jongmin, and have fun with your courses. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ronaldo from Brazil. I love Python, I love learning, and I'm on vacation here in Seoul with my fiancée Priscilla.
Hi, Priscilla.
Hi.
It was a very happy coincidence that the office hours was right now in September.
I did an office hours in Las Vegas, and no one that came to office hours was from Las Vegas.
Really?
Everyone who was at the office hours was on vacation in Las Vegas.
Okay, that's nice.
That's nice.
Hi, I'm Amber. I just started Python for everyone. It's great to join everyone.
Okay, welcome to the course.
Thank you.
You'll stay. We're gonna like having you around.
Hi, I'm Jongmin. I'm good to see you in Korea, Dr. Cha, and have fun.
And I just want to thank you for making sure everybody got beer.
You're welcome.
You did all the translation to make sure that we got all the orders that we needed.
Oh,
So thank you.
you're welcome.
Hi, I'm Yuno Lee, and I really enjoy Dr. Cho's courses, and I'm so happy to be here.
Great.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Shihyung, and I started Python programming with his course, and now I'm working at a laboratory programming about a bioinformatic algorithm, and I couldn't even imagine what I'm doing without his course. So I really want to. Yes, really. So I really want to appreciate about his
What were you doing
help.
before?
I was just studying about life science.
Oh.
Yes, then I learned Python programming with your course, and now I became a beginning programmer. So
congratulations.
I really wanted to thank you. Thank you very much. So you're not alone, and I really want to be with you, and welcome to the course.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Himyoung, and it is so awesome to be in class meeting video. And Dr. Cho is my first programming teacher, and Python is my first programming language, and I really appreciate it.
Well, welcome to being a programmer.
Thank you.
I am Michelle, originally from Chicago, but I started working in Korea in finance. And I used to study like art and SAS before, but we actually use Python in finance too, and it's such a great language. And yesterday I got this email, and I was like, holy shit, what is it? Yeah. Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
That's how it always works. It's very random. There's no predicting when I'm gonna be somewhere.
Hi, my name is Hyun. I'm registered for upcoming courses. I'm so motivated because I'm here. I can't wait to watch my own face on Coursera.
You're gonna see it. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Susan Lee. About 2 years ago, I started this course in Python programming, and in that time I was zero-based on programming, but now I became a developer, and I really love the teaching Python programming to girls, and I'm also one of the Django Girl Soul organizer.
Show the sticker. That's
this
a sticker.
is my beautiful mascot. Yeah.
Django Girls in Korea.
Yeah, Django Girl
And you
Soul.
just had an event. How many people?
How many people?
50 participants.
Yeah, 50 people mostly, and we want to inspire more women in programming world.
And so you went from not being a programmer at all
Yeah.
to inspiring other women to be programmers.
Yeah, also.
Through Django Girls.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want my sticker back. I'm going to put this sticker on my laptop, and so you'll see future recordings will have a picture of Django Girls from Seoul on my laptop.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Hassan, and I'm living in Korea for a long time. Actually, I speak Python, so that's very simple.
That's good.
Yeah. So for my office work, I use other languages, but on my free time, I just use Python. And whenever someone talks with me and wants to learn programming language, I just tell to install Python and just start with your course.
Good.
So yeah, it's I'm really happy to meet you because I finished this course in 2014, and I waited 2 years to meet you. And yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. So what a fun time. We've been here for about an hour and had some drinks, and we almost got kicked out, but then we reorganized the room so we didn't get kicked out. I don't know where the next office hours is. It might be like in Phoenix or Chicago. I've had 2 office hours in Chicago now. So I don't know where the next one will be, but I'll let you know as soon as I figure it out. Cheers.
Our next topic is to talk about login and logout. Now, just in general, I have this GitHub repository called DJ Free Samples, and every once in a while you ought to see if I've found some bugs and fixed them. So go over to your samples and do a git pull. So every once in a while, just do that. So Django, like in lots of situations, comes with a built-in login, logout system. There's lots of ways to do it. You can read up on it. It has a way to create users, has this nice admin interface, and so one of the things we like about Django is that we don't have to build some of these basic maintenance things. It has permissions and groups. We use this in the local library application, but we're not going to use that so much in our applications. And passwords, etc. And it has a way to store these things in various techniques. And so the first thing that you'll probably encounter when you're doing this is to create a super user. And so you have to log into your system, you create a super user, give it a name, an email address. The email address is for password recovery, even though you can log in and you can change your super user password anywhere. And then you do it. Now there's a great XKCD cartoon for so many things. This is one guy says, "Make me a sandwich," and the other one says, "What? Make it yourself?" And then says, "SUDO, make me a sandwich." And the other person says, "Okay." So what SUDO means is it's a Linux command to switch to the super user and do a command. So if you don't have permissions to do a command, you can say sudo a command. And so that's what this XKCD. So that's what we call a super user. That's the user that has all permissions, doesn't need to get any special permissions. This might be a good time to review what you're going to do when you wipe out your database. When you create that super user, it just adds a row into a table in your DB SQLite. And you can wipe this out anytime. That's why I like using SQLite for development in Django. If you remove it, you've removed all the tables, all of the tables created by migrations. The migrate command is what creates tables. The make migration actually creates migrations with your Python code. So if you're going to start fresh, you got to remove the DB SQLite file. That's got rid of all your users, all your super users, any data you've put in, it's gone. And then you have to wake it back up with a bunch of empty tables with a manage.py migrate, and you'll see all those things. Lots of lines come out at that point. I didn't include them. And then you're going to have to create your super users again. So just if you wipe your database, you got to recreate your super users. Once you have a super user, the rest of the users are put in using the admin interface. You just go in and among all the other models that you might have in your application, the groups and the users are just models. They're models that happen to be built into Django, and you don't have any responsibility for building them. And so, like I said, the groups and permissions is useful, and you can read up on that, and maybe your application needs to use those. But for me, I pretty much just make users and call it good. Later, we're going to learn how to use like social login. So we'll use GitHub to log people in, so you don't have to create any users other than your admin user. But in the short term, we're just going to use what are called local users, which are stuck in the database, kept in the database, and easy to create, easy to maintain, but you tend to have to manually maintain them a little bit. So next we're going to look at, now that you've got a user, how do we in our application code log in and log out users. So now we're going to take a look at what we do with Django to handle logging users into and out of our application. So we talked about sessions recently, and making a session is not the same as being logged in. Logging in actually changes data in the session. Logging in general, the most basic way of logging in depends on the existence of a session, and logging in is putting data into the session about the current user and their name and their email, and then logging out is removing it. In the session, you could have multiple users, log in with one user, log in with a different user, log out. If you're just in the same browser, you're going to end up with the same session, just associated with different users. So remember, sessions and login are not the same thing. Just like cookies and sessions are not the same thing, sessions and login are not the same thing. But they all build on each other. Sessions build on cookies, and login builds on sessions. So to make this all work, you have to add to your installed apps all the Django support for all this login and logout stuff. Now, if you automatically built your project and you got a settings.py that they're going to just put this in automatically. So this is just so you know when you're looking at it where it is that all this magic functionality comes from. It comes from this installed apps. Also, for the login and logout, you're going to have to add a path to your project-wide. So DJ for eSamples, DJ for eSamples, urls.py. This is not in any of your applications. This is in your Django project, and you add a path, and there's a bunch of URLs, and that gets all registered, and a whole bunch of wonderful magic happens at that point. And so that's how these URLs are activated in your Django project, so the applications. So the way we get the URLs to the login and logout features is we use the reverse. We've been using reverse all along. Reverse is the way we look up for a particular view. And in some URLs.py, matter of fact, in that Django contrib auth URLs, in that there is a name equals. And so there's a view in there that they've got that we didn't write, and it has a name equals, and it has name equals login and a name equals logout. And so we can do a reverse lookup like we would of any of our views that we might have. Say, give me the URL in this Django project for the view named login or the view named logout. And it's pretty simple. You could even probably hard code these, but maybe the route isn't exactly account slash, right? And so maybe you called them something else. And so that's why we use the reverse to look these things up. And so that's just a convenient way of doing it. Now, one of the things about logging in is sometimes you have an application and there's like a login button, but sometimes you just have pages that are protected by login. And then when you go to a page, it says, oh wait, you got to log in first. And then after you log in, you'll notice it typically just takes you right back to the page that you wanted to see. So you might bookmark a page when you're logged in, and then you log out, and then you click on that bookmark page, but that requires that you be logged in. So you're going to go to the page, and then when you're done logging in, you want to come right back to that page. And so that's using redirecting, but it's redirecting after login is successful or after logout is successful. Logouts are almost always successful. And so there's a parameter that we can add, a get parameter that we can add, and it's the next equals, and what we do is we give it a path. And so here's a little bit of code that we're going to play with in my sample codes under the authz project, under the authz application. And so I got a bunch of views, and I'm going to give them some names so that we can play with them. So these are just the urls.py. So if you take a look in this main.html template, you see a whole bunch of things. You see this next feature in action. So here's a couple things we can do. So there is this user object that in a sense is passed in. You don't have to do anything to pass it in. There's this user object that sits there in your template context that's automatically. We'll talk later about how you can sort of inject into every template certain little things that you got to inject. But the system injects this user. There is an attribute called isAuthenticated, which is true or false, to say whether you're not logged in or are logged in. And so if we see it, we say, oh, what's their person's full name, user.email, user.id. User ID is the primary key. We might actually have later we'll have a foreign key that goes into the user table, and we need to know what the primary key of the current user is so we can populate our foreign key. So when we have a row and it's owned by such and so, we're going to actually put a foreign key into a table that we didn't even create. But the thing I'm talking about now is you can get a URL, that URL tag, that's looking up the name of a view. Log out is the name of a view. Log in is the name of a view. And then we have this question mark next equals. That's the parameter to say when you're all done with that login or log out, go back to this particular URL. Okay? And so that says go to the URL that's in the authz application, the view named open. And so that's one way of doing it. Another way, let's say in login, we're going to get the login URL and send ourselves back to the request path. The request is another one of these things that's dropped in automatically for us. That is the current URL of the view we're at. So in a sense, this is a contraction that says go ahead and go to login, and when you're back, come right back here. So login will log in and then redirect back to this page that we're on, whatever the page is, because this is going to be, this little main.html is used in a couple of my different views. So request.path is like come back here. So that's a good pattern to know, to just say log in and come back to this current path when you're all done. And so here's just a bunch of connections to this thing, and we have here's just all my links, and I have a couple of things. I have some no login required pages just to play around, and then I have one that's protected by hand in Python, and then one's required by a login mixin, and then I sort of dump all that data, and I think I showed you that one already. So here is one of them, right? I showed that. That's what this all looks like. You can see that these links have the next in there. This is how it turns out to be. You get accounts login. Oops, come back, come back. you go to accounts login next equals auth z open, and that's basically, I'm in this file right now, I'm in that URL, and that says go ahead and log me in and then come back to this URL, to the auth z open. Here's an example of the logout URL with a next setup in it. And so up next, we're going to talk about not just how to get the users to go to the login page, but how to configure the login page. So now we've kind of understood a little bit about the user object and how we do things in templates and how we get at the URLs for login and logout, and then how we redirect back to ourselves. Let's talk a little bit about the login page itself. And so the login page is something that's provided by Django, but it needs a template. And so what happens is we get to control the template. And we're going to go to this URL, the code behind the views, the code that looks up the password, the code that gives you errors. That's all taken care of. All the views are taken care of. And what we get to do is we get to describe a template that controls our look and feel. And so we can have a simple login thing or a pretty login thing, and we can have links to the rest of our application. And so we want control over our login page so it looks like it comes from our application rather than having it look like it came from Django. So I'm not going to go through in much detail about how this works. You have to create a template that can be accessed as registration/login.html. And remember that no matter which application in a Django project you're working in, those names are global. So for example, this name right here, registration/login.html, the fact that it's in my home application doesn't matter. And that's why we have this extra slash in here. So just because it's in the home application doesn't mean it has to be, the home and the registration don't have to be the same in this particular case. And so this is a template that if they just do a render, so in their view, in the login view that's somewhere deep in Django, they're just going to do a render to registration/login.html. You have this somewhere in some application because the templates are global. It's going to find your template and put that in. So within this template, there's a few rules that you've got to follow. They're going to send some errors, and there's errors. If the form has errors, you have to have some output that deals with that. If next, that's actually that next equals parameter, okay? And so if the next is there, and you've come into this log, and this one's a little bit weird. If you have a going forward page, that means you came from a page and you're going to go back to a page. If the authentication happens, that means you've been logged in, you went to the page kicked you back because it's protected by more than just logged in user. Okay, so this little bit right here, this is a little bit subtle. If you're not logged in, that's kind of the normal case. Please log in to see the site. And then we basically create a simple form. We're going to post to the login URL. That just looks up the login URL. And we've got this context variable called form, and we can print that out. That form has the key, that form has all of the input stuff in it. We're going to talk about forms coming up soon. And so that's what generates, this form here generates all this stuff right here. And so there could be a bunch of things in there, but the form is a variable created by the view that has all the input names and areas, etc., that it wants. So we didn't have to actually construct the form. We do have to submit, put the login button, we could put a cancel button, and we do have to pass the next back as a hidden field. Now a hidden form field is just like a text field, except that it doesn't show up here. And so that's in there, and if you were to view source, you would see that. And so that's after you submit this form, it needs to know where we're going to go next. So then if you're successfully logged in, it's going to log you in, say yay, and then it's going to redirect to whatever that next value is. And that's our way of, it's going to give us the next value inside this template, but we have to give it back to the view when we post back into the view. So like I mentioned, there's a whole bunch of data that we can get. There is this user variable, and that user variable has their full name, their email, and very importantly, the primary key of the logged in user. But these things are only defined if user is authenticated is true. You can access this user data in Python. It's in a little different spot. It's in the request. So I just changed the name of request to REQ. That's just a variable name you pick. I will generally always write it as request or REQ. And so the user information that is pretty much the same as what's in the template tag, template context user. User is authenticated. Their username, their email. I could have had rec.user.id if I wanted here, and otherwise it's not logged in, and then I just throw this back as a simple HTTP response. This isn't all that useful. It's just showing you how to get your hands on those values if you're in Python. So sometimes you're in Python, sometimes you're in templates. Quite commonly you're in templates. So I've been talking about a view that requires a logged in user. And so again, imagine something where you're sort of reading your messages on an online system and you bookmark the message reading URL, and then you shut your browser down, which logs you out of the system, and then you click on that bookmark straight to the messages, my inbox or whatever, and then inbox looks at you and says, you're not logged in. So I got to send you to log in, you finish logging in, and then you come back. That's what the next equals does. Now there's a couple of ways in views to write that kind of feature that basically says, this view is fine, but only fine for logged in users. So let's take a look. So one of them is checking to see if user is authenticated. So I have two views in here. One is, I'm going to protect it manually, and that's so you can see how it works, but it's really not the right way to do it. I mean, you can do it this way, but it's like, there's always a better way in Django, always a better way in Django. So here we have a class-based view, and we ask, is the user authenticated? If the user is authenticated, we just do whatever. Now, there might be a whole bunch of stuff in here. There might be a whole bunch of, but I'm just going to render the thing so that's a view. So I'm protecting this particular manual protect view. But if you're authenticated, you can see it, right? It doesn't do anything in particular other than dump a bunch of data out. If you're not authenticated, then I'm going to construct a login URL by calling reverse, say look up the URL for login, add a question mark, and then add the request path, which means wherever we're at, come back to it. So that's the next, and that's going to put next equals, blah, 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 blah. And then instead of returning a render, we return a redirect and say, okay, go to the login URL. So the way this is going to work is, it's going to come in once, right? You're not logged in, so it's redirecting. It's going to go out, but then it's going to come in back again, and this time the user is redirected, and so it's going to show you the page. So you end up going through this twice. Now, that's the bad way to do it, or the wordy way to do it. I mean, it's only 5 lines of code, but I don't like 5 lines of code. So there's this thing called a mixin, and a mixin is a class. The idea of a mixin is that, you know, we have kind of an inherited class. We inherit things that are like just a feature almost. So what we're doing is we're going to take our protect view. It really extends a view, but it's going to also add the capabilities of login required mixin. So login required mixin basically says to Django, if this is here, hey, I want to do this. Don't let the user into this particular view. Protect the view. So this is another protected view, but by simply including this little signal that says login required mixin, I've mixed this into my view, then it does all this work for us. So what'll happen is it won't even come in, right? It won't even come in if the user's not logged in. It will redirect and then come back and then let this code in the get run only when the user's logged in. And so this is by far the most common way to do it, is just called login required mixin, saving you from writing all these lines of code, right? So all these extra things, because do I remember how to do this? What if I write that 5,000 times in an application? It's really kind of silly when we've got login required mixin that takes care of all this stuff. And just to review, this is what that view looks like. It just sort of dumps all that stuff out. I use the same I use the same template for all of these views. So login, like many things in Django, is simple. It's easy. You add the things to installed apps and URL patterns. You make yourself a template. I didn't go into great detail. Django has great documentation if you want to get really sophisticated. What I tend to do is I get 1 or 2 templates working for login. I'm like, I want to use this one today or that one. So this is where like the sample code has 2 different logins that we're going to use. One is a simple local login, and the other one actually is a login when we're going to use GitHub to do our logins. You can get yourself reverse log. You get your URLs for login with reverse lazy, or the URL template tag. And then if we want to come back, we add an X parameter to those URLs. And then when we have a view and we say, look, this view is going to depend on request.user or the user in the user template tag, just add login required mixin, and then Django takes care of making sure that you can't get to the view unless you're logged in, and if you try to get to the view, it tries to let you log in, and if you are login successful, you come back to the view, and it's all transparent to you, and it's literally just one little comma thing in the create. So it's pretty simple, it's pretty awesome. I just want you to understand what's going on, because again, sometimes the fewer the lines of code to write, the harder it is to understand. Cheers.
Hello everybody, welcome to Houston, Texas. Here we are at yet another installment of Coursera face-to-face office hours. We have a great crowd. It's lovely, lovely weather. We missed the epic flood by exactly a week, and so you'll notice that we're not flooded out here, and we're just having a great time on the patio of the bar that's called Bohemos, which is a bohemian something-ish, Bohemos. So I'll let you get to know your fellow students. So say hi and say anything you want to your fellow students.
Hi, I'm Sneha Solanki. I'm a chemical engineer. I'm just a beginner at the Python class, and I'm excited to be here and listening to Dr. Chuck's stories.
Thank you.
I'm Randy. I'm old and I love Python.
And this is your second office hours?
This is my second office hours. The first was on his road trip where he was going to jazz places.
That's right. It was jazz places with my same son.
Yeah.
My son was there.
Hi, I'm Brent.
Okay, you take the camera, point it at me. Hi, I'm Chuck. Here we are in the basement of the Palmer House, Hilton in Chicago, Illinois, at yet another office hours for Internet History, Technology, and Security. And let me introduce you to some of the folks. Here, just say hi. Hello, everybody. Let's.
Hi, classmates. I'm Allison.
Hi, classmates. I'm James from Chicago.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Randy.
So here we are at wheelchair rugby with my son this time.
Right.
And so it's another one of trips with my son.
My name is Roy Hanson. I'm retired, and I just wanted to come to see what was going on because I wanted to learn something.
Cool.
My name's also Dr. Chuck, but I'm a retired dentist.
Do you have drchuck.com?
No, I do not. That is not me. That's somebody else. But
Okay.
I am a Dr. Chuck, but I spell it different.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And Andy, aren't you like some kind of computer expert?
Something like that. Take all the Dr. Chuck's classes. You'll love them.
Okay.
You'll learn a lot. Have fun.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Raghu. I'm a sysadmin trying to work out Python with sysadmin.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, my name is Luis, and I'm starting to learn Python. I love the class, so take it.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Cheryl. Randy's my husband, and I'm here to try to learn something other than tear down computers.
Hi, I'm William, electrical engineer. I have taken the Python and the Internet Story class. Very good both.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Amy. I've taken Internet History and Python, and I'm now inspired to go finish the capstone for Python. I think I can do it.
Oh, you can do it. I'm sure you can do it. Thank you.
I'm Lee, and came here to welcome Dr. Chuck to Texas, and have enjoyed his classes. Highly recommend them.
Lee's been buying the beer.
Hi, my name is Raheem. I'm learning Python to understand my fellow programmers at work. So
cool.
My name is Carrie Lee. I'm here with my son Dalton, and I took the Python class, and I've done the Internet of the History class with my two kids.
Cool. Dalton, you want to say hi? Cool.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, my name is Burak, and I am taking Python for Everybody's Specialization, as well as with Machine Learning course from Dr. Andrew. Thanks to Dr. Chuck and Coursera staff for making distance education that much easy.
Cool.
Okay, my name is Leonel Pereira. I'm from Angola, and I invite you to come and learn with us. It's really fun.
I'd love to come. I'd love to come if I had a good reason. Okay, so there we have it. Our next, I think next office hours will be in a couple of weeks in New York City for the Perio conference. So, but before we leave, before I sign off, I want to put in a shout out for the class mentors, right? These are people that are so dedicated and do so much work. Whoa, I almost got blasted by a bird. When doves cry, right? And Prince just passed away yesterday, 2 days ago. So, but I want to do a round of applause for the wonderful mentors that we have in the class. Okay, thank you so much, every mentor, not just in my classes, but all the classes online. You guys do so much to make this meaningful for everybody. Cheers.
So up to now, we've mostly just talked about how forms work. We've been talking about how forms work across whatever programming language you're using or framework you're using. We've mostly talked about how the browsers treat forms, how we generate HTML to make forms, how posts work, how refresh works, how post redirect works, how CSRF works. That's, other than subtle details, those are topics that are true no matter what you do, no matter what language you're writing in or what framework that you're using. Now we're going to pivot a little bit and talk about how Django helps you do all those things that we just got done talking about doing. So if you look at this picture, you see that like forms are kind of in the middle of this picture. That's the final piece we're filling in. And forms are connected a lot of ways. Forms can be connected to models. They're used in the view and they're used in templates. And so they're a very powerful part. And all the things that we've been doing as abstractions, where we write a little bit of code and find lots of ways to reuse that code. Or we write some code that extends an object and then we add a little bit to it and then we've got some very powerful object when we're all said and done. And so that's what we're doing here in forms. And forms can be used in views, they can be used in templates, and they can interact even with models. And so we're going to talk a lot about forms. There's a lot of like just menial labor that just working in forms, and if you really had to build all the HTML from scratch like I did in some of those earlier examples, it's just really painful. And there's other problems too, and that is that, you know, there's just a lot of repeating yourself. We kind of want to use like object-oriented techniques and other techniques to not repeat ourselves. And it's really easy to put the HTML up for a crappy form, but why wouldn't you want a beautiful form? And so if you write the HTML and you write some CSS and you do a kind of crappy version of it, then you have to fix it or hand it to a designer, and then they have to go fix 100 pages. There are things in Django, Crispy Forms is something we'll talk about later, that just like says, hey, I'm using forms in Django. Wait a sec, I want them to be pretty now. And then you just make them pretty. And if you want to change how they're pretty, you can change how that works. And then you change them all at the same time. And so not repeating yourself, being able to like lean on utility code. Seems like, why would we do this? But in complex applications, you just fall in love with this idea that you don't have to repeat yourself. And even though I've showed you some of the things like post, redirect, refresh, CSRF, all that stuff, it's even more complex than that, especially when you start talking about pulling data from the database and putting it in an edit form and then checking to see if the data is valid. If the data is not valid, send back an error form and give them a chance to resubmit it. If they're successful, you do post redirect and then you send a message in the session. We've done all that in really simple, but if you really look at everything that you need to look at, it's pretty complex. And so we're not going to do all this in this first lecture, but this gives you a sense of the kinds of things that a create form, where you're going to go like, you know, new cat, and then you got some forms to fill out, fields to fill out about the cat, and then you hit the save. And so if we just go through this, these are the steps you need to do to insert a cat in your cat database, right? So your browser initially goes and gets a GET request, and then you fill out the empty form with a bunch of fill-in-the-blank fields. The user can always cancel out of that and get out. The user might enter some data and hit post. Now the problem is, what if you have some rules about the data, such as this is required, that has to be at least 5 characters, etc. you have to then send a form back with that data to let them fix it and resubmit it again. Or if it's good, you go ahead and store the data in the database, but then we have to put some kind of a success message, like in a session or something, and then send a redirect out, and then the browser immediately comes back and gets the redirect URL, which pulls the message out, sends the page, and sends the success. And so we've done parts of this already, right? We've done parts of this already. The big part we haven't done is kind of like this middle part here, where we're like validating the data and have this error retry loop that we put the user back in the loop and give them another chance. Now that's the create form. The edit process, where you're pulling in an existing cat and you're going to edit their fields, is even more complex. You know, you go load up a cat, but you might have an error page because they're looking for a cat that didn't exist in our database. You send out the form with the old data. They might leave. They might edit it. They might come back. They might validate the data and get an error. Then they have to fix the data. They got to go around here until, okay, we got some valid data, and then you store the data in the database, put a message in a session, send out a redirect to a success URL, and that success URL, you put out the message and say yay. So that's complex too, and we're going to figure that out. Delete is not as simple as you might seem. The problem with deleting things is that you can't delete with a GET request. So usually you have to go navigate, like you see a little delete button, you click on it and you go to a delete page. It's going to load the data that you want to delete so you can build a confirmation page. Confirmation pages turn out to be really important because they're also our tricky way to convert a GET to a POST. But if they're asking for the wrong data, we have to send an error message. Otherwise, we send a confirmation form that says, are you sure you want to delete this? That's both nice for the user to give a confirmation, but it also then turns this into a form, and of course they can leave with a cancel, but if they click on yes, that turns into a post, and it has the key. So the first thing it does is it has to load the data again from the model, and then if that data is not there, they got the wrong key, then you send an error page out, and if you got the right key and the user has permission to delete the data, then you go talk to the model and you delete the thing, right? Then you put a congratulations on your deletion in a session or something. Then go with a redirect because you can't respond with a 200. You got to respond with a 302. And then the browser immediately does a get a success URL, pulls the message out of session, makes a success page with the message. Now we're going to cover this a bunch of times, so you don't have to get this the first time. But I just am telling you that forms are complex. And what's cool is Django form objects that we're going to create act like glue. They can generate the HTML, they allow for a consistent look and feel, and they allow for you to change the look and feel. When the post data comes back from the browser in a form that it created, then it puts it all in the right spot. It validates the data based on a set of rules that you say, like this has to be this kind of a thing and that kind of a thing, or a date or a character or an integer or a floating point. Whatever it is the rules are, that's all done for you in Django. And if something goes wrong, then it hands you an error form that you can send right back to the user. It really greatly, and then of course, once it's validated, it moves it into a model and then actually can even do the database store automatically. So the form is like this glue thing that sort of talks to templates, it talks to browsers, it reads data from browsers, it plugs stuff in. And so in a way, the form is like the controller, it's like the view, it just makes your views really succinct, and you're gonna love it once you understand it. So here is a simple form, and so forms live in a file called forms.py, not surprisingly. And basically, just like them, it looks a lot like the models file. And so you're going to see the one thing that forms do differently is they can have these things called validators. Models have rules about max length, etc. But there are even more complex validators, and you can even write code that you have your own functions that when the form is coming in, you're going to look at this one field and you're going to say like, oh, I wanted 2 uppercase characters followed by 3 lowercase characters. Sorry, you didn't do what I said. That's what's called a validator. And that's when that error page goes back and it says, hey, you're missing this stuff. And we'll show you how the validator stuff works. But basically, you put in little lines just like you did for the model. And you're effectively defining a user interface plus a bunch of logic behind it. Now, the one thing I'm not doing in this particular section, we'll do soon, is connecting this to a model. So you could say, wait a sec, I'd like to make a form and I really mostly want to inherit from a model. you can do that, but that's not this one. That's coming up in the whole next section, but it won't be long. So the form object, right? So here's this form we just made. It's got 3 fields in it. And this is a real simple view. It's not useful. It just kind of shows you one of the things you can do. So make a basic form. When the basic form is defined as having these 3 fields, and then you say form and then call the method as table. And so what this produces, it's just a dump. There's nothing, the UI of this looks really ugly. But basically it generates all this HTML for you. All this HTML, input tags, and we told it to do it as table. That's not necessarily the prettiest way to do it, but all that HTML is generated from the form utility. So it can send it out as a list, you can send it out as paragraphs, etc., etc., etc. And so this is just to show you kind of the dump. If you go to this URL, do a view source on it so you see this stuff in here. So that you define a form object, and one of the things you can do is make me HTML. And this is not a good example. We'll come up in a bit with a better example. The better example, of course, is to use it in a template. And so here is a template with a simple form in it. We got a form, it's a post. We got some submit stuff. We got ourselves a cancel, button that we put in. And we got a CSRF token. And we're going to use that form as table. And we're going to surround it by a table tag so that it looks a lot prettier. And so this is a far more typical way of doing it. That first one was just to dump it. And so this, when you do this and you give it, you sort of make the form in a get request. You make the form and you pass it into the context. If you remember, form.asTable. That's a very, come back. Too far. Form.asTable came from the context, came from the passed in variable, and that is right here and right here. And so we make the form object, which has all the fields in it, and then we pass it into our view, our template, and it renders that. And so then this is what it looks like, much prettier. And if you do a view source of that, if you go to this form create and you do a view source on that, you'll see it's all that same table stuff. It's the same table stuff that we had before. It's just now wrapped in some stuff to make it look a little prettier. We put a submit button, it's got a form tag, and then you can actually hit the submit button and something actually happens. So this is by far the more typical way of using a form in a template. So I talked about the create form, the update form, and the delete form. This is kind of an example of how forms can be used. Now, I'm not actually talking in the model yet. We'll do that in a bit. So I'm just going to pretend that we have some old data. And so this normally would come from the model. This old data, title, mileage, purchase date, that would come from the model normally. But for now, we're just going to make it up. And so then you basically start a form and you pass this old data in as the constructor. That's a constructor for a basic form. From the basic form class, pass in old data and give me back the form. Give me back an object of type basic form, and I'm going to have it in the variable form, and then I'm going to pass it into context. Now you'll notice I'm using the exact same template, the one I showed you before, because that form as table understands that sometimes there's data in these fields, and it properly puts the data in. It properly escapes the data. It understands that this is a number. It understands that this is a date. It's got all that stuff all figured out, right? And so this is how it works, is you just somehow get your hands on key value pairs of the old data, you pass it into the constructor, and now you render the form, and the forms library takes care of putting in all that old data. Believe you me, you're probably glad I'm not showing you how to do, HTML and code and all these things, and when you do encode, but this is a little different because it's inside of an attribute. You don't want to know that because you just are going to use form as table, and it's got all the rules figured out. This is hundreds of lines of code that you're not writing. So up next, we're going to talk about the validation part. So that's actually what happens when we receive data back from the browser. So now we're going to talk about data validation. Data validation is what happens when you hit the submit button and then that data is sent to the server. And what the server does is it checks that post data that it's getting to see if it's proper according to its rules. So if you go back to this picture I showed you in the create form, the part we're talking about now is really this part right here, where the user has entered their data, they've hit the submit button, and we in the server are going to look at that data. and then we are going to decide if it's an error, send back a form, or store the data, and we're actually sort of just have a comment say store the data, and then go to the success. So we're really looking at this part right here of receiving and validating the data and then taking all those actions. Okay? So the idea of data errors is you're typing in a form and you forget your zip code and you hit the button and a little red box pops up and says zip code is required. Now you can also tell the fields in the browser that they're required so that the browser won't even send the data. That's different, and not all browsers do that. So you still have to check if you really want the zip code. You got to check to make sure the zip code is there. Now in this one I made it just to generate errors. I made a validator on that form, if you recall, that said that all the titles have to be at least 2 characters. And here's a little message, please enter 2 or more characters if that's not true. Because otherwise, the fact that it's not a string or a number or whatever, because the browser is a little too smart for us. So I had to come up with a validator that would fail in the server and not fail in the browser. You still need to validate data in the server. So you type some stuff in, you make a mistake, like in this case the title was only 1 letter, I hit the submit button, and now what I want to see is a thing that tells me what the errors are and gives me a chance to fix it, including putting the old data that I just posted, right? So it gives me my post data back. And then I get a chance to resubmit. So again, here's the data form, and the validator there it's a min-length validator. If you go look at the documentation, there's a jillion validators. This was really simple and it fits on a slide. So basically, in addition to whatever the fact that it's got to be a character field, I want it to be at least 2 characters. And that's not a crazy validator to have, because you might have a post that says, look, you're not going to have a title of 1 character when you're doing a blog post or something like that, right? You might say, look, at least 5 characters. So now we're going to walk through that process. And so if you take a look at this code from the form, in comes a GET request, and that GET request is going to show up with some old data. It's going to create the form with the initial settings. It's going to build a context that it's going to pass into the render. Same render form that just makes the thing with the table tags and CSRF and form post. And so at this point, we are a GET request. We're returning a 200, which is returning the HTML for that page, right? So that's the first part of it. And that is in the edit process, get the old data, show it to the user, and give the user an opportunity to change the data. So now we change the data, right? And let's just say we didn't make any mistakes. You changed a few numbers, you hit the post, which gathers up all this stuff and sends it as a post request to the server. So then what happens is it comes into the post method. See how these class-based views are so dang pretty, right? So pretty. And it comes, and so request post, right? All that data coming from the form comes into request post, and you just construct the basic form and say, hey, basic form, your old data is from the post, and all the fields are named the right way, and the key value pairs. I mean, this is basically a dictionary, but the form made the key value pairs. It knew what names to name all the forms, so it named them, and so it's not surprising. It knows exactly what to expect in there, right? And so it takes a look at the post data, and then it constructs us a form object, right? It constructs us a form object and basically says if there was a validation failure, if not form is valid, then we're going to do one thing. But in this case, I didn't make any changes, so form is valid, so it drops down. This is where we would normally store the data off to the model, but I'm keeping this really simple. And then I'm going to redirect with a 302 to form success. The other thing I might do is put a message in the session so that the message makes it into here, but I'm keeping it simple. And the browser immediately comes back and does a get to /form/success, and then I return thank you very much. I might have pulled a message out, as we've seen in an example, where I have from the post method to the next get, I drop a flash message into something. But there's better ways to do that, and I'll show you that in an upcoming lecture series. And so that's the success flow, and it works great. Now, let's take a look at what goes wrong. So in this case, I got my form, I put in the wrong kind of title, it's too short, I send a post, it gathers up all this data, sends it along with the post, that comes in request.post, and so now the form comes back, and now form is valid as false because I violated a rule. Now the interesting thing is, in this form object is not only the old data, but also all the error messages, because at this moment it has constructed a form object, and part of the form object is error messages. Okay? So if it's not valid, let's make a little context. Okay? Let's make a little context and pass that in, and then out it comes, and at that point, that form as table is going to print out all of this stuff. All those error messages come back. So I render it back. Now, I render it back, and then of course you can submit it and maybe get to a success. Now there is one sort of interesting question about this page, which I have asked a Stack Overflow question about, and I'm not sure I'm ecstatically happy about it, and that is, this pattern is exactly how Django wants you to write it. It wants you to write this. And if you'll notice, I'm doing something I told you not to do. Django is telling me to do something that I don't want to do, and that is return a 200 at the result of a post. So I got a post. Now the key thing is, the thing that everyone will agree on is, once you store data, you have to return a redirect. And so the Django people who've done this for years, they consider it okay to return the 200 and a page after a post if no data was changed. Now the problem is, if you hit refresh on this, you're going to get the weird funky message. But this is how Django works. And so I don't know what to tell you. I can write my forms differently. It's a few more lines of code in here, and I've written that, and I've made it so that I pass the error message and I serialize the form and put it in the session and do something. But I'm not going to fight City Hall on that one. I'm just going to say, if Django thinks it's fine, the thing we do agree on is, if you're going to return a 200, don't return a 200 after you've saved data, because then you'll double save the data. Like, you'll double commit a transaction, you'll double do a transfer, you'll double order, you'll do whatever. But in this case, all we did is looked at the data, came back, and then sent back an error message. So you can look at the Stack Overflow where I sort of argue for a little bit. So this has been a long lecture series. We talked about HTML, we talked about HTTP, how get and post are different ways of doing it. We've talked about the idea of how to fix the refresh. We talked about cross-site request forgery, CSRF, and how Django handles CSRF. And then toward the end here, we've talked about how to define forms in Django to sort of outsource all that HTML generation, and how we do validation. Now, there's much more to learn on this, and we're going to learn more of the features of form objects as we go forward and build increasingly complex applications.
Hello and welcome to another Django for Everybody walkthrough. So you are probably at this point working on your autos assignment. This is our first real create, read, update, and delete assignment. And we're going to, a lot of what this assignment is to look at the code I've given you in DJ Free Samples and pull it in. Do not clone the repository for this assignment. The DJ Free Samples is a monster. It's got all kinds of stuff in it that's way too complex, and you want to start with a nice clean application. Your previous assignment was to make a really tiny application. Now we're going to extend that application, and that's why you've already have this DJ for E projects in your wherever it is, okay? And so what this is this assignment is to evolve that using the sample code. But what I'm really going to do is I'm going to walk through the sample code because there's new concepts in this sample code. So this is more of a lecture about the sample code than exactly how to do the assignment. But importantly, you need to understand every single line, because literally every program that we're going to write for the next N weeks is a variation on this CRUD, right? And so these views, these default views, the get or 404, all that stuff are really foundational things. And what we're going to find is the right way to write this code, like everything in Django, is really small and succinct. Okay? So let's take a look at the code. Let's go ahead and run the code. Go to autos, and you got to log in. And so the idea of this is there are two tables. There is a table of makes. So I'm going to add a make, and then I'm going to add an auto. And the cool thing about this is neon 1, mileage 1234, Sakai car, and then I have this cool drop down. And so this is there's a whole bunch of forms going on here. There's drop downs. There's a many-to-one relationship going on. Then I have this list, and I can update it and delete it. So that's where our full CRUD is. And so we can add makes, view makes, add autos, etc. And so that's all the sample. So it's very close to what it is that you have to write. It's just don't go grabbing all that stuff. So let's start by taking a look. So I'm here sitting in my DJ free samples. And if you look, you see all of my various applications under a project. And so we've got the autos, but I really want to start with the authentication code. The code that, if I go here, back to samples, let me log out, the code that allows me to log in. So if I go straight to autos, see if I've logged out. Right, so you'll notice that what it does when I go straight to autos is it routes me to login, and then with the next to go back to autos. So this view in autos, the /autos, has protected itself with login mixin. And so, and later we'll do login. Your login won't quite look like this, but this is the one I have on samples, where you don't have to make it pretty yet. An upcoming assignment is going to make everything pretty. So now we're at autos and we're logged in. Okay, and your application has to have some more things here, but I'm more interested in showing you really the essence of the views in this autos, right? So if we let's just review just briefly. Let's just review briefly about how the auto login works, right? So if I look at DJ free samples /settings.py, you need to have this auth plugged in, right? So that basically that's a bunch of code, some views, etc. that comes from Django, and that's been there all along when you did your start project. Of course, then somewhere in here we've got to have the autos, wherever autos is. Yeah, autos app config. You get to pull the autos app in. And if I take a look at DJ free samples /urls.py, then I can find autos here. And there needs to be some kind of a link that basically says at the top level, everything below autos is delegated to the URLs file in autos.py. But also then there is the accounts, right? And so if you recall, this is a bunch of views that comes from Django for us. It's pre-installed for us. And the thing that we've got to do is we've got to build we've got to provide this a template with the name registration.html. So I think I've got this in home/templates registration. Yes, I do. So I've got actually two logins. I've got a really simple one is login.html, and this is the one I recommend that you start with. Later we'll use the social login. And this is very simple. It's a login page. It uses the Django Forms capability. If form.errors, that means that there was a validation error and it came back and redisplayed this page and showed you an error. And then we make a simple post form with a URL that is a reverse lookup to a view with the name of login. Then we put the CSRF token in, and then we take the form, and I'm just making this with paragraph tags. And so that's a simple login. That's not the actual one that we're showing. And then the next is a hidden value that you've got to pass in so that when you actually successfully log in, it knows to come back to autos when it's all done. It comes back here after the login has been done. And so that registration/login, you can put this in any of your applications, but you want to name it registration/login.html. So if I take a look real quick and I go into home templates, these are all the templates. When I do an ls, you'll see that I have a home templates home and a home templates registration. You can have more than one folder here. And if I do look at what's in registration, you see that I've got this simple login and then later the more complex login that will give us the GitHub login capabilities. So we can log in using, what that means is log in use social. The point is underneath this templates, you don't have to just have one subfolder. You can have more than one subfolders. And so that is the necessary configuration to make it so that when we tell our views to add the login mixin, which we'll see in just a second, when we tell our views in the login to use the login mixin, then it knows where to get the template from. So that's just part of it. And your instructions tell you how to do that. So any application that you're going to build or any project you're going to build, you have to put those in settings.py, urls.py, and then make the template. And then you have to start using login mixin, and then everything just magically starts coming together. So let's take a look at the actual autos application. We'll look at a couple of different things here. Autos / URLs. And I'm going to do a I'm going to tab so I can switch back between files really fast. You probably have a better text editor than me. So I've got URLs. I'm going to take a look at the views. Nope. Autos. Views.py. Then I'm going to look at autos model.py. Models.py. And then I'm going to look at autos forms.py. And so let's sort of work through these 4 files: URLs, views, models, forms. Probably let's do models first. So this is pretty straightforward. We're going to make a make object class. It's going to have one character field with some validators in it. We kind of played with that with forms. You can put validators in models. We've previously seen validators in form, but there's a validator that basically says we're not going to accept data coming into this database table unless there's at least 2 characters. These __str, you've been doing this for a while. That basically is if you take a model object, an actual make, and you print it, it says which of the fields, in this case there's only one field, and so that just says when we're converting a model to a string, a model object to a string, we get to decide how that looks. Okay, and then we have an automobile, and it's got a nickname with a min-length validator, max length of 200, a mileage, which is an integer field, a comments, which is a 300-character field, and then a foreign key into, this is a one-to-many or many-to-one relationship, not a many-to-many, just a foreign key into make, and then we're going to do on-delete cascade, which really means if you delete a make, then the corresponding auto entries will automatically be deleted. And so this is a pretty straightforward model, actually very, very simple. And once again, we're always defining this stir__self so that we know that we're just, if you're just showing it like in the admin interface, or if you're just printing it, or just converting the model itself to a string, the field among these fields that is supposed to be used is the nickname field, just to show to end users. So that's the models file. Let's look at the forms file next. So the forms file is interesting because we've seen forms that are just forms by themselves, but this is a special kind of form in that it's a model form, in that we normally in the other models we had all these fields, right, and we put them in, and it looked a lot like a model file where we'd have a character field, a positive integer field. But what we're basically saying is, you know what, we're going to make a form here, and really all we want to do is take all the fields from the make model and make them form fields. So a form and a model are 2 different things. A form is something that goes between sort of the view and the template. And as you'll see, it also goes down into the models automatically, but you gotta, so this is just like make all the fields, right? Let's make a form, because form objects don't have to be associated with models, but in this case, we are going to sort of derive a form object from a model. And so instead of extending form, we're extending model form. So that's a model form must have, and this is just some data that says the model that we're going to pull all our fields from is the make model. And it only has one thing, which is a name. That's it. Okay, so this is auto-generating a form that if we changed it and added another field here, then this make form would automatically have a field. You can give it a list of fields, underscore, underscore, all, underscore, underscore, is like a signal to say, just give me all of them. Now there might be some internal things like created at or updated at or something that you don't want to use. So that's a form. Remember how forms work. Covered that before. Let's take a look at our URLs. Now, a lot of this looks pretty similar to things that we've done, right? We basically have a main table, which is our autos table, and our lookup table, which is our makes table. And we have sort of three things. There is the main list view, which is list all the autos. There is the main the make list view, which is list all the makes. And then we can make a new one, which doesn't have a primary key, because part of the idea is the create is making a new thing, which is going to generate a primary key. And then we're going to have a update and a delete. And so we have a read, a create, update, delete. So it's not exactly CRUD, but you see all four of these things. And so we've got views, and we name these views so that we can reference them in our views themselves and in our templates, so we can make links in between them. Okay? Okay, so these are pretty straightforward and not all that different. So the fun starts to happen when we're in the views.py. So login mixin, if you remember from the auth-z walkthrough, you just add this to a view, and it just basically says you cannot get to this view unless you're logged in, and if you aren't logged in, it will bounce to the login.html file and then bounce back after you're done. And so login required mixin is all we need to do. If you go to the auth-z sample, you'll see like I did that by hand, but you don't want to do it by hand. You just call login mixin. Now, so this main view is a list view, and so let's go take a look at what this is going to look like. This is the list view. So we're going to take however many autos we have, we're going to loop through that list, we're going to retrieve all the autos from the database, then we're going to have an add the auto link, then a view the makes link with a count of how many makes there are, and add a make. So let me also then go into autos templates, autos again, yeah, I'm sorry about that, and auto list. So this is the template that makes that. And so there's a few things that we get. We get an auto list. Now the names of these are not forced upon you, but there's conventions that turn out in a moment. They're going to look really useful. Okay, so we're going to get an auto list, and if we go back into our views, we see that we say get all of the objects from the auto table, all the auto class objects, retrieve them all, pass them in to the context as auto underscore list. Now we also want to be able to show that little count, this number 2. So we're going to ask, go ahead to the make objects all, but don't give me a list of them, count them and give me a number. So make count is stuck in there, and you'll see if make count is greater than 0, we can show the add an auto button. And it also somewhere, yeah, shows the make count, view all the makes, add a make, and the make count comes out here. So that's another thing we put in. The auto list we're going to go through, and that iteration variable of auto is going to go through each of the separate things, and nickname, make, etc. That's right straight out of the models.py file. There's the 4 things that every auto has, and we're just printing all this stuff out. You also get the primary key, and so we're going to make a update URL, and that URL is to autos auto update. So if we look in urls.py, we see this auto update looks up, this gives us a path to the view, but that particular path needs one parameter, which is a primary key, and so that means that this URL template tag Autos has to have the auto ID. But because we're looping through the models, you got one, right? So, and you do an auto create, that's pretty straightforward. But one of the rules is you have to have at least one make before you can do an auto, because if you recall, add an auto has to have this drop-down list populatable, and that's being pulled from the make table. Okay? And so that's basically the way around this. That's the main view. Now, just like I showed you before, it turns out that there are here we go. Auto create update. Yeah, that's the autos view. So, and then if we do the make view, we're doing the same kind of thing. If we go and look at the make list, we're doing the same basic kind of thing. We'll view all the makes. This is and now we got update and delete. This way you don't need a count. We just want to grab all of the objects. We want to put it in a context under make list, and then we do make list under HTML. And this is even simpler. It's just going through the make list. It comes in through the context. If there's none, we don't print this out, and then we put out the name of it, and then we have an update and a delete button that goes to the update and delete. And of course, those, if you look in urls.py, those also, the update and delete, have primary key requirements. And so you have a primary key that you got to pass in here to make that URL the proper kind of URL. And then just some links to go back to the various things so that we can, get back to autos, view makes, add a new make, cancel, all that stuff. Okay? So that is the views.py for listing the autos and the makes. Okay? Now, we want to make the make create view. Okay? So if we take a look at the make create view, that is add a make. That's going to create this form. I can make this bigger here. Create this form where you're going to put in a thing called Chevy. BY. So we need a way to make this form, right? And so we're going to make it a login required. We're not going to let folks do this. We're going to have some variables that are class wide, like what template we want to use. And success URL is after we have done this right. Now, if you just submit it and it complains, it doesn't do it. But once you've done it right, where do you want to go afterwards? So Chevy. Where do you want to go afterwards? This is a controller function. Boom. I want to go back to the auto list. And so the success URL is go to autos:all, which in urls.py is this main view. That's the name of the main view. Okay? And so if we go here, which template to use and which success URL. If we do a GET request, we're going to build a form for the make. That comes from make form, but really it comes from the make model, which is just one string field. It's simple as that, right? We're reusing this. We're just saying let's make a form that pulls from here. We have to pass a form in because models can't be used to create this kind of a screen. That screen comes from a form, okay? And so if we take a look at the template, oops. If we look at the make create template, make form. So that is, that's the template we're going to use to make form. We're going to need form as table, right? So that's from how we did forms. Put the CSRF token, you make a table, that could be as paragraphs or as tables, but whatever, you need this form object. So you need to pass the form object in. And so here we are. We're going to make a form, and then we're going to pass the form object in, and then we're going to render it self.template, autos.makeform, HTML. And then we're going to return that for the get. And then when we hit the button, the submit button,
add a make, we hit the submit button, it's going to do, it's coming into the post because we made a form post, comes in, we're going to take the, oop, don't do that, oh that's terrible, I hate it when VI does that, but here we go, we're back. Yeah. So, post comes in, request.post has all the key value pairs, which are these key value pairs as defined by the form. So we say, let's make a make form with the initial data coming in from request post. And given that the form generated it, it knows what the names of these fields are, and this is something that hides behind how forms work. But it also checks to see if the form data is valid. And that means, were all these validator rules followed? If the validator rules are not followed, if not form is valid, we're just going to send it back. And so so this code here, this if form is not valid code, if I put in a single letter, A, and hit submit, it's going to come back and re-render the form, and all that error stuff, all that stuff is all handled by this form code. This Django form code figures out what is wrong. Right, let me move this over just a little bit so I can get back to it faster. There we go. It figures out what's wrong with it, makes an error message. The error message came from models.py right here. Oh no, right here. And then went through forms.py because it is a form ultimately that we inherited from model form. Get it? And so that's cool. So that's the error condition. And otherwise we do form.save. Now the thing here is that's really super cool is because this form is a model form. It knows this, and the field names are the same as the field names in the model, and so it actually does a save on the model itself. So in a way the form contains the model data that came from the post request, and then it saves it. Okay? That saves the form. It puts it in. And then we just redirect back to the request URL. So this is pretty succinct, right? We pull in the post data. We check to see if it's bad. If it's bad, we send it back, send the form back to the exact same template we did, and then we save it if it's good, and then we pop to the success URL. That is a beautiful thing. But just like in Django all the time, this is a far wordier thing to do, even though this is super succinct. And if you did this in almost any other language, you'd be like, 75 lines of code. And here we have like 15 lines of code. But it turns out in Django, there's almost always a more succinct way to do it. We have a generic create view. You can take a look at the documentation for this generic create view. Django views generic edit. Let's just go and Google this stuff. I always just put a dot here, and this usually gets me right to, because that's the actual package and the class inside the package. Oh no, sorry. It thought that was a domain name, so the search didn't work. But now I'll just say, Django something. Look like, so at least it's going to do the search for me. Generic editing views jump to the create view. So you can read through all this stuff, right? Generic create view. Actually, let's make do I have a reference to this? So there you go. Take a look at that. Now, this, just like some of the other views that we've inherited, have a ton of functionality in them. So if I want to do an auto create, this is all it takes. Now, auto create and make create, for all intents and purposes, do the exact same thing. So what happens in auto create, because we're extending create view, we have 3 bits of metadata. We tell it which model we want to use, which fields from that model we want, and where the success URL to go is. And then this generates all this code. We inherited all that code. you'll notice that there's nothing hard-coded in here except the make form. Now, we don't even have to make a form for the auto because this code right here builds the form. And not only that, but it uses this name auto to pick the template. So if I do auto underscore form, I have to use this, right? I use this, that's my base bootstrap. Don't worry too much about that. And so it knows the name of the template that it's going to use. I don't even have to tell it which template to use in here because it derives the template. Auto underscore form.html is the template. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty awesome and cool. So it automatically finds that and the success URL. And so this is all that's needed. As a matter of fact, I could, in this make create, I could have deleted all this code from here to here, but instead just do a create view by extending create view. So I'm just showing you this because I want you to see what's really going on. But this is not how you write your code. This is how you write your code. Okay? So now I want to show you the hard way of doing an update. So what's an update? Let's take a look at the code. So let's take a look at view makes. Update is the thing that happens when we go here, and that's going to go to make update. So here's make update. Here's urls.py. It's this one. Lookup primary key update, which then if you look under here, it's going to be autos lookup one update, right? So I'm going to update the Chevy one. It has to read the old data, has to show it to you, and then let us update it, and then submit it, checking, of course, for any validation errors, and then redirecting us back to a success URL. So if we look at the views, we're going to, again, foreshadowing, there's a much easier way to do this. So we set these variables, where the success URL, which template we want, and the model, okay? And then we have a GET request, and because in the urls.py there's this int pk, we're passed in this pk value. Now, this get object or 404 is really cool, okay? So self.model, this get object 404, self.model pk equals pk. That's this parameter, but we're passing pk equals, and it's common that they're the same name, but this is a parameter to get object or 404. The second one is the parameter that was called to our get. Self.model, of course, is make, right? And get object or 404 basically checks to see if, so I'll do this update. Let's go to makes. Let's do an update. And what it's doing is it's taking this number, this 3 here, autos lookup 3 update, and it's retrieving the old data. Now, what happens if I inadvertently have a number that doesn't exist in the database, like 9,999, and I do a GET request to that one, I get page not found 404, right? And so what's happening here is somehow you say, hey, load this object and give it to me in the variable make, or just blow up and send out a 404 error, right? And so this is telling you what's going on, which view you just know make matches the given query. Now, generally, you're not supposed to hand type these. 3 works, and so it doesn't blow up. So get object or 404 is a way of loading the old data and then protecting, and using that data or just blowing up. So don't go any farther at that point. Now, then we're going to make a form and we're going to fill it with the old data. So the instance is make. So that's the object. Make a make form. Here's a make form. All the fields from the model inherit from the model make. And then pass it into the template make form.html, which we just looked at. This form comes in
That's all we need. This is very generic looking. It really doesn't care too much. It's all pretty much encoded in this form, which is derived from the model. Then, of course, we type a bunch of stuff in, blah, 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 and we hit submit. And it does exactly the same thing as the create, in that it does, well, first it has to do a get or 404 because we post to the thing that with the primary key. We load it up to make sure we have an object to update. Then we create a new make form from that database and then change it. So this is like, this is the starting data, but then it alters it to the data. So in this particular case, Chevrolet is the old value in the database, and if I say bow tie, request post will have bow tie. This will start as Chevrolet, but in this form object, then it will be bow tie. Of course, if it's not valid, we're going to return an error message right back here. And if it is valid, we're going to save it, and so this new bow tie is going to be saved in there. And so if we view our makes, we see that it's now bow tie, right? And we're going to redirect to success URL. Now, at this point, I would hope you could predict about what's going to happen next. Auto update extends update view, the generic editing view. It says which model it is, which fields you want, and where to go when it's successful. Okay? And then it does everything that's in here, right? It does everything that's in here. And literally I could go and say the exact same words for make delete, which is what happens when you go in here and you delete, and then you have a cancel. There's a there is a confirm delete, and the name of this template is not randomly chosen. It's got to be called the confirm delete, the model confirm delete, right? And there you go. You got a CSRF token. You're handed the make as an object in this, so that produces this output. There's no form in this one. There's just the make that gets loaded by object or 404, and then it passes make in and renders it, and then when the post happens, it retrieves it. If it's there, with a 404, again checking for bad data and deleting it, and then hopping off to the success URL. And it doesn't take much to guess what I'm going to do next, and that is, if you extend delete view, you get all that code for free. You just tell which model, fields, and where to go for success. And so the key thing is as you're doing your homework, I'm sure some of you are just going to like copy and paste all this stuff. That's wrong. This make create, the make update, and the make delete should be as short as auto create, auto update, and auto delete, because you're going to do this a lot, right? You're going to do these generic editing views a lot, and we're going to do CRUD over and over and over again, and you really do not want to write 15 lines of code. That's unnecessary repetition, unnecessary cutting and pasting and changing code, if you can keep it really simple. So I can basically build a full set of CRUD forms and CRUD functionality with validation for a model with this kind of code. And then I don't even have to have a forms.py, I just have a models.py. So if you're doing your autos, you kind of would think, I made a mistake if I'm making a forms.py. Because if I just use this views.py this way, instead of making all of them look like make update, then you're going to save yourself a lot of time and energy. And when you have to modify these things, it's a lot easier to find all the changes and then modify them. So that is a walkthrough of the sample code for autos. And you're going to do an assignment on this, but don't just copy everything. I set this up so that the time you spend understanding what's going on, particularly in the views, right? URLs you'll probably just copy. Models you just copy. The URLs you'll just copy. But the views, don't just copy it. Figure out what's really going on and come up with the easier and more succinct way to do all this stuff.
okay? Because Django is starting to look really beautiful at this point. So I hope you found this helpful. Cheers. Hello, and welcome to yet another installment of our Internet History, Technology, Security, and Python for Everybody office hours. We're here in The Hague in the Netherlands, and I'd like you to meet some of your fellow students. So here we go. So say your name, say hi, and if you have any message or whatever.
I'm Wasim, and I'm interested in Python and a big fan of Dr. Charles. Yeah.
Hey.
Hi, my name is Wael. I just started learning Python. I'm so excited to learn more and more about Python.
Hi, I'm Boudewijn and I'm also excited about Python. And thanks, Mr. Severance.
My name is Ruud. Dr. Chuck is the best.
No, you're the best.
Hello, I'm Eva and I'm happy to meet Dr. Chuck.
Hi, I'm Jesus and I'm super happy to be here with Dr. Chuck.
Hi, I'm Jane and Dr. Chuck helped me breeze through Python, so it's awesome.
Good.
Hi, I'm Martin and I'm learning Python from Dr. Chuck and I love it too.
Hello, my name is Victor. I'm very excited to be here with Professor Chuck and I really want to thank him and Coursera because thanks to them now I'm programming and I really like that programming stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Catalina and I really love this course.
So let's give a quick round of applause for Catalina for setting this up and arranging this. Okay. So thank you.
No, thank you.
This is the first time that someone on Twitter has ever tweeted me back and said, I'll set that up for you.
Yeah.
So appreciate
Happy
that.
to do it.
Hello, I'm Giorgio. I follow some of the courses of Dr. Chuck. And you should do the same.
Hi, I'm Tim. I took some of the courses of Dr. Chuck and I finally got the opportunity to meet him.
Hi, I'm Stefan and I'm following the Python course from Dr. Chuck and I'm loving to meet him. It's very nice. Thank you.
Oh, my name is Rob. I'm following the Python course and it's good to see Dr. Chuck again.
You have an interesting story about how Coursera affected your employment.
Yes, I took a lot of courses on Coursera and edX and now finally I got a job.
Congratulations. They'll be happy to hear that.
Hello, my name is Arif and thank you for making this happen, that I see other people's to have the same interest, basically. Appreciate it, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Irina and this course gave me a lot of self-confidence, so thank you.
You're very welcome. So, again, a very large, oops, there I covered my own thing. A very large group of folks. It's been kind of chilly here. It's the first day of spring here in Holland. I even saw some tulips coming up, but we're all wearing gloves because we were too big to fit inside. And then we sat here for a whole hour until we realized that there were heaters. And we didn't turn the heaters on, so we're working on how to turn the heaters on. So the next place I think that I might see you is Estonia. This is the next Coursera office hours will be in Estonia. So we'll see you there. Cheers. Hello and welcome to our lecture on data modeling. We're going to have a couple lectures on data modeling. This first one is sort of the one-to-many, which is the easiest to understand, and then we'll have another lecture on many-to-many. Just to give you sort of, we're still sort of building a Django application one piece at a time, and we haven't built a whole Django application. But basically, we're really focused on model.py and a little bit more on admin to inform. So model.py is where we define the structure of our database, and we see this database through data models, data model objects. And we can register our data models in admin.py. There's not too much in this admin.py. But so we're going to be talking to things like the shell, or you can even run scripts in here. So the whole thing in this lecture, we're not talking much about the routing or the views or forms or templates. So we're really focused down in this area of our Django application. And it's okay, we'll get to the rest of them. And we're just kind of talking about the data modeling now. So I came to databases late in life. I saw them a little bit in grad school, which is a very long time ago, and I didn't like relational databases much, and I went to a job, and I had to learn relational databases for the job, and luckily I actually was pretty advanced programmer at that point in time, and so they taught me how to do data model design, and I picked it up really fast, and I like totally fell in love with databases. And so model design is a interesting problem to solve. The basic idea really comes down to efficiency of storing and retrieving data. And it just comes down to, like, if you build an online application like Facebook, and if you're not clever about how to store your data, and somehow every time you logged into Facebook you had to read all of Facebook's data to find you log in, it would really literally take you 2,000 to 3,000 hours to log into Facebook if it had to read all of its data. Now obviously millions of people log in per second in Facebook, and so obviously they're a little faster than that. So somewhere between, you know, days and days and days to read the data, and can read the data a million times a second, in there is where databases win. And so at times it seems like when we're building a data model, you're like, oh, this is so difficult, why are we working so hard? And the answer is you just can't scale. I mean, you can read through your data for simple data mining things, but databases are really important, and especially when you're building interactive online applications, speed's important. So it turns out that, like most things in database, you can learn the basics pretty quick, and the rest of it is sort of an art form that you learn as you go. And so the goal is to figure out the data that you want to store in your application, and then draw a picture spreading that data across multiple tables and then creating links between those tables. So you kind of start with a sample data set. Now this is where we're going to end up, and this is the model for the data for this local library application that we're building, and this is the thing we're going to keep coming back to over and over. So this is the destination, but we're not going to hit this destination. We're going to start more with the data. Now different applications, when you work at different organizations, you're going to find that the data model is very important. So this is the data model of my autograder, which is based on a framework I built called Sugi. And so if you were to learn this thing, early on I say, oh, and here's our data model, and here's how we store stuff, and here's this, that, and the other thing. And this data model took a lot of time to get right, and it's a real important part of the application. And another project I work on is called Sakai. It's a learning management system that's open source. And you know, this is a tiny fraction of the data model, but if you want to work in this application, you want to improve something or add a feature, you got to figure out this data model, because where the data goes, it shows up kind of flat in the user interface, but eventually it's stored in very specific locations and linked. And that's why you see all these little boxes, but then lines. The lines are also the links between the various tables. So there's a whole bunch of theory about database normalization, and it's important. It really is. And if you take some time, go ahead and read about it. First normal form, second normal form, third normal form, version A and stuff. I'm not really into the math. I don't really want to explain the math to you. The key thing about database normalization, ultimately, that it can be sort of distilled down to: don't replicate string data. And what I mean by string data is like names and URLs and things like that. So in a system, ultimately, if my email address is stored in text in that system, it literally should be stored once. There should be no email address, email address, email address. What you need is to have the email address one place, and then kind of give that email address a number, and all the places you want to indicate about that email address, you use the number. And so these integer numbers are the key. So we create keys, which are the lookup handles, and then we point to those keys. And we use integers to make links between the tables, because integers are fast. They're the thing that computers understand better. Computers understand and move integers around. They use less data, they calculate, they compare really fast. And so integers are very important. So up next, we're going to take a look at some example data, and then we're going to design a data model for that data. So now let's design a data model. Usually you start out with a user interface that, if we're going to build an application, you're going to end up with a user interface. In this, I'm not going to really start with a user interface. I'm going to start with like a spreadsheet view. And if you've ever done something like tried to organize your music collection with a spreadsheet, or a video collection with a spreadsheet, or, you know, you find that spreadsheets are super convenient because you can scroll around and do stuff. And you know, you've learned SQL, you know you can go into various cells with SQL, rows and columns, and update and do all this stuff. But you find that after a while, you start repeating yourself in spreadsheets, and you find it's really difficult because it's really easy when you're putting data in to copy, paste, 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 and put the same stuff in. But then what if you want to change it? And this is where this vertical replication, or the replication of data in multiple places, is very bad. So here's kind of an exploded table view of that same data. And it's okay. This is the data that we've got to do. And so if we look at the use cases of our application, what we see is there's a series of books. Like in this course, Wisdom of Crowds is a book, Introduction to Networking. These are all books coming down here, Unlocking the Clubhouse. So the first column is titles of books. The second column is the ISBN. And then we are sort of keeping track, because we're a library, and so we might have more than one book, and we're going to call those the book instance. So instance 1, instance 2, instance 3. Each book, each physical actual book, so that you might have no physical books actually, or you might have one physical book or 5 physical books, and each physical book might be checked out and have a due date. And so we have a status. And then we have something like, say, the language of the book, or the genre of the book, or who wrote the book, right? And so that's kind of the data we're going to represent in this application. Now, when you're looking at this, the first thing you do is you go like, anything where you've got vertical replication is a problem. And so you've got to be careful, so you look for vertical replication. And the places that are problematic in this table view of all of our data, like the status, the language, the genre, you see the word think, 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 think. Those are strings, right? They're not numbers. Okay, Wisdom of Crowds, Wisdom of Crowds, Wisdom of Crowds. And the problem here with Wisdom of Crowds is that there are 3 instances of the book, but then because we've got this all in one row, one table with just a bunch of columns and not multiple tables, well, we have to replicate the name Wisdom of Crowds 3 times so that we can represent the 3 instances. The same is true about the English language and the genre and the author name, right? These are the same authors. Okay, so this vertical replication is your first clue that says that you've got to come up with a smarter data model than just this. And so the idea is you're not allowed to put something like the string EN, English, in more than once in your whole database. So what you have to do is you have to split this all out. Somehow you have to remove duplication by making a language table, a book table, and an instance table. And so in the book table you only put Wisdom of Crowds once, and you only put the English language in once, and Spanish in once. But then the problem is, okay, somehow we've taken this data, moved it from one big long bunch of columns to 3 tables with sets of columns. But we still have to represent all the original data that we were working with before. We have to represent all that stuff. And so this is where we have to be able to make connections. And this is the essence of relational databases, and that is they don't replicate data, but they make connections from one data item to another data item. And so what we're going to do here is, in the case of the Wisdom of Crowds, we are going to have 3 book instances, but somehow they all point to one book in the book table, right? And so we have 2 books that point to the English language, and one points to the Spanish language. Now this seems like, wow, that wasn't such a big deal, but when you do millions of records, it actually matters. It's the string data that gets you in trouble and requires far more scanning and far more storage. And another thing that happens is when you follow this rule of only one copy, well, what if we wanted to turn this to uppercase EN or something? That means as long as the data is linked rather than replicated, that means you're only changing one copy. Okay? So the replication has a performance advantage, has a storage advantage, and it has a modifiability advantage when there's only one place. If we mistakenly misspelled the title of Wisdom of Crowds, it's easy, we fix it. It's not in these other tables. Whereas if we misspelled the Wisdom of Crowds here, we have to go find on the top one where it's just all one big long spreadsheet. We got to go and like do a search and replace. But what if that's in a different column? And so the idea of getting to the point where we have unique rows and we connect those rows. Now, I haven't told you much about how this magically works. I just said we can draw some arrows. And so by drawing those arrows, we got to show you how those arrows get drawn, because that's really important. So this is how you start drawing the picture of your database. And so the kind of relationship we're going to have between tables is like a many to one. So when we say many to one, what we're saying is that there is one English language entry and then there are many books that go to it. So that's a many to one relationship. So it could be just one, but it's many. And if we look at the data model that we see from the Django example from the Mozilla Developer Network, we can look at this and we can see here, right? This connection between the book table and the language table has two ends to it, and it has a direction to it. And one end says 0 ... and the other end says 1. So this is many. 0 ... means a number between 0 and infinity, including 0, which means it's possible for a book not to have a language. We call that null in database concept. So there's a book with no language, or many books can have one language. So there's one language, English, and there is as many books as we want, including potentially 0 books, right? So we might have a language that has no books in our library with that language, and that's okay. So in this one, between book and language, it's okay to have 0. So 0 through infinity on the book side of the relationship and 1 on the language side of the relationship. If then we look at the relationship between the book and the book instance, now remember what the book instance purpose is to record the fact that we have multiple the actual physical copies of the books that we have. And so we might have multiple copies. And so if you look at this, it's pretty much the same in that there is any number of book instances from 0 until infinity. And you could have a book in your book table for which you didn't actually own a physical copy, and that'd be okay. We would know things like what its author was, what its genre was, etc. And then we would buy a copy of said book, and we'd add a copy to the instance table, and then we'd link that into that book. So again, you can have 0 book instances, 0 through infinity book instances mapped to a single book entry. Okay, and so this little legend, 0 to infinity to 1, is how we read this table. And you will see database tables that have different syntaxes, but they all are capturing the same thing, and that's the cardinality, or the number of things at each end of the arrow. So up next, we're going to show you how to actually physically store this information in the database. So far, I've been just sort of saying, and there's an arrow, but we have to have a way to actually store it in the database. So now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how we can represent links in a database. And so up till now I've just been drawing arrows and just assuming that you know how to do them. And so here's some arrows, right? We got some book instance rows that can somehow magically connect to some book rows, and some book rows that can magically connect to a language row. And so there's a way that we do this, and we put what we call a key column in every one of our tables. Key column. We call this the primary key. We often call the name of the column the ID. There's a way in the database to make it what's called auto increment and primary key, and index it so it's really fast. And so that then becomes the handle. The primary keys are like the destination endpoint of the arrows, right? So that's how we say the English becomes language number 1, and Wisdom of Crowds is book number 1, and Introduction to Networking is book number 2. And so the ID is something that we then can use throughout the rest of the system. Integer replication is not a problem. Okay? And so then what we do is we put columns in that we call foreign keys, right? And so those foreign keys are the starting point of the arrows, right? So book underscore ID. Now by convention, we name these by the name of the table followed by an underscore followed by the word ID. These are called foreign keys. Foreign keys. And so by having a foreign key everywhere we need to start an arrow and a primary key everywhere we need to end an arrow, now really we pretty much put primary keys on every table so that every row of every table has a primary key. Now in this example, I've just got one foreign key per table, but you can have more than one foreign key per table. There could be another column here that points off to another table. But that's it. That's how we do it. We just simply add these integer numbers and then we kind of maintain them and put them all together. So like I said, the primary key is that column that we add, and that is our handle for the rows. And then the foreign key is the column that we add to a table so that we can point to something. So basically, once we create these foreign key columns and the primary key columns, we start being able to build, using these links, we can build the links that replicate the data model that ends up being our picture. Okay? And so that's how they work. Up next, we're going to talk about how we represent these links in Django. So we've talked about how we reduce replication by moving data from sort of one table with too many columns into multiple tables, and then make links with primary keys and foreign keys. But we're really not going to operate at that level because this is a Django class and we're going to do this in Django. And so we use data models in models.py to do this. And so a lot of the model field types are characters or numbers or dates or long text fields, etc. But some of them are special and used in this one-to-many, foreign key, many-to-many fields. These are the fields that we use to do the linking in our Django data model. And so we'll take a look at how these all work. So if we have our book instance that links to our book table and then our book table that links to the language table, we end up with special little lines in our models. So most of this is pretty familiar. We got a language, it's got a name. Now one thing about Django is it automatically adds the ID field, and that's kind of nice. So you just assume that everything inside of a data model, every one of these three tables are going to have ID fields. And we don't even talk about the name of the foreign keys, even though Django names them the way I just showed you with the lang_ID. We have just a regular old thing, so lang is suitable as a destination for a link because it has an ID column automatically added by Django every time. The book table has an ID column, so it's suitable for the destination of a link, but then title and ISBN are there. And then there's this language, and that's the first one. And so this is where we're actually modeling the need to have links between the book table and the language table. So we're starting at the from, or the start of the arrow, and we're saying we need to have a language. But the language is not a string, it's not a number, it is a foreign key. And it's a foreign key into the table called lang, and this table called lang matches that table. And then we have a couple things. I'll talk about onDelete in a second, and then null equals true is whether or not it's required. And so what it's saying when null is true is we're allowing emptiness. So that means it's possible to have a record in the book table that doesn't have a language. And so that's what we're saying when we're saying null equals true. The instance table points to a book. It's a foreign key to the book model, and it has a do back. Now the status was in there, and so I sort of shortened it a little bit, but we have a foreign key that points into it. And so again, we're defining where we have the beginnings of the arrows because the ends of the arrows is kind of implicit. Django gives us sort of the primary keys for each row in these models automatically without us having to say it. But you can put it in a Django model if you want to override the name of it, but if you just want a column called ID, which everybody pretty much does, you just leave it out and Django puts it in for you automatically. Okay? And so again, you see this from the point of view of the data model where we have the arrow between book and language, that's a many-to-one, and then a book instance to the book is a many-to-one as well. And so those foreign key links represent the arrows in this data model. Now, just to sort of review, you might have done already some of these migrations. So once you edit these data models and you get them right, you have to do a two-step process to get them so that your database reflects these models. The first one is you have to make migrations. And so the way the make migrations works is it looks through all of the applications that are registered in your settings.py, and for every one, it checks to see if the data model has changed since the last run of make migrations. So make migrations actually creates files in your application based on the models.py. And it's a series of files. Like 001 here, that's the first one. There might, if we changed it and then run make migrations again, there'd be an 002. And what it would do is the 002 is evolution beyond the 001. Now the migrations are portable, okay, in that they're not specific to the MySQL database, the SQLite database, etc. Now the migrate reads those migrations and then updates the actual tables in the database. And so the migrate is mapping the portable representation of what's supposed to be in the database into the actual physical representation in the database. Now you'll notice if you run these both twice, once they work, they'll say no changes detected, because in the case of the make migrations, it looks at your models and then looks at what's in the migrations already and says it's a perfect match. And then in the migrate, it looks at what's in the migrations and what's in the database table, and it says everything's there, everything's been done. So this can be confusing, because in my documentation I'll say run a make migrations and you say no changes detected. Now there's another reason why you might get no changes detected, and that is that you have to add it to the settings.py file before you can, it's going to be detected. So you might have edited a model.py file and changed it, but if it's not, the application is not in the settings.py, then it won't be detected. So the make migrations is reading through all the applications listed in the settings.py, checking for differences, deviations between models.py and the migrations. It might be a little easier just to show you these things. Well, that's coming up. I'll show you those in a second. If we look at what the migrate does, the migrate creates the SQLite file. And so we can take a look at this file. You don't have to, but you can take a look at this file after you've run the migrate. And you see so I have a tables book 1%. That's actually a wildcard, because the like statement, that's like the like statement in SQL. So that says, show me all the tables that start with book 1. And you see that there's 3 of them, book 1 underscore book, book 1 underscore instance, and book 1 underscore lang. Book 1 is the application, because Django has project and then applications within project, and book 1 is the application that we're doing. And then instance, book, and lang are the 3 models that we've specified in our database, in our models.py. So if we take a look using the schema command of book 1, we can see how the migrate statement produced the table. And so we created a book 1 underscore book. It has ID, auto increment, all that stuff from the SQL stuff. It's got a title, it's got ISBN, and then it's got this lang ID. That's the foreign key. So it's actually building the foreign key the right way. Now in SQLite, there's one way of building foreign keys. In MySQL, there's a different way of building foreign keys. And so that's all something that the migrate operation understands how to build. And if you look at the language, you just see that there's an ID column that's automatically produced, and then a name. And then if you look at the instance, you see an ID and a dude back, which is date. And then you see the book ID, which is the foreign key into the book table. And so you can kind of see how these tables implement the links as described in the picture. Now, I was telling you that about this on delete. So the problem is what happens when you have a row in one table, like in the book table, that's pointing to a row in a language table, and you got records that are pointing there. So you've got 2 books that are pointing to English in this situation, and then you delete the English row. What happens to the rows? And there's a couple of different things that you can do, but the 2 common things is cascade, and what cascade says is that you're going to delete all the rows. If you delete those rows, you're going to delete all the rows that have the matching language ID. And set null basically instead says, oh, that's okay, we're just going to wipe out these and make them null. And in this in this language, if we delete a language from the language table, we probably just want to set it to be null. Okay, and so if you look, you'll see that the relationship between the book and the language, which is right here, if we delete one of these things, we set it to null. we set the corresponding language to null. We just throw away these links in a sense, and that's okay, because books are allowed to not have languages. Okay, and so languages are allowed to be null. Null equals true. Languages are allowed to be null. But if, on the other hand, we get rid of a book from our books table, then we probably want to wipe out all of the instances that are related to that book. And so that's why we in here say on delete cascade in the book foreign key entry. And we don't say null equals true. And so set null requires you to be able to say null equals true. So you have to say, I am willing to allow nulls in this column. Oh, and by the way, if the thing that this column points to is deleted, then set it to null, which means don't delete the row. Cascade means if the thing we're pointing to is deleted, then delete this row, because we don't want inconsistent data. We don't want those little things pointing off to absolutely nowhere and making absolutely no sense. So up next, I want to go into a little more detail on models, migrations, and databases and how they work at a bit of a low level. So now we're going to take a look at the kind of Python code we can write to manipulate these data models. So to do this, we're going to use what I call the Django shell. Now the Django shell looks a lot like the Python shell, except that there's a whole bunch of stuff preloaded. You can't just run Python 3 in interactive mode. You see the chevron prompt. On Linux you see a bracket prompt. It's the same shell, but in the Django shell, what happens is actually reads the settings.py and goes and finds all the applications in settings.py and preloads the applications and then gives you a shell. So it's like there's a bunch of things that happen that's not just a shell that are done before you're in the shell. And this statement of from book 1 models import book lang instance, that wouldn't work if you just ran the Python shell by itself. That's because the book 1 application was loaded by Python 3 manage.py shell. After that, you've got all these things preloaded, but then you can pretty much run any Python that you want that messes with all of your Django classes and objects, etc., etc. So let's take a look at the kinds of things that we can do. So if you remember, our data model was named lang for language. And so we can create a new object in memory with lang parenthesis name equals quote en quote. And that basically says give me a new language object and set the parameter, the attribute name to be en. And give that to me back in a variable. That's an object-oriented constructor. We're constructing an object. Now that doesn't store it in the database. That simply creates it in memory and gives it back. So it's a Python object with an attribute. It knows it's a language. Now the save method, z.save, that is the thing that says, you know what, I've got this thing in memory, please persist it to the database. Write it, transmit it to the database, and come back. Now what's cool about that is this ID column, that's been set at that moment. So we can say, what ID did we get? So remember how every row that we put in a model gets an ID value, and we're going to use that ID value as the handle to point to. So this is the primary key, which is the way we point to a row in a table. So then what we can do is we can make a book, right? So we made a language, and we know what its ID is. Now we're going to make a book, and it's got like a title and an ISBN. And what we do is we say, and the language is Z. Now Z there is that variable. Now we don't use the ID. Django knows all about how IDs work, and so it knows when you're saying lang equals Z that it's going to make a lang ID and put the ID of the language row in. Foreign key, all that stuff's just done. You just have to have a variable that has an ID value and pass that in. So what that's doing is that is making a book and then connecting it to a lang, right? Now that's also not saved until you save the book. The book is now transmitted to the database. It has a foreign key in it. It gets its own primary key, so it's primary. It's the first book that we've inserted, so its primary key x.id is 1. And then we can make an instance, and the instance needs a due back, which is a date, and then it needs which book it is, and we use that variable x to indicate which book that we're talking about. So that's just creating a link from the book instance in memory that we get back in the variable a. It's a book instance that points to the book it's in the variable x, which is py free, ISBN 42. And then we save that, and that has an ID. So now we have created a language record, then we created a book record that linked to the language record, and then we created a book instance record that linked to the book record. Okay, and so that is, you know, this whole linking thing, right? So these are the pointers, and what Django's doing in this situation is Django's trying to hide from us the whole idea of the foreign keys and the primary keys. Other than me asking what the ID is, it's not really something you have to do. So all those asking for the IDs aren't necessary. You just say, look, I have a book and its language is this thing. I don't know what its ID is. You should please make me a column and do all this magic stuff. So much of the bookkeeping of these one-to-many relationships or foreign key relationships in general in Django is just done automatically. Now, we can retrieve these and we can sort of walk down these things, walk through these things. So here we are again in samples, and we run the shell and we import our models, and we can say book.objects, and book is a class from our models. It's book1.models.book, and then a lot of the methods that we talk to inside of these classes are under the attribute .objects, which is, you could think of it as all of the rows in a sense, or all the objects in this model, all the rows in the table that lives there. Book objects, and then get is like, which one do you want? Get pk equals 1. Pk means primary key. I don't know, I think it would make more sense if we called this ID, but ID is the name of the column of the primary key is really just kind of a convention that's done 98% of the time. It's not required, it's not the truth, but it's so common that it might as well be. But pk really means primary key, which 9 out of 10 times is the column ID. So we're loading from the books table, we're pulling that in, and we're getting the row number 1 from the books table. So if you say what the title is, well, the title of that is PY for E. Now, there's a title, but then there's lang. Lang is that foreign key that points to the language. And so we can say x.lang, that is the entire language row, but x.lang.name is within that row, it's the name column. So we sort of walk down the little arrow and grab one of the elements out of that. So it's like walking from a book to the corresponding language row and then pulling the name out of that corresponding language row. So I think that's a really pretty syntax, and it starts to make sense after a while. You walk through the little arrows. And this is why the picture of the data model is so absolutely important. Oops. And then, and so now we're going to go grab the book instance number 1, the first row of the book instance table. So instance.objects get pk equals 1. That says give me that first row, give it back to me in the variable y. What is the do back of this one? And then you can sort of walk it. You can say I'm at a book instance and I want to follow the foreign key to the book table to get me a book and then give me the title of that book, right? So from a book instance you can walk to the book table and then get the title of the book, and then we get PY for E. So you see this sort of starting from one row, walking to the corresponding row that's pointed to by this relationship, and that's the essence of this. We're going to do this a whole bunch. By the time we come back to this will all seem pretty straightforward. So we've been working with the Django shell and typing commands in to insert records and populate fields and create the both sides of many-to-many and then link them together. And so some applications that we're going to build, you're going to put up your super social ride-sharing thing that you just built, and people are going to start filling it with data. But other times you're actually building a website for which the data is already known. You might actually be reading a bunch of data and putting it into a database from some source. Maybe it's an API, maybe you're scraping or whatever. And so you have some source of data and you want to put it into the database. And you don't want to put it in by hand. And so we're going to talk a little bit how you can write a script to load data into your Django database, into your Django models, after you've defined those Django models. And so we're going to actually take some CSV data, we're going to read it from a file, and it's just comma separated values, and we're going to use the the course person membership model from before, and we're going to say basically here's a person with their email address, their role, which is instructor or learner, and then the course that they're in. And what we're going to do is we're going to write a script to read through all those things and then insert and populate. Because you gotta, when you're making a many-to-many, you gotta like put both sides in and then connect it together. And so the code will be in DJ Free Samples scripts manyload.py. That's the code to load it, to read this file, and then create it, put it into DB-SQLite, informed by the data model in the many-to-many example that I gave you with the course stuff. Okay, so that's what this is. Now, running scripts is part of a feature of Django called the Django extensions. Now, if you've already done this through when you installed DJ Free Samples and you ran pip3-r requirements.txt, you already put this in, but it doesn't hurt to go into your virtual environment and type pip3 install Django extensions and make sure it's already there, because if it's not already there, then it will get installed. Otherwise, this whole script thing won't work, right? After you install it, you do have to put a little link into your settings.py. That's Django _ extensions in your installed apps. And there's documentation on how all to do this. So that's the first thing you've got to do. Once you've installed it with pip, you have to pull it into your Django application. So when Django first loads up, which is python3 manage.py, at that point that says pull this in, pull all these other things in. All your apps, your extensions, the Django features you need, etc., etc., etc. And that's in the project settings.py file. So Django extensions won't work if you don't put it in this file. Now, if you're running on Python Anywhere, of course, after you edit this file, you gotta reset your web. But I think you probably figured that out by now. We wouldn't have got this far if you weren't resetting your web server on Python Anywhere. The next thing you do is within your Django project file, you make a scripts folder. And you put this file, empty file, touch is the Unix command to create an empty file, scripts / __init __.py. This is just kind of a thing you do. And what it is an indication as Python is reading through these folders to say this folder contains modules that are suitable for importing. And that's just a signal, and I think later versions of Python make this less important, but we've always put this in. So if you're going to put like classes that are intended to be imported into some other application, we always put this empty file __init init_.py. So touch says make an empty file of this name.
So let's take a look at our files inside of the DJ Free Samples folder. So I am currently in the DJ Free Samples folder, and it's the main folder. The settings are in DJ Free Samples. We're also in the same folder as the manage.py because we're going to be running commands, the manage.py commands. We're all playing with the folders cats and in the scripts. So the cats is where we have the models. Cats models.py. So we have two models. We have a cat model that has two normal fields. One's a nickname field that's up to 200 characters. The weight field is a floating point number. And then the breed is a foreign key into the breed model. And the breed model, other than its indexes, and I mean its primary key, has one field called its name. And of course, you want to have run your migrations. You probably already did this. No more migrations to run. If you run a migrate, it'll say I'm all taken care of. Because these were here when you first checked this out. So the migrations, yeah, so we're good now. So the data is in a file called cats/meow.csv. And comma separation, it's got a heading at the top, name, breed, weight. We're going to skip that in a second. And then you've got the cat's name, the breed,
and the weight. Now the key problem here is from data modeling. We've got some vertical replication, Manx, tabby, Sphinx. So we can't create a whole bunch of breeds. We can't just put these in as strings. So we're going to create a many-to-one relationship, and the breed is going to be in a table. Yeah, cats. Back to the model. All right, we're going to put each breed is going to go in uniquely, and then we're going to get a primary key for that breed. And then when we insert each cat, we're going to reference or point to using a foreign key. Point to that breed. So let's take a look at the scripts. Now, just the way this works is you've got to put these scripts in a separate folder. And the reason is so that this import statement works. So that has to. So there's a whole bunch of stuff to load Python up, but then load your Django application up as well. And once your Django application is loaded, then this cats models exists, and we can import the breed. And if we look through the code, we're going to open the file cat/meow.csv that we just looked at. We're going to use a CSV reader. Now you could do this with a split and commas if you really wanted to, but we are going to skip past that header. Remember the header, this was the first line. I'm going to skip past that. And so we can run this over and over again. We're going to just call cat objects all delete, and same for breed, to get rid of any data we put in, because it lets us run this over and over and over again. And so now we've read the first line, so we're going to start the second line, and then we can just iterate through the remainder of the CSV reader. I'll print the row out. In this line here that says B created equals breed objects getter create name equals row 1. So the first thing is this row 1 is going to be, in this case, Sphinx for the first one, and then Burmese for the second one, and Manx. So this is a pretty cool, this getter create method is a pretty cool thing. It's saying if there is a breed with a name of Sphinx, get it for me. If it is not, make it for me, and then get it for me. And that whether it's created or retrieved, it comes in this variable B, and created is just if you want, it returns a true or a false as to whether it was newly created. Sometimes your code is more sophisticated and wants to know if it's the first one. So then we have to create a cat object. And let's just take a look via cat/models.py to recall that the breed has a single variable, a single field name, and cat has nickname, breed, and weight. But breed is a foreign key. It's this special kind of thing. And so what we're going to do is we've got a breed object, in that was created with, in this first line, Sphinx. And then we're going to make a cat object. And the row sub0, which is, in this case, Abby, is the nickname. The breed is a reference to the breed object, which is in this variable B. So breed is the field inside of the model, inside of the cat model, and then B is the actual row that it's pointing to. So that's a real live saved row in the variable B. And then weight is the third column, which is in this case 6.4. And you know that just by calling the cat constructor, we do not actually store it, but you call it to call c.save. And then this loop goes round and round through all the readers, and eventually it creates all these things. So let's go ahead and run this. Python 3 managed py run script. Cats load, I think. Hopefully I got it right. Oh, yeah, maybe I should put a T in there. There we go. And so it's successfully loaded. This is just printing as the rows are read, but it's all loaded in. Now, we can verify this by saying SQLite 3 db.sqlite. That's a database. Now, I got to be in the right folder for this to work. And I can say .tables to see what the tables are. So we're kind of going down into SQL, and you can see the cat's breed and the cat's cat. So I'll say select star from cats underscore breed. And these are the breeds. And they're the primary keys. So Sphinx is 26, Burmese, Manx, and you'll see we've only put them in once. And then I'm going to say select star from the cat's cat, limit 10. And so we've got Abby with a weight of 6.4 and a breed of 26. So Abby is a Sphinx, right? And then Annie with a weight of 7.6 has a breed key of 27. And so there you go. And so now you see that you've built those. If we say select count star from cat's breed, there was only 6. And if we do that same thing for cat's cat, we have 104. And so there you go. This is a simple way of running a script and reading some stuff, and this get or create is a wonderful way to allow yourself to do many-to-one relationships and make sure that you're not doing vertical replication in a column. So the get or create is kind of really doing almost all the work for us with the vertical replication.
So, hello everybody. We are in Portland, Oregon with yet another installment of the Office Hours. We're going to have 2 in... Oh wait, where? Oregon. What did I say? Oregon. Oh, I just spelled... so at least I'm in the right state. Oregon? Yeah. Oregon. Portland, Oregon. Like in. Okay, so Portland, Oregon. At a very busy street. And we had yet another successful Office Hours here. And I want, as usual, to meet the rest of the folks in the class. So here we go. So just say hi, your name, and anything you want to say to the rest of the class.
Yeah, hi, my name is Arvind. I signed up for several online courses, and this Python course is the first one I ever completed, all 4 parts of it. So.
Me too.
And thanks to the great instructor.
Oh, well. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Scott, and I'm in course 2 of Python for Informatics.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, my name is Ali Reza, and I'm just seeing Dr. Chuck more than I see my child in the past 4 months.
Sounds like you worked pretty hard.
Yeah, and I just finished Python, I have data access, data structure, and very good job.
Well,
Dr.
welcome
Chuck.
to the
Thank
course.
you.
Welcome to the course.
Hi, my name's Paul. I have a 17-year-old son whose name is also Paul, and we're using Coursera to learn Python together as a father-son project.
So is he a high school student?
He is a high school student,
Yeah.
and he's doing very well. So for me, it's a hobby, and for him, it's to gain some skills that he can use later in life.
Yeah, my dream is eventually for this to be in every high school, right? I mean, that's what I want, but it's a hard thing.
Hard thing to do.
Yeah.
But it's in our home.
Yeah, good.
Hey,
Hi.
I'm Maddie. I'm an organismal bio major from Pitzer College, but I'm pumped to learn Python.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Margaret, and I'm actually vacationing here from Tennessee. And Python was the introduction to programming that I've always been meaning to do.
Great.
Hi, I'm Diane. I'm in the 4th class of the series, and I'll be doing the capstone this summer. And
Cool.
It's fun.
Yeah, the capstone's the easiest class of all.
Oh, good.
Don't tell anybody that.
Hi, I'm Alejandro. I took the amazing internet history class 3 years ago when I live in Havana, Cuba.
Where do you live?
Havana, Cuba.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in Cuba, Cuban Island.
Excellent.
Yeah, so thanks to Dr. Chuck for the amazing class.
Cool.
Hi, my name's Andrew. I got into Coursera with my coworker Nathan, who could not be here today because he was working.
Well, there you go. But Nathan's kind of sort of photobombing virtually now.
Yeah, he's virtually photobombing, so...
Do you have a picture of Nathan?
No, I don't.
That'd be cool. You could put him up.
It was right next to my heart, but I left it at work.
Yeah.
Thanks to Dr. Chuck for all the great work he's put in.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Herb. I took Internet History, Technology, and Security a long time ago, and then became a community teaching assistant, and now I'm a mentor, and I've been with the course for a long time and really enjoy helping students.
So Herb is like one of less than 10 mentors. Okay, you can film it. So Herb's like one of less than 10 mentors. works ceaselessly to help all the students and gets paid absolutely nothing. And so one of the things I like to do is come to cities where the mentors live and buy them dinner. It's a small compensation for like 3 years of hard work is one free meal is what you get for that. But without mentors like Herb, these classes really would not be alive, and they'd be asleep, and the best lecture videos and the best assignments and the best quizzes do absolutely nothing without human beings. Because learning's a human thing. It's not information, it's a human thing. And people like Herb keep these things alive even when I'm long gone, after the lectures are all done, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So thank you,
Herb. So let's get a round of applause for the awesome Herb. Okay, so we got random, we got random people that like Herb. Yes, oh, of course, a chemist.
I am Maureen, I'm a chemist, and basically I took this class so that I could pull data in an automated fashion and create graphs every week and not do it manually in Excel.
Cool. So, okay, so here we are. That's it, and the next office hours is less than 24 hours from now up in Seattle. And after that, and you're all invited to the office hours after that in Bletchley Park, England. So if you're going to England for vacation, you can come to office hours. So, cheers.
Hello and welcome to our lecture on owned rows in Django. So what do I mean by an owned row? Well, up to now, every CRUD application that you've written, you got a table or a model or two. Maybe they're connected, but basically if you log in, you can edit every row. And so if you do a list, you see an update and delete button on every row. Real applications don't work that way. If you're building a classified ad system, some ads belong to you and some ads belong to other people. You can see them all, but you can't edit them all. So you have to decide when to put the edit and delete buttons up, and only do those for the owner. And we got to make it so you can't like sneak in and edit and delete other people's stuff. And so we have to protect these rows from being edited or deleted by anybody but the owner, but anybody can see them. And so that's why I call them owned rows. If there's a row that you own, you will see an edit or delete button. If there's a row you don't own, you'll see the row and the data, and you'll be able to read it and view it, and that's it. And so if we go back to how we were working in our CRUD application, we were making heavy uses of these generic views, the generic list view. And so when we're all said and done, after a whole bunch of machinations, you ended up with a very, very simple view. You ended up with a horse list view that extended generic list view. Generic list view is provided to us by Django. And the only thing we had to do was take this code, which is several thousand lines of code, and inform it as to which model we want it to be, and then we make another view, right? So we make the horse list view by extending generic list view and informing that list view that we want to do this in the model with horses. And from that point on, all kinds of convention happens. And so we know things like the variable will be named horse list. It'll be a list of objects that are retrieved from the list of model objects that are retrieved from the database. And so we kind of know how that works. And it makes things really simple, not a lot of repetition. Every view kind of looks the same. You probably have done cats, dogs, autos, a couple of different things. And they all look very much the same. And if you get good at it, you should be able to make these changes very rapidly. So if we look at how this is working kind of from an object-oriented perspective, we are making a new class called gview.views.horselistView, and we are extending, our parent class is the generic list view, and we're sort of adding our own little special sauce by saying one class variable model equals horse. Okay, and so that's kind of what's going on here. Now, in this owner view, we're going to do something quite similar. And that is when we're going to have an article, and this is all from the DJ Free Samples My Arts example, we're going to extend owner list view. Now, soon we will look inside owner list view, and we'll see that owner list view is extending generic list view, and this model equals article is informing owner list view. The difference is this is our code that belongs to us, and in the last part we will show you everything that you have to do to build one of these things. And so we're taking the list view, which has almost everything we want, and we're going to add one feature to it, and then we're going to extend the list view and create a new view called owner list view, or you might call it list view for owned rows. And at that point you're good, and this class owner list view, which we'll see in a second, has everything you need to deal with rows that are owned. And for example, we're going to have a owner column. So every article is going to have an owner, and if that's equal to the current logged in user, then we are going to show these little edit and delete buttons. But if the article owner, the owner value inside the article object, or the model, if that owner is not equal to the current user, we don't show it. Now, not showing a link does not mean you've protected it from editing. We'll show you later how that protection from editing happens. But this is such a common problem that we want to just be able to, in a sense, say, look, here's a list view. Here's a list view with this special owner column in it, and we want to maintain the owner column. We don't want to have to write hundreds of lines of code in every view that we want to have this owner column. So we just use object-oriented techniques to accomplish this. And so we're going to use inheritance, and we talked about it and we'll talk about it again. Inheritance is the idea that you have a class, you're going to make another class that inherits all that parent class and then extends it, adds a little bit of stuff to it. And it's another form of don't repeat yourself. Do something once in a parent class. You make the parent class sometimes quite generic, then you make a child class that extends the parent class, and then we use the child class. Or we could call them subclasses or child classes. There's a whole bunch of different terminology, and it's all pretty much equivalent. Subclasses are more specialized versions of a class. They inherit attributes and methods from their parent classes and can introduce their own. Again, basic object-oriented programming. So up next, we're going to talk a little bit about how it is that we can peek into one of these generic views and add our own special sauce for it. So now we're going to take a look inside of a generic edit view, and we want to look at how it functions internally so that we can override and extend some of those functions. So we can take the generic edit view and turn it into a edit view that supports an owned row. So this is a review. We've gone back a couple of lectures. This is the edit form flow, right? And I went through this in great and gory detail, so I'll just review it really quickly, right? So you've hit the edit button, right? So you do a get request to like /1 or /15. You're going to grab that data. Oops. You're going to go in. You're going to load the primary key 1 or 2 or 15. If you didn't find it, you're going to send in 404 error, and then you're going to fill the form with old data. The user's going to edit that data. They're going to post the good data. Then the form is going to be validated, of course, according to the form rules. Remember, the model kind of deals with the back end, and the form kind of deals with the front end. So the validation is a form aspect, and then if there's an error, it goes back and allows you to redo it. And then if there's no error in the submitted data, then we load a new model up. We reload the model, check to see if that model is accessible, and accessible is going to matter a lot to us in a second. If it's there and you can read it, and you're legally allowed to read it, great. Otherwise, we're going to give you a 404 as you're submitting the data, and that has to do with if they messed with the form or something, or they're submitting it to the wrong URL. But if we can get the data, we change the data, and we store the updated data, and then we do the success URL, right? And so that's the basic form flow. We did that before. We did that with every one of our CRUDs. And we also looked at this documentation in the generic list view. It could be in some of the edit views. At some point you will see in the Django documentation, it's telling you how this class is functioning internally, how it's working its own magic inside itself. And this is method flowchart. First it's going to call setup, then it's called dispatch. Check to see if the method's allowed. Get its template name, get a query set, load the data from the database, get the context object name, get the context data, and then render to response. And so you might say, why are they showing us all this? And the answer is because we can get our hands in and mess with these things. And these are like our access points into this generic list view class that allow us to dig in and make changes. And so if we were to look at that same picture and think of it from the point of view of which methods are being called at the moment where this generic edit, in this case it's going to be an edit view, this generic edit view is happening. So here we go. So the GET request comes in, it's got some primary key, so it does a GET query set, and it reads this thing, and then it reads it using GET query set. It's still reading it, but it happens to be doing it in a method called GET query set. And if GET query set works or doesn't, then it keeps on going. Then as it's rendering the template, it's going to get the context data by calling a method called getContextData. That's another place that we're going to play with, and we're going to inject ourselves into getContextData. Then we'll do the edit, the post will come in, and then it's going to do validation, but it does it in a method called formValid. So the first thing that happens upon the receipt of post is it checks to see if the form is valid. We're going to add our own little code into formValid as well. If it goes back, it does a render, so it's going to use getContextData. If it is good, there's no error, then it's going to actually call getQuerySet again to get the data, and then it's going to modify the data, and then it's going to store the data. There's some name for this, but I didn't put it in. The point is, each of these moments where there's something critical going on, formValid getQuerySet, that's a place where we can extend the behavior of this built-in class without knowing too much about the class. And I showed you at the end of a few lectures ago this crazy override. I did this crazy override where I made this weird equine view, and I have a model of car and a template name, and then I'm overriding getQuerySet. So this is extending generic list view, but instead of using the getQuerySet that's in generic list view, we're going to call our own getQuerySet. So instead of reading car objects, we're going to read horse objects. And then we're going to return a list of them. And that's what the getQuerySet has to do. The rule of getQuerySet is you get called, you have to return a list. If we didn't write this code, it would do this except with car. But we did write this code. Why? Because we wanted to override it. Was there any logic to it? No, just because I wanted to show you crazy things, right? And so because I've overridden in the generic list view, it's not calling the generic list view's query set at all, which would look at the model car, but instead it's calling mine that's in wacky equine view. And so when it prints out, you see a list of horses, not a list of cars, because I overrode what behavior was inside the list view class, which normally would be informed by that, but my code in here ignored it. Again, I have no purpose for this other than showing you that I can change the behavior of the parent class while creating a derived class. Now sometimes, in this case, I'm just completely overriding it, and it's like, I don't care what you were going to do before, I'm going to do something completely different. And you have to know what the rules are. I had to know what the return. It took me a while to write this, and I might have even looked at some Django source code to figure this out. But eventually, through Stack Overflow, I figured this out. So this is not trivial to write, and I'm not expecting you to write this. I just want to show you the technique. Like this keyword args, that's something. I'm sure at some point I knew what it was, but I just stole that off of Stack Overflow like everybody does. So, in this def get query set, you'll see that I have just overridden and ignored the def query set from generic list view. Okay? That's one way of overriding a method. Another way of overriding a method is this getContextData. So what is getContextData going to do? Well, at some level, getContextData is what puts in this list ends up going into horse list, right? So that's somehow this variable that I return here in query set ends up being put into my context as horse list, So then I can write this loop that prints that stuff out. And that's by convention, right? It actually looks at the type of this thing and says, oh, that's a list of horses. So it makes up the variable and puts it in the context. Now, where that's being done in generic list view is in a method called getContextData. And so I actually don't want to completely replace getContextData, although I probably could if I want, because this is so simple. What I actually want to do is I want to augment the context, and I want to throw something else in it. So what I want to do is I want to run the code from generic list view first. I want to get the context back from that, and then I want to add something to it, and then return sort of like this composite context. Okay? And it's not, the syntax is a little scary, but it's okay. So let's take a look at getContextData. Just like anything, self is the instance. Self is always the instance. KW-args is just a way of taking all the parameters so I can pass them in. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say, hey, super. Super is like calling getContextData in generic list view. So go into my super class. Wacky Equines view is a subclass. List view is my superclass. Super, getContextData, and pass whatever arguments were going in there. We're all good. So just call that. Do it. And pass in all the arguments. And do whatever. And that's what ends up putting in horse list. And so at that point, context is going to be a dictionary that has horse list in it. But then I want to put some more stuff in. So then that goes into generic list view and then comes back out of generic list view and gives me, and if all I did is return to context, then I really wouldn't have changed anything. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in this little extra key called crazy thing and put the string crazy thing in it. And then I return all that, and then eventually it goes into the template, and this context finds its way into the template. And again, that's all inside of generic list view, and eventually horse list is there because of the call to the super, and crazy thing is there just because I explicitly put it in. And so I have augmented without replacing. The first one I completely replaced getQuery set. In the second one, I called the parent, and then I augmented the return value and then returned kind of the combination of what the list view did and what I want to add to the list view. So we're going to use both of these techniques coming up when we start talking about the owner list, the owner.py code, and how we can then jack in to this generic code and implement our owner field. So that's the next thing that we're going to do. So hello. With all that as lead up, we are going to finally start taking a look at how we actually build this owner list view. So let's take a look. So the basic idea is we're going to make a new class called owner list view, owner update view, owner create view, a whole series of classes that sort of mirror the generic ones, and we're going to add our own little sauce. And we are going to basically make our owner list view, which is going to extend generic list view, and we're going to extend owner list view to create article list view. So the thing we ultimately end up with as our view is sort of 3 layers deep, where we have our view that extends another one of our views that extends a view that came from Django. And so there we go. And so things like article list, the HTML as the template, and all that convention, and the name of the variable article list, that's all convention. And we've been doing that quite a bit. So let's start with the models changes. Now in this model, everything except one line should be familiar to you and pretty comfortable. The only line that's a little bit different is this owner line. So it's just another field. It turns out to be an integer. It's a foreign key, like all foreign keys are integers. And on delete models cascade, you have seen that before. That simply means if we have a bunch of articles that are linked to a user and we delete that user, it deletes the 4 articles that were associated with the user in order to keep the internal pointers consistent. So that part is all the same, quite comfortable, and you've been doing that for a while. Now, settings, auth, user, model. We're importing settings from Django, and we are making a foreign key to a model that is not ours. It is something that Django maintains. Django always has a user model somewhere, It may be named one thing or a different thing. We just don't know. We don't know what the name of the user model is. And so we have to ask Django for it, and Django conveniently always leaves it in this location, settings.auth user model. And it turns out if you want to change it, you got to change that variable. But for us, we're not going to change where it's at. Django's going to set it for us, and we're just going to use it. So there's two tables. There's this article table and some user table somewhere, and there's a foreign key relationship between them in a database level. And once you make this database, you could go see what the name of that table is, because it will show you the create statement that it actually used. Not that that matters. And so it's pretty much a normal old thing like we've been making, except it's got this extra owner column. And that's what that's the thing we're focusing on right now. Okay, so the views are going to be pretty straightforward. The thing you're going to see about the views is we're not going to use the generic list view, the generic detail, the generic blah, blah, blah. We're going to make our own. These are made by us, myarts.owner. So we'll see owner.py in a second. And so article list view, which is the we got a urls.py that routes here, is going to extend owner list view and say do this model. Things like the template name and everything, that's all done by convention, right? So we're going to have a detail view, a create view. Now the one thing that's different about the create and update is there are two things. There's a form, which tells what shows up on the screen, and then there is the model back here that shows up what ends up in the database, right? So the model, article model, is what's in the database. The form is what we show on the screen. So the model is which model is in the database, and fields are which model fields are to be put on the screen. We're not going to show all of the fields on the screen. In particular, we are not putting the owner field in, because we're not letting the user say this is owned by number 12. If it's owner 12, great. That number 12 is the current logged in user. It's not something we let the user see. So we don't put owner in here. We put the title and the text. We don't put updated at or created at, all the things from the model. We have to tell that we want this to put in the form and that to put in the form. This is going to be handled internally, and all these three are going to be handled internally. Owner, created at, and updated at are handled internally. Text and title are to be shown to the user. And so here we are in article create view, and we're saying this is the model, and make a form based on that model, but only for two of the fields. Ignore the other fields. The same for an update, and then the delete, it doesn't use an actual form, so you just tell it which model it's going to use. So again, this is a triumph of don't repeat yourself. All the brains of this operation are really add an owner column, add an owner column, and then extend these classes that we are about to make. Extend the classes that we're about to make. Now I want to show you how to make the classes. So I show you the easy stuff. Now we talk about the hard stuff. Okay. So this is the owner update view. And so let's take a quick review of the owner update view. And when we first do a GET request, if we go look at the documentation, it says, oh, I want to show you the old data in a form, and I'm going to call a function called getQuerySet in generic update view. Okay? And if I can't get anything, if I don't get anything, I'll give you an error. So this is like to a URL like /edit/2. And if the 2 is not in the database, then you're going to get a 404. So we call getQuerySet. Okay? And so let's just take a look at getQuerySet. So the way we're going to do this is, because we're in the middle of an update, the user is intending to modify it, which means we're not going to let them modify it unless they're the actual owner. So what we're going to do is we are going to override the query set. And I just put a print statement in for yucks. And so the first thing we're going to do is get the default query set. This is going to pick the model that we're going to query, and it's probably going to say something like, the primary key is whatever that number was, 2 or 14. And so we're going to actually get a query set back. And so that says, super, go into owner update view, no, not owner update view, go into update view and go run its query set, and then give me back that query set. And then what I'm going to do after I got that query set is add a AND clause to filter it that says, okay, whatever that primary key was, fine. and the owner column of this model must match the current logged in user. And so it's like I'm adding a where clause and an and to the where clause. The other thing that you'll notice here is login required mixin. I could have put login required mixin on all those in the views.py, but I need to have this variable self request user properly defined, which means any owner update view, you really can't use it unless you're logged in. So it's like I'm going to put the login required mixin here. That's like a marker interface that says, look, if you're not logged in, send them to log in and then come back here. And if they can't log in, I'm never going to let them run this code. Because if you let a non-logged in user run this code, it would blow up right there. So in a sense, this is like a guardian pattern to say, don't even bother coming in here if you're not properly logged in and you don't have a user object properly passed in as request.user. And so that's why I put login required mixin there. So the key here is we're going to do a where clause that is where ID equals 7 and owner equals 14, whatever the current logged in user is. And so that means that when you come in here, if you're trying to edit a thing, you're going to get a 404, right? If it doesn't exist, you're going to get a 404, or if you don't own it, you're going to get a 404. 404 is not found. And it's legit to say it might be there, but you didn't find it because you were trying to read it for updating. So by changing the JQuery set, in a sense, to return 0 records when you don't own the record, because this is an update view. If you look at the list view, it doesn't do any tricky stuff because you can list them all, right? And so a list view is no big deal, a detail view is no big deal, but an update or a delete view, yeah, detail view and list view are good, but an update and a delete, you have an intention of modifying it, so we're not even going to let you retrieve the record if you don't own it. So we do that by overriding the query set, calling super, and then augmenting the query set when we get it back so that it accomplishes what we want to achieve. So the next thing we're going to look at is how we actually store the data. And the storing of the data is in form valid. We're going to override form valid. And what form, remember when the post data comes in, we're going to, it first calls form valid. That checks to see if the things are the right length, if it's a date, it's the right format. Who knows what it does, but we're also going to override it and stick our own code in form valid. So yes, it's going to do all those checks, but also we're going to do a little sneaky thing to make what we want to do that's going to solve the create and the update situation, but it's mostly for the create. And so in the create view, it sends out a blank form, and then in comes the data, but we never showed owner. Let's go back a little bit. Right, so if we're going create view, the form that we're going to send out is title and text. There is no owner field. Now this owner is required, and so we have to get the owner in. So what we do here, it's really quite simple. We're going to, so there's a form object, which is kind of like the UI side of things, and then there's a model object. And so form.save commit equals false says just copy the data into an object as if we were going to store it, but don't actually store it. Commit equals false is make it, but don't store it. And then we're going to add the owner field, which is there, to be self-request user. Now self-request user, remember, is like 16. It's some number. It's the primary key of the user. And so that's going to copy 16 in here, and then we're going to save it. But then we're also going to do the validation and call the super to do form validation for us. And so we're calling the create view form validation as well to make sure everything else is done properly. Okay? Okay, so when it's all said and done, all we have to do to make an owner work in this situation is we add an owner column, foreign key to the right place, we import owner delete view, and then we just extend owner delete view to make article delete view, and then tell it which model to work in, and then the magic all happens. So I'm not going to show you owner delete view, just you know that it's going to force login, and it's going to only let you delete rows that you own in the system. And so this is really a neat example of how you can use the object-oriented pattern to extend these existing things and give features that you want to add to them. I'm going to guess the first 10 of these are going to be just add an owner field, because it's such a common thing to have a database rows that have an owner field in them. But we can do other things beyond just an owner field. And it again is a nice review of object orientation. I'm just going to hit object orientation over and over and over and over again because it's hard to get it, and I want to tell it to you as many times as I can. And again, we don't like putting, don't repeat yourself, lots of boilerplate to do this owner. You could do it all in a view, you really could, but you really don't want to. You want to basically make an object yourself. We've been using other people's objects. Now we're extending object classes to make our own classes and then using those classes. So it's a good example of how we can save a lot of time and energy with object orientation and inheritance.
Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this walkthrough we are going to play with crispy forms. Crispy forms are a good example of how Django just has something and you plug it in and things just get better and it doesn't take much work on your part. So the simple thing is let's take a look at a boring form. This is the kind of form we've been doing in our CRUD. And I'm using a form to do it, and all I have to say is let's just make that a crispy form. And now things are pretty, they got all these colors, they got the highlight, there's a bunch of CSS. Forms are actually, the markup of forms is actually surprisingly complex. If we take a look at the markup in this crispy form, it's got some CSS in there, and it's just, there's a lot to it. So if we look, we got all these classes and fancy stuff, and so crispy takes care of that for us. And the key, I'll show you in a second, the key difference is just not that big of a deal. So let me walk through the code. So here is my crispy URLs. So what we're going to do is use the same view and just switch between two templates, one called boring and one called awesome. Crispy is Urban Dictionary for awesome or cool or whatever. I'm not sure how cool of a word cool it is, but it doesn't matter. This is a riff on some of the forms code. This is a real basic form. I don't have any models in this one, and so I'm just using forms and putting them on the screen. And so I just got a simple form with a string, mileage, and purchase date. And that validator so I can make some mistake. And this is just a view, just similar to other things we've done in forms. I'm making a class that extends view, and I've got to set this template name to none, because really what I want to do is I want to pick the template name here in urls.py. Something about how Django works, you've got to put this in so that then you can override it here. And I like putting templates in here and success URLs in here when I possibly can. It just seems like the routing is going on here in urls.py, and so I like doing that. So you'll note there's only one view, but we're doing two things, and that's because we're just taking self template name and doing the exact same thing. And so the boring form, it basically is loading some old data, making a form, pulling in the initial data for that, and then passing it into the template and then rendering the template. The post, if I submit the post, this would be saving the data. You read the post data, check to see if the form is valid. If it's not, send an error message, and then if we'll see a flash message. I'll show you that in a bit, and then we just redirect to a reverse. So let's just see, for example, what happens if we violate a rule. We get this, please enter 2 or more characters. And that's something we've been doing before, and that's just kind of the get post of an edit form. So let's take a look at the template that creates this, right? We're going to do base bootstrap, put a title in, override a welcome. So if you take a look at base bootstrap, I should add a link here to show you base bootstrap.
cd vi home templates base bootstrap. So base bootstrap has a number of different blocks that we can override. The title block, the head block, which is some material to put before the /head, a navigation bar if we want it, a welcome message, and then we'll talk about these little flash messages in a second, like alert messages, and then the content, and then some footer. Maybe we want to put some JavaScript in at the bottom of a page. And so we've got these hot spots in Bootstrap, base Bootstrap HTML. So we're going to extend it. We're going to set the title. I'm going to put an H1, which is like a welcome. It's the beginning of the body, and then there's going to be some messages that come in here in a second. And then here's our normal block. So we got a form. We have to put the CSRF token in. That just puts out that input hidden tag so that we avoid cross-site request forgery, CSRF. And we're going to use form as table. Form is the context variable. As table basically renders it as a series of table rows. And then /table. And so if we do an inspect element here, let's do page source because my screen's too small so that you can see it on a sweet little mobile. So it's got the table, and then it's using TRs and THs and /THs and just kind of putting it out. Not a lot of CSS. It's using the table so that these things can be lined up. That's what it tried to do. It has some aesthetic, and away it goes. Okay, and so the form as table, like if you make a mistake, this ends up view page source. Close that one. You see that this is just another somewhere here. Where's the error message? Yeah, it's just another table row, and it uses the table, and the table helps it do all this alignment. But it's not very pretty. Okay, and so then we have the table, we have our submit buttons and our cancel buttons, and we end our form. And so we've been doing this now for a while, just making boring forms. So let's start by, so if I go to awesome, so I go to cancel here and I go to the awesome form, then I am going to render, right, crispy awesome HTML instead. And so let's go there. So it looks almost the same. So here's boring, and here is awesome. So most of it is identical. It's extending base bootstrap. It's setting up a title. It's putting up a welcome chunk. But then we have this. So this is, you know, when you're using a curly brace %, load crispy form tags, that's like running code basically, like the URL, this curly brace URL crispy main.py. That's running code. It's like the reverse. It's calling reverse to compute a URL given a string as a parameter. So this is sort of like making sure crispy is loaded for this page. If you do not do that, then this curly brace form vertical bar crispy will not work. Then the rest of this form is identical, except we just don't tell the form to render itself as a table. We use vertical bar crispy here, form vertical bar crispy, and this is called a filter. And we'll see another filter in an upcoming video. Well, we'll make actually one of these filters ourselves. So we're taking the form object and piping it through a bit of code from the crispy library. And so that renders, it's not in a table, that renders all of the HTML for title, purchase date, and all that stuff. And it has all the CSS and makes it all gorgeous, right? So that's what it does. So form crispy does all that, and that's the main difference. Other than loading crispy form tags, that's the key thing. Everything else is the same. We had a table, form as table and /table, and then we load crispy form tags, and then we just pipe form vertical bar crispy, and everything else is the same. And then we get this beautiful crispy form. And it makes things consistent. So you just use crispy forms. I'm not saying you can't build your own form system, but for me as a software developer, I like starting out with something that looks half pretty, and then away it goes. So that's crispy forms. That's how you use crispy forms. But let me show you a little bit more about how that works. Let me close a couple of my windows. So one of the things that happens is you've got to load in your settings.py, you've got to add crispy forms to your installed app. So that's when you're, so if you do like Python 3 manage py check, you've been doing this a lot, it loads up all these things. And so it's checking and loading and loading, and it's reading through the settings.py, it's loading all of these things. Like this humanize is a thing that we'll talk about that later. Django extensions, we'll talk about that later. All these things we'll talk about later, but crispy forms is a code library that you're at that point pulling in. So if you don't put that in, then crispy forms is going to blow up. It's going to blow up right here because it can't load the crispy form tags. Okay, so that's the first thing. But then you have to install this, and you probably don't recall, in the very beginning, I had you check out, let me go to that, www.dj, I got it right here, djfree.com, lessons, installing Django and Python anywhere. So if I look at the assignment specification you did a very long time ago, you make a virtual environment, you go into your virtual environment, and then I told you to go grab DJ free samples. This is in the very beginning of the class, and I told you to pip install -r requirements.txt. And requirements.txt is a file that looks like this. And what it does is pip reads this file and downloads a bunch of extensions. Django Crispy Forms, Django Filter, Django REST Framework. And so literally now for weeks you have had these all, it's installing it into your virtual environment. And that's why sometimes if you run Python check and you're not in your virtual environment, it'll blow up. But then I say, oh, well, go into your virtual environment and it starts working, right? I need to run server because I'm running this locally. Okay, so because you installed these things into, you installed the requirements into your Django 3 virtual environment. And so that's why when it reads the settings.py and sees crispy forms in the installed apps, then it's like, oh, crap, I don't have it, but that's because you're running the loading of this file not in your virtual environment that has all that stuff installed. And if you're doing this outside the class, you will want to make a virtual environment and then do the pip install for requirements.txt. So that's two prerequisites. Edit settings.py, make sure you have crispy forms in your requirements, and then pip install from the requirements. And then it's pretty simple. You just load the crispy form tags and then pipe the form object in a template through the crispy filter, and then you will get gorgeous forms without hardly even trying, and you just keep using it. So that's our summary of crispy forms. I hope you find it useful. We'll pretty much use crispy forms from this point forward in the course. Cheers. Hello and welcome to a walkthrough for Django for Everybody. So the walkthrough that we're going to be doing is the walkthrough for the My Articles, which is really focusing on the notion of owning rows in a model. And what I've got going here is I'm logged in twice. I'm logged in one with a user ID of 1 and the other is a user ID of 2. So let's just do a quick demonstration of what really owning rows in a model is. So here I'm logged in as my first user, and now I'm logged in. I'm using a separate browser because this is Safari and this is Firefox. You can't just do this with tabs because the cookies are shared between tabs, and so you can log in and log out. I want to just be logged in simultaneously. Okay, and so I've got two of these tabs. Refresh. So you'll notice that the edit and delete buttons show up differently for different users, and that's because this row in the table lawnmower belongs to this user, user number 2, and this row, these two rows belong to this user. So if I take a look at administration and I go down into groups, not groups, users. Now Now I can kind of hover, figure out that CSEV is 2. You can kind of see at the bottom there. And DJ Free is user 1 and CSEV is user number 2. So those are the primary keys in Django's user table. And now if I go and I take a look at these articles, you will see, and this looks a lot like if you were looking at, say, your autos. Here's the rows or the models in articles. And if I look at lawnmower, you see that there is a title, some text, and the owner is a drop-down. And that's because this is a one-to-many field. This is a one-to-many field between the articles and the users. And then if I switch to a different, so that's CSEV. So CSEV owns the CSEV owns the lawnmower. I'm logged in as DJ Free here. Oh, no, here. That's my name. I'm DJ Free. And if I switch to the trombone, we'll see that that one belongs to DJ Free. Now I can sit and edit this in admin, right? But that's not the point. The point is to build software. If you'll notice, when I create a new article, it doesn't ask me what user it was, right? So this is where you would say Dodge or whatever when you were doing cars. So this is like a race car, slightly used, neon. So now I have another one, right? And so the key thing is it looks like a create from things we've done before. And if I look at my articles, here's this, but somehow magically this owner field is populated. And that's the essence of owned rows, is we've got a row, a column, and these are marked, and we know in all our code, we know the difference, for example, between things we own and things we don't know, things we own and we don't own. So if I hit refresh over here, there's a slightly used race car, but slightly used race car, but I can't edit it, right? So that's the ownership. Now, I don't know where to start. There's a lot to cover here. Let me show you. I don't know. Okay, I'll just start with where we always start. Let's start with, I'm running this locally. I don't know what that bug is there. That's not a bug. So this just looks kind of like your autos. If you look at it, it looks pretty much like the autos. I might add a mileage or price in there or something. The only thing that's really different at all is this. There's a foreign key. Now in your autos, you had a foreign key to makes. And the key difference here, the only thing that's new is this idea of where the foreign key is pointing at. Now the problem is in Django, there is actually a table that all these users live in. And I can probably come over here and type tables. And I can see it. I think it's probably here. So let's just try saying select star from auth user. So we should see a bunch of rows. And so they're my users. CSEV, it's all jammed together in DJ Free. So this is row 1 for DJ Free and CSEV. So there is a table and a model. The difference is we're not allowed to know that this is the user model in the auth application. And so what happens is we have to let Django tell us what the name of that model is. And so we go into settings, which is settings.py actually. And we're going to pull in the settings.py, and the default is auth user model, and that's the name of the model. And so this is a foreign key to a place that we don't exactly know, but Django will tell us and put in a string here. If we were to print this out, we would see what that is. That's just a string, but it's not a string we mess with. On delete cascade, that's just normal. The kind of parent row, the one row is in users, and if you delete a user, that means that all of the rows that belong to that user will get deleted because on delete cascade. I'm choosing that as the model. And so you see created at, if we go into that back into you see all of these things. Now created at admin doesn't show. It's pretty smart knowing about created at and update, so it doesn't bother doing that. And it actually updates them automatically. So it knows something about created at and updated at in admin. Okay. So that is our model. If we were to take a look at MyArts article, we will see that there is a foreign key right there. There's a foreign key. And if we say select star from MyArts article, we will see that there is a foreign key in there. So this row belongs to user 1, this row belongs to user 1, that row belongs to user 2, and that row belongs to user 1, which is perfectly reflected here. So now I am user 1, so I can edit 3 of them. And now I am here with user 2, and I can edit 1 of them. So I'm editing the ones where I own it. So ultimately, we're going to write a bunch of code so that these numbers are properly updated. So when you add the article, it works the way you want it to work. Okay, so let's just take a look at urls.py. It's pretty boring. This looks just like autos. I probably hoisted up success URL here, put that in the as view as a parameter, and so that makes my views even simpler. MyArts:all points to that view. I think it actually is kind of prettier to put it in here because this is sort of a URL place, and so it's not in my views. So that makes my views really succinct. And so it's like what you did once you got your autos down to like just using the generics. And so I have a list, a detail, a create, an update, and a delete. And I have a model called article, which I just showed you. And I am going to reuse some general purpose views for owner kinds of rows. Now, these are not from Django. These are from me. I made them. And now I'm using them. So article list view extends owner list view. And then I can put all my things in there. The success URL, actually, I don't need that here, but for create view, I do need a success URL, but for create view, that success URL comes right from here. So I could have put it either here or I could have put it here. For me, it just kind of, after a while, I think this is prettier because now I can look all, the names of MyArts, etc. So that's kind of nice. Okay, so here's views. We're going to come back to this. All the brains of this operation are in owner list view, owner detail view, create view, update view, and we'll look at that last. So that's where the hardest part is. But let's first look at the template. And so here's the template. This looks a lot like your autos. The only real difference here is that this edit and delete button is inside of an if statement. So it's, article update, article ID, article delete, article ID. That's the same. You've done that, right? But if all it says is if article.owner is equal to the current logged in user, article.owner is one of the article lists, and that's just one of the fields in the model, which happens to be a number, but we're given this user for free, right? It just hands us user, and so we can compare it. So if this is one that we own, we show this link, and if it's not one we own, we don't show the link, right? So we don't show the link for the ones that we own. Now, I hope by now you realize that we have to also protect, right? So if this is number 4, right, and if I click edit number 5, but what if I just change this to 4? We still, just not putting up the link does not mean that we can't have someone go to that link. So I'm cheating by putting in this link, but this is going to blow up, right? And so we'll show you how just because you don't put the link up doesn't mean that people can't go to the link. They can guess what the link is. I just did that. I went to an article I could update. I noticed the primary key of one I could not update to be 4, and then I went to 5, and then I just edited it, changed it to 4, and I attempted to update 4. So it's not good enough just to not show the link. That's actually not security. That just is prettiness, usability. Don't show a link that is going to blow up if you click on it. So that's not really protecting us. This if statement is not really protecting us from clicking on or attempting to go edit or delete. It's just not showing it if it's not going to work. Okay. And again, article.owner is just a column in this model, and user is the current logged in user. Okay? Okay,
So what we'd seen before is I would create a view and then use it in my urls.py, and it would extend another view. So now it's time to take a look at where this view is being defined. And so here's our view, generic view, the generic list view, delete view. These are the generic ones, and all I'm really doing here is I'm creating a class called owner list view that extends list view. Now, it pulls in everything that list view is, and you'll notice I've added nothing to it. And I really could, because the list view doesn't really care. It's not really doing anything other than the fact that that value is in the models, so it's going to come in, right? So I could have made this be list view, but I just want it to be pretty. I want to make it so that I could just say owner list view, owner detail view. And so you'll notice that I'm not making any changes at the moment of inheritance. I'm not changing owner. So owner list view is exactly the same as list view, and owner detail is exactly the same as detail. I just did it to make it pretty in case later maybe I want to add some. But now we get to owner create view. Owner create view is something that matters a lot. So there's two things we've got to do for owner create view. So let's go ahead and start to add an article. So the first thing is there is no field here for which user it is. It would be kind of silly, and I can actually mess this up. So if I go to create view here and I add user, then if I hit refresh on the create view, come on, back up. Oh, it's not user. Owner. So if I add it to that list, and part of this, what's going on here, is there is both a model and a form. This fields equals is informing the form, and the form is the user interface. So look at this. I'm allowing the user to specify it, and now they can set the owner. Pretty convenient. Well, that's not what we want. So that's why in this create view, you say, don't let them set the owner. I don't want them to see the owner, because it takes a little while for this thing to restart. Okay, now it's restarted, and I can hit refresh. So when it was blowing up, it was just because I was coming here too fast. What is that? I don't know what that is. So go back to the views. Maybe I have some tiny little bug. I'll dig through that bug later. It's working. It's probably passing the auto grader, so I'm pretty happy. So remember that there are two sides to this. One is the database side, and that's what the model deals with. And then there is a form. So these views, this list view, if you recall, once we tell it the model, it actually makes a form. So in this create view, it's making a form from article, copying all the fields in article or the fields according to this little list. And so that's why we're doing it. So the key there is we're explicitly not putting owner in there, and we're not putting created at or updated at. If I wanted to put created at in here, I'd say, hey, let's show them created at. Okay, let's refresh. Okay. Oh, okay. So again, it's trying to take a model, it's trying to go from the article model to make a form, and it's not an editable field, so it's mad at me. So I'll go back and fix it. I'm sorry. Okay, you get the idea. It uses this list of fields to make a form. The same for article and for update. In fact, the update and the create are so equivalent that the template for them is shared. It's basically, we'll talk about crispy tags separately in a different little video. The form is the same. The difference is when the update comes, there is already data in it. That's the only difference between a create and an update. It looks exactly the same, but update has data in it. A create has no data in it. So the code between create and update is super equivalent. Very, very similar, and the template is similar as well.
Okay, so there we go. So we got create view, delete view, etc. Now, I'm going to focus on create view. And the key to create view is now in owner.py. Here's our form. That's pretty straightforward. In owner.py, this create view now has a little bit more to it. The list view and the detail view just inherited. So the first thing is that create view has a login required mixin. And that's because if you're going to create it, you need to be a logged in user. But to view it, you don't actually have to be a logged in user. Or if I was to, okay, let me log out here. So now I'm logged in as anybody. And so I can see all these. I can't edit any of them. I could log in if I want. And a detail view also works. So I'm completely logged out here. But add article. Yeah, so add article is protected by login. So owner create view, login required mixin. And I do this because I don't want to trust the user who's writing this view to put the login required mixin here, because I am writing code right here that depends on the fact that this person is logged in. So this is like a guardian pattern. If I'm putting this in here so I don't end up with tracebacks inside my code. I don't want, if I didn't put this in if I didn't put login required mixin in owner create view, then they forgot to put owner in the views.py, they forgot to put it in an article create view, then this code would blow up. It would trace back at when I tried to set object owner to self request user. It would just blow up. Okay, so so I'm extending create view, which is inheriting all the functionality, and I'm only going to override one method. This is object orientation. And you got to go read all the documentation. This documentation right here. Show you that documentation. Doop, doop, doop. So, this documentation is hard to find. And I'm sure I helped myself by doing some Stack Overflows. So that's why I put little notes at the bottom of the file, the things that took me a long time to find. So this form model mixin, and that is what they're really doing is they're giving us for these editing fields, like the update, they're saying these are the functions that are in this and I can override them. So the one that I'm overriding is the form valid. And what that does is it basically says, here's your form, save it to the database, and set the current object for view, and then redirect to get success URL. Okay, that's its job. Except that right before it's going to save the form instance, I want to do something myself. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm saying, and the form is what's being called as the parameter, which is the form that has been pulled in from the post data and handed to me. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say save it, but don't save it to the disk. That's what commit equals false means. Don't save it to the database. Just save it into this variable object. And then I'm going to set the object owner. I'm simply going to copy the current logged in user into owner. And then I'm going to set it to the database. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the original form valid, passing form in as a parameter that's in this class. And that's really not going to do much, right? Because it knows that it's already been saved, so it's not going to save it again. And then what it's going to do is it's just going to do the redirect to the success URL. So this is rather late in the process of create view. It's been validated, it's checked for bad data, etc., etc., etc. And so this is like right before the redirect happens. Okay? And so at a high level, my whole goal was to pause the saving of this data to the database and sneak the current logged in user into the owner column and then be done with it. And so that's the basic overriding. I'm really extending form valid to cause my code to be called right before the default code is called. Okay? Okay. So that's owner create view, and that's how once I add an article and put some stuff in and I submit, right as I submit it, and right before it's saved, there is a little field called owner that's going to be updated, boop, and it's there. And so the owner field came from this code. Now I don't have to, I could have put this in this view.py, but no, I got this really awesome creatable thing. I can write really cool code. I'm going to make hundreds of views that are, and we will through the rest of the semester do this over and over and over again. We're never going to change this file again. Okay? So now let's talk about edit. Okay, so there's two things. So here we're going to load article 6, and then we're going to put out a form that has all this stuff. So the first thing that's got to happen in owner update view is we got to check to see if this belongs to the current logged in user. Remember when I tried to go to whatever it was, 4 here, and it blew up? This is the moment where I'm going to protect it. So if we take a look at the moment where it's loading the model, do I have a link to that? Django populate. Let's go to Stack Overflow here. This one I got from Stack Overflow. Been there 10 years, probably a good one. Right. I don't like that one. Using middleware. Somewhere in here. I should make that link be a better link. Yeah. Oh, I like this one. I'm going to put a link in just to this one here. Link straight to that one. It's telling us what to do. You see, I just borrowed this right there. Form valid. Over. Oh wait, no, that was the create. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Can't find quickly where I can do this, but query set. So query set is called when it's loading ID number 4. Okay, so it's going to do a load. So query set is not the actual load, but it is the query to the database that we're going to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tweak the query set, and this query set is probably going to say, show me where ID equals 4, right? So I'm going to say, it's going to say something like select from articles where ID equals 4. And if I just did the normal query set, it would work. But I'm going to change the query set. I'm going to change the query set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the default getQuerySet in the superclass, which is the delete view class, and that's going to say query where the primary key equals 4 in this particular case. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another filter. This is like and owner equals the current logged in user. So so number 4 is owned by user 2, but a logged in user is 1. So this is going to be and logged in as user 1. So when it does the query, it says give me the thing that's ID equals 4 and user ID equals 1. It's going to get no records. And so as the delete code, or the update, am I looking at delete? Update and delete are the same here. Oop. Before it does an update, it has to load the old data. And I have made it so that if you're not loading data on something that you own, then it's going to give you a 404. So it's like that wasn't found. Now 4 does exist, it just doesn't exist for the current logged in user. But 5 does, and it does belong to me, right? Now the other thing is when it's going to call getQuerySet again, new stuff, XYZ 1 2 3. So when you submit it, it actually is going to call getQuerySet one more time before it actually stores the data. And so let me show you. This will be kind of tricky. So I'm going to try to mess with it on 4. I'm going to try to change 4. So I'm going to go into edit screen, and I'm going to inspect element. Boop. And I am going to somewhere in here, find where's that hidden? Where's the hidden? Oh, input type hidden. Right. So that is the input type equals hidden. No, that's the middleware token. That's not the one I want to change. Oh, this is gonna, where's the, I would think that. Oh, it's because it's in this URL. I don't think if I change this to 4, it's actually going to work. But let's try it. It's probably not going to work. Yeah, that one worked. Okay, but the idea is eventually someone could mess with that post. So you still got to protect it. Right when that data is being modified, it actually does, it runs this code again, and it reads the thing, and if it can't read it, then it won't let you update it. And so that protects you from people breaking in and attacking there. And the owner delete view is the same thing. So if you go into delete, it does a get query set, and I add this filter to say, and it has to belong to the right person. So if I try to delete article 4, boom, it says I can't load article 4. But if I come over here, and I've got to log back in. So this one I think was CSEF. I think. Yeah, so now I can't delete number, but I can delete number 4 here because it kind of hides it, which is crappy, but there it is. It's deleting number 4, and away I go. So, okay, a lot of stuff. Okay, so here's the thing. We're going to use owner.py over and over and over again. We're going to write simple and elegant views, and all we have to do, ultimately, any model that we want to have this owner feature with, we add an owner column to it, then we have the views extend an owner view, and then everything's taken care of after that point. So it's really, we're not going to change a line of this. It's really cool. We're going to use it in project after project, on table after table after table, right? Because this can apply to different models. It's just this one happens to be applying to an article model. So I've built a super generic owner capability that I can use over and over. And just take your time, watch this more than once, review object orientation, figure this out. It's hard for me when I'm teaching to explain why object orientation is cool. Object orientation is cool because it can let you write these super elegant and very reliable. The fewer lines of code you write, the more reliable it is. But the harder it is to understand because the magic is here in this object-oriented pattern. And again, it took me a long time to write this stuff, but now it's really gorgeous and really reusable. So keep thinking about object orientation. We're going to be doing a lot going forward in terms of object orientation. Okay? So I hope this helps. Cheers. Hello and welcome to another screen recording for Django for Everybody. In this one, we're going to play with the Bootstrap menu. So what's a Bootstrap menu? A Bootstrap menu is a common bit that's going to be on a whole different set of pages. And so in this particular menu, we're going to have like a page 1, a page 2, a page 3 inside of a drop-down. And then we have kind of like a login drop-down. I'm already logged in, I'll log out. And then it switches when I'm logged in. When I'm logged in, it shows my gravatar. When I want to log in, I'll log in as CSEV DJ 42 exclamation. Ooh, come on. Actually, I think let's call this DJ free. I think will work. Yeah, and so that shows a little picture based on your email address. And so I'll show you how all these things work. But again, we're talking multiple pages. Now, the couple things you'll see is we are changing the highlight of this. And so if I was to do a view source, these are completely different pages. And what you see is on the highlighted one, where was I? Page 2 is the highlighted one. I have a list tag for page 1, and then a list tag class equals active for page 2, and that's what makes this highlighted. So these are different pages. So in this menu, we have to know what current page we're on, so we can look at the request path. It's page 2, so we know to put active on the page 2 one. So there'll be some logic inside this navigation bar. So let's take a look at some of the code. So I'm really going to do this all in templates. So you see I'm using template view in the urls.py, and I just have I got 3 pages that are all going to render the menu, main menu / main menu HTML. And so there's nothing in the views of any importance. It's because I just got template view that I'm using. So let's take a quick look at the actual menu. So it's really quite simple, because one of the things you're going to do is you're going to have these pages and lots of them. So you don't want all of this HTML that's needed for this header sitting in every one of the pages. So we will use the extends mechanism in a template to say, oh, let's go and grab base menu.html and start with that. So we've been working with base Bootstrap, and Bootstrap uses all kinds of pages, but it doesn't have a menu, and it has areas that you can replace. So we've been working with base Bootstrap for a while, but now we want to do the menu. So what we're going to see is, instead of extending base Bootstrap, we're going to extend base menu, and that's our own local file. So you'll note that base menu extends base Bootstrap, and this is the same base Bootstrap we've been using all along. And what it basically does, this app tags, we'll talk about that in a second. That's how the Gravatar works. It is going to override this nav bar block, and you'll see that this goes all the way down. That's on just one big nav tag. And so the nav bar comes in right here, right after we say div class equals container. And then we have this welcome, we have these flash messages, area for flash alerts. Those are the messages that say, congratulations, you added a file. Congratulations, you deleted a file. And then the block content, and then the end of this container div. So block content is what we're going to override here. And the block nav bar is what we're overriding in menu. So block nav bar is being overridden. So we have one template that extends another template that extends another template. And so we're, just like any kind of object-oriented, we're sort of specializing and further specializing and further specializing. So Bootstrap can be used with or without a menu, but then once we add the menu to base Bootstrap, then we have base menu. Okay? So this is the top part of the page, and every page simply extends base menu and then puts whatever content it is. It says I would like a menu here. So let's take a look at the menu. So the first thing you do is you go, I'm using Bootstrap. So if you go read up on Bootstrap, it'll tell you this is how you make a menu. And it tells you how to use the nav tag and what classes to put on the nav tag, how the container works, and the header and the brand and all these little classes. I didn't make this up. This is what Bootstrap said. This is how Bootstrap makes it pretty and dark and curvy little things, and they all line up nice, etc., etc. So I had to read that, and so this pretty much is taken straight from some sample code, except for one little thing, and that is the mechanism by which I, on different pages, can highlight which page I'm on, which is a very common something you want to do in menus. And so we have a UL tag, and the UL tag is this list of things. And then you have an LI. And what we're doing here, this is a weird little bit of Django template language. We are causing the URL function to be called with a parameter of menu:\main to give us a path. So, right? Menu colon main is slash menu. If you look at URLs, it's menu colon main is this view, and it's the path that's just slash menu. And so this is like an assignment statement in the Django template language, and it leaves the value in XYZ. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an if statement in. And all these if statements have been multi-line, but you don't have to make a multi-line. That is an if statement. If request.getFullPath is equal to XYZ, the variable I just computed, then emit class equals active. Otherwise, emit nothing. So again, now if we take a look at the source code, we view the source of this, view the source of the menu, and we scroll down, we will see that the home has a class of active and the other ones do not have a class of active. And that's why home has this little extra dark box, just to give a little clue to our user that that's the one that we're working with. And so this little pattern is repeated over and over to see if we're on page 1, if we're on page 2, and then we do the construct the drop-down, and the drop-down is just, again, this comes straight from the bootstrap, right? And so we have the drop-down, we have another URL, we have a little page 3 link here, and it shows up, and this is just the text to make a cool drop-down. Okay, and that's just bootstrap. Now, we have a list that is the left side of the nav bar, and now we're starting the right side of the nav bar, which is also an unnumbered list. So this is cool. So we basically have two versions. One is if the user is authenticated, and then else if the user is not authenticated. So if the user is not authenticated, let's go ahead and log out here. If the user is not authenticated, we are just going to calculate a URL to the login page, which is /account/login. Let's pass a next to say come back here, right? Now, come back to the main menu. So if you go to login, it will say next equals, and it's come back here, right? And so that you construct that and you pass that login in. So I can do DJ free and I can log in and it will come back to the main menu, even though I clicked on it over here. Okay, but now we're in this page, and in this case, user.isAuthenticated is true. So we're going to construct a drop-down, and then this shows the drop-down and takes the drop-down out. And we're going to, in the drop-down, we're going to say log out. But in the page, right, so this is the drop-down menu, so that's the menu within the drop-down that we turn on and off with a caret, but here's the gravatar. So this is an image tag, source equals, and then we have, oops, undo that. Then we have a double curly brace user piped through gravatar with a size of 60 pixel gravatar. Okay, so that is making this little image. So if we do it, let's do a quick inspect on that image. Inspect, okay, just do view source. This image is www.gravatar.com's avatar / this long thing, okay? And if you go read on avatar, Gravatar is a service. It's actually a Google service that you register your email, and this here is a hash of your email, and then that looks up and then gives you back this little URL. So if I was to take this URL right here, oh, don't do that, just, that's what I want. I take this URL, and I put it https:// it shows a little tiny picture of me, right? It shows a little tiny picture of me. But the question is, how did this get generated? It got generated by passing the user object, which is the same as user.isAuthenticated, except I'm piping it through a tag that I invented called Gravatar. And again, this is code that is going to run just kind of like this URL code or whatever these things are, right? So what we have is we have a thing where we've loaded these app tags, okay? And so app tags are tags that we as developers can create. and then we can do things in it. So here's what's in app tags. So this is how you make a gravatar. You take the user's email, you strip it, throw away any white space, you convert it to lowercase, you encode it in UTF-8, and then you use the MD5, which is a hashing function, and make a hex digest. And that hex digest, this is an MD5, this long ugly string 2D0A2F51, that is a one-way hash of the email address. And if you go put that in to a thing, then if you know it, so that you can't figure out a person's email address from their gravatar, but you can from an email address figure out what the gravatar is. So this is not actually revealing the person's email address. So that's why we're using a one-way hash, an MD5 of the email address. And then I just construct the URL, put the hash in the right place, put the size, that 60 parameter. If you take a look, where are we at? This :60 is the second parameter to this code we wrote, so that 60 is size. So that's why it says 60 right there, S equals 60 right there. And then I'm going to, use the format. I'm going to use format, and I'll put the hash in and the size in and return that as a string. And that goes all the way back here and then replaces this double curly brace. So all those double curly braces and piping, that's just code somebody wrote. And in this case, the gravatar code is code that I wrote and we wrote, or you could write, and that produces this URL. So it's a convenient way to put that URL in there, and it's really pretty and it works out very cool. So you write this code and it's in home template tags app tags.py, and then you basically have to load it in your menu. Where are we at? You have to go get app tags, and away you go. So that sums up how you can make a nice bootstrap menu and put it on your page through an extension menu, an extension mechanism. So we're going to extend it, and then boom, you make a page. Then you extend it again, and that puts it on the next page. So it's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. There's a lot of HTML, but luckily I hand that to you in the DJ free samples, and you're not going to have to modify that. It'll pretty much just work. You'll change what's in the menu. You'll be like putting different things in as the links and stuff. So you'll be working with this, but in general, most of the hard work is done. And as always, you can take a look at DJ free samples, just like we always do for inspiration. So I hope you found this helpful. Cheers. Welcome to the second office hours in 24 hours. First Portland, second Seattle. Drive late into the night to go between the office hours because we're dedicated to office hours. And so I'd like to introduce you to some of your classmates and have them say a message to the rest of you. So here we go. So tell us your name and say something to the class.
Hi, my name is Anand. Thanks for having me. It's been fun learning Python for everybody, specialization. I hope everyone enjoys the course too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lee. Seattle is great, and so is where you are from.
Yeah, I still haven't seen any fishes being thrown yet.
Hello, I'm Steph, and I am having so much fun programming.
Well, cool.
Knitting is programming.
But you
don't know that.
As your education is.
I'm an ecologist and a teacher, and I'm trying to switch to doing data analysis and reporting because then I can use both my stats and my teaching.
Exactly. So that's what we do this for.
Yeah.
Hi everybody, I'm Tony, and I like the Python class, and professor is cool and smart, and I hope everybody enjoy the class. Thank you.
I like the Python class too.
Hi, I'm Nicole. Keep working on Python and come join me as a data analyst. I already work with one.
And what kind of data do you analyze?
IP protocol data. So so network data.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Joanna. Never ever give up and always ask for help after you've worked on a problem for 15 minutes.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Sean. I am data analyst at Expedia, analyze like the Expedia travel data, and I love the Python course because it helped my girlfriend to learn programming. And finally, last but not least, sorry, Dr. Chung, go Bucks.
Go what?
Go Bucks.
Bucks. What are those? Is that Milwaukee?
No.
Bucks.
Go Bucks.
What is a buck? Is that Washington? Is that a Seattle team?
It's not. Go Bucks. Go Bucks.
But what's a buck?
O-H-I-O.
Oh, Buckeyes, Buckeyes, Buckeyes. Okay. Sorry, I missed that part about that was Buckeyes. I didn't. You should have said Buckeyes.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, we're cool. One of the top MOOCs on the planet is the algebra calculus from Ohio State.
Yeah, I know.
Right? I mean, in the MOOC world, it's all connected. It's not bad.
I'm William. I'm taking Python for Everyone, and I didn't realize I screwed up dictionary manipulation so badly, and so I took the class.
Well, cool. So there you have it. The next office hours that we'll be doing, I think, is in Bletchley Park in England. So I'll be sending a big long note about, I don't do much notice, but the ones at Bletchley Park I give like several weeks notice so people can set up travel. Okay, so see you on the net. Hi, this is Chuck Severance, and here we are at yet another face-to-face office hours. This time we are in Perth, at the western end of Australia, the world's most remote capital city. So I want to introduce you to some of your fellow students here from Perth. We'll hear your name and say hi if you like.
Hi, my name is Ronald, and this is my 7th Coursera course.
Excellent.
And yes, I'm wearing this t-shirt here. I just want to show my friend. Because
Okay.
he's got this website and he wants to wear it while on Coursera.
And so we've got your t-shirt.
Yeah, okay.
So congratulations on your 7 Coursera classes.
Thank you.
You're pretty much using this like a master's degree, right? You got a bachelor's degree and you're kind of making up your own master's degree?
I did computer science
Yeah.
back in the 90s, and I'm a Solaris and Linux system admin, and I'm just doing this for just for fun and nostalgic, because I'm in the computer business.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nice to meet you anyway.
Oh, nice meeting you.
Nostalgic for him and
Hello.
coming age for me. Hi, I'm Diana. I'm from New Zealand, and this is my first Coursera course.
Ah, you're also formerly from Oxford, right?
I didn't finish my doctorate.
Oh.
Hi, my name's Eloise, and I'm using Coursera to sort of fill up some gaps in my education, and I've had a lot of fun tonight.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Terry. I'm enjoying Chuck's course. Yeah.
Good enough.
Coursera courses is something different, don't they?
Yeah. Okay. So there you have it. Another successful face-to-face office hours from Perth, Australia. So now we're in the second half of our data modeling exploration. We've talked about one-to-many, and now we're going to talk about many-to-many. Just to remember, we are in the bowels of a Django application, and we're really very much talking about the model.py file and how we mess with that. We're talking a little bit about the shell and how we can sort of look at the model.py and store stuff in the database, how we can like migrate, make migrations and update the database, and then read and write data from the database through the models. And so this, we're sort of narrowing in. Eventually we're going to see all the rest of the Django application, the views, the forms, the templates, and we've done a little bit with routing and a little bit with admin. But just remember that we're going to look at each of these pieces in turn and eventually make some sense out of them. So, in this data model, which I think is a really cool data model because it shows two one-to-many relationships and two many-to-many relationships. One very simple and one a little bit more complex. Both the genre and the author are example of one-to-many. And just sort of foreshadowing, see the one ... asterisk there on both ends of the links? Well, that basically says one or more, up to an infinite. The other one's 0 ... the line's kind of covering it. 0 or more and 1 or more. So the one-to-many has 1 on the one side. Sometimes it has 0 on the, or 1.
Put 1 on one side and then 0 dot dot star or 1 dot dot star. So many-to-many is a different kind of creature. So remember how in the last modeling exercise, you'll notice I showed you genre and author, and then I kind of stopped talking about them. I only talked about language and book instance. So in this one, we're going to talk about genre and author, and that's because genre and author are kind of problematic. Because really, each book can have multiple authors, and each book can be multiple genres. And so in that previous lecture, I kept these really simple. And you see this syntax here where I'm just kind of making a spreadsheet, or another way to be thinking about it would be a single wide table with all my data in one table, but I'm starting to put commas in. And so when you have commas, in a user interface, you think of this as perhaps a multi-select, where you have a list of things and you can highlight more than one of those things. And so anytime you sort of see this pattern, it's another form of replication, and that is that the Raspberry Pi book can be of the tech genre and the kids genre, and the Wizards Stay Up Late book can be of the tech genre and the thinking genre, right? Some books have one genre, some books have two genres, some books have one author, some have two, but then the problem is they might have 10 authors or 20 authors. And so how do we represent these things? And if you're sort of looking at either a UI or sort of a UI or just kind of a flat data table, you start seeing these commas. And as soon as you see the commas, you think to yourself, that is an indicator that this might be a many-to-many relationship. So if this were a one-to-many, not one-to-one, this was a one-to-many. This was a one-to-many relationship, sort of like what we did with languages. We would have a book, and that would have a genre foreign key in it that would point to a row in a genre table. And that would make some sense, right? But that doesn't make sense because we have to have genres more than one. And you could basically decide for your application developers that you can't have more than one genre. But the application developers would say, sorry, we're librarians, and we know that there's more than one genre, so you, the programmer, have got to come up with a data model that represents that. And so if this was a one-to-many, you could have like a genre ID, and each book would be able to pick a row out of the genre, and so they would sort of mark themselves. Now, this is another moment where it's a warning sign. And you're like, well, maybe we would just have two foreign keys, and how about books are only allowed to have two genres, you know? Maybe one's not enough, but two's enough. Let's make it three. And so, and people who are doing data modeling early in their career, they'll be like, yeah, I'll just make a genre ID 01, genre ID 02, and then later like genre ID 03, and away you go. And this is completely wrong. Because genres, of course, is a weird example, but if it's authors, there are plenty of books with 8 or 9, 10, 11 authors, right? And so this, when you see yourself thinking this in your head, that like, oh, I'll just add an array of things here. No. And it has to do with it violates the basic notion of relations and connections and how you model stuff to the extent that you can with connections. And so that leads us to what's called the many-to-many. And so the many-to-many is a situation where you have sort of somewhere between one infinity and somewhere between one infinity on both sides. Now, what we need to do to model this is we can't really model many-to-many in a relational database. So what we do is we break it into two one-to-manys, and we have a junction table. You could call this the author book table. Later I'll call this the authored table, like, you know, who are the authors of? You could call it authors of. And it's a table that's a very short table, and it really just says, this author authored this book, this author authored this book, this author authored this book. And then within that, you can say for this book, who are all the authors, or for this author, what are all the books, right? So we call it a connection table, we call it a join table, we call it a junction table, and in Django terminology, we'll call this a through table. But its purpose is to have two outbound one-to-many relationships instead, and that basically is just our way of capturing a one-to-many. And that's why I said one-to-many plus one-to-many equals many-to-many. Two-to-many would sound good, but many-to-many. So here we are, and here are our two many-to-many relationships in our local library application. So a book can have many authors, and an author can have many books, and that's what we're characterizing with this little one dot dot star, one dot dot star. And the same is true, like a genre can have be associated with many books. And interestingly, this zero dot dot star, that's special, where the book connects to genre, and it's zero dot dot star coming out of the book. That means it's a minimum of 0. And all that's really capturing is that a book can have no genres, but a book must have at least one author. And whether that's true or not, that's what this data model is saying. This data model is saying all books have at least one author, but they have 0 or more genres, but they have 1 or more authors. And that's the subtle difference between 0 dot dot star and 1 dot dot star. And that's the kind of clever little application features that these applications can, these data models can capture beautifully. And we'll see in a second how that turns into a Django model that is then a business rule for the data. And so this is how it works. We're going to create two tables, the book table and the author table, and every row is going to have an ID, auto increment, primary key column. And then we're going to have these outbound foreign keys from authored. Again, the authored table is the start of the arrow, so it's the one that has the foreign key column in it, and the destination of the arrow is a primary key in that other table. Now what we're going to do is, and we'll see how this works, is that Django allows us to create these kind of virtual attributes, and we'll name them cleverly. The name of them doesn't matter, but we'll basically say inside of author we're going to have an attribute of books, which is automatically going to be populated by all the books the author wrote. And in book there'll be this little virtual thing. It's actually computed. It's not stored. It's actually computed based on reading the authored table. It'll be authors, which is a list of all the authors. And so this is a convenient way, because in Django they kind of want to hide this middle table. It exists, and as a matter of fact, you can write, drop my pen, pick the pen back up, make sure the audio is still working. Is the audio still working? Yeah, it is. Audio's still working. Life's good. Sorry about that slight interruption. So Django tends to want to hide this through table, and you can actually define models where you don't even give that a name and it makes one up. It still exists. It exists exactly like it's shown here, but I would rather in my data model show you this table so you have a better understanding. But if you see other data models where they don't explicitly mention this and just have a many-to-many, and it actually makes this table up for you. So don't get all freaked out if you see a model that doesn't have the through table explicitly modeled. I like to do it. So here we go. So here we have some models. So we have the book field. The title is just a bit of the book. Then authors is a many-to-many field going toward the author table. That's the far one. But the through table is authored. So the intermediate table, the junction table, the through table is the authored table. The author is on the other side. The author has a name, and it has books, which is this kind of virtual set in there that's a many-to-many field derived pointing at the book table with a through table of authored. So the junction table, we mentioned the junction table the same in both of these, right? So this is going, from one to the other, and this is kind of going back. And these are like virtual, it's not data that's stored in the each row of the book table. It is data which is derived for you if you ask for it. When you retrieve a book, you can say, what are the authors of this book? It's a convenience in a way. And it also is telling Django about the foreign keys and where to store the foreign keys, and the fact that it's a many-to-many field. That's all setting up this stuff so that Django, when you start putting stuff in these tables, Django automatically puts the right stuff into those tables. And like I said, here's the through table I called authored. I thought that was kind of clever. And the through table is modeled as Foreign key this way, foreign key that way. And so that's not a many-to-many, it's a foreign key, but I've named these and I match these things up. Now, the on-delete cascade is the same as the other one. These are now these are two one-to-manys, right? The through table has a one-to-many going this way and a one-to-many going that way. And on-delete cascade, and so just the whole idea of a book-author combination is if the authors are deleted, if you delete an author, you want to delete all the entries in the authored table that correspond to that author. If we do delete a book, you want to delete automatically all the entries in that. And so that's what on-delete cascade means in the authored table. And that's clean this table up if things are deleted but from the outside two tables. So that automatic cleanup is done for us, which is quite nice. And we just request that with this on-delete statement. So, I don't know. That's a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing. It's so pure and so simple. And I don't like it when you don't put the authored table in there, because you can sort of do this and then it'll make the authored table up, but then there's certain things that don't work as well, and I don't like that. Okay, so let's just say we created this models.py file. Of course, in DJ4E samples, if you checked it out and you ran make migrations, it makes them all. But let's just say this is the first time you'd run make migrations, and then you'd see that it's creating the migrations, and then you do the migrate, which of course, as we talked about in the previous lecture, that is what takes from the migrations and then updates the database. And both the make migrations and the migrate are checking to see which ones have already been done. So make migrations is looking for changes or deltas in the models.py file, and the migrate is looking for deltas in the migrations. And again, remember that the list of the things that both of these is looking at is based on the settings.py file, and it's the installed apps variable in the settings.py file. So I put this note in because students are always saying, my make migrations didn't do anything. Well, there's one of two reasons. It either is not in the settings.py file, or it's already done. So I don't know which of those it is, but those are the two things to look for. If you think you're running a make migrations, and it's not running. It either already ran, which is fine, that's totally fine, or you forgot to add it to settings.py. So, okay. So here's just a few things that we can do in the shell, right? Again, Python 3 manage py shell. You got to run this from the folder that has manage.py in it, which is the project folder. Projects have many applications. And so, because the manage.py shell starts up and preloads, again, the manage.py shell reads all of the apps that are in settings.py, loads their models, and a few other things from those, preloads them. And so that's why bookmany.models exists at the very first line here, because Django, in a sense, has woke up and preloaded all of the classes and things that are there. So it's in a Django application, not just in a Python shell. So we import bookmany as the name of the application, and the models are book, author, and authored. So some of this hopefully is starting to look familiar to you. We create an object of type book model. The title's networking, and then we save it. Remember, save is a thing that transmits the in-memory object into the database and populates that ID field. And when you start linking these together, populating the ID field is very important. We do a Raspberry Pi book and we save that, and now we're going to make an author for Kristen and save that, an author for me, and we save that. And so at this point we have made two authors and we made two books, but now we have to connect them together, okay? And so what we're going to basically say is we're going to create an authored record, a record in author, with a book B, connecting book B1 with author A2 and save it. Then book B2 connected with author A1 and save that. Book B2 connected with author A1 and save that. So that's throwing three records into the authored table, making those connections, setting the foreign keys. So like it's just reading the ID field from these A1, A2, and B1, B2, and that's like inserting records into the authored table in the book underscore ID and the author underscore ID, right? Now, remember that in book we have this virtual set called authors, and in author we have this virtual set called books. Again, that's not actually stored in the book table or the books table. It is generated by reading through the appropriate things in the authored table. That's how it's generated. So if we say for book 1 dot authors, this is like that little virtual thing, and it reads all of the corresponding authors from the authored table, and then values just says actually go retrieve them. And so now we see that the authors for book 1 is a list of just one author named Severance. Book 2 authors values is a list with Kristen and me. And then author 1, who's that? Author 1 is Kristen. What books did she write? Well, she wrote the Raspberry Pi book. We co-wrote that book. And then author 2, what books did he write? Well, he wrote the networking book by himself, and he's a co-author with Kristen on this other book. And there's all kind of other things that you can do, but you kind of get this idea that, you know, you don't have to do too much with the authored table, but and then once you got things all set up, you can sort of like walk the authored table without actually knowing it, because we preset these things when we made the data model and said what the through table was. And so the through table is sort of a magic thing that's useful, but we don't really explicitly deal with it too much. Now up next I'm going to show you a different example of many-to-many, just to sort of bring this home a bit. So now I want to show you another example of many-to-many from an application that's near and dear to my heart, and that's the auto grader that I use for most of my online classes. So one of the things the auto grader has to know is like who is in what course, so that we can track grades based on people in courses. And so this is the data model, and it's a little bit different syntax. You sort of see one-to-many. It's using this what's called crow's feet. And you see this little crow foot, and that's like a many when it sort of spreads out. And then you sort of have this one, and there's various little ways, and one or more or zero or more. And so there's that's called a crow's foot diagram. But these diagrams ultimately are capturing the same thing, whether these relationships are many-to-many or one-to-many, and what the cardinality of each end of the relationship is. And this is showing a person table, a course table, and a membership table, and this is a very common thing that we have to solve in educational systems. And it's a little bit more sophisticated than the previous one, which I thought was beautifully elegant and simple, but I want to show you this one as well. And so what we have here is basically people are in courses, right? A person can be in many courses, and a course can have many people, so it's a many-to-many relationship. We create a through table, we'll call it a member table. We end up, just like before, with two one-to-manys pointing out, or many-to-ones pointing outward. So we have a person ID and a course ID in the member table. All three of these tables have primary keys of ID, ID, and ID. And then we put the little tiny sort of virtual set in here, so that at a person you can just look at a virtual set of their courses, and in a course you can say who are the members of this course. Now we're going to do one more thing that's a little bit different here, and that is often the simplest of through tables is literally an ID and two foreign keys. And as a matter of fact, some people, Django doesn't like doing this, but some people don't even include the ID field, and they just make the combination of the two foreign keys as a unique ID. And if you're doing databases directly, you can actually do that. But here's a thing that you can also do. So if you think about in a teaching and learning situation, people aren't just members of courses. They are members of courses, and they have a role. And is that role as a learner, a teaching assistant, or an instructor, or perhaps they're the departmental administrator, right? And that is an attribute of the connection, right? The connection between a person and a course is the membership, and oh, by the way, they're not just a member, they're a member with some metadata. Okay? And so sometimes we add data to the through table, and it's actually quite useful, and it's really the only place to model this kind of data, because somebody might be in a course as a teacher, and they might be in a different course as a student, so you can't just say this person is always a teacher, or they're always a student. You can't say that. It depends on the context, and so that's why at the connection between a particular person and a particular course, we actually model the role that they have in that course. So here we go. So we're going to have a person in a course, and we're going to have a through table of membership, and so we're going to send these things back and forth to each other. And this membership is the tricky one. And so we have a foreign key over to person and a foreign key over to course, and we're going to model some information. We're going to model a created date at, and this is a datetime field. This is another feature that basically says, let's make a created underscore at, and dear Django, I'm not even going to set this value. Please, when I create this, a new record here, populate this at the current date and time, and if I make a change to it, change the updated at. And this is a common pattern in lots of tables to put these two lines in, and it's so common that we often call them the same field. So you'll look in somebody's Django model and you'll see created at and you'll see updated at. And so that's another thing we're modeling at the connection in the through table. And so the other thing we're going to do is have the role. Now, the example that you use in local library, they make this role, I think, a string, which makes me kind of like feel bad because I don't like vertical replication of string, so, even if they're sort of from a fixed vocabulary. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do something where we're going to create a set of integers and associate those integers with meaning and use them in the admin interface, etc. And so what I'm going to do here is these learner, IA, GSI, instructor, and admin are just integer numbers. And then I'm going to say, I'm going to make this little a tuple of tuples, or a list of tuples as it were. And the learner integer maps to the string learner, so we can show that in the user interface. This here is a lot of UI stuff. So in the admin UI, this whole member choices thing affects the admin UI. When this is all said and done, we basically say the role is an integer field. And I like that because it's short, and I love integers. How many times have you heard me say I love integers? Integers are short and efficient. And instead of this just being any number, it really is the choices are pulled from this thing, which is these possible numbers, which is 1, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, or 10,000. And the default value is learner, which means it's a 1. So this is this is basically not, you could make it an integer field and we could code in our Python code these numbers and these strings, but there's a lot of value in using the administrator interface now and having these values known inside the data model rather than just coding them throughout all the Python code that we write. So when this is all said and done, what we have is two foreign keys, two outbound foreign keys like you would expect, a created at and an updated at that's totally maintained by Django for us, and then modeled at the connection a role, like are you a teacher, are you a student? Okay? And so that's a little more sophisticated kind of many-to-many model. And we can talk to this in the Django shell, Python 3 manage.py shell. We import the models from the application models. This is really reading the models.py file from the many folder. Import the person model, the course model, and membership. Those are Python classes. We're going to make a person and save it. We're going to make a course and save it. We can check the ID to prove that. We can look at all of the members values. That's a query set, and then with nothing in it. And then we can create a membership, and we give membership.instructor. This is that number, right? I think that was like 1,000 or 5,000, I think what that was. And then courses C. Oops, how come it's not right? There we go. Courses C and person is P. That's taking from the P and C variable that we just created. We are basically populating the through table with the two objects from which we'll figure out what that foreign key is. And then we save it. We can see that it's been saved by looking at ID. And so we can see these things like C members values now. We can see that this is the person who is a member of that particular course. And we can see what courses Ted is in, and Ted's in Woodcraft. And so this is just another example using the shell to talk to some many-to-many relations. So up next, we're going to show how we do these shell-like operations, but we're actually going to just write Python code rather than typing Python code. So we've been working with the Django shell and typing commands in to insert records and populate fields and create the both sides of many-to-many and then link them together. And so some applications that we're going to build, you're going to put up your super social ride-sharing thing that you just built, and people are going to start filling it with data. But other times, you're actually building a website for which the data is already known. You might actually be reading a bunch of data and putting it into a database from some source. Maybe it's an API, maybe you're scraping or whatever. And so you have some source of data and you want to put it into the database. And you don't want to put it in by hand. And so we're going to talk a little bit how you can write a script to load data into your Django database, into your Django models, after you've defined those Django models. And so we're going to actually take some CSV data, we're going to read it from a file, and it's just comma-separated values, and we're going to use the course person membership model from before, and we're going to say basically, here's a person with their email address, their role, which is instructor or learner, and then the course that they're in. And what we're going to do is we're going to write a script to read through all those things and then insert and populate. Because you gotta, when you're making a many-to-many, you gotta like put both sides in and then connect it together. And so the code will be in DJ-free samples scripts many-load.py. That's the code to load it, to read this file, and then create it, put it into DB-SQLite, informed by the data model in the many-to-many example that I gave you with the course stuff. Okay, so that's what this is. Now, running scripts is part of a feature of Django called the Django extensions. Now, if you've already done this through when you installed DJ-free samples and you're in pip3-r requirements.txt, you already put this in, but it doesn't hurt to go into your virtual environment and type pip3 install Django extensions and make sure it's already there, because if it's not already there, then it will get installed. Otherwise, this whole script thing won't work, right? After you install it, you do have to put a little link into your settings.py. That's Django _ extensions in your installed apps. And there's documentation on how all to do this. So that's the first thing you've got to do. Once you've installed it with pip, you have to pull it into your Django application. So when Django first loads up, which is python3 manage.py, at that point that says pull this in, pull all these other things in. All your apps, your extensions, the Django features you need, etc., etc., etc. And that's in the project settings.py file. So Django extensions won't work if you don't put it in this file. Now, if you're running on Python anywhere, of course, after you edit this file, you gotta reset your web. But I think you probably figured that out by now. We wouldn't have got this far if you weren't resetting your web server on Python anywhere. The next thing you do is within your Django project file, you make a scripts folder. And you put this file, empty file, touch is the Unix command to create an empty file, scripts / __ init __.py. This is just kind of a thing you do. And what it is an indication as Python is reading through these folders to say, this folder contains modules that are suitable for importing. And that's just a signal. And I think later versions of Python make this less important, but we've always put this in. So if you're going to put like classes that are intended to be imported into some other application, we always put this empty file _ init init .py. So touch says make an empty file of this name. So our data file looks like this. It's just a CSV. Python has a great CSV reading thing. And it has 3 columns, the person's name, their role in the course, and their course. It's pretty small just because I want to show it to you. So here's the code that we've got. And we'll see in a second that you can't just run this in Python. You've got to run this after that whole Django extensions says load up all the Django stuff and then run my code. As compared to just run my code. If you run your code, if you just run your code, that import of many.models person code membership, course membership, is just going to blow up because it hasn't run the settings.py first. You can't do that, but Python 3 manage.py does do the settings and loads all these things and makes it so that this import works. Because that's how you access the data models. And there's other things, like it's made the connection to the database, the DB SQLite, and figured all that stuff out. You don't write a single line of that, right? And that's all magically done sort of before you start, and all you have to do in the script file is make a method called run. It takes no parameters, and when the script starts, it's going to call your run method, so your first line of code is right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to open the CSV file, and we're going to use the CSV library, CSV reader fhand, and we're going to get our CSV reader. This is just an iterable thing that you can go read your way through this. And it parses the CSV and gives you a nice array out of the CSV, and if there's quotes in there, it knows about that, and escape characters. And CSV files are kind of complex. The one I showed you is super simple, but you may quickly run into a CSV that's got UTF-8 characters in it, or who knows what's in it, and you want to use this CSV reader rather than just doing a split on commas. The one I gave you, split on commas, will work, but you don't really want to count on that. You really want to use CSV. And again, it's all built into Python, so Python's awesome, so away we go. Now, the first thing we do before we get going is we take the person class, .objects is kind of like a thing we say after the class, .objects all, that's like a filter, and then .delete. That is kind of like a delete from person table. And then we're going to delete all from the course table, and we're going to delete from the membership table. Now because we have, so if you go to the person table, the membership table, and the course table, if you recall, there was a on-delete cascade for both of the foreign key relationships coming out of the membership table. So probably, if all was well, after the person objects all delete was done, and the course objects all delete was done, the membership table would likely be empty. Because if you empty out the course table, empty out the membership table, and you have on delete equals cascade, those deletions in those destination tables will percolate back into the source table and cause those rows to be deleted, just like so this is kind of redundant. Membership objects is kind of redundant because of on-delete cascade that we put into that data model. Okay, so we open our data. Let me clear this out. We open our data, we get a CSV reader, we wipe out the data, the old data that's in those two models in our database. That's in the DB SQLite file. And then we're going to read all the rows. Okay, we're going to just print the row out, which just is a tuple. It's a list actually. And then we're going to call person.objects, and this is really cool. A method called get or create. This is either going to retrieve a row that matches the email of the email address, because the email address is the 0th element because it's the first element. If it's not there, it will create it and then retrieve it. So this is kind of like Python's, this is very much like get in dictionaries, where if you use get the right way, you can basically increment or create something. In this case, we're loading it if it exists, and if it doesn't exist, we're making it and then we're loading it. And part of what we did is we declared this email as unique. And so it's going to load it up, and we do that for both the course and the person. And we actually are returned a tuple. The P and the C are the objects that we're going to get back for person, and created is a Boolean that tells you whether or not the getter create did a get or it did a create. If created is false, that means that there was one and we loaded it. If created is true, that means there wasn't one and we created one. Now, in our situation, we really don't care whether it was created or not. And so when these two lines are done, we know that we have a person associated with the email, the first parameter, and then a course associated with the course title, which is the last parameter. And if you look back at the CSV, you see there's redundancy, right? There's redundancy, or replication. Python, Python, Python. Django, Django. SQL, SQL. Jane, Jane. Ed, Ed, Ed. Sue. And so we're only going to insert Python once, and then we're going to use the same Python over and over. Because even though there's vertical replication in this data file, we're not going to have vertical replication in our person, membership, or course tables. So there's no vertical replication allowed. No vertical replication allowed. The world is full of vertical replication. Good data models are not. That's pretty profound, actually. Okay, so at this point, we have the two records in the two tables on the sides. P and C have those values. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to figure out what the role is. Now, membership.learner, learner was just a constant. That was the number 1 if you go back and look. And then we say if row sub 1, which is rows a list, which the row sub 1 is the second thing in the list, is I, i.e. it's an instructor, then we're going to make our role be instructor. And then we're going to create a membership object using the role, that's just a number, the person is an object, and the course equals C, it's an object. So we're going to make that, it's still, and we get the variable m back, that's still sitting in memory, and then we save it, which then sticks that through table record or the junction table record into the membership database. So this is either going to retrieve or create, and then this is going to add the membership record. And before we started it, we cleaned everything out. So it's a pretty simple loader. There's lots of things you can do. I mean, I think if you were going to do this yourself, you would probably play around a little bit in the shell to make sure that statements like this would do what you want it to do. And then you'd write a nice little Python script, and so that you could automate it so that you don't have to do it by hand for 20,000 records. Right, here is just to remind you, this is that model, right? Learner, instructor, those are just constants, and that's what that did. So you run it, and recall that it prints the row, and so the row is just after the CSV reader parses it, it's got the three things, and one at a time it inserts or retrieves, and then it looks at the middle one to see what the role is, and then it creates a membership record and stores that membership record in the database. And so it's a pretty easy pattern to follow. I'm sure the stuff that you're going to write will be a little more complex. I kept it simple so that it would fit nicely on the screen. So here's just playing a little bit after all that stuff's been loaded. We can take a look. Again, just so we can type interactively, we got to go into the project file, the project folder, GJ free samples, and run the shell using manage.py. We can import our models. We can say person objects values. That basically says select all the records from the person table and give them to me. We can retrieve pk equals 1. pk stands for primary key. Say get the first person. What's their email? That'd be Jane. We can say for Jane, what are the courses? The courses is that virtual set that is querying the join table, the through table, and pulling it out, but we don't think about it that way. We just like, oh, this is a magic set that's always there. So x.courses.values says what are the courses that Jane is a member of, and Jane is a member of Python and SQL. So let's go to get a course, right? The second course objects get pk equals 2, so that's the Django course. And then we say, oh, let's go look at the members values. And so that says who are the members of this course? Well, Ed is a member, and Sue is a member, right? So this is the members of the course, right? There's the courses, course members, and then user courses. And so we've looked sort of from the outside, we've kind of looked through the through table to this list of things on both sides. So that's a thing you could do, but sometimes you want to actually see that data. The one thing we did in this membership is we actually modeled data in the through table. So what we're going to do here is we're going to grab a course, right? And we're going to say, okay, go ahead and get course number 2. And then membership set. That basically now we're looking at the through table. Give us all the things of the membership set that are associated with this course, course Y. Get them all and get the values. And so that basically is going, now we're going to see the records that are in the membership set. So we see them all, right? We see that person ID 2, course ID 2, the created date dat, the updated date, remember updated at, those are automatically put in there. Remember we talked about them? You just say auto add equals now and auto update equals now. But you also see the role value, so we can read the role value. So this is the way we see, oh, we're in this course, and now we see who's in this course, and are they a teacher or are they a learner? And so we can dig into the through table using this kind of syntax. So that's quite a bit of a romp through one-to-many and many-to-many relationships. Data modeling, like I said, you can learn data modeling basically in a few hours, and you can spend your life crafting amazing data models. And I love it. I just find it really rewarding to build cool data models, and it's not that hard to build really good ones. I mean, it just amazes me how many people who are really smart that can't even build a basic good data model. Again, don't replicate string data, especially when it means the same thing, right? We have the concept of primary keys, which are in each row. We have foreign keys, which point at a row in a different table. And then we have the one-to-many relationships and the many-to-many relationships. And our local library application is a simple data model, and yet it does a really good job of giving us examples of each of these things in action.
Well, hello. We are at Bletchley Park, where computer science, internet, history, technology, and all of computation started here at Bletchley Park. And we've had a very special, record-setting office hours. And I want you to meet your fellow students, okay? So here we go. So, howdy. State your name and...
Hi, I'm Steve.
Well, also, but you should say that you're somebody special. You're not just Steve.
Well, I'm one of the mentors for the Python course, all of them.
So welcome, Steve. It's an honor to have worked with you all these years, right? And Steve is the one that does all the hard work. I get all the credit, and people like Steve and other mentors, they actually do the hard work. So thank you, Steve. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for inviting me down with your help. It was brilliant.
Yeah. So say hi to the rest of the class.
Hi, I'm Benoit.
Okay.
Originally from France. I live here in London. I'm really happy to be here and meet you, Dr. Chuck.
I'm happy to meet you.
I've done the internet history class. I really loved it. I'm really keen to do the next one on the Python, yeah?
Cool. And don't worry, it's a very wide angle, so I'm not really taking a picture of your nose.
Hi, I'm Craig. I'm doing the Python web data. See you online.
Okay. Did you get in trouble when that guy come talk to you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You're okay though?
Yeah, I'm fine.
They're going to let you come back?
Yeah, I'm
good.
Fine.
Okay.
I'm Steve. I've done the first Python course, and I'm going to be doing some of the others soon. And I found it really, really useful in getting my way into the language. It's really helpful.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and I'm a software developer, and I use the Python for Everybody course to teach a programming class at an international school in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And it's good to be here at Bletchley Park, England.
You know that the book's translated into Chinese, right? Does that work in Thailand?
Not so well.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I guess I'm not that cool.
Different script.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, I'm Arnaud from France. I work in a university as an Arduino instructor, and because of the Python class, I forgot the syntax of Arduino. That was embarrassing in my job. So.
You mean processing? You mean you don't use processing anymore? You use Python instead of processing?
No, I use Arduino. I'm supposed to do debugging at the university, but all the semicolon everywhere, and then I forgot it in the Python, so this was embarrassing.
Welcome. Did you travel from Paris?
Yeah.
You came from like Paris to here?
Yes, I do.
I guess it is from Eurostar. It's not like coming from Australia, right? I guess it's not.
Someone beats me up.
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm saying you're right. Eurostar, Paris is closer than we think.
I'm Kevin. I've only come from London, but it's been really good to hear how Coursera is put together and how you make the course, and thank you.
Well, thanks for coming.
Hi, I'm Jingyan.
I'm Sipu. We are from China.
But you're students?
Yeah, we are working in the UK at the moment.
Okay.
So it's nice to meet you here at Bletchley Park, and Python course is great.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hello, I'm Yanis. I used to work with Python for a long time, but it's the first time that I'm taking a course just to see the language properly.
Cool.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Isabel. I use your courses to refresh my computer science knowledge.
Yes.
I'm learning Python with you. I've come to Bletchley Park at least 5 times.
Like you. You're a fan like me.
I would have loved to have worked here during the war. It
Oh.
must have been so exciting.
Yeah, 3/4 of the people here were women.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very
We
impressive.
don't have the most interesting jobs, all of them, but we'd have checked
Exactly.
that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Patrick. I did the Internet History course, and it's a very exciting day for me today because when I did that course, I said I wanted to go to Bletchley Park, and I'm here today. And I also said I wanted to come to one of Dr. Chuck's office hours, so I got to do 2 at once today, which is quite brilliant.
Yeah, one of my ideas is that this is our class reunion.
Yeah.
That was I was thinking, we could have a class reunion.
Hi, I'm David. I've taken your Python courses and your Internet History course. Loving them.
Welcome. Glad you're here.
Hi, I'm Paul, and I've done the Python courses, and they're great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Hugh from Cambridge, and I've done your Python courses. I'm currently doing the web one. Very excited to be here with you, and it's great to try and teach kids. So I'm actually learning it because my son's doing Python for his exams. So hopefully I can help him.
Right. You're only a couple of blocks away from Raspberry Pi headquarters, right?
That's right.
They're in Cambridge.
Yeah.
And they're doing Python stuff there too as well.
Big time.
Yeah, I'd like to get that all connected somehow.
Think of a cunning plan.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Roger. I've done the Python for Everybody course, and I've just started the web one. I'm really looking forward to getting right through it.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Dariusz. I come originally from Poland. I live here in UK. I just started my journey with the Python. I should say thank you very much for everything you're doing. It's really, really good stuff. And yes.
So here's the question. Do you know the history of Bletchley Park and the 3 Polish cryptographers?
Poles were very, very
Poles were
underrated for what they did for us.
Well, but everybody who's historians here have done a really good job of making that clear.
Which brings me to the next question. When you're going to come to the office hours to Poznań in Poland?
I
have a lot of fans there.
I go many places, so maybe we'll figure that out.
One more thing.
Okay.
Hello to my wife and 2 daughters.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I live just north of London. I took the first Python course so I could keep up with my little boy who's learning it at school, basically.
Great.
It's lovely to meet you. Thank you
well,
very
lovely
much.
to meet you.
Hello there, my name's Andrew. I'm a pensioner, just doing the Python course for interest, and I'm hoping to combine that with little projects I've got with the Raspberry Pi.
Very good.
But I think the Python course is a gripping course.
There you go.
Well done.
You're very young for a pensioner.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Far too far into my 70s.
Hello, I'm Adam. I'm came with my family, and I've just started to learn Python. I'd like to use in my biology job, and later I would like to teach my daughter in programming.
Yeah, at some point that'll become normal. You have something?
Just our next generation of code breakers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Important to bring them to the ground zero.
Ground zero.
Yeah.
Ground zero of it all.
Yeah.
And in the future it will be so much better. We break this ground and it'll stay broken. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, I'm Alice. I live in Bristol. I did the
Bristol,
Python.
that's far away. That's that way.
It's a couple of hours.
Yeah,
southwest.
Yeah.
So I did the Python course a few months ago, and I'm going to do your new one that you've come the.
Great.
Course 3.
Yeah, course 3. Looking forward to seeing you in course 3.
But yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
I tried some other ones from Coursera, and they weren't anywhere near as good.
I'll have to cut that out. Oh, no, maybe I won't cut that part out.
Hi, I'm Yang. It's nice to see you in real life, finally. I'm an analyst, so I hope to be able to use your work, learning Python and apply it to my work. So I'll follow you to Capstone, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
so
great.
Keep up the good work.
Well, hopefully I'll figure out the capstone by the time we get to capstone. Hi.
Hi, I'm David. I'm from Ormskirk, north of Liverpool. I work as a learning technologist, and I'm interested in doing a Python course to bring my programming skills up to date because they're about 20 years old.
I'm a learning technologist myself.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Cynthia.
Yeah.
And I'm taking your Python course, which is excellent. I highly recommend it for anyone who wants to learn programming. And I'm on a career break right now, raising Aiden and Tycho.
Hello.
And it's been great for maintaining intellectual sanity.
That is a use case that's very important, actually. But your career has something to do with like nuclear reactors or
No.
stealth aircraft.
No. Used to do a bit of mass spectrometry.
Oh, mass spectrometry. Whatever. I knew it was complex.
So without the computational part,
Yeah.
mass spectrometries are useless.
Well, mass spectrometry is a needle in a haystack problem.
Yeah.
And
but if it weren't for the programming,
Yeah.
we couldn't make any sense of that data.
Right.
And I never knew how to do that before, and I hope when I go back, I'll actually know what I'm doing.
Well, great. That's a great way to do a career break.
Hi, my name is Arfan. I'm from London, and I've done the Internet and History Technology course, and I'm looking forward to doing the Python course.
Great. Do you want to be on? Are you hiding?
No, it's just my wife.
Oh, okay. You're the photographer. Okay, so we'll get a wide shot of you all. Give yourself a large round of applause for like your awesomeness and initiative and. So there we have it. The first perhaps of many class reunions here at Bletchley Park. So see you on the net. My name is Charles Severance. I'm a faculty member of the University of Michigan School of Information. I've also taught over 500,000 students around the world since 2012 using a platform called Coursera. When I travel, I invite my students to what I call face-to-face office hours. Hello, Chuck here. We are here in Paris, France with yet another face-to-face office hours for Coursera, and I'd like you to meet some of your fellow students. So say hi, say your first name, and if you want to say hi in French, go ahead and say hi in French or say hi in English.
Hi, Paulus. Bonjour, Simon.
Hi, Sydney.
Hi, I'm Alex.
Hi, Julien.
Okay, there you go. Yet another successful office hours. In a bit, I will hop on a plane and go to Milan. This is called the fashion tour, Paris and Milan, except that I don't have the clothes for that. But we'll see you soon in Milan. Bye. We're in Milan, Italy with one of the largest office hours ever, and I'd like to do our standard introduction so that you can see everybody. So give us your name and say hi or say something about the course.
Malcolm. I just really like the course. I don't have anything to say.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Luca, and I'm here for learn something.
Okay.
I'm Ivan. I like the teacher and I really love the course.
Great.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sebastian and I attended the Internet History course.
Great.
Hi, this is Anarita learning Python and getting excited about the course.
Yeah.
Ciao, I'm Barbara and I like your course. Thank you, Dr. Chuck.
Thank you, Barbara.
Hi, I'm Alberto. I just want to learn programming.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Andrea. I took Internet History, and when I read that Dr. Chuck was coming, I started screaming, "Ah, Dr. Chuck is coming!" in the office, and no one understood it, but anyway.
Okay.
Hi, I'm David. It's my first course on Coursera, and I wish everybody good luck and stay focused on your goals.
We laugh because don't make Mauro hear it because he will
You'll write a Python program.
Script for that.
Right, and I do the same thing. And so, but the interesting thing is when I'm writing a Python program, when I'm writing an operating system, I'm saying, oh, here's this problem I've got to solve, and here's these specifications in performance, and I'm thinking like a computer scientist. But when I'm writing a Python program that's like looking through a mailing list for certain kind of mail messages and then matching those mailing message up with something else, or seeing who the most prolific poster in your forum is, what you're really doing is you're slowly but surely putting yourself into that program. After meeting with the students, I went to dinner with Mauro Tasali, who's been one of my volunteer teaching assistants in Coursera since 2012.
Okay, one thing is Dr. Chuck MOOC, another thing is from another with no CTA or just CTA that's arrived
to grade.
Once in a while, okay, say yes, no, okay. And I participate a lot, and also it's for that reason that Norian and Kate approached me asking to become a CTA. And I'm Italian. Maybe my English is not so important. Being an Italian in IT sometimes is kind of the world of internet, and they are asking me to become a teacher assistant. Very good. I felt very well, and also I put all my effort also to say thank you to Coursera for giving me this kind of opportunity.
So in this course, we should have all of the basics of Django skills. We should understand Django patterns. We should understand object orientation and how Django uses object orientation. We should understand how to build an application, why these files are there. When I say, hey, go in the urls.py, you should know what the urls.py is. And you shouldn't say, what is that? No, it'd be in settings.py, URL. These shape of Django applications, the layout, by now you should know that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start in the beginning and then continue right on building a single application. And I've chosen topics that mirror the kinds of topics that if you were to build your own application, you'll probably have these 5 or 6 features that you're just like, oh, I got to add a picture. And so we will look at how you add login. We'll look at how you add pictures. We'll look at how you add comments, how you might do favorites, how you do searches, how to make the little icons show up inside your browser tabs. And so you'll find that you'll come back to this. And I know when I write Django applications, I come back to this material as well and look at my sample code. I give you a whole bunch of sample code. We move from me lecturing from slides to more and more me walking through sample code. And then along the way, we learn JavaScript and JQuery and JSON and ajax, and then use those in our ever-growing classified ads Django application that really is the focus of this course. Hello and welcome to our lecture about JavaScript. JavaScript is another programming language, and if the Python is the only language you know, it's quite a bit different than Python. So JavaScript was originally designed as an addition to HTML and CSS. And it really started as a programming language inside of the browser that runs right in the browser. Even though it's named like JavaScript, like Java, it's really more like Python in how it works, except that it has a C-like syntax. And it's really an amazing language. And for a lot of people, it's their #1 language, their favorite language. And so it's worth learning JavaScript even if you love Python. So JavaScript is an interesting language in that it was built very quickly. in 10 days in 1995 by a fellow named Brendan Ike. Brendan was a PhD in physics, and he knew a lot about programming languages and formal languages and how to build compilers really fast. And so the idea was to make a sort of a subversion of Java, like a lightweight version of Java, and put it in the browser. Today, it's gone through a standardization process, and it's called ECMAScript. And so if we were to take a look at the history of programming languages, you know probably, you know by now, you know Python, right? And Python is a great language, and JavaScript is the other language we're going to learn here. And this just sort of puts them in some context so that you understand a bit of the influences. So in the very beginnings, in the 50s, 1950s, we programmed in assembly language. And then most computers, all they could do is numeric calculations very well. And so languages like Fortran came along. There's lots of languages, and sort of if you go back to the 50s and the 60s, people were inventing languages all the time. But a language that really, for me, changed everything was the C language. Invented in 1972, and I still want to do a really cool class on C. C is not a good language to write everything in. It's very much like assembly language. It mirrors how computers really work, which is kind of different than how we program computers in a lot of ways. But the other thing that C was doing was it was acknowledging that computers were less and less about numerical computations and more about strings and you know, words and messages and things like that. So if you know, it's probably 95% of the calculations in computers have to do with moving data around, not numbers around. And C was great at that. So all the languages I used up till I started using C, they were kind of a numeric system that was sort of fighting to do characters well, and C was a very well done character system. And so it became the language. C is the language that's a kind of the mother language of all this. Linux is written in C. Python is written in C. PHP is written in C. JavaScript is probably written in C. And so it's like the lowest level language that we go to these days. And when you're writing a language and you want it to be fast, the implementation of that language is often written in C. C++ came from C as an object-oriented variation, and we've talked a lot about object-oriented Python. We're going to talk about object-oriented JavaScript coming up. And so C++ influenced a whole lot of systems that had to do, in a sense, C++ influenced Python as well. And so C++ has added an object-oriented layer. It's actually probably the least object-oriented of any of these other languages on here, but it had object-oriented concepts. C# was Microsoft's version of that. Java was open source, the thing that became the sort of progenitor of JavaScript, but again, they're not as related as you might think. It's really, JavaScript came from C more than it came from Java. There's a few things that are imitating Java. And so all of the things above this line are semicolon and curly brace. They use semicolon and curly brace to end lines and to begin and end blocks. Curly brace, beginning curly brace, and end curly brace. And then there's this other set of programming languages that don't use semicolon and curly brace. And C was the first language that did the semicolon and curly brace. And so these languages that are kind of below this line, Bash, Perl, Python, and PHP, are really, actually PHP is a semicolon and curly brace as well. Python is the language we've been learning, and it's really the odd language. So we're going to learn a language that's in the category that makes it easier for you to learn C or C++ or Java or Objective-C. And so this is worth learning, even though you know Python. There was another movement that was sort of C is a very high-performance language and really aimed at computer scientists to build complex systems like Linux. But then there were languages for like the end user that just got work done but weren't seen as like super performant for professionals, etc., etc., etc. And so Bash, which is the Linux shell where you're typing CD and ls if you're familiar with that. Perl was a report generation language that introduced the concept of associative arrays, and Most people joke about Perl. I don't like Perl because I can never read my code after I write it. I can write it, but I can't read it afterwards. But it introduced a lot of wonderful concepts like associative arrays, which we would call dictionaries in Python. And Perl, it really definitely influenced Python because of its ease of programming. So what Perl was really good at was allowing a person with very little formal training on data structures to be able to use associative arrays and nested associative arrays to create pretty sophisticated data structures. And Python came along with that, and PHP also. Original PHP stood for Perl Hypertext Processor. Now it doesn't stand for that, but Perl and Python and PHP are in this category of sort of interpreted, easy to use languages with strings that work really nice, and they just make life a lot easier. In languages like C, strings are very difficult. So if we take a look at this, right, we've learned Python and we're going to learn JavaScript next. And so we're moving in, but again, JavaScript you can think of as unlocking a whole bunch of other languages. And so it's worth learning it a little bit, even though in this class we're not going to go into any great detail, because mostly you're going to be cutting and pasting JavaScript and then tweaking it and reading it and debugging it. So we're really not focusing on writing too much new JavaScript. So there's a couple of situations where you'll find yourself writing some JavaScript. One is augmenting HTML. That'll be the first thing we'll do. There is this thing in the browser that runs JavaScript, and the way it interacts with the browser's UI is through the document object model. You can add a library like JQuery to make that interaction easier, because the document object models aren't as portable across browsers as we would like sometimes. And then if you keep going, you find that you're building more and more of your application logic in the browser. And so they say, you know what, I just want to write the model and view part, the controller and view part in the browser in JavaScript using a templating language. And you can use like Vue or React to do that. And then if you keep on going, you can act JavaScript as just a language, and they've implemented it inside the server using as a server-based language. And we would use Django and Python as our server-based language, but you can actually write your entire application front to back in JavaScript and use something like Node to run the server side of it that's actually talking to the database. So there's lots and lots. JavaScript is just like you're opening the door into a lot of really wonderful capabilities. So like I said, it is in the syntax family of Java, and that is that it has semicolons to end lines, white space doesn't matter, open curly brace and close curly brace, start and end blocks, whereas in Python you just end a line and you indent to indicate a block of text, and you de-indent to indicate the end of that block of text. Now, I will admit that Python is not my favorite syntax. It is my favorite language in that I like its libraries, I like how it thinks about things, I like its object-oriented patterns. I like a lot about it, but I do like my curly braces, because for me I like to see the beginning and end of blocks, whereas in Python you only see the beginning, but that's okay. I'm just saying that now you're going to see some of this syntax, and it's going to look, if Python's the only language you know, it's going to look quite different. If you know Java, it'd be like, yeah, of course I know that. I've been programming that for a long time. So up next, we're going to talk about how we work with JavaScript when we're sitting in a browser. So now we're going to talk about how you use JavaScript in a browser. And as I said before, this is just only one of the possible ways that you might use Java. But this is pretty much what we'd call vanilla Java, or basic Java, or Java without Vue, or Java without jQuery, or Java without Node. This was the original JavaScript purpose, right? It was to be in the browser, augment HTML. So here we have a happy little bit of HTML. We got some HTML, you got a body, you got a paragraph tag, and we got this script tag. So the script tag says we're moving out of HTML as syntax, and we are then writing some JavaScript code. And we are talking to the document. Document, the DOM, is in a sense that part of your browser that's like the pixels that you're seeing. And so this JavaScript code can write to what you're seeing on the screen by going through this constant, or this variable called document. Document.write writes onto the screen. And so if you take a look at this code, it's coming down. Out comes the title, out comes the body, the paragraph comes out, then it drops into JavaScript, and then this little string gets written out, and then it goes back in. The no script tag is in case there's no JavaScript, which is really rare these days, and then the paragraph comes out. So the point is that this has created a 3-line web page. The first and the third line come from HTML, and the second line comes from JavaScript. Not that this is a particularly useful example, it just points out that JavaScript has access to the screen when it's running inside of a web page. That's powerful, and we're going to drive a truck through all that. So whenever I learn a new programming language, the first thing I got to do is print a debug statement. And the debug statement is called alert. And you say alert, you put a string in it, and it stops. It stops the program, and you have to press OK, then it continues on. So that way I'm like, did that code run or not? And I just put a little alert hello world in there, and then poof, up it goes. And then just pops up a little dialog, and you press OK, and it continues. So that's really quite nice. And so here's a little example of that, where we're cruising along. The paragraph is written out. And one of the things that you'll notice is that this alert box actually stops the JavaScript. So we switch into JavaScript. The browser is still parsing the page. And you'll see sometimes the little spinner is still spinning. So it stops. It puts up the alert dialog box, here I am, and waits until you press OK. And in a sense, your browser is paused at that point. Because literally, it doesn't know what you're going to do. And this JavaScript has every right to change every bit of this page because the JavaScript is in the page using the document. So it pauses until you press OK, and then it picks back up, and then it will write hello world, and the second paragraph will come. But alert, you just stick it in your JavaScript, and whatever's happening, bang, it stops right there, and everything stops. And so it's a pretty cool thing. And so you can't use it too much, you can't use it in a loop, and if you do it too many times, your browser will like, why is this page throwing up so many alert boxes? But in a pinch, it's the simplest thing. So there's 3 ways to get JavaScript into your web page. One is inline in the document, and that's what I just showed you with a da-da-da-da script, da-da-da-da slash script. It can be, we've done this before, it's part of an event and an HTML tag. I'll show you that. Or you can put the JavaScript in its own little file, usually ending in .js. So here's the second one. This is the one where we're putting in an onClick method. And so we've been doing this, right? We've been doing onClick methods where we'll have an href and then onClick and then say something. And in this one, this part here in the middle, that is just JavaScript, and that's why it has semicolons to end each line. White space doesn't matter. This isn't Python. Don't need new lines, etc. So when we click on this Click Me button, that is going to start running this code. Now the page is already fully rendered, and the Click Me button is waiting to be clicked. And on click, that's when a click happens, event-driven programming. Then it runs the alert, pauses. Better change the color there. It runs the alert. How come I can't get it to be yellow? There it's yellow. Clear it. Go back up and be yellow. Thank you for being yellow. So you click on it. It runs this JavaScript, which runs the alert, which pops the box up. Then you press the OK, and then it continues on this code. Now the return false is telling the anchor tag not to follow the link, right? And so that basically says, I, the onClick method, have processed this particular click. And so that's what the return false does. So we are basically just have JavaScript in the middle of a tag that's triggered when an event happens. So event-based programming. The other thing we can do is we can make this in a completely separate file. So we're going to have this file called script.js. Now it doesn't need a script tag because it knows that it's JavaScript, so that's just code. This happens to be one line that's got a document.write hello world, and now we embed it with a script tag and a slash script, but now we just say source equals script. It pulls it in, it loads and runs and parses that whole thing, and as a side effect, it writes out one paragraph, hello world, and the second paragraph. And of course, usually this isn't doing work. Usually this is defining a bunch of functions that we're going to use later. And so usually this is script.js is a function, 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 function. So we're kind of loading a library of functions that we're going to use later. But I just put this document right so you can kind of see when it's happening as the document is loading. So in any programming language, we can make errors as a programmer, right? We can make syntax errors. The problem is when you're looking at a web page, and in that web page there's a JavaScript syntax error, they decided a long time ago not to bother the poor user with a JavaScript syntax error. Because really the person, unless you're writing it in the first place, the person looking at the screen of, Amazon.com or drchuck.com, if I got a syntax error in drchuck.com, why tell you that there's a syntax error? So what it actually does is it just like, well, I guess I'll stop running the JavaScript because it's got a problem, but I'm not going to tell the user, which means my page is broken and I don't even know that. So it stops. And so syntax errors happen and it just stops the execution. So let's take a look at a little example here. A little example where we have two chunks of JavaScript. We come in, we got the first one, and this first one has a syntax error. Okay? And that means the alert's not going to work. Now what happens is it in effect ignores everything after that point. If it's executing through a script file, it might be defining a bunch of functions. If it finds a syntax error a third of the way through, the other 2/3 don't matter because it has stopped parsing that file until the end of the script tag. And then when it sees a new script tag, hope springs eternal, and it starts parsing it again. And so that's why when this page runs, you see first paragraph, this goes, blows up, which means it skips down to here. Then you see two paragraph come out, and then you see the alert second time. You never see any of these alerts because that error is on the first line of the JavaScript, which invalidates the rest of the JavaScript, but until another script tag. And sometimes what you're doing is you're like including one library, another library, and another library, and another library. If you have a syntax error in that library that you're including, most of that library won't actually be activated, right? And but it doesn't mean if you have like 5 libraries that you're loading with 5 script tags, just because the first library has a syntax error, it can still load the other four libraries. But it's just, it punts. There could be hundreds of lines of code here, and it all is for naught because it saw a syntax error and ignored the rest of it up to the end of that script tag. Now, the end user can't see the error, so when you're doing software development, you got to put in extra effort, because when you're like writing code and hitting refresh, writing code and hitting refresh, well, yeah, that's the user hitting the refresh in the browser, but if you're writing JavaScript, you want to see what's wrong. And so we have places that we have to look to see if there are actually JavaScript errors in our code. And once we start developing JavaScript, I assure you that there will be errors in your code. There's always errors in my code. And so all of these situations, whether all these browsers, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, they all have some kind of a web developer console that you unlock. And then you can go, there's always one of these tabs that says console. And console is all the error messages that are coming out. And so if you made that same bit of code and you had the console turned on, you would see a happy little error that says syntax error on line 3 of that file. I mean, it would just run the OKs later in the file, but it will tell us that. So you'll find that once you start developing JavaScript, you're making a big mistake if you don't have this little developer console open almost all the time, at least to the JavaScript console, because that's how you debug your JavaScript. It'll literally just like silently, you're like, I changed something and nothing happened. I changed something and nothing happened. I'm going crazy. Well, look at the console. You changed something, but there was a syntax error above it, and so it didn't matter what you said after that. It really ignores everything after that. So that's why it's so important to have the debugger console doing all the time. Thankfully, all modern browsers have a good debugger console. In the old days, Firefox was the only one. They had a thing called Firebug, which was this console, but you had to install it and add it, and it's a person wrote it as an open source project, and it got so popular that people just put it into the browsers rather than making you install it. So It was pretty cool. So back to debugging, there is a function called console.log, and it allows you to log variables and strings and whatever. And unlike the alert, it just shows up in that console. So you can put it inside of a loop. You don't have to press OK. It doesn't stop anything. It's really more of a debug print, right? And so in this particular example, you know, it just runs. It doesn't stop. The alert stops everything. And so I use the alert like, what is going on? But if I'm really debugging something like in a loop, I'll use console log. So it comes in, console log comes out. It says alert. I clicked on it, so you don't see that. The second log comes out, and away you go. And so this is a better debugging mechanism. And if you look at systems that I've built, when I have really complex JavaScript, I will sometimes leave console log statements in it. So if you use Sakai, and you're at a school that uses Sakai and you do console log, you will see error messages in your production system that I left in there because of the parts of the code that were the JavaScript was so tricky. I'm like, I want to be able to talk to you if your stuff breaks, and I want any developer to be able to pop this window open and get a clue as to why some of the JavaScript stuff is breaking, because there's just so much complex JavaScript in it. And so I leave a few little debugging clues, and if you go into the auto grader, you can watch this. And I just like debugging, and it's sort of not all that costly. I don't put a ton of them in because then it looks a little sloppy, but yeah, I do put a few console logs in. So so you can use a debugger. It's a full-featured debugger. You can view the source. You can inspect. So you probably by now have figured out how to inspect elements, so you can look through and what you're looking through there is the document object model. But they also have a full-featured debugger where if you're looking in the source code, you can go onto the line that you're interested in and click, and then that will set a breakpoint. And but usually the code's already executed, so you have to set the breakpoint, then you got to refresh the page, and it remembers where you set the breakpoint, and then it stops it. Okay, and so you kind of set the breakpoint and then hit refresh. You'll figure it out, because by the time it's all done, it can't go back in time. It's past that line, so you have to see the line, set the breakpoint, refresh the page, then it knows to breakpoint, catch the breakpoint as it's going by, rather than going back in time, because it doesn't remember. It can't run time backwards, just forwards. So that gives you a little sense of what it is like to do JavaScript in the browser. And now we're going to just look at JavaScript as if it were a regular programming language. And this applies whether it's in the browser, in the server, in Vue, or whatever. So now we're going to talk about JavaScript as a programming language. Now we're just going to talk about like the syntax. So we'll start out, say, with comments. So I love the comments in JavaScript. There are two kinds of comments, and they have to do with what languages did the influencing. And so the /* is a multi-line comment, right? So this is all comment from here all the way to here, and you can have new lines. This is great for writing documentation. That comes from the C language. Java also supports it as well. And then the C++ language has / to the end of the line. Well, that's much more like the # comment in Python. But I like both of those styles. I like using these for documentation sections, and I like these for short comments. So nice. Thank you very much. White space and new lines do not matter. Statements end in a semicolon. It turns out that that's not technically true, but if you just pretend that all statements end with a semicolon, then if you move to Java or C++ or C or PHP, then you're not like, oh, when do I have to put the semicolon on? Well, in those languages, you have to put it on just about everywhere. So just put semicolons at the end of every line, and you can just pretend you're writing C. And then when you get to C, you'll be like, oh, this is just like JavaScript, even though on the implementation, it's very different, very, very different. So here's just an example of some really nasty JavaScript where, you know, x equals 3 plus 5 times 4 on 2 lines, and then this line's jammed up, and console.log. That's okay. It just doesn't matter. I mean, JavaScript and these C-style languages just don't care what the white space is. They're looking for characters. You know, blah, 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 semicolon. That must be the end of the line. Blah, 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 semicolon. That's the end of the line. So just the new line is just like another space-like character ultimately in these languages. Variable names are kind of normal. They can start with letters. I mean, they're letters and numbers and underscore and $sign, but they're not supposed to start with a number, and they are case sensitive. Just please, we use case sometimes as a signal because different kinds of variables, we like either camel case them or all uppercase. I use case to signal things. It turns out that because JavaScript sort of saw what PHP and Perl looked like, they allowed $signs at the beginning of variables because PHP and Perl are the places where $signs are allowed. But when people started writing JavaScript, they wanted to be more like Java. Java doesn't allow $signs in variables, and so there was kind of like this unwritten rule, which we will come back to, of just don't start a variable with $sign, even though JavaScript allows it. Just kind of don't do it. It's not cool. String constants, single quotes and double quotes function the exact same way. I like that a lot. Stylistically, what I tend to do is I tend to use single quotes as much as I can in JavaScript, because ultimately double quotes are part of HTML, and when I'm mixing my HTML into JavaScript, I tend to want to look at it and say that single quote is a JavaScript quote versus a HTML quote. So if we take a look at this little code, you see like this text equal JavaScript, that's in double quotes, and it has to be. So the 1 line and 2 line, I could use single quotes or double quotes for that, but for me, I try to use single quotes as much as possible when I'm in JavaScript, so I can take a look at this code and know HTML, JavaScript. If I'm in double quotes, I'm generally dealing with HTML. And because JavaScript is sometimes writing HTML, it's writing double quotes into the document because it has to, because that's how HTML requires it. So I have a single quote string that has a double quote in the middle of it because I'm writing HTML in JavaScript. That'll make more sense to you later. So you can do either one, and you'll see examples where JavaScript just uses double quotes, but I prefer single quotes as much as I possibly can. Numeric constants are pretty much like every other language, but there is only one number type. In most languages, there's like an integer and a floating point. Sometimes there's double and float. There's different kinds of long integers. In JavaScript, I think in a way they were smart, and they basically had made one type, one numeric type called number. And so, for example, if you take 5/3, that is a floating point number, 1.666 repeating forever. If you want to turn that into an integer, you just truncate it, like math.trunc. Math is a library that's in JavaScript. Now, when you get back in X, it's still a floating point number. It just is shown as an integer because you've chopped off the decimal part. And so you have to be careful because they're really floating point numbers. Every one of them. Some of them are shown as integers when you print them out, but in general, there are no integers in JavaScript. So there's a whole bunch of operators: plus, minus, multiply, divide, truncate. You know, those are pretty much like every other programming language. More operators like the modulo operator. Modulo operator is the %sign, and that is the remainder operator. So 45 divided by 7 is 6 remainder 3. And that remainder, 45, 7 is 6, 42, 3, remainder 3. That 3 is what goes there. So division with truncation will give you the 6, but the remainder will give you the 3. And it turns out that modulo is really quite useful. Like if you want to do something every 100th time through an iteration, you take the iteration counter like 1, 2, 3, and if you modulo 100 and the result is 0, remainder is 0, it's an even multiple of 100, and that means every 100 times you can do something. So we like modulo. There are side effect operators. Oops, come back. There are side effect operators. K++ says retrieve K, have it be part of an expression perhaps, and then add 1 to it, store it back down. So if I say K++, it says 3, but then afterwards K has become 4. So after it retrieved the K and printed it, then it turned it into 4. There's a very few places that we actually use these, and then we use them all the time, but in general, you can hurt yourself if you write too much of this stuff. There is a pre-increment minus K, and that says subtract 1 from K, and then print it out, which is 3, and then the 3 goes back into K. Okay. Then there are some side effect operators. J plus equals is the same as J equals J plus 5, and the same is true for all these things. Actually, that's a typo there. Slash equals. And so most people do not use these formats. I just show them to you in case you ever see some code. I always prefer to write my increments and decrements and divisions out. It's not particularly faster that way. It's a syntax. This comes from C. All of these fancy bits come from the C language, and JavaScript and Java do the same thing. And so those two languages are represented here, and so that's why these operators are here. Comparison operators. All C-style languages, one of the trickiest things you got to realize is that the single equal sign is an assignment statement, and I like to think of that as changing. So the 10 is being stored into the J. To say, is J equal to 10? This is like a question mark. I wish this was like question equals. That would be like, is it equal to? But that's not what they do. They decided double equals was the one that was the question mark. And that's asking the question, is J equal to 10? And it returns a true or a false when it's evaluated. So J equals 10 is true. J not equals 17, that's exclamation equal. Again, I wish this was question mark equal, but that's going back to 1972. I had to catch them and say, no, don't make double equals, make question equal. Not equal, less than, greater than, less than or equal to. Now, there's a special operator, and you see this in Python in the is and is not operator. So the double equals is a comparison with type conversion. So it says, can the left side of the double equals, the J, be converted eventually to become equal to 0? And so in this particular case, J is false. So it is of type Boolean, but a false can be coerced into 0, so false is equal to 0 with some conversion. But then if we want to compare two things in terms of both their type and their value with no type, implicit type conversion, if I say is J triple equals 0, that says is J the same type as 0, which is a number, and has the same value. Well, J is a Boolean because it's true or false. And so this turns out to be false. So J is not triple equals, right? And J is not triple equals true. And so you have triple equals and not, it's like not equal equal, but I call it not triple equals. So there's a whole series of logical operators much like that return for you true and falses. And so we've got our greater than. So we've got double ampersand, which is and. So for the whole operation, for the whole expression to be true, both sides have to be true. So is K greater than 1 and J less than 10? And in this case, the answer is yes. Is K greater than 10? No. And is J greater than 10? So that's true, but this one's false. False and true become false. Or is K greater than 10 or J greater than 10? No, neither are true, so the result is false. And then there is a unary not operator that you can put in front. That's like saying K greater than 10, well that's false, but then if I apply a not to it, it becomes true. String concatenation is a little different than Python. It uses the plus operator, but it will convert things to string, right? So x equals 12 is a number, and I'm adding a number to a string, and it's like, I'll convert that into a string. And so that 12 becomes a string, and you end up with a string that's hello 12 people with 1, 2 characters. The number 12 is long gone at that point. So there is a conversion. Normally, if this were in Python, you'd say stir parenthesis to force it to a string. The plus is smart enough to automatically convert it. You can debate which of those things you prefer, and I can come down on either side of it. There is something to respect about Python that basically says if you want it to be a string, you as the programmer should say it. Languages that are sort of loosey-goosey, that do things to make it most convenient, like PHP and JavaScript, sometimes can get you into a trouble. And this is where you can always tell that nan. If you see nan in a user interface anywhere in the web, you're like, oh, somebody did a JavaScript calculation just like this, and something went wrong. Because that's what happens when additions go wrong. We'll see that in a second. So variable typing is a little confusing because we're using plus. Sometimes we're using it for concatenation. Sometimes we're using it for addition. So in this particular case, where we take the string 1, 2, 3 and add 10 to it, it sees that as a concatenation and gives us back a string. But if we say the string 1, 2, 3 times 1, then it converts that to an integer times 1, and that's 10. So it becomes 133, but that is a number. But what happens if we take something that's not even a number? Well, multiply it by 1. That is not a number. And then we add 10 to it, and it's still not a number. And this is not a number. And that's why you see nan on all these web pages, like %complete, nan. And that's because it was adding 1 to something like a that wasn't a number and couldn't be converted into a number, like a string or something. And once you get something that's a nan, it's very, very, very sticky. But it doesn't blow up. It just keeps running and shows you nan in your user interface. So, if a string can't be converted because of mathematical operation, you get a nan. There is a function called isNan that gives you a true-false, like is there a nan? Nan is a value. It's not the lack of a value. Something like null, or null would be a lack of a value, or empty in Python would be the lack of a value. Isnan is an actual value. It's just like a value that's the indication within a number that is, it's a number. If you divide by 2, you get another value that's not really a value. It's a special value called infinity. And if you add 1 to infinity, you still get infinity. If you subtract 1 from infinity, you still get infinity. There's no amount of ones that you can subtract from infinity to get anything less than infinity, because it's like infinity. And there's a function called isInfinity that lets you know if the variable you're working with is infinity. So this seems kind of silly, but it turns out that in some ways JavaScript has one of the coolest number classes, because it uses this internal number format called IEEE 450 something, 455 or something. And it's actually a scientifically thought out, really good way to do number calculations. And so in some ways it does a better job of floating point numbers than some other programming languages that just kind of do unpredictable things at things like infinity and dividing by 0 or multiplying by an undefined or something. So you got to respect JavaScript because they stuck to their guns on numeric calculations, and they're pure. They're the way computer science researchers suggest this is the way you do it, and that's exactly the way you do it. Seems a little weird, I make a little fun of it, but it's actually pretty cool. If you're in an untyped language and you're passed in like a variable and you want to know, is this a string or is this an array or is this an object, there is a unary function, which just takes one parameter, type of, that's typeof, that's the function, that's like multiplication or minus sign, type of x, and that returns a string. So type of a number is the string number. If we say what is y, well, the string wy, it's a string, and you can ask for a variable that doesn't exist yet, and that will be undefined. And so you can say, is this variable defined yet? Well, it's not defined yet. So this is where you're writing code and maybe passed a parameter and you don't know what it is, and you say, is it a string, is it an array, or whatever. So it's good to be able to, in an untyped environment, to take a variable that you might have been given by somebody else and check its type. So up next, we're going to talk about functions and arrays. So now we're going to talk about JavaScript functions and JavaScript arrays. So functions use the function keyword. Unlike Python, this would be like in the def. This would be like def in Python. And so we basically say, you know, function, and then give the name of a function, and then the parameters to the function, and then you have a curly brace to start the function, and then end the function. Let's move this over here, and then you have return to return the resulting value, and that return defines the return value that's going to be used in some expression. So you're cruising along, you're in the middle of an expression, you encounter a function, it calls the function, runs the call, and then the return value is what is the residual that's placed in that plus. So whatever that value is, in this case it's going to add 4 and 5 and end up with 9 as the result, and prod equals 9. So the functions, other than that, are like most programming languages, except when it comes to global variables. And so most of the time when you're working with a function, every variable that you define inside the function is local to that function. And so if you use the same variable outside the function, now I'm doing this 2 lines away, but really often this function's inside of a library and it doesn't even know what variables are being used outside of it. And so by default, these two are the same. And that really, I'm not really familiar of a lot of other programming languages where the default is that that's kind of a global variable if you don't make it worse. It depends on whether this global variable is defined before or after too. In this case, I'm defining the global variable before, and I say nothing special about GL, and so it's global. And so I set it to 123, then I call this function, and it sets it to 456, and when we're come back from the function, it's 456. So that's kind of weird. It's this weird kind of super global by default, which is not the way we usually like to run functions. So what we do, and it's really weird, there's no other programming language that makes you say, don't be global. Most other programming languages, if they have a global capability, and not all of them do, they're like, this is the weird one that's global, and everything else is local. What you do is, if you don't say it's local, it's going to be global. So the var keyword basically says it's local. It's just, this is a variable, and it's local. And so I can say, you know, var GL equals 456. That means that that variable has no effect outside the function, i.e. the function lives in its own little silo, which is the way most functions usually work unless we explicitly bust out of the little silo. So if, in this case, if we do GL equals 123, then we call a function check, and we look at GL, even though inside a function there's a GL that's 456, not the same GL, and so we get 123 when it's all said and done. So that's really quite nice. But you do put a lot of vars in, and one of my biggest bugs in when I write JavaScript is to forget to put the var in. So I now just kind of been punished enough to know always put the var in, so you get what you kind of expect as a default in most other programming languages, that all variables that are defined inside of a function are local unless you're very explicitly doing otherwise. JavaScript has arrays. They look a lot like Python lists. So here we have an array that's 3 strings. JavaScript has an associative structure, but it's not an associative array, and it's more like a dictionary, but it's not. It's an object. Objects can be many, many things, and we'll talk a bunch. We'll have a whole lecture on nothing but objects, but right now they kind of look like a dictionary. Key, value, pair. Key, value, pair. Key is name, value is Chuck. Key is class, value is DJ Free. And so that when you print that out, away you go. Now, you can say A sub 0, which gives you X, which is that first element, and you can say B sub quote name quote. You can do that. Another way to say that is B dot name. Those two syntaxes, and this confused the heck out of me when I was first learning JavaScript. Those two syntaxes mean the same thing. They both are saying look up an attribute of the object B that's named name. And again, equivalent, they are the same thing, even though for every other language you ever look at, you think those are very different creatures, but not so in JavaScript. And it has to do with the fact that B is an object. It is an object, and so objects are the associative structures, but they're even more powerful than associative arrays are in some languages, like directories. Linear arrays, you can make linear arrays. You can fill them up a couple different ways. You can either fill them up, we start and make an array and we can push some elements in. I don't like the name push. I like append better. That would be what we would say if we were in Python, if this were a list. But it works. Push kind of pushes onto the end. Normally push means push onto the beginning, but in computer science, push usually means push down, not append. So I think Python has JavaScript there where we say append in Python, we say push in JavaScript. Or we can just fill it up with the array, array sub 0 and array sub 1, and then we can fill up a nice linear array if we want. And remember, in JavaScript, arrays are arrays. They're not dictionaries. They are lists. In Python, Python has lists and dictionaries, and JavaScript has arrays and objects. There's other syntaxes for making arrays. You can say array and then just have a list of things that make up the array, and you get an array, or you just use the constant form, that's square brackets. And this looks exactly like how we would do it in Python, and so that works. So in that particular line, you can write Python in JavaScript if you so desire. Up next, we're going to talk about control structures. Now let's talk about control structures, logic, loops, and all that kind of stuff. So the first kind of control structure we're going to deal with is an if statement. And every language has an if statement. We have a whole bunch of logical operators that we just got done talking about. Equals, the double equals is the question mark. Triple equals is the same as and same type as. Not equals, the not, and then the and the or. Double ampersand is and the double vertical bar is or. And so triple equals and exclamation double equals and curly braces are the way that we talk about the begin and end of the blocks that are affected by the if statement. So other than that, we say if parenthesis answer equals 42. This is kind of the question that we're going to ask, and that's going to lead to a true or a false. If it's true, of course, the first block is going to execute, and then there's an else, and then if that result is false, the question is false, then the else section is going to execute. And there can be more than one line in here. I'm just showing one line to keep it small on the screen. So when this code all runs, it basically comes in, answers 42, then this is true, answer equals 42 is true, it runs console log hello world, then skips the else clause and is all done. So the output of this is indeed hello world. There's multi-way ifs, and you can hang them together just like with else ifs, just like in Python. And it does it in order. If this is false, if the first if is false, it checks the else if, and as soon as that's true, it runs that block of code and then hops out to the end. It doesn't check all of the if questions simultaneously. And you can optionally have an else clause so that if none of the else if clauses are true, then it just falls through and runs the code in the else block. You can have an indeterminate loop, a while loop that runs until something becomes true. It's a zero trip loop, which means that it runs a minimum of 0 times, which means it effectively functions the first time through like an if statement. So while fuel greater than 1, do this thing in the block, is really like an if fuel greater than run, if fuel is greater than 1, do this block. Although in this case, I've built myself an infinite loop because fuel starts out at 10, and I say, while fuel is greater than 1, console.log room, which means it's just going to do that forever. And that's because I didn't change the iteration variable, in this case fuel, and usually we construct these in a way that they terminate eventually. And so I've done a much better job in the second one where I set fuel to 10 and I say, well, fuel is greater than 1. And inside the loop, I console log vroom, and then I subtract 1, and I go up and up and up and up, and then it's going to go, and then fuel will eventually get to 0, and then it will exit out the loop and finish. And so this here is an infinite loop, and this is a finite loop. While loops are always a little tricky because you've got to construct the iteration variable or make sure you know how to get out of the loop. The for loop is a counted loop, and it's going to run. And so there's 3 parts to it, and they're separated by semicolons. It looks really complex, but it's not. So you make an iteration variable. The first part up to the semicolon is the code that runs before the loop starts. So I'm going to set this variable count equals 1. The second part is like a while, and it's a top test 0 trip loop. And as long as count remains less than or equal to 6, then the body of the loop is going to execute. And then each time at the bottom of the loop, we're going to add 1. So this is going to go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When it's equal to 6, it's going to run the 6th time, but then it's going to come up to be 7, but then the loop is not going to run. And so that's what's called a counted loop, where we have some variable that's just running through a set of numbers. In Python, we would use range to do this kind of a thing. Now, like in Python, we've got the break statement. And the break statement just says, I'm going to get out of this loop. So if this line executes, it looks at if there's more than one loop, it's the innermost loop, and it just basically escapes the loop and moves on to the line of code that follows the loop immediately. Just, if it's done, get out. Don't execute another line. It doesn't run the rest of the iteration. It just skips out of the loop completely. Continue is another very useful thing. You can basically say, I want to give up on this iteration and go back up and do the next iteration. But the thing is, this increment usually is this third part of the for loop. If you say continue, that actually runs. So it actually continue goes and does the plus plus, and then it does the check, and then it either continues to run back here, or it jumps out if count is now greater than 10. And so continue works pretty much the same in loops in JavaScript as it does in Python. So you can also loop through objects. And so here's an object that has three attributes, golf, tennis, and ping. And I can say for ball and balls, and then that means that this iteration variable is going to walk through the keys or the attributes. So it's going to be golf, ping, and tennis. And then I can use the lookup syntax to look up balls sub golf, balls sub tennis, and balls sub ping, and then print all those things out. So that's what's called a definite loop that's looping through an object that we're going to see. Now when you're looping through an array, which is a linear list, you actually use a counted loop, not a definite loop. But objects, which are like dictionaries, which are like associative arrays, we use definite loops to loop through them. So that is a quick romp through JavaScript. Not so much to get to the point where you can write a bunch of JavaScript, but so you can read it, and then when you get a syntax error, hopefully you can fix it.
I was hired at Netscape in April 1995. Netscape had already launched its 1.0 Mosaic killer. If you remember, Mosaic was the big, NCSA Mosaic was the big browser until Netscape took over. So when I came to Netscape, they'd been going for about a year. I actually had an option to go in at the beginning and I passed it up. But I went in time to do what I was tempted to do, which is a programming language for HTML for web designers and programmers to use embedded directly in the web page. Not something that was like coming along at the time called Java, which was more of a professional's language where you would write real code with type declarations, and you'd have to write that code in a way that compiled. I was writing something, JavaScript, that could be used by people who didn't know what a compiler was. They were just going to load it. It was like BASIC. And that was really the pitch, that we would make 2 languages, not one, analogous to Microsoft's Visual Basic for C++. So JavaScript for Java. Bill Joy of Sun actually liked that idea and agreed with it, and he was the guy that signed the trademark license by which what I had created became JavaScript. The name is a total lie. It's not really related to Java so much as to a common ancestor, C, in syntax. And to the extent that we made it easy to use and something you could copy-paste program or start small from scripts and grow to programs, JavaScript has succeeded massively. It was also an incredible rush job, so there were mistakes in it. Something that I think is important about it is that I knew there would be mistakes and there would be gaps, so I made it very malleable as a language. And that has enabled web developers to make it be what they want it to be, to project their own style of not just API, but almost language pattern on it. And create their own innovation networks, to use Eric von Hippel's phrase, or innovation toolkits on top of it. So it's not a language that tries to restrict you to one paradigm. It's a multi-paradigm language.
I mean, there's all these things where a language comes out and immediately trips and falls, and you have to sort of, it's okay the second time, but there wasn't really a trip and fall in JavaScript. Why?
So you could say that there hasn't been a version 2, and that's true, because I've tried to work on what might be a big version 2 that was called the 4th edition, and that failed. There has been evolution. The web is all about evolution. People don't quite see this while you're in the midst of it because it's microevolution, but web pages from the 90s don't all render properly these days. They don't all work right, and a lot of them are lost and only available through webarchive.org. JavaScript had enough at the beginning, enough good parts, to use Crockford's phrase, or enough genetic material from other languages. First-class functions, prototypal inheritance from self. The inheritance of first-class functions from Scheme is really kind of a fraud, because Scheme is different in many ways, and I couldn't make those differences manifest. I couldn't do the Scheme thing in JavaScript. I was under these marching orders to make it look like Java. I had 10 days to prototype it. So Scheme was more of a spiritual than an actual influence. But first-class functions are very powerful, and they fit with an event handling sort of programming model. I was inspired by Atkinson's HyperCard. So that's why you see onClick in JavaScript. HyperCard had this pattern for event handlers called on page down or whatever. So JavaScript had enough good at the beginning to survive. Now, if you think back, though, to the mid-90s, JavaScript was cursed because it was mainly used for annoyances like little scrolling messages in the status bar at the bottom of your browser, or flashing images, or things that popped up windows massively. We could have put in controls for those, and we should have. Eventually, browsers, Firefox kind of championed this, led this automatic suppression of annoyances that made it all much better. And with Moore's law compounding, and with JavaScript getting some evolutionary improvements in the standards process, it became really quite fast enough and good enough in 2004 and 5 to beget the Web 2.0 revolution. That was, I think, tied in with Firefox's retaking market share from IE and developers realizing there was a client side to the programming stack that could be expressive and powerful and could be fast enough thanks to faster computers, mainly.
You must have had some training, some kind of
I'd done a lot of
set of experiences that kind of got to the point where you could pull from Scheme and
I had implemented, I was sort of a language buff when I first entered computer science. I was a physics major originally and ended up math computer science when I finally got my undergraduate degree. So I was programming formal language theory applied to recognizing languages, like lexical analysis, parsers, automatically constructed parsers from grammars. I loved that stuff because it was all very pretty and clean theoretically, and it still is. It hasn't changed a lot. There's been only 1 or 2 innovations since my time in university in the early 80s. So what that gave me was the ability to quickly knock out a sort of a language interpreter. I could do the parser and the scanner. I could generate bytecode because Netscape wanted to do a server-side embedding in JavaScript, even though it could have been a tree walker or something that interpreted parse trees. I made a bytecode for it, and it was an internal bytecode, not the Java bytecode that's become a handicap for Java, I think. And I knocked all that out really quickly because I'd done it before. I'd done it at Silicon Graphics to build sort of network monitoring tools to capture packets based on expressions over fields at the various protocol headers. I'd done it for fun, just to make my own languages. And finally, I got to do it really quickly. The speed was an issue for me. It was partly, we were all feeling like Microsoft was going to come after Netscape because they had tried to buy Netscape in late '94 for too little money. I'd heard about this before my time at Netscape. But we also were in a weird game theory with respect to Java, because even at Netscape, some people thought, well, if we have Java, do we really need a second language? They didn't see the benefit of the Visual Basic companion language for a much larger cohort of programmers or amateurs, designers, beginners. To write Java as to write C++ for the Microsoft platform today took a lot of education and greater pay. It was a higher price proposition. To get people gluing components together and designing pages and filling gaps using JavaScript, as they did with Basic and Visual Basic and Microsoft's Windows, was cheaper and wider spread. It also enabled this user innovation toolkit approach, to use Von Hibbel's phrase again. Because JavaScript was malleable, because there were so many web designers, you would see different schools of thought on how to use it emerge. And this has become quite clear over the last 10 years with the various JavaScript libraries. And I think that's actually an advantage, as I said earlier, to JavaScript, that we're not telling you, here's the one way to write it. Here's the one true object-oriented paradigm. Here's the only way you should ever make a reusable abstraction. It's not unmixed, right? It's hard for beginners. People reinvent certain wheels and make mistakes doing it, or don't like having to acquire a library. But you see JQuery, a very popular library, because it gives people this very sweet query and do paradigm. And again, it's not mandatory with JavaScript, but a lot of people learn that and they think that is JavaScript. They think jQuery is a language, or they think, you know, jQuery is the tail that wagged the dog. jQuery is great, and John Resnick used to work with us at Mozilla, but there are so many good libraries out there now, and they're actually shrinking and becoming more compositional, which is a good trend. So JavaScript, by being malleable and sort of fostering user innovation, I think has played a unique role. If I had done something more rigid, I think the odds are greater it would have failed.
I just can't imagine how you would have escaped from the object-oriented pattern of C++.
Partly I had to, because if I'd done classes in JavaScript back in those 10 days in May in 1995, I think I would have been told, this is too much like Java, you're competing with Java. You know, somebody at Sun would have yelled at Bill Joy more than they did, and it might have killed the deal. So I was definitely not only under time constraint, but under marketing orders, make it look like Java, but don't make it too big for its britches. It's just this sort of silly little brother language, right? The sidekick to Java.
But then you put in primitives.
I snuck some stuff in, yeah.
You put some primitives, you know, like closures and all those other things that it's like you can build what you want.
Yes, and that kind of went under the radar for a lot of people, and it wasn't all even there in a good working order in the first release. But over the next few years, it became not only well known, I would say more standardized and well known. Over the next 10 years, it became evangelized, like Crockford's a big exponent of the closure pattern and the good uses you can make of closures. So people find the malleability and the expressiveness and the power compelling enough that some people actually resist any version 2. They say, I don't want you to add cliches or common special forms for patterns that I'm more happy writing myself or acquiring as a library myself.
You've created an abstraction that implementers can do crazy things with, right? And people can rethink what the interpreter is really supposed to do.
They can.
And they can just say, okay, here comes V8. And we thought about a lot of things differently, right?
Optimizations that haven't been tried. I knew about these optimizations because I'd studied Smalltalk itself, but nobody had gotten the time and the money. Google was maybe first. There were other efforts going on in parallel, and Apple and Mozilla have kept up as best they can. But V8 deserves a lot of credit for pushing this forward. It wasn't quite as first on the scene as they like to claim, because it was all coming together in 2008. But it has been very helpful, and it has shown people what can be done. What's interesting to me is that you then go and put different, more intensive workloads on the language, and you see there's a new V8 that should come out of somewhere. It may not come out of Google because they may have tired of optimizing JavaScript. In fact, I believe Dart is a response to that by the principals who did V8. They want to do a language where they don't have to worry about all this crazy compatibility. May not succeed, and it also doesn't give JavaScript the next level of performance. But I believe that level is there, and it's still improving in performance much more dramatically than a language like Java, where the gains are a percent or a fraction of a percent on the standard benchmarks. But a lot of HTML5 development now, quote unquote HTML5, JavaScript, CSS, web APIs, beyond what's in HTML5, is taking off. You're seeing like Zynga doing HTML5 only games. It's really coming faster than some thought. And I talked to venture capitalist Fred Wilson of Union Square in New York, said, yeah, it's here. He thought it would take years. We've turned that corner. And so you call it HTML5, what it really means is it's the web stack. It's the same stack you use to write web pages and hosted web apps. You can write apps that run in your device, apps that are maybe hosted, maybe offline, maybe the line is blurred so that you can associate them with a URL, but you can also take them on the plane without any fear that you're going to lose anything by disconnecting from the internet.
Okay, hello everybody. This is the second office hours in Barcelona, given that I lost the video for the first office hours, but thankfully I was here another day, and so we had another office hour. A few people came to both of them, and then we have a bunch of new people. So I'd like you to meet the people, your fellow students from the class, okay? And you can say hi even though you're not in the class yet.
Hi, I'm Isha, and I'm planning on starting the Internet History class.
Okay, I'll give you an Internet History sticker. You don't even have to finish.
Hi, I'm Hitesh, and Python is a lot cooler than PHP.
No.
Hi,
I'm going to cut that part out.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I'm taking the Python specialization, and I will finish the capstone.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Christina. I'm a linguist, and I encourage all linguists to learn Python.
Great.
Hi, my name is Ludovico. I'm a Java programmer. I'm learning Python. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marta. I'm taking the Python specialization. It's very interesting and I highly recommend it to everybody.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I had the privilege to meet dear Mr. Chalk.
I have the privilege to meet you.
Okay. And I think all of you folks are envious about us because we had a very interesting companionship with our dear teacher.
Well, thank you.
Hello, I am Teresa, and I was enjoying the Python courses, and I think that you can learn a lot with it.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, so there we go. Another successful office hours with Cabeza and wonderful students here in Barcelona. So cheers. See you next time. It is like a pigeon. Yeah. It's exactly like a pigeon. Okay.
No pressure.
That's any makeup over here.
Makeup. So here we go. So I'll put this close to your face, but it's a GoPro, so it's got a real wide angle. So it's not really taking a picture of your nose, but it gets really good audio that way. Okay. Okay? So I'll start.
That's a pro selfie stick.
It is.
Hello and welcome to our lecture on object-oriented programming in JavaScript. I teach object-oriented programming in Python, in PHP, and in JavaScript. And I use the same slides over and over and over again. And that's because object-oriented concepts are the same. So if you've taken other classes from me, you've seen some of these slides. They're adapted a little bit for JavaScript because JavaScript's object-oriented pattern is particularly awesome, right? But there's this concept of a class, which is like a template. There's a concept of code and data in a class. Whether you call the code method or message is up to you, whether you call the data attributes or fields. And then an object is an instance of the class. And so the cookie cutter is the shape, that's the class, and the cookie itself that can be specialized, and it's an instance. Millions of cookies come from one cookie cutter, and that's object-oriented. So the key is the craft of it is building the cookie cutter so that it makes awesome cookies. So the class, like I said, is the template. It's a blueprint. It's not the actual thing, but it is the precise instructions on how to make the thing. An instance is once you make the cookie, you can have different frosting on it. You can have all kinds of other things. You can make subclasses, which is what we do for inheritance, which makes specialized versions of the class. Now, the methods are the code. So in classic programming, we think of like code and data structures, algorithms and data structures. Data structures are the shape of data, and algorithms are the shape of the code, the way the code is made to work. The methods are the algorithms that make up the code part of every object. Every object has code and data, and often the code works on the data that's inside the object. Some object-oriented sort of schools of thought use method, and some use message. The more purist folks tend to use messages, like you're sending a message, here's the object, not the class, you're sending a message to the object. I tend to use method because method is a bit of code that lives in there, and that's just because I think of things from like a Fortran or C, very procedural way of thinking. So objects in JavaScript are a little different, and if you've seen me talk about objects in Python or objects in PHP or even objects in Java, which I taught a long time ago, or C++, they're very different. And the key thing is it certainly is a store and reuse pattern. It is a mechanism to create data and code and put it into one kind of reusable thing. But the key thing is that the function keyword is actually, in a sense, an executable statement. And you can take and call and use the function keyword, and the function is, in a sense, calling a function that causes code to come back to you. So you can have the function create code and then assign it into the variable. These are called first-class functions, and it has to do with the fact that in first-class functions you have this symmetry between code and data. The code is just data, and of all of the modern programming languages, Lisp really was the original code data kind of duality. JavaScript is very, very, very much throwback to the Lisp tradition of data and code look the same way or can be treated the same way. You can have x as a variable and you can assign it to be 42, you can have it be a string, or you can have it be a function that adds two numbers together. And it's just x, and that is kind of elegant. So that's called first-class functions, in that functions themselves are the code. The code in systems is manipulable as data. Copy around, use it, reuse it, etc. So up next, we're going to take a look at how we put together a sample class in JavaScript. So now I want to show you a little bit about how we build classes in JavaScript, so how we build our own classes and how classes work internally. You may have noticed that the coffee cup that I'm using during this JavaScript lecture has code on it. And the code is somewhat JavaScript-y. I think it's JavaScript. It's C, Java. I think this would be C or JavaScript or Java. Because again, these are all related languages. So let's take a look at a sample class here. And so the first thing to notice is that it uses function as the keyword to define a class. Now, you might see what's called ES6 classes, and it's a like syntactic sugar that layers on top of this that makes the syntax look more like the other languages. And so this is kind of like vanilla, the underlying actually how they work. And so I guess I'm glad that they've made syntax that looks like everything else, but it really belies the elegance of the original way it works. The syntax doesn't change how it works. This is how it really works. And the things that's super excellent about this is that it uses the function keyword. There's not a different keyword, okay? Every other programming language, pretty much when they go into an object, they use a different than they're in their procedural. So a class is a specialized function that, as a side effect of its execution, returns code and data, okay? Now, we'll see that we invoke it a little bit differently. So let's start and take a look at what we got here. We got this function party animal, right? So party animal is the name of the class, but it's code. And again, we have a curly brace to start it. And the thing that's different is there's this notion of this. So we make sort of an empty vessel that is going to be the object that we're going to use this class to populate. And then by running the code, we're actually populating that empty vessel. So this .x is going to create a member variable called x inside this, which is the empty vessel object that we're creating, and then we're going to fill up, okay? And then we have this .party. This .party is also a piece of data in the this object that we're about to create. And you'll notice that we're saying equals and then function. But this one is a little different. You'll notice the function is unnamed. It is what we call an anonymous function because it doesn't have a name. So the function's name is actually called party, but it just happens to be called party because we're storing the function's code in an instance variable called party. But that's how we're going to call it. So in the party variable, we have the code that is those two lines. And then within that method, now I'd call party a method to use the terminology. Within the party method, this is the instance that we're talking about. In Python, we use self for this, right? And different languages have this concept of the current object that we're part of. This.x is referencing, remember how we talked about global and local inside of functions? Well, this x is actually outside of the function. So this is an advantage. The this.x is defined inside the function, and because this is defined before the function definition, it sees that, right? And so we're going to add 1 to that member variable, and then we're going to put out a console log message, and that's our entire object. It's got one attribute called x and one method called party. Okay? So we could just call this function party animal, but that's not what we do. We have a new keyword called new. And it says, look, don't just run this code. Create an empty object and then use the party animal code to sort of fill out that object with a bit of code and a bit of data. And so that says, run all this, but instead of just running it, give me back the thing that eventually it produces. It's as if there's like a return statement at the bottom of this thing, at the bottom of party animal function. And then give me back the object. And now I have an object. And it's got an x in it, and it's got a party in it. Then an is where I store that object. So an is my first instance of a party animal object. But now I can talk to an.party and call it again and again. So I call an.party 3 times. So I call the method party. Okay? So that is the basic mechanism. And so if we were to somewhat trace through this part here, the function just is a template, that it's remembering the template and naming it party animal. And at the point where we have an equals new party animal, JavaScript constructs this object, and it's got 2 things in it. It's got an x in it, and it's got a party in it. X is data, and party is code. And then that's what it looks like, but it's got, well, actually no, the construction, got to change here. The construction also put a 0 into this.x. And so it, as a part of the creation, it ran all this code to construct party animal, and this got set to 0. So when we're at this next line of code, before we call an.party for the first time, an.x has got a 0 in it. Then we call an.party, and it runs the code. an.party, this an is an alias for this. And so in a sense, when it says this.x, it really is an.x. Now we'll see in a second how when we do multiple instances, how that works. So it runs the code, and then it adds this to be 1, and then it prints out the first line, and then it does it again, and then it becomes 2, and it prints out the second line, and it does it again, prints out 3, makes it 3, and prints out the third line. So that's how this code works. This is the constructing, or creation, or taking the little cookie cutter and poof, making a cookie out of cookie dough. You got a bunch of cookie dough. That's like a little object that doesn't exist. It's got no form, and then we take the template and we make the thing. So I mentioned the word constructor because there is this moment where it's actually building the object and filling it up with all the little pieces. So objects are created, used by us, and then discarded. And there is this concept of a bit of code called the constructor in object-oriented theory that says, look, I'm going to start an empty object and then I'm going to fill it with stuff. And the constructor is the sort of filling it up so it's ready to do its job once you're done constructing it. Destructors are a common concept, and we talked about those when we talked about object-oriented in Python. You don't get to get a hold of the destructor inside of JavaScript. That's something that they just don't let you do. And I think it philosophically has to do with the idea that you're in a web page, you're not going to be there for very long, and that's really the earliest of days, right? These days with things like Vue and React, some of these JavaScript pages last a very long time, and maybe it'd be useful to have destructors in there, but JavaScript didn't have them in the beginning. Okay, so the constructor is, in a sense, the moment where this new is triggering the constructor. And what it basically does is creates basically a blank object that has nothing in it, and then runs the code inside a function party animal to give some form to that object, right? And so this right here is the constructor, right? And so I just put a console.log so you can kind of see where that happens. It says I'm in the constructor, and then this thing works the exact same way. It's just I've kind of instrumented the moment that we're in the constructor. Okay? And the purpose of the constructor in object orientation is to set the initial conditions of the object so that the object is ready to be used. And like setting x to 0, setting x to 0 is apparently for this object a necessary condition. So once we have a template, cookie cutter, we have a class, party animals are class, then we can make many different objects. And then those objects have each independent data. That's the key to this, right? And we call this having multiple instances or multiple objects that implement a particular class. So here we go. Here's our same old party animal that we've been talking about all along. The only difference now is we actually give a parameter here. And so one of the things that this is going to do is, as part of its construction, it is going to copy that first parameter into one of the instance variables. So we're going to have two instance variables, this.x and this.name. And we're going to copy whatever that is. Now, where does that come from? Well, it comes from the moment of construction when we're saying, make me a new party animal. Oh, and here's a constructor parameter. So that Sally goes in as nam. So this.name equals Sally. This.x equals 0, and then this.party is exactly the same way. And so when we run this, it comes in, it constructs Sally, setting that, and it says built Sally, that's that nam, and then we call Sally s.party. So this is the actual object is in the variable s, we call s.party, and this.nam is Sally, and it's equal to 1. And then we make a new one. We make a new one. Going to make a new one, but this one's we call Jim. So we make a second variable, a second instance variable. It's going to have a second copy of X and a nam and actually a copy of party, right? And so then it'll say built Jim, and then we say j.party, and then we set Jim to 1, and then s.party, and it sets Sally to 2. And so now the j variable and the s variable are completely independent variables. And so halfway through, so when we're down to here, we've got this object, s.party, well, x starts out at 0, and the name here is Sally, right? And then s.party comes and runs in here and prints out Sally equals 1, right? And then comes back, and then we're going to create a second one. So we created a second one, and that'll be in the name j, in the variable j, right? So we've created one. Oops. We've created one. Create Jim. Out comes built Jim. And then we call, and then this is 0, this is Sally, this is 1, this is 0, this is Jim, right? And it says Jim equals 1. And then we're going to call s.party here at the very end, and so it's going to run this party code again, except now this, well, this is an alias of s. So you can see how when we call j.party, this is an alias of j, and we call s.party, this is an alias of s. These are instance. So s is one instance, and j is another instance of it. And so that's how we take one class and make multiple instances, and each instance has their own independent copy of the variables. So that's a real quick introduction, mostly to get syntax. I'm not going to ask you to write a bunch of objects, but we're going to use a ton of them. And when you start learning about JQuery and document object model and all that stuff, this dot syntax and the methods and the member variables, the attributes, away you go. So you got to know all this stuff. So class is a template. A method or message is the code that's inside of objects and classes, and then attributes is the data inside objects and classes, and then constructor is the code that runs as one of these things is created. So that's a real quick romp through object-oriented JavaScript. It's actually in some ways one of the, I debate with myself whether I think that the Python or the JavaScript object-oriented pattern is more prettier. I mean, there's other ones that aren't as pretty as these two. So in Python and JavaScript, I think we're fortunate to have two very mature and very advanced thinking in how to really build beautiful object-oriented systems.
Hello and welcome to another code walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this, we're going to walk through the how to handle pictures, and in our DJ free samples, I'm gonna walk through the code. So first, let's walk through just how it basically works. It's a CRUD application. This is CRUD, and now we have this browse thing to upload a file, and so we'll upload that file. And then when we look at it, we're going to see it. If I click on the picture, I get kind of this overlay view. That's all JavaScript, and then I hide it, and I can upload it. I can edit and delete it. So let me kind of walk through how this works. So first off, let's take a look at urls.py. There's nothing particularly special. The whole pattern is kind of the same. I'll come back to this particular URL, the actual picture, the thing that in a sense serves the picture. So if I could open this, view the image in a new tab, well, it's this URL that's actually serving the image. This image is stored in the database, and so we'll come back to that particular one. It's the stream file view. Okay. So let's go back to all pics, and let's start taking a look first. Let's go at the model first, because this is where everything starts. Sure, let's go put the model here, put the views there, and the forms there. Okay, so let's start the model. We'll start from the back forwards. So if we were to go look at the admin, I think I've got the admin hidden in this particular one. Let's take a look at admin.py. Yeah, this is one of the things. Let me show you how the admin works. I hope I got admin going. Probably don't have my admin account. Oh, there we are. We have admin. So if I'm to take a look at the pics, so it turned out that I didn't want either of these two things to show up, because it turned out it made it difficult because I couldn't update things. So you won't see picture or content type here in admin, and I do that by excluding this. And instead of doing the shortcut, I'm going to register for the model pic this particular class, and it allows me to have this class-wide variable called exclude so that I don't show those things. And so that's just a little trick on admin, so that when you see it, when they're in the database, they're just not there, because the admin interface is not smart enough to update these pictures the way I want to update them. So I'm going to hide that. So in the model, we've got a binary field, which is like a blob if you're into databases, and I'm allowing it to be null and blank and editable. And then there is this thing called the content type. And the content type is, I'm going to open this in a new window, copy image location. So if I were to do a view developer console network, one of the things when you're serving images is that you've got to set the MIME type. So this is a GET request, and it sent a bunch of data. But if I look at the headers here, the response header includes this header called the content type.
Oh no, that was the icon. What am I doing? Persist logs. I'll clear this. It's not the icon. That was the icon, but let me retrash this. And so this is the actual PNG, and then the icon comes as well. Of course, the icon's that little picture, but the content type is image/PNG, and that's really important. When you're uploading the file, you get to have it, and then you have to send it back out. Otherwise, the browser will not know how to properly format this. So that is what is here, right? That's the content type. It's just a string field. The content type is just a string, but it's very important to track it. So when I am in an ad, when I upload the file and I pick it, it's actually communicated to me as part of the uploaded data, but I got to remember it. I got to actual pixels go in here, and the content type goes in its own character field. The pixel goes into the pixels of the picture. The actual colors and stuff go into this binary field. And I'm going to use the owner. So we're going to have this, we did this before, we have an owner, and that's just going to be automatically created when there's a owners.py, there's a owners.py. So there's owners.py, and I mean the owner.py from the previous thing, and that gets all taken care of in the views. So all we got, it's pretty much a standard thing, except we've got these two things, and those are hidden from the admin. So now let's take a look at the views. And so we're going to use the owner views again, and those are automatically handling all of the detail of setting the owner field, and there is just not a single line of code in here that has anything to do with setting the owner field. I have this owner field in my model, and then I just extend for all of my other views, I extend that, okay? So I have an owner list view, an owner detail view, and you'll notice those do not require login. I'm going to specify the template name. I'm getting a little tired of just remembering. I don't necessarily like their naming conventions, and so I'm going to have my own template names here. And pick create view. This one you're going to make one. Okay, and we're going to have a get request, just like going back because I can't quite make this one complete, and my post request. And so the post request. Yeah, I'm gonna. So I'm just this. I might have been able to extend something or put inside, but I'm just going to do all the work. You'll notice I'll walk through this. This will be a good review of that. So let's just look at the pick create view next. So let's take a look at forms.html. So now let's look at forms.py. So the create form. So if you think about it, if you recall, right, there is the views in the middle, views, and then the thing that talks to the browser that really controls our relationship with the browser is the form, and the thing that controls our relationship with the database is the model, right? So the view is interacting with the form to get what it needs to do, and then it kind of transports it to the model. So that would be kind of like a controller function if we're thinking a model view controller. This would be, but that's okay. So the form is what determines all of what's going on this screen, and then the model, yeah, oh yeah, that looks really not good. The model is what is going on back here, and so you can think of the view as like manipulating both the form, escape, both the form and the model, and so it's interacting with them. And so you'll see when it's doing things in the beginning, like clear, escape, boop, boop. Okay, so you'll see that in the view, when it's doing its work, it's working with the form, and then eventually it's working with the model toward the end. Okay, and so to some degree, this post request is to get data from the form and handle everything when it's doing it. So let's avoid to some degree the hardest bits. We'll come back to that in a second. So let's go and hit cancel, and then add a pick basically
runs this get request. So we're going to grab the form, it's the create form, and there's a little bit of work in here. There's the create form, and we're going to jack into, just object-oriented ways, we're going to jack into the clean, we're going to jack into the save, but for now, all it's doing is this bit right here that you've been using for a while, and so we're going to tell it what, we're going to make a picture form, and so here's a thing. So there is a file field, and so we're asking the form to include a file field, okay? And so that's what puts out this file to upload less than or equal to megabytes. We've got a little bit of code to both have a numeric limit of the size, max upload limit, that's just a class-wide variable, and then the max upload limit text, which is that in text, and that little file to upload less than or equal to 2 megabytes, that's because I'm doing this in the form. So I got a little bit of logic in the form, and it is a model form, which means that it takes its input from it. I don't have to put these things in there, but I do have to tell it which things I actually want to do. And so I want the title and the text, I don't want the owner, and created, add, and update are kind of automatically. So that's why I've got the fact that inherit from the pick model, which is this model, inherit from the pick model, and include title, text, and picture. Now, title and text come from the model, and picture comes from right here. So we're not, if Django were our friend, it would understand this would be a file field, but it's not. And so we have to actually manipulate it and convert it. It's not hard, but in between the view, the form and the model, we got to do a bit of work, and we do it here in forms.py. Okay, so meta. Okay, so this part here in the top is all that is affected to create this screen, right? So that's what the get is doing. So if we look at the get, it makes a form, and then it renders it to self-template, which is pics.form.html. And here we go. It's pretty straightforward now. We're just going to load our crispy form tag, extend our base bootstrap, put out the CSRF token, pretty up the form in crispy, and that's sort of everything from title into file upload. And then we have a submit button and a cancel button. So one of the things that we're going to do is we are going to add some JQuery. And that is we're going to connect into this form, and when the submit button is pressed, we're going to run this JavaScript code. So that this line right here, upload form submit function, that makes it so that whenever the submit button, whenever this submit button here is pressed on this form, this jQuery is going to run. And so we will do a web developer. Well, it's not going to do us much good because actually we can. So I'll show you how that works. So what we're going to do here is this is a bit of code. I got this off Stack Overflow right there. And what I'm going to do basically is I'm going to read whether or not this file is greater than or equal to 2 megabytes. So if it's greater than 2 megabytes, I'm going to stop and complain with an alert statement. So this is JavaScript. And returning false here says I'm not going to upload it. So let me create one with some stuff and let me browse. Let me find a really large file. Okay, so now I'm going to do a web developer JavaScript console. Oh, and by the way, let me do a view source on this so you can kind of see that you can see all the stuff that came from base bootstrap, and you can see there's the CSRF token, there's the file input types, and then here's submit, and then here's the JavaScript at the bottom. And this JavaScript is running code out of JQuery, and we'll talk about JQuery right now. We'll just look at it as JavaScript, and we happen to be using the JQuery library. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press submit, and I'm going to watch this console. I'm going to press the submit button, and code is going to run, and you're going to see the JavaScript run, and it's not going to be happy with this file, Sakai, Ladies of Sakai, because it's too big, I think. Yeah, so there you go. Look, it said checking file size, and it complained that this Ladies of Sakai camp type must be less than 2 megabytes, which is exactly what I wanted. And so that I enforced that rule right here. Okay. Now it turns out that I got to also enforce it in the server because somebody could easily just override that and force it to be uploaded. But you see that the JavaScript is running in this browser and it's kind of protecting it. Other than that, this looks pretty much like a standard CRUD thing, except very importantly, if you're uploading files, you've got to say enc type equals multipart/form data, and that has to do with the format that the data is sent. If you just have like a few text fields, then you don't need this, but if you have longer things like files, you need that. And so that is how we get through the GET request. Okay? So now, let me pick a better file. Pong, my favorite. Where's my Pong? Oh, that's dangerous. One of my earliest, I don't know. I got so many little files. Oh, Apple iPhone, Sky JPEG, what I don't know, whatever. So this one's nice, less than 2, and I'm going to hit the post. So I'm going to hit the submit. Now the post is going to come through, and it's going to run this code right here. And this is probably the trickiest part of this code. So if you recall, we can construct a create form and get it back, and we pull the data request.post. Now it turns out that these little attached files, like Apple iPhone Sakai JPEG, comes in request.files, and or none just in case it's not there. Okay, and so what happens is this is where we're going to do some of our work. We're going to actually pull data from this request.files, and so we're going to jack into the clean. So clean is one of the life cycles of a model form, meaning once the data comes in, it's going to ask to be cleaned. So what we do is we call the super class, the model form class, and do the clean there. It doesn't know anything about picture because we're the one that added that. Okay, but then we get the data in cleaned data, and it's a dictionary at that point, and so I can get the picture. So remember that the form is the part that's coming in from the browser, right? And then I can make the picture. I can get it from there. And if I got no picture, I don't need to do anything special, right? If I do, I am checking to see if the amount of data that I got from that upload is greater than that upload limit. It's good. So this is mostly here to check to make sure I'm cleaning the data. I'm not actually saving it, but I am grabbing the picture from the form and I'm checking to see if it's greater than 2 megabytes. And then I'm going to add, this is what you do in clean. Clean is just to say a nasty message. Now in this case, the nasty message I showed you before came from JavaScript, but if you somehow tricked my JavaScript and sent it, this clean would catch it. And so if I'm in my view here, clean is happening right now. Form is valid happens afterwards. So as a side effect of clean, you're saying, is the form valid? And if there was an error from this, or if there was an error like my title was too short, right? Then, boop, it would come back and say title's greater than 2 characters. Oh, we love crispy forms. Look how pretty errors are in crispy forms. That is running this little bit of code right here. If the form is not valid, and it could have been, and in that particular case, the super got upset, right? Because this min length validator triggered, and so the super got upset and set form was not valid. Now mine looked good, right? So, but now the picture's gone, so I can make a slightly longer title here and browse a completely. I don't know what I'm doing. These are really old pictures of mine. So now it's going to pass. It's going to pass. This is going to pass, and I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to do my own check. That's sort of a double check on this less than 2 megabytes, because even though the client protects you, and that's the more user friendly, because this is catching it after the upload happened, and that might be long. 2 megabytes doesn't take that long. But now it's going to come, and it's going to pass this and skip, and then it's going to come here. Boop, and it worked. So here's what's happening. So you've got the form. The form has took all that data, including the file, right? And cleaned it all up. And I'm going to call form.save, commit equals false. And then I'm going to set the owner field. because I'm not extending owner view here. So I got to set that owner view because I'm going to ultimately override both this post and the get, and I wasn't going to get much help out of owner at that point. And then I'm going to save the model. So form.save gives me back a model. If I don't say commit equals false, it actually does the pick.save also. So if you save the form without commit equals false means don't store it in the database. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on here in form.save. So I have also overridden form.save, and I'm just behaving commit equals true as a default. But when I say commit equals false, then commit will be false. And so I have got to call the super, right? Actually, this is really not right. Oh no, actually, no matter what the commit is, this is the end user's wish for commit, I am going to do a super, and I'm going to run a save with commit false. No matter what this person wants it to be commit true or not, I'm going to run commit false. Then what I've got to do is I've got to grab the picture from the form. I'm in a form, and I check to see if this is an in-memory uploaded file. And there's all kind of cool magic that's happening right here. It's got this it's in memory, it's got this thing, it's an object, it's really nice. And then what I say is give me all the data, the byte array, which reads all of the pixels of the file. And then f.content type is that image/png. And I then need to put that in the instance, which is the model. I've got to add to it the byte array of the text and the content type. I've got to store both of those things, and now I'm talking to the database. The picture and the content type are being set as part of the save. Then what I do is, if commit is true, now I'm trying to mimic the save behavior. Now I'm only using this one way, right, with commit equals false, but someone might leave this out and call my form. I'm supposed to actually save the model if commit is true, but in this case commit will be false, so I'm just going to return the instance. At this point I have an object model, and in that object model all these two fields are exactly the way they want to be, and the only thing I've got to do is set the owner field, which I'm doing right there, and then I'm storing it in the database, and then I redirect. And that's how it works. It's pretty cool. You got to kind of get your object-oriented Zen thing going, and pretty awesome. So I'll just go through the update view because it's not that different than the create view. So it looks the same on the get. We're going to go grab the old copy out of the database, and then we're going to make a form and inherit all the old data. Now in this one, it's not going to put the picture out there. It'll just put out a new one. So if I'm in the edit right here, it's not going to put the picture here, but it'll let me put a new picture here because that's in the form. But all the old data is sitting right here. And then that renders the update form, and then I make my changes, blah, 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 blah. Actually, blah, 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 right? Blah, blah, blah. And then when I post it, it's going to do this create form, and the difference is it's going to do a get object or 404 so that it pulls that old data from the database. And then it does the validation automatically. It calls this clean to do that validation, and then we save it, etc. And so that's how it actually updates all of this stuff. So the only thing left to take a look at is the detail page. And so some of these things we don't have detail pages and some we do. So let's take a look at this one, right? So this detail page looks just about like every detail page. Let's go take a look at the view. And so it's pretty good. I mean, we're using the same code that we've used for everything, and we're using owner detail view. We're telling it what model to use, and I'm going to use pix detail. And most of this, like again, humanizes to make times and dates look better. I'll get back to that CSS in a bit. Here you have, we'll come back to this too in a second. I'm just showing you the parts that are like the way you've been doing it. It's got the buttons for the update. This is part of the owner code, right? If the owner is the user, we're going to write a pencil on a trash little icon, and then print out the title, and then the text, and then some all, right? Some all stuff. Okay? So that's what's familiar. Let's now talk about what's different. So let's first talk about the HTML that generates this little picture. So if I do an inspect element, we'll see that what we've got here is image style, float right, max width, that's some CSS. But the source here is pick picture 3. And so if you look, what I'm doing here is I'm going to the pick picture view and then the pick ID. And that pick ID is just the pick that came in. And if we go back to URLs now, that's this one. And it goes into stream, views stream file, and it passes in, you know, an integer number as the variable pk. So let's go take a look at that. So that's this one. And you'll notice that this is not a class-based one. It's an old school one, mostly because, hey, I'm just going to do get. With class-based ones, we can do def get and def post. But this one, I'm just going to do an old school thing. Passes in the request in the first parameter, which of course is that number 3. That's the primary key of the image that we're trying to see. All right. So I'm going to do a get object or 404 and of type pick, and I'm going to look it up by its primary key, which is that 3, and now I have it. And so I'm going to send an HTTP response, but this is not a text response, nor is it HTML response. This is where that content type, going back to the model, remember this is the MIME type, that image/PNG. And so, oops, come back. So as part of the response, so now if I can get this guy to open in a new, can I make that guy open? Come on, open a new page. Can I do that? Come on, open in a new page. View image, is that gonna work? Well, okay, I guess it's sort of worked. I want to view image in view image in, okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. I'll just go back and put this in by itself. So now I can see that this is the URL that generates the picture. Now the picture is sitting in my database, right? But if I do view web developer and go into network and clear the network and make sure I've got, oh, it's already cleared. Persist logs and disable cache. Now if I hit refresh, you're going to see that it's coming back and the response content type is image-png. So to set this, and that's essential so that when the browser is seeing the pixels, it knows that this is a PNG, not a JPEG or a GIF or an MPG or a PDF or whatever. So this content type is something that we stored. We got it when we were doing the post, and we pulled it in, we took all that stuff, and if you look at forms.py, it was grabbing it here in the save method, and we got it from the form, and then we stored it in the database, and now we've got it back from the database, and so we're just saying the content type, which is the header, is pic.contentType, that's a string, and then we also have to tell it how long it is, but pic.picture is the actual pixels that are the picture, and you have to tell it how long it is. So if you look at content length, right there, 470,152, yeah, 470,152. So that's content length. We knew that from the database. And then we actually write the pixels. And the place you see this is when you click on response. Now it's basically showing you, yeah, that's a picture. But if you really looked at it, it's just, you know, bits and bytes and complete gibberish. And so that's what it takes to send that stream out. And so that's what makes it so that when I have an image tag, when I have this image tag, I can source, but I'm actually feeding that picture. Okay? So that's how the picture gets there, but then I'm going to show you how when I click on this picture, I get this overlay, and then when I click on the overlay, it goes away. Now there's all kind of fancy things, and Bootstrap has modals. I did this with the simplest and crudest of CSS and JavaScript tricks. Okay, so let's take a look at how I did that. At that point, now we're in JavaScript. So first thing I've got is a CSS, and it's this overlay position fixed, and you'll see that I have a div tag that has the picture in it, and it's got a whole bunch of CSS in it. The width is 90%, the margin top, the border is 3 pixel with a solid black. So you'll see this. It's 90% of the width, it's got a 3 pixel margin. It's the margin top is 50 pixels, so there's 50 pixels here. And so that picture is there, but because this class equals overlay, all this other stuff is there as well. So that's not the picture, that's the rest of it. So you can see that this is fixed, which means it overlaps. This div and the rest of the page, this div right here and the rest of the page are like 2 layers. Z indexes 10 puts it on top. 100% width, 100% height. Display none means it starts out hidden, and then I've got kind of this little gray. You see this little gray bit? Right? And then the image has this style, the width 90%, margin top, 50 pixels. That's giving me the border and the margin and making it 90% wide. Okay? Well, let me get rid of it or hit refresh. So it's not there. It's not there. But if I do a view page source, view page source, it is there. It is there. It's just hidden, right? It's hidden because I told it to be hidden here. So it starts out hidden. So how does it unhide? Well, if I look, I've got this image here. This is the actual image. That's this image that's really showing on the page. And I've got an on-click, bit of JavaScript. And so on-click. So what I'm doing is I got an on-click there, and then I say document.getElementById overlay, which is looking for whatever tag has ID equals overlay, and then I'm changing its display from hidden to block. And so when that on-click happens, when I click on goodbye. So when I click on this image, I've got an on-click event anywhere in this image that is going to show this other div. So this other div, poof, pops out. Now what I've got is an on-click method on that div so that I can click anywhere in here, including the picture or the background, because that's part of the overlay. The overlay is the entire div in the background. So I can click anywhere, click, and then that triggers this document get element ID style display none. So it's still there, it's hidden, so I can bring it up, I can hide it. I can bring it up, I can hide it. I can bring it up, I can hide it. And I tried to make this one as simple as possible. There are prettier ways, and people put little X up here and it hides it. They make a whole modal, they use Bootstrap, they use all kinds of clever things. This is like the least clever way to make a full screen, semi-full screen pop-up of an image using a bit of JavaScript here and a bit of JavaScript here, and then some just slightly clever CSS. And I'm sure I found most of this on Stack Overflow somewhere. So I hope that you found this particular walkthrough of how to add images to a CRUD application useful. So hope you found it useful. Cheers. Hello and welcome to another code walkthrough on Django for everybody. We're going to walk through some sample code today. It's the code that really starts using the many-to-many work a bit, and it's our forums code. Okay, so let's just walk through how it works. The idea, I've got 2 users logged in here, just two different users. This is also going to demonstrate the owner pattern again. So let's add a forum. Forum 1. Hello. So this is just CRUD at this point. And so this looks like most of the CRUD things that we've built. I won't go through edit and the delete because the interesting part is here in the detail page. And so I can put a comment in. This is person. This is Firefox. Comment. So I got one user logged in on Firefox. Submit. And then I will refresh here in the other one, and I see forum 1. So, well, let me just make a comment. And this is Safari. So you can see that this is the Firefox comment and the Safari comment. And now if I hit refresh here in forum 3, you can see the Safari comment and the Firefox comment, which I didn't even get my typographical error done right. Well, the key is now you see the delete button is appropriate. So the comments are owned. And what's even more important is, sorry about that typo, is there's multiple of them. Right, so now if I just hit refresh here, you can see that and see these things happening. And so for one forum, each user can have many comments, right? And so this has to be a many-to-many relationship. And so, and then if I go back to all forums, well, this guy sees the edit and the delete, and then this one does not see the edit and the delete. So you get the idea that that's pretty much what it does. So let's take a look at the code here. There is not too much tricky in the urls.py. Most of the urls.py is like all CRUD things we've built. But the comment is yet another table, because there's really 2 tables here. There's the forum table and the comment table. And so we've done stuff like this where we've got 2 tables involved. There's actually 3 tables involved, but one of them is the user. So we'll come back to this a little bit. There's not too much outrageous or new in that. But we do have 2 models. Oops, let's get that back on. The first model is the forum model. And this is, other than this new many-to-many field, this is really very straightforward. It looks like almost everything we've been doing that's CRUD. It's got some fields and it's got an owner key. And so again, there is a table out there. There is a model out there, the user model that's out there, okay? And we're in effect drawing a picture. This is a one-to-many, so that, oops, let's try this. Is the pen working? Pen, come on, pen. Hang on. There we go. So owner is a one-to-many relationship. That is that there is a user table, and then there is a forum table, and each user can have many forums, right? So each user can have many forums. So that is our table. Now, what's going to happen is, the interesting part is here, but let's first talk about the comment table. So the comment table is down here, and the comment table has one user can have many comments, and one forum can have many comments as well. And so because, in a sense, there is a, let me change color here. Come on, change color. Let's go violet. Because there is a many-to-many relationship between users and forums with a little bit of comment data sitting right there in the middle, we have to model it as, that has to be modeled as a completely separate table, right? So there's only 2 tables here, but really there's 3 tables here because the user table is participating in both of these models. And so
we'll come back to the many-to-many field. So this is the comment, and like connection tables or junction tables or join tables, it has two foreign keys. It's the most important thing. It's the keys in each direction. I guess I shouldn't have changed that, right? So come on, give me, can I draw? Yeah. Right, so we got the user table, we got the comment table, and we got the forum table. So forums can have many comments, users can have many comments. These are forum, and so a user can have many forums. So this side of it is a foreign key, and this is a foreign key as well, right? Coming out of the comment table, there are two foreign keys. And look at that. There's a forum key aimed at the forum model, and then a foreign key coming out of the comment to the user model. Now again, we've talked about in the lectures, we've talked about modeling data at the connection. So the text that we're getting is the text that we're getting at the modeling point is this text right here. It is the actual comment itself. And you could make a different table for it, but it's just as easy to model it right in the middle of the junction field. Okay? And so that's pretty much it. And we have to, in the forums field, we are basically saying, look, we're going all the way through the comment model, and we're coming out the other end in the user model. This related name is really, really important, and that's basically a name. Let me draw my picture again. I should have probably just drawn this picture and kept it. The user table, the forum table, and the comment table. Forum has many comments. User has many comments, right? And so, in a sense, what we're seeing here is this basically says that there is a relationship between forums and users, and it is in the comments table. The table that it goes through is the comments table. That's what the through means. And then the related name equals forum comments is actually you're installing in the user object a method, an attribute, something in this user model that says forum comments. So we're actually extending the user model. If we were looking at the user, we could say, hey, what are the forum comments for this user? And that would give us it would come over here and it would give us a list of all the forums. Actually, no, sorry. It would come over here and give us a list of all the comments. But this related name is the name of this attribute. And you don't necessarily need all the time to be able to do this. But the problem is after a while, when you're plugging so many things into the user model, you can end up with you can end up with name conflicts. And so it's good to name this thing even though we might not use it. So I hope that helps. So this is a pretty straightforward thing, other than the fact that the user model is our third table, and we're using it in both places. So there is that. So the forms. So the only place I'm using a form in here is this comment form. So I just made it, and the reason that I made a comment form is that I wanted to be able to make it look pretty. I wanted to be able to use crispy. And so instead of just making this comment form on the detail page out of HTML, I just made a form so I could use crispy in the detail page. Okay, so that's the forms. The views are pretty straightforward. The create, the delete, we'll come back to comment create and comment delete. They're not all that tricky either. Probably the trickiest thing going on in here is the forum detail view. And we're extending owner detail view, and we're going to have the template name and the model and all that stuff. And we're not not going to post actually. You'll see in a second. We're not going to post back to this, so we only need to get. And so if you look at owner detail view, I guess I should open up another tab. This is my arts owner. Owner detail view extends detail view, which basically demands a primary key. And so there is this primary key value. Ooh, don't do that. Don't do that. Undo. There is this primary key value that's going to come in, and that's going to come in from the detail view, which is the second parameter, which is forums, forum 3, right? So we're going to go grab and load that object. I could have made that a getter 404. I probably actually should have made that a getter 404. So that's going to load the forum object, and the forum object is the title and the text and the owner of the forum itself. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, go get me all of the comment objects filtered so that the forum value in the model equals the current forum. This forum, that is the forum we just loaded. That's the forum key in the model. So the first one is this forum in models, and the second one is this variable. I could have changed this to be, I'm not going to change it, but I could have changed this to be X. I could have changed this to be X. I'm not going to save it, although it might be. Maybe I'll just save it. Make sure I got all of comment forum. Oh, let's just make this be X2 because that's the variable. I hope I don't break the code by doing this. I'm trying to show you that this is a field in the model, and this is just a variable in this view, right? Okay, so this is going to give us a list of comments. In a sense, this is kind of like a list view. If you're dealing with a list view, you got to write a for loop to go through it in the thing. So we got all the comments for this thing, and we're passing in the comment form. That's simply constructing it. It's constructing this comment form. And then we're going to basically render the request. So we'll close that one. And so let's take a look at this detail page. This detail page is what generates this forum. A lot of it's pretty much the same. Check to see if you're the owner before you put up the little button, little pencils. That's quite nice. Print out the forum title, print out the forum text, print out this stuff is all the forum title, text, and how long ago with the natural time. So that's pretty straightforward. So that's really not all that tricky. So then what we're going to do here is if the user is logged in, and so it turns out that this does not require login, and so the only time we're going to show this comment form is if the user is logged in. So this part right here is if the user is logged in. BR clear equals all is what brings this stuff back to the left margin, even though I floated these things over using CSS. Load the crispy form tags, and then I'm going to build the form. That's this comment form that goes from the word comment, the text, the submit button, and the all forums, which is just an on-click JavaScript that sends us back to the all forums page. And that is the end of the user authenticated, because it turns out that seeing all this stuff, seeing the actual comments, that's okay. Non-logged in users can see it. And then if you recall, going back to the views, we sent in the comments, and the comments is a list of comments ordered by, in descending order, most recent first. And I guess you don't see it there, but they are most recent first. But at that point, we are just going to write a for loop to loop through all the comments, print out the comment text, print out the comment updated at, and if the owner of the comment is the current logged in user, put out a little trash icon. Okay? Put out a little trash icon. Got it? So that generates the output. That generates this page. But let's take a look at a couple of things that we're going to do. So you see first two things, right? we are actually going to post with action equals this form right here, the comment form, blah, does not post back to forums detail page. This is the forums detail page. If you look at it, it posts to forum comment create. So let's go back to that. Forum comment create is right here. And so it's just going to run this comment create view, passing in the primary key of the forum. Okay? So then if I go into my views, forum create, comment create view. So comment create view is what's going to happen when I get this post, right? So the post is going to come in. There's going to be a comment field, which is this text field. And there is the primary key of the forum, not the comment. So now we are going to make the connection. This is where we're actually making the connection. And you'll notice that I'm just saying login required view and view because I don't have an automated way to do this. And so I'm going to do it by hand. So we're in the post. We're going to go grab the forum object by a primary key. There I am using a getter 404, so at least I blow up in the right way. Then what I'm going to do is I am going to, let's go back to models. I've got to fill out the text field, the forum field, and the owner field. And the owner field are the two foreign keys. And, oops, come back. In the many-to-many, we have to have those objects available to us. So we are going to build a new comment. This doesn't store it in the database. The text field comes from the request post. The owner field is current request user, and the forum field, the foreign key in this middle connector table, is this forum object that we just loaded. And so that fully populates a comment object. It fully populates a comment object in that post method. And then all we have to do is we have to say save it. So the comment.save takes that in-memory comment that we created with the two foreign keys in the comment and sticks it in the database. And then all we have to do is redirect. Now what we want to redirect back to is we want to redirect back to this detail page because we don't want to redirect back to ourselves and we don't want to redirect back to all forums. And so when we hit submit, we want to come back here. So it just looks like that thing showed up, but really it was a full request response cycle where it posted to comment create view, but after the post was done, it did a redirect. And we're doing post redirect, so it's cool anyways. And so this is a slightly different version of the reverse. It is the same concept as what we've seen all along, where we have like a forum ID inside a second parameter to the URL, because the reverse in this URL thing, I wish they'd call this reverse, because that's what it's doing. The URL is just kind of a wrapper for reverse. Well, this is the two parameter form. So we have a one parameter form of URL, which is this one, which says go URL forums:all. It says give me the URL to the view that is named all within forums. Here I'm saying URL forums forum create forum ID. This is saying this one needs a primary key because if you go into urls.py, the forum create demands a parameter. And so we're feeding it. But you can also feed that in a reverse. And you do it with this funky format. I wish that was by position, but no, it's not. You have this args keyword and it's sending in a list of variables, and the variable is the primary key, which is the number, which is this 3. So we're redirecting to forum/forum/3, and that's where the 3 comes from. Okay? Okay, so the only thing to look at next is what happens when I hit the delete button. So let's take a look at the detail page. So remember that we cannot delete in a get, but we have to delete in a post. Okay? So in here, this is the trash can. The trash can's not going to do the deleting. The trash can is going to link to forums comment delete with comment ID. And so there's this number 3, but each of these comments has a comment ID. And so let's just inspect. This is you can see in the bottom, it's comment 7. This one is comment 4. And so that is the comment ID, because we're looping in this code, we are looping through for comment in comments, so each comment has the primary key. So with all that, I am just going to click on it, and of course we're going to have a verification page that turns the get into a post in a sense. I mean, it's just a page. And so we've gone to comment delete view. So forums comment 7 delete. And if you look at the urls.py, forums comment 7 delete, right? And we give it a name, and we're going to route through to comment delete view. So if we take a look at our comment delete view, well, what's pretty cool is that we can mostly use owner delete view, because by now we know it, the object, we know that we're in the comment model. The template we're going to work with is comment delete, which is pretty straightforward. Okay. So it's going to go find, and so you'll notice we don't have a get in here, we don't have a post in here, and that's because we're inheriting all that from owner delete view, the owner delete view. Now, the only thing we're overriding is the get of the success URL, because the success URL, when we're all done, we want to go back to the forum, not 7, but 3. See how we're going to go back to forum 3? And it looks like that just went away. And so the success URL actually needs to be computed based on the current forum. And so we are overriding the get success URL, which is part, not exactly of owner delete view, but the models, the generic delete view. We are returning a string. And if you go and you read self.object.forum, self.object points to the current comment. So if this is, we're in the middle of comment 4 delete, while we're running in this view, self.object is the comment, right? That's number 4, comment number 4. But comment number 4 dot forum is the primary key of the forum that this object belonged to. By the time, by the time we're here getting the success URL, it's actually been deleted, but we still have an in-memory copy of it. So we're going to go to the forum's I do not intend. Where was I? Yeah, I was dragging it by mistake, trying to highlight it, right? So it's been deleted, but we have it sitting here in the memory, and so we can get its former primary key. We can get the forum's primary key. Object doesn't exist in the database anymore, but the memory copy does, and so we know what that number is. So then we go to this fancy reverse again with a parameter, and so that's how we get back. Let's see what happens in the cancel. Cancel. Oh, so it's the cancel, right. So the cancel does this. The cancel generates the URL forum detail with a comment, which is the current object, and then a foreign key into forum and the primary key of the forum. So comment forum ID is what generates this URL. And there is that URL. It goes back to the forum detail page. So if I go cancel, it goes back to the right page. And that's because comment, you're walking the foreign key in this particular situation. So I think that we pretty much have covered let me just check the views. Yeah, we've covered pretty much everything that's unique in this particular bit of code. And again, the new part here is to have a connector model and then have a many-to-many field. The rest of this is very much similar to many of the other things that we have talked about. So I hope this has been helpful to you, and now you can start playing with many-to-many kinds of connections. Cheers.
Hey, hi, Chuck here. We are in Buckhead in northern Atlanta, and we had a great office hours, and I'd like you to meet, as is traditional, some of the fellow students with you in your classes. So say hi, say your name, wait till it points at you, yeah.
Morgan. I'm from Atlanta, and I took the class with my dad here because he asked me to, but it was also fun.
And I'm Jack, and I took the class with my daughter, of course, for the symmetry, and we had a great time, and your teaching is awesome.
Thank you.
I'm Tom from Atlanta, and I thought Python would be fun, Monty Python.
Yeah.
And after a long career in computers, I kind of figured it was time to learn something besides assembly.
There you go. But actually, you can do everything you need to do with assembler.
Hey, my name is Joe Contreras. I'm a electrical engineer from Georgia Tech. Wanted to explode on the scene, on the CS scene, and this class is awesome. It is 2 thumbs up.
Well, cool. I flunked out of electrical engineering, so that's why I'm a computer scientist. So you should do fine.
Wow.
My dad was an electrical engineer, and so in my family, that's how you work cool. And I couldn't do electrical engineering, so I flunked out and I became a computer scientist. So if you're doing fine in electrical engineering, I hope you do fine in computer science.
I'm David. I live here in Atlanta, and I took the Python class. It was my first Coursera class, and it's quite enjoyable, well taught. Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy. I'm from Brazil. I'll take Phantom classes, and I think it will be a good start.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sonia. I'm a cognitive science graduate student at Georgia State University. I took Dr. Chalk's class, and it is awesome, and I want to learn more now.
Yeah, cognitive science is what it's actually all about, really.
Oh, yeah.
If you think about it.
Hey, I'm Alex. I'm from Atlanta and Beirut. Sonia got me into this. I'm also into doing cognitive science. I'll be honest, I haven't taken any of the lessons yet, and my experience in programming has been pretty rough, but now I have all the more reason to dive into it.
Cool.
Hi, I'm Ed. I just finished the Internet History class, and I loved it, so I'm looking forward to the Python class starting next month.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Tarak from Atlanta. I just finished my Python course, and I had this certificate also, and I would like to thank Dr. Chuck, and I'm an IT professional.
Okay. Well, I thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Maureen, and I've already taken the Internet History class, and I'm really looking forward to the Python programming class.
Okay.
Hi, this is Deepthi. I'm from Atlanta. I'm a business analyst. I haven't taken the class yet, but then I've overheard your class many times on TV whenever my husband plays it. So I plan to enroll in the next session, and thank you so much for all your efforts.
You're very welcome. So there we go. Yet another successful office hours from Atlanta. I think next week we're going to be in Urbana-Champaign. So we'll see you in Urbana-Champaign. Reporting from CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta, I'm Charles Severance with a CNN News update. In travel news, the U.S. has places to escape civilization. When Americans ponder the world's most desolate places, they tend to conjure Antarctic outposts, Tibetan mountaintops, or Central Australian plateaus. Fact is, if you're in the States, you don't have to travel halfway across the globe to separate yourself from civilization. You don't even have to leave the continental United States. Secluded swamps, forsaken tundra, vacuous canyons, yonder mountain ranges, and deserted deserts. Despite all the development, the United States is still home to plenty of untamed hinterland. The criteria are as simple as they are vague. Maximum distance from other humans and any signs of their existence, including, but not limited to, roads, posted signs, smokestacks, government surveillance, electronic dance music, Snapchat, and cronuts. In entertainment news, the faded downtown of a small town in Georgia, made famous by an appearance on The Walking Dead, can now be yours for the right price. 9 buildings in downtown Grantville are for sale on eBay, and the seller says it's a bargain. Jim Sells, Grantsville's former mayor, bought the buildings in a foreclosure deal about 4 years ago during the recession. Sells and another investor are now putting them on the market for a starting bid of $680,000. The town was the setting for Clear, an episode in Season 3 of the hit AMC television show in which the protagonist, Rick Grimes, returns to his abandoned hometown to look for weapons. A Facebook page offers walking tours of the town's filming locations, but soon that won't be Grantsville's only claim to fame, Sells says. The former mayor says 4 movies slated to be shot in Grantville in the upcoming months. In gaming news, in recent years, the gaming industry has seen a number of hyped trends come and go. Games on social networks, 3D gaming, systems that let you control in-game avatars by moving your body. Now get ready for another one, virtual reality. This technology, which plunges the headset wearer into three-dimensional virtual worlds that feel incredibly lifelike, is coming soon to consumers everywhere, according to the two companies spearheading the charge. But reps for both companies who spoke to CNN at last week's E3 gaming show say that the driving force between the success or failure of virtual reality, or VR, will be not their devices, but the games created for them. Both Oculus and Sony say that they are close to releasing consumer units, but neither would provide a timetable. However, they agree the headsets are useless without great content. People won't want to buy a VR headset if they can't use it for a compelling game. And these games need to be ready to go when the headsets hit the market. And finally, in world news, archaeologists searching for a lost city in the jungles of Honduras have discovered the urban remains of what they believe is a vanished ancient civilization. A writer and photographer accompanied a team of scientists to Honduras' Mosquito region on the trail of the legendary White City, or the City of the Monkey God. The expedition was launched after aerial light detection scanning known as LiDAR uncovered what appeared to be man-made structures below the rainforest. In contrast to the nearby Maya, this vanished culture has been scarcely studied and it remains virtually unknown. The expedition found earthworks including an earthen pyramid as well as a collection of stone sculptures. The Honduran Institute of Anthropology and History estimated that they dated from AD 1000 to 1400. The team left their finds unexcavated and are keeping the exact location of the site a secret in an attempt to prevent looting. The Honduran government is committed to protecting this area, but doesn't have the money. And that's our report for now. For a check of the news any time of the day, just log on to our website at cnn.com. Reporting from the CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Charles Severance. Welcome to our lecture about jQuery and the document object model. So we've already been talking about some vanilla JavaScript where you have a script tag and you do document.write, and we've already seen how that can update a web page that in the process of being downloaded. Now with jQuery, well, that's been around for a long time, since 1995 when JavaScript was first created. But ultimately, we are starting to see more and more of the interactivity of our application being done in the browser. And so we're writing more and more code in JavaScript. Our classic request response cycle, we do a click, it goes in through urls.py, picks a view, maybe talks to the database, pulls a form in, and out comes some sort of HTML plus JavaScript comes back. And if you do a view source on a page, that's what you're seeing. And so the browser, when it receives that, it parses it and turns it into what's called the document object model. And that is a data structure that in a sense lives one pixel behind your screen. And then you see the results of the document object model. And so if you do a view source, you see the response. But if you do an inspect element, you see the document object model. And so what you see is how the document object model can change. And the way the document object model can change is by you writing JavaScript code that does something to the document object model or reads the document object model. And so the JavaScript comes in as part of the response from the server, but then it starts to run. And then when it's running, in a sense, you're completely cut off from the rest of the server. You've got your response, but your JavaScript can still be doing work in the page. It can have events that trigger, it can modify the DOM, it can intercept clicks and run some JavaScript, etc. So like intercepting a click is like, that's an on click, which says run a little bit of JavaScript and then come back, right? And so we can even intercept a click, do something to it, and then stop the actual sending of the data to the server. So JavaScript is in a very powerful position in your browser. It's in your browser, and your page can be sitting there. And increasingly, we're starting to see folks build more and more of their application in JavaScript and less of their application in Django or in backend. And so what we're finding over time is that the JavaScript is kind of talking to the models directly, and we'll talk about that in the next lecture, right? The JavaScript talking to the models directly and then putting stuff up on the screen, rather than going through the entire request response cycle to get a page back. And so this is hybrid application. So now what we're going to do is we're going to really talk and focus much more on this interaction between JavaScript and the document object model. So document object model is a concept that's been around for a very, very long time. When JavaScript was created in 1995, in order for it to have access to what was on the screen and change what was on the screen, which was its goal, we needed a way. And so they create this variable called document. And the document is always there, and then you call methods and change attributes, and then you get back elements, like a paragraph is an element, and then you can change the color of the paragraph, and you can do all kinds of things. You can even insert new paragraphs. And in 1995, as the browsers were saying, do I want to add this JavaScript, they actually already had document object models, but they weren't the same. And so the idea that all the browsers would agree on one document object model, that just was not practical at that time. It caused for a lot of pain from 95 to 2005, 2006, and we'll talk about that. But the document object model has never been, every bit of it is not forced to be a standard. And so we have parts of it that we make be a standard. So in the first part of this, we're going to talk about not jQuery, but instead what the world kind of calls vanilla JavaScript. And that's sort of JavaScript that the browser gives us versus JavaScript that we can write if we have the jQuery library installed. So we're going to talk a little bit about vanilla JavaScript. So one of the choices they made back in the day was, in order not to have to look at the DOM directly, we would just say, look, bypass all the shape of the document object model, which was a hierarchical set of trees and tags. Say, look, we're going to put this ID field on a tag, and then we're going to give document.getElementID as a way to look up and get our hands on a tag and then do something to that tag without having to work our way down from the body tag to a UL tag to an LI tag to a paragraph tag to a form tag, and work your way down and through the tags. And so it's like a jump right into the DOM, get your hands on something and do it. And so the actual shape of the document object model tree was less important. And so here is a really simple bit of code. And so what we've got is document. Okay, so document is always a document. Document.getElementID, and that's this method that was added to the document object model. And then you can look for a particular tag that has an ID, a person on it. And so in our HTML itself, I've got this span tag with an ID, a person on it. And that is my handle to get my handle on that span tag. Okay, so I can do a console log of that. I can get my hands on, here is the whole span tag, document, get element ID, person, and then inner HTML actually pulls out this little bit of text. So I can put a console log out and I can put it high there. And so you can see that in this JavaScript, I was able to pull out a little piece that was in the document object model. And then if you see, I can also then change it. So I can get my hands on the document object model, inner HTML, and I can put that on the left-hand side of an assignment statement, and then I can change it. And so this is what it looks like when you are console logging that get element ID by person, or get element ID of the person tag, the one that has ID equals person on it. And so you'll see in your console log that it's an object with lots of attributes and lots of methods. And this is, again, this is just one little corner of the document object model and all of the things that we can do to that document object model bit. So like I said, you can change the document object model by putting it on the left side of an assignment statement. So what we have here is a real tiny bit of JavaScript, and the pattern I'm using now is I'm using the on-click attribute in a tag. And so this is a way for me to make a anchor tag that you can click on and have it so that it actually just runs some JavaScript. So it's not really going to send it to the server. The return false in both of these says, don't actually, I've intercepted your click, and I'm going to handle your click, and I'm not going to let it go to the server. I'm going to do something, and I, as this piece of JavaScript, have decided that I've satisfied whatever the user wanted to happen on this click. But that's what return false does. But before that, I'm going to sort of go grab the document, get element by ID by stuff. Well, that's this bit right here. And then inner HTML, which is this text, and I'm going to rewrite this and put the word back here in there. So if you click on back, it's going to look like this because this got overwritten and it's now back. And similarly, if I click on forth, then it's going to go find this and set the inner HTML and rewrite it again. So in a sense, the pixels of the browser that you're seeing, are fungible, they're modifiable, they're changeable by the JavaScript. The JavaScript can change what you see. And so it's a very powerful position to be in. The whole page is parsed and read. Right, the whole page is parsed and read, and then it shows you the page, and then you have registered a couple of event handlers. When this is clicked, let me run some code. And in that code, I'm going to do something to the screen you're watching, and then I'm going to say, you know what, I don't even want you to click on that href. I don't want you to go anywhere. I've handled it, etc. And so that sort of shows you the sort of read-write aspect of getting to and from the document object model from vanilla JavaScript. So here is a even more sophisticated little example, and in this example you're going to see how you can actually modify and extend the document object model and add whole areas to the document object model that was not there before. So if we take a look at this code, and you can go and run this on DJ Free, I've got a little link here, more, and I'm going to call this add function and return false. That's just so I stay on this page. And then I have an unnumbered list, and that's going to produce this first item. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set some JavaScript. I'm going to have a global variable called counter, and so I just do this. This is a debug. And function add, that just sort of defines a function, and I'm going to call that later when I click on it. So when this page all is complete, it only shows first item. Now, so that's what's there. There we go. So first item is there. And then I click on more. So when I click on more, it runs this onClick, which calls the add function. And what it does is it says document create element. And so what that does is that creates an li tag, /li, an empty one. And it's not in the document right now. It's not on the screen. It's just like in a variable. So I've made an HTML tag that's an li tag. And then I can do things like set its class name, which is class equals, if I want. And then I can set its inner HTML to be the counter is counter. And then I'm going to add 1 to counter, so it starts out at 1. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab document get element ID the list, which is going to grab me this tag, and then I'm going to append a new child tag, which means I'm going to insert this little li tag that I just made right at the end of that, right before the end of that ul tag. And so when that code runs, the little counter equals 1 line shows up. And then I can click it again, and counter equals 2 shows up. And then there's nothing going on with the server at this point in time. I am simply changing what the browser sees by changing the document object model in JavaScript. And so there are some places that you would use something this for a purpose. I'm just showing you how the document object model can be modified by what you want to do in JavaScript. And you can make new tags and stick them in. It's not just changing a bit of text, but you can put whole new chunks of tags. And frameworks like React and other ones, that's what they're doing. They're actually completely changing and messing with the tags. So up next, we're going to talk about JQuery and how JQuery has made this act of messing with the document object model a lot easier. Hello and welcome to another recording in Django for Everybody. Today we're going to go through some of the sample code in JQuery.
First, we're going to talk a little bit about how the document object model works. I'll open this in a new tab. So let me view source, view page source so you can see this. So in this one, we're just going to play with the document object model. Let me make it a little bigger, real big. Just play with the document object model. And as I mentioned, all of these tags, HTML, P, all of them, they are in some kind of a hierarchical object inside of the browser. But because in the early days the browsers were so incompatible in terms of how they represented the parsed HTML, they created this concept called document get element by ID. It's a kind of a clunky. I think part of it, they made it as long as they could so they didn't run into any existing methods inside the document object. But the idea is that document get element by ID has been around forever, and it basically got you a handle on the element. And so that's all of this, including the attributes like ID equals person and the inner HTML, etc. And so this itself is an object. Let's go ahead and refresh. I'll make this a little bigger. Look at the developer console. So here we are. So let me clear this and I'll come back and hit refresh on this. I'm just looking at it temporarily. And so the first thing I'm going to do is do console.dir, which is just dumping this returns an object that represents all this information. So let's take a look at it. I'll hit refresh. And you see that span tag right there, that span tag is the ID of person, has all kinds of information inside of it, right? And somewhere in here, I hope we'll find inner HTML right there. And so you can look around, you can use a dump of this stuff in your console sometimes to figure out what you can do with these things. And I'm going to play in this particular one with inner HTML. And the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to read the inner HTML. I'm going to pull the inner HTML attribute out of this. And the inner HTML attribute is just this chuck, right? But I'm going to store it in a variable. Now I'm just storing in a variable. I'm going to console log it, and that's all I'm going to do, right? And then I'm going to put an alert out with that thing. And then I'm going to change it. So you can put these on the left-hand side because the JavaScript can change the document object model in the browser, and it will say Joseph, right? So if you look at the view source, that's what I'm looking at right now. View source here, you see that it's in this span tag, it says Chuck. So now we've run it, and it came along, and I'll hit refresh again so you can watch. In the middle of that alert box, right here, the data is still Chuck, right? And so look at the document object model right there is Chuck. And then as soon as I let the code continue, by pressing OK, you will see that it's going to modify it and it's going to say Joseph. Okay, now if you look, the source code that originally came from the server said Chuck in it, and now it says Joseph. Now you can, so this is not really the document object model. The HTML is the HTML. The document object model is what's inside the browser, in the browser's memory after the HTML has been parsed. And you've probably done this a million times already, but when you say inspect element, you are not looking at the source HTML, and it even looks quite different, right? This makes sense. It's like pretty and it's indented, and you see the document object model. And so this is the screen you're looking at, and this is the data behind your screen you're looking at, where it says ID person Joseph. But if I go back to the original thing, it never changed the source code. It says ID person Chuck. And so you can see how it can change the document object model. And so that's the first bit about this dom01.htm code. Okay, is that just you can change the document object model. So let's take a look at dom02. And so let's view the source of this one. View page source. So make a big. Oops, make it a little smaller. Okay, so in this one, what we're doing is we're adding an onClick method, and we've been talking about this for a while. And in the onClick, we're running JavaScript. So this is JavaScript, document get element by ID, stuff, inner HTML equals back. Well, let's find where stuff is. Stuff is the span tag that has an ID of stuff. It has to have stuff as its text as well.
So it means that when we click on the back link, it's going to run onClick, its onClick method. That's the definition of the onClick method, event-driven programming. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the string to back inside that span tag, and then we're going to return false. And remember, return false basically says don't do the actual click. So usually hrefs, anchor tags, cause a click to happen. And similarly, if we send it to fourth, if we click the other one, it'll put the string to be fourth. And so let's do so this is saying stuff right now, which is exactly what came from the server, right? So the server sent this document, the HTML. So if I do an inspect element, you will see the part that when you inspect the element, you see the actual document object model, what the browser is actually showing you. So you'll notice that now I can modify based on user action in an onClick method. I can modify it. So I click on back, and you see that the document object model changed. And as soon as the document object model changed, the part that we're seeing, there was no interaction with the server here whatsoever. And so I can click forth, and you see the document object model change, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, and you're watching the document object model changing. The source code never changes. That is long. At this point, that was 30 seconds ago. It retrieved it, and it built the first page. As a matter of fact, the fact that there was ever the word stuff in this span tag, that's just gone now. It's just not there. It's not remembered. We rewrote the document object model. The JavaScript code plays with the document object model, not the original response from the server. And so that's another little example of playing with the document object model, just to kind of emphasize how it is that, just to emphasize the fact that what we're watching on the screen is the document object model, and we're seeing the document object model on the screen, and the JavaScript can change it, and then if we do view page source, we are seeing what originally came from the server. Okay, and so this is the code that originally came from the server. And so we're going to do a couple things here. At the bottom, I'm going to have a global variable called counter equals 1. We'll just console log it, mostly because in case I want to debug what's in this UL tag, which got an ID of the list. And then I'm going to define a function, and we'll come back to that. I'm going to call that function when I click on the more string, right? And onClick says call the add function and then return false. And again, that's to suppress. Return false is to suppress the default behavior of the href, of the anchor tag, clicking on the text of the anchor tag. So I've got code that will run under more. And what the code does is adds to an element. And so, let me refresh this. View page source. Oh, I didn't want to be view page source. I want to inspect element. Okay, so now we have the inspect element. That source code is just there. I threw that up with some clever JavaScript. So here we go. So we got this item, we got this UL tag, right? And so this is the document object model. And right now, because we haven't done anything, it mimics what came from the server. And now I'm going to say more. And you see that I got a new thing in the document object model. So if I go li, and close those all down, more, right? And so the document object model is changing, but of course the stuff that came from the server is not changing. So let's take a look at how this is accomplished, okay? So every time we click the more button, it comes into this add function, and it's going to use the document object model to create a new li tag model. I can give it a class. And if you look at the document object model, you see that my new LIs have a class, a CSS class on them called list item for no particular purpose. Just you can do this stuff. It's not, and I set the inner HTML. Now at this point, this X contains an LI tag that is not connected to the document, but it's fully sort of, and I concatenate the counter, which is why it says 1, 2, 3, 4 as these things are put on. But then what I do is I say, let's inject this little X, this little tag that's living out in a variable, let's actually move it into the document. So what I do is I say, let's go grab the list, which is
so UL, and append a child. Well, this li tag is a child to the UL tag. And when I'm done with this append child, I'm going to have another child. It could be something other than an li tag. I just happen to be making an li tag. So lines 13, 14, and 15 here are making a new li tag, and then line 16 connects that li tag into a document object model at the appropriate place. So the next one is going to come, we're going to append a new child. So at the end of this, now we got first item, counter 1, counter 2, 3, 4. There are 5 children for the li tag, and if I click it again, there will be a 6th child for the li tag. And so there you go. And so that gives you a sense of how we mess with the document object model using normal vanilla JavaScript. And up next we'll take a look at some jQuery samples that really give us a better pattern for messing with the document object model. Thanks. Hope this has been helpful to you.
So now we're going to take a brief look at jQuery. And so jQuery basically solved the problem in 2005 that the document object models weren't all that portable. Because in 1995 they wanted the browsers to adopt JavaScript, but they didn't want to make as a prerequisite standardizing the document object model, which is really the shape of how the tags are all put together. And so in the early 2000s, as we started using JavaScript more and more seriously, we would write so much if-then-else code for one browser or the other browser that all that got sort of wrapped up into a couple of different JavaScript libraries. And out of that many JavaScript libraries, jQuery kind of emerged as the best one and the one that we tended to use a lot most. And so instead of just like calling the document object model directly, we'd call a jQuery function. And then jQuery would call the document object model. But if one browser did it a little differently, jQuery had those if-then-elses, so we didn't have to, each of us, keep track of the different browsers and how the different browsers did various things. And this was a great improvement because we could just start writing really fun interactive applications, and we didn't have to become experts in the browsers. We just would use jQuery. It was pretty cool. So jQuery was built by a fellow named John Ressig. He just did it for himself because we were all kind of trying to solve the portability problems that we had as we would move from one browser to another browser. And really it solves two problems, and that is how to select and manipulate document object model elements, find them, select them, and manipulate them, and then how to register events. Now we've seen events. OnClick is a good example of an event. And it was released in 2006. And it was super duper successful. It had a very quick update, and literally we're sitting here at least 15 years later and people still use it. There are very few things in technology that people like. Now we'll talk about at the end how the world is kind of catching up to jQuery, and there's sort of this movement to make it obsolete by making the browsers better, which I'm all for. If the browsers become better than jQuery, we all will benefit. So that lack of willingness to standardize the browsers in 95 led to the need to make jQuery in 2005. And then for the past 15 years, the browsers have been grudgingly kind of lining themselves up so that we didn't really need to use jQuery, which is totally cool. And John would probably agree, and he would say, well, you know, now that they got it figured out, my library's not needed. I'm totally happy because now I can write code without having to worry about portability. So, I'm not going to tell you a ton about jQuery. I'm not going to give you an exhaustive list of things. I'm going to show you a couple of samples of the kinds of things you can do with jQuery. jQuery has great documentation, whether it's jQuery.com or the Stack Overflow. You just say, how do I make a button disappear in jQuery? And you have to kind of say, how do I make a button disappear in vanilla JavaScript, or how do I make a button disappear in jQuery? And you will find all kinds of wonderful things. And I really like the jQuery.com site because, I mean, it has a little bit of code, 8 to 10 lines that are pretty much what you want, and then you can add a couple lines and you're good. So I really have enjoyed using jQuery in particular because it's a very expressive language. It's easy to remember how to do things. It looks weird at the beginning, and I'll kind of talk about that a little bit. But we're just going to kind of get you the starting point because there is a ton to know about jQuery. So here is a bit of jQuery, probably the simplest jQuery that you can make. And so the first thing, of course, is you've got to include the jQuery library. jQuery is a bunch of functions actually wrapped up in one big function named $. And so you've got to load this. This you load, you can either load it in the head or you can load it at the end of the body. And if you load it at the end of the body, that's kind of best practice. I'm showing that best practice here. A lot of people load it in the head area, but you would like to pull your JavaScript loads down as low as possible so that it doesn't have to load so much stuff before it starts showing a page. But that's neither here nor there. I've got it down here. You certainly have to load it before you start calling it. So the interesting thing about jQuery, and this goes back to JavaScript, and if you remember, variables and functions in JavaScript can start with a $. That comes from Perl, and that comes from PHP, and comes from the Bash shell scripting language. And so when JavaScript first came out, in order to appeal to those people from those languages, it made $ possible. But there were so many people come from Java and C and other languages like that that they thought that Java is cool and C is cool and PHP is not cool. And so any language that used $, Perl's not cool, any language that used $, in its variables was seen as like not very cool or not very classy. And but $, remained a completely legitimate letter or character, and you could start a function name or a variable. And so John Ressig, when he was figuring out, he could have named his function JQ, or he could have named it J, or he could have named it uppercase J, but he didn't. He named the function that sort of captures almost all of the functionality. He named it $. $sign is not part of the JavaScript language per se. It is a function named $sign. That's a function call. $document. A lot of people look at jQuery and think that that's how JavaScript works, that somehow $ is like language syntax. It's not. He wrote somewhere deep in there, function, $, parenthesis, curly brace, yada yada, right? So $sign is not special, it's just a character. It's like he called his function X, but he didn't. He called it $sign. So every time you see $sign in jQuery, you'll know that that's not because it's a special character, but it does begin to look to us like magic jQuery, that is part of the language rather than whatever because of this use of $sign. Super clever. A couple other things back in the early 2000s were using the $sign too, and there was a fight over who got to call themselves $sign. That's a long story. But those libraries aren't really too popular anymore, so it doesn't much matter. Okay, so one of the things that you need to do is set up a bunch of things once the page load is completed. And what we mean by page load completed is you've got your HTML downloaded, you've got your JavaScript files downloaded, you've got your images downloaded, and the page is kind of ready to be shown. And so if you think about that parse response part, when the response is fully parsed and all the other files are all ready, then you can say, you know what, now that I know the document object model is complete, I'm going to mess with the document object model. And there is a thing called body onload that's an event that you can do, but each browser triggered body onload differently. And so what jQuery basically said was, I will make it so that you can cause code to run that runs after the document is ready. And this is the syntax. Now, I'm going to go over this in some detail because it is kind of tricky. Okay? So, $document retrieves a jQuery wrapped version of the document, and then it has a member function called ready. And that ready takes one parameter, and this is the end of the function with the parenthesis. So ready, and there is one parameter. So it's like ready X. It has one parameter. But here's what's cool about JavaScript. Remember that a JavaScript object-oriented pattern is first-class functions. So that means that you can actually pass source code in as a parameter on a function call. And so everything from function to close curly brace is the first parameter, because what we're saying to jQuery, and this is where first class functions are so cool, we're saying, hey jQuery, here's some code. Just grab it, keep it, hold on to it for a bit, and when the document is finished loading, run my code. So you're in effect creating an event for later and giving your code to be run when the event happens. And the event that's going to happen is document ready triggers. And so all we're doing in this function, the other thing to just quickly notice is it's an anonymous function in that it doesn't have a name. It doesn't really need to have a name because it's code. It's just stored in a variable. This code is going to be in a variable deep inside jQuery somewhere. And so in that code we have 2 lines, and it's going to do an alert and a console log. And it will wait until everything, and this is a really simple page, so it's going to come out right away. But that's syntax. And so when I was first learning jQuery, I would just paste this stuff in, and I'd be like, yeah, I think I got a syntax error, but I don't know. None of it made sense. It just looked like someone put punctuation in a blender and made a punctuation smoothie. That's what I used to think. But now, and that's why I'm stopping here, to make sure that you have as best chance as you can to understand this, right? So this curly brace is the end of the function, and the parenthesis is the end of the ready. And $document is a function call that has a return value that is itself an object that has a method of ready inside of it. And the ready method takes 1 parameter, which is code. It looks monstrous, but it makes perfect sense if you understand JavaScript object orientation. Okay. But the other lesson here is this notion that you can register for later. As this is being parsed, the code does not run. It runs sometime after the entire document is parsed and loaded, and all of its sort of dependent pieces have been loaded as well. And then jQuery comes back and runs these 2 lines of code for you. So that's like event-driven coding. OnClick is the same way. OnClick basically says, you know, later, I've got this code ready. Later, when somebody clicks on this, come back and run that code. Okay. So 2 of the things that we do in jQuery is manipulate the document object model and manage events. And so this is a good example of an event. Okay. And so what we're doing here is, of course, we're including the jQuery and $window. And so if you think about, there's the $document. So if you think about a browser and you think about the actual document, there's a window, which is the amount that you can see, but there's a part of the document above the window and below the window. So the window, the document is the entire page that you might scroll up and down with, and the window is the part of the page that you're seeing right now. So it turns out if you resize your browser, the thing that's resizing is not the document. The document is the same size. It actually doesn't exactly have a size because it depends on the width of the window. But the window is the JavaScript equivalent. There's the document, which is all the text, and window is what you're seeing at this moment. So what we're saying here is $window, which is calling jQuery and passing the window variable into it, which is defined. Window is defined by the browser for us, and then that gives us back a jQuery object which has a resize method in it. And basically what we say, and the resize method ends here at the parenthesis, and then we have a function. And what the function is the code that's going to get called whenever the user resizes their browser. When the user grabs and resizes the browser, that means the window size changes, and call me back. So this is how we build responsive websites, so that we can say, hey, if the window changes, I want to reorganize the thing or hide a thing or make it so that 2 things that are next to each other go below each other or something. So we often do want to get called back when windows get resized. And so in this case, we're not going to do anything. We're just going to log the fact that the new size of the window, and now we have $window.width, which is a method of the $window object, the jQuery's wrapping of the window object. Width, figuring out how wide the window is actually really tricky for browsers, because it turns out that windows sometimes have like scroll bars on their side, and sometimes they don't. And some browsers count the scroll bar as the width of the window, and some browsers don't count the scroll bar as it. And so there's all these non-portable things that are all cleaned up nicely by calling, hey, how big is the window? How tall is the window? Which is really the width of the window and the height of the window, the viewable part of the page that you're currently looking at. And so if you run this code and you resize it, you see the log just go, it goes back and forth really fast because every time you resize or you resize and let go, then it calls this code. And again, you have asked jQuery to inform you by calling your code whenever a particular event happens. So registering events, one is the ready event, one is the window resize event, and so this is just sort of how that happens. Now there's on-click events. So in this one, we're going to play a little bit with more of the jQuery syntax to look things up, and a little bit more about how events work and how we hook events into the various parts of the document. So one of the things that we're going to do, so if you were to use this, go to this JQ03 thing, when you click toggle, this spinner comes on and off, and when you click red, this background becomes blue. So you can toggle it on and off. And so the first thing we do when we're going to use jQuery is we have to put handles on our code. And so we're going to take this paragraph right here and we're going to put an ID tag on it so we can grab on it. That's how we're going to set the background. And the spinner is sitting here with a display none, style equals display none, and we put an ID of spinner on so we can grab it. And then we're going to put these two anchor tags, this toggle and this red tag, anchor tags, and you'll notice we didn't put an on-click. When we did this before we used jQuery, we used an on-click to accomplish this same kind of idea. And so this, in a sense, it's sort of the idea that this is HTML, it's read CSS with CSS, and it sort of immediately can be shown even before, right in here there'd be a load of the jQuery library, and the jQuery all starts up. I took the load of jQuery out right there. And the idea is that you have HTML and then jQuery will augment that HTML. So we kind of have this below the line and above the line. We have a static HTML, and now we're going to do stuff to sort of get our hands into the DOM. And so the order is important because the DOM is being built, but there is no JavaScript in there. That DOM is built really fast, and then we can then add to it. So the first thing we're going to do, and most jQueries sort of start out with this, is you're going to do some setup, and you're going to do it on a document ready event. And you're going to have some code. So all of this is the code that fires on document ready. jQuery document ready takes care of all when that fires and makes sure that we get called. And so we're going to do two things. The first we're going to do is we're going to use this on, and we're going to go find the tog bit, which is this bit, which is toggle, and we're going to effectively hook an event in that's going to run this code, right? And then the next thing we do is we go and say, let's go grab the red thing and do an on click, and then call, when that gets clicked, call this code. So what we've done is we've sort of preset it so that we have sort of snuck in and said, add an event here, and etc., right? And so if we look at what's going to happen on the toggle, when we click on toggle, it goes and grabs spinner, and toggle hide, show, hide, show, hide, show, and that's how the spinner comes and goes and comes and goes. So if we then look at what happens when we click on the red, we click on red, and then that is going to run, you click on red, and that's going to run this code right here. And that is going to go and find para, which is this paragraph tag, and go to change the CSS and change the background color to green. We're being ironic by making it green. So that changes the background color to green. So you see this thing of, we don't put so much JavaScript in line because that slows the loading of the page. What we do at the end, once the page is all loaded, then we sort of like hook in, add an event here, add an event there, and then when we as the user start clicking on things, things start to happen because then we're clicking and activating it. So it's just very much a jQuery pattern to get everything all set up in the document ready, and then have the page have its interactive aspects that use jQuery. So this is a little more sophisticated example that sort of mirrors what we did with the document object model. And so we're going to re-implement this thing where it starts out and says first item, and every time we click on more, it adds another list item to that. And we're just going to redo it. So we're going to have this anchor tag. Now you'll notice I'm not saying on click here. I'm going to show you how to do that in a more jQuery-like way. I'm just leaving it alone. But I am giving it an ID so I can get my hands on it later. I am going to have an unsigned list with an ID of the list, and it's going to have a first item as it comes from the server before I do anything else. So again, you wouldn't see any of this stuff the first time it comes to the server. It would say more and first item, and that's it, nothing else. And then we include the jQuery library, of course. And now we're going to run. And this code is running, in a sense, as the browser is loading. It's not, well, yeah, it's going to register a bunch of events. So let's take a look at it. So I'm going to have a counter equals 1 global variable. I'm going to do a document ready, and that is going to pass in some function that says run all the code inside the document ready once the document is fully loaded, which is, sometimes after that very last line. When the document is ready, it runs another thing. And this happens to be go grab $, the href says go grab whatever tag in the document has an ID of the href, and then that gets it, and then there's a method called on. And the on is the way to register interest in an event. So we're saying on click, and that's pretty much the same as putting on click in that anchor tag the way we did in the previous example. So we are registering, the page is displayed, and the first thing we do after the page is displayed is register our interest in click events. And then we have to say, oh, and wait a second, when the click event's going to happen, I want you to run some code for me. So now we have first-class functions, again an anonymous function, right? And that's the code that's going to run when we click on more. So we have 3 lines of code that are going to run when we click on more. And when the page shows up, we see more, we see first item, and then once the page is ready, then it registers an on click with the more. You could click on the more, it would do nothing until the on-click registration happened, which is like a blink of the eye after the page shows up. Okay? It's not a static thing, it's something that the code actually does. Meaning, if you did something like had a syntax error on counter equals 1, this wouldn't register. It wouldn't register. But it does, and we have counter equals 1. So now let's walk through what happens when we click on more. We click on more, and more, jQuery has registered an event for us that says run this code. And so that's what it does. It jumps in and runs that code. Console log clicked. Counter ++, you know what that is. So then what we're going to do is we're going to go grab that unsigned list. That's this unsigned list. And then we're going to call on that jQuery element, we're going to call the append method, and we're just going to give it some text. We're going to say, here's an li tag, There's nothing special. This is just a string, and this is string concatenation. The plus is string concatenation. The counter is going to show up, so that's going to be 1. And we're just going to append it to the list, so out of this append, another list item shows up. And then we add the counter. And if you click on it again, it's going to run, and the second counter is going to show up. And if you click on it more again, the third counter, you can click on it as many times as you want, and it'll just keep adding things to it. So we're extending the document object model. We've changed the text of it. We changed the color of it. And so these are the kinds of things that you can do. And you'll, as you get used to jQuery, I think you'll really like, it'll take you a little while to get used to this first-class function syntax. Just come back to this lecture and watch it again, and then maybe after the 4th or 5th time, you're like, oh, I get it. It's a first-class function. The function keyword returns code. It's actually, the function is executable code. It's beautiful, and a lot. I could actually write this code in a way that would make it a lot clearer what's going on with a couple of variables and assignment statements. But JavaScript people just love this first-class function stuff, so they tend to write this nesting. And there's a function nested inside of a function. It's okay. After a while, it's very succinct, and it's very object-oriented, and it's very beautiful. But it doesn't look like Fortran, right? It doesn't look like Python, because it's like just object orientation layered on top of itself. But after a while, you really will, I think, appreciate the amazing elegance of jQuery and how it looks. That's why it looks and feels like it's actually part of JavaScript, not really a library. But it's not. It's just one really clever object named $. Just amazing to me. Now, in 2005, the browsers were kind of a mess. Their document object models were all different. When we would write JavaScript, the stuff would break, and they would release a new browser, and it would break. jQuery has been around, well, no, more than almost 15 years now. And it's been around so long that a lot of people did not know what life was like before jQuery, and they just include jQuery, and they just assume that they don't realize that include statement, or that script tag that's pulling jQuery in, is the thing that makes jQuery possible, and those $signs just wouldn't do anything if it wasn't for that script tag. But jQuery has become sort of normal. It's the new normal. And so what was interesting is that jQuery sort of showed up the browsers, and the browser folks were, and the JavaScript folks were like a little bit, I would say, offended is not the right word, because they used it too. They're like, that kind of showed that we could do better. There was room for improvement in how JavaScript, document object model, and browsers work together. We've been writing jQuery for 15 years. And slowly but surely, the browsers have been adding one feature at a time, kind of borrowing the useful things out of jQuery. And that doesn't, I don't think that John Resig would be mad. I think he would say, finally. And in a way, what it means is that jQuery as a library has fewer and fewer if statements in it. Because now, if all the browsers support a way to loop through all of the objects, like in this little example that I've got, go through and find all the objects with a class of box and then hide them, well, that's how you do that in jQuery, right? $, dot box, dot, parentheses, dot hide. Well, if in old days this didn't exist, but in the new browsers there is a way to do that. Now, what you find, honestly, is you find that the vanilla JavaScript way to do stuff is often a little wordier than the jQuery stuff. And I don't quite know why they didn't just make fake jQuery, but ultimately the only thing that really matters here is like the dot box and all this other stuff. Box style display is none. They chose not to change the document object model and give it a whole new sort of layer on top of it. But in time, when we can all use what's called vanilla JavaScript, and when you're Googling, you can say, hey, how do you hide a button using jQuery? How do you hide a button using vanilla JavaScript? Or how do you hide a button without using jQuery? Because increasingly people are starting to just use vanilla JavaScript. And I think that's a really good trend. But for beginning programmers, I think jQuery is just a little more succinct, solves our problems a little more directly, and the browsers are still catching up. So I think we got another at least 5 years where jQuery is going to still be around and very, very popular. But in a sense, jQuery is more and more a convenience wrapper on top of really powerful functions that are present in all browsers. And it's only in very older browsers and legacy browsers that jQuery does any real work. And that's okay. And then we can mix the old and the new syntax. And then we find, you know what, I actually don't need jQuery anymore. And then you just use what's in the browser. And the browsers have had enough revisions so that the new features in the browsers all work. On and on and on and on. And so it's pretty cool. And so we'll get there. jQuery for 15 years has been something that we've depended on heavily. And it has influenced tremendously the evolution of the document object model and browser-based JavaScript.
Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for everybody.
So in this walkthrough, we're going to play with some of the jQuery examples. Before this, we did the document object model way of doing things. And jQuery, of course, is a better way or a newer way of dealing with the document object model. And there's other ways as well, but jQuery has been something we've used for a long time. So let's take a look at the first one and take a look at the source code. And here is some code. Let me just view source. It happens to be showing you the source in case you don't know to view the source, but let's go ahead and view the page source here. Make it a little better. This is my little, that's my little magic to show the source. But basically, let's just take, this is showing how to do basic things in jQuery. And so if I hit refresh again, you'll see it hits an alert button. Can I make this bigger? Yeah, make it bigger. Okay, so here's a basic jQuery. So the first thing is jQuery is a software library of a bunch of functions, actually kind of one function named $, that has a bunch of methods to it. And we load it, so you have to load it. So you'll notice that I have to load this before I reference this $. So, but I'm also loading it kind of at the end of the document. There is a discussion about where you load this, and best practice tends to want to load it in the document and have a line above which there's static HTML, and then pull your JavaScript down to the bottom of the document as much as possible. But a lot of people don't do that, but I'm trying to do it here. But this is about JavaScript. So the thing we talked about in lecture was how the $sign is just an object. It's not language syntax, it's just an object. And so we're calling the $sign a function, and the $sign function is being passed a parameter of the document. Document is the JavaScript variable document that represents the document object model. It's all the pixels and the things that are on the screen and the thing you see when you do view source. Now, the place we tend to start in jQuery is we use the document ready function. And so what this thing is, document ready, is a bit of code. And we go into first class functions here. Document ready says, please run this little function that I'm giving you when the document is ready, when the document loading has finished. So in a sense, when the whole document is finished and all the stuff has been parsed and all of the ancillary elements have been loaded, etc., then call my code. And we're using first class functions because we have an anonymous function that's got an alert and a console log, just so we can see when it happens. And so it's not very impressive. It's just, and when I hit refresh on this page, let me do a window developer console, console so you can see this, so you can see that, clear that. If I hit refresh, it's going to wait until the page is fully loaded, and then it's going to run those 2 lines of code. Okay, the alert happens first, and then the console log happens second. Now remember that alert is a very aggressive way of doing debugging in that it actually stops the browser in its tracks. Console log just sort of prints something and keeps on going. And so there's nothing, when it's in the middle of that alert, the browser gets to do nothing else. It doesn't like run the next line. It's really stopping everything. And so document ready, function, call the $sign function, pass in document. It returns an object that has a function, a method called ready. And the ready function takes one parameter, and the parameter is some code to be run. So this is kind of what's called an asynchronous programming model, in that I am not running this function right now. I am telling jQuery to run the function later. The other thing to notice really quick is there is no function name here. And that's because we don't need to name it. We could put this in a named function and tell it to run function XYZ here, but instead it's basically convention because of the awesomeness of first class functions in jQuery, in JavaScript, to just put the code right there. And so it looks like syntax soup, but it's really not. Call a function, get the object back, call the ready method, pass in one parameter, oops, don't do that, pass in one parameter, which is source code, and then you have the end of the function, which is this parenthesis, and then this all here is in effect one line of JavaScript. Okay? So that's the first one. So now we take a look at the next one. And this one here, when we window do a console, turn on a console, web developer console. Okay, hide that. So when this page loads, there's another JavaScript constant called window. And so window is not the whole document. The document might be larger than a window, and if you have if your window, let me make it like this. So if your document is bigger than your window, you get a scroll bar. If your document is not bigger than your window, then you don't get a scroll bar. Okay, and so the window is the browser's concept of what you're seeing, not necessarily what's there. Inspect element is everything on the page. Now it's including stuff that might not be viewable. Now this one's so small, but you get it. The idea that DOM is always there. Window is what's here. So one of the things we like to do if you're building accessible responsive or accessible content, sometimes you want to check when this thing is resized. And so we say $, which is a function, the jQuery function, that returns a jQuery wrapped version of the window object, and we're going to call a method in that called resize. And what we're saying is this is another example of delayed execution. Say please execute this code when the window is resized. Okay, so we're not executing the code right now. We are executing the resize function, but we're passing in data, and then jQuery is going to store that for later. And when jQuery detects that a resize has happened, it's going to call our code. Now all this code does is print out the current $window width and $window height. Now it turns out that in the old days it was really difficult to figure out window width and window height, because width sometimes included the scroll bars, sometimes it didn't include scroll bars on different browsers and different versions. So jQuery is conveniently telling us what the width really is, so we can write code like to take 80% of the width, whatever it is we want. We can say 80% and we know it's going to work consistently across all browsers. That was part of what jQuery did, was it standardized things that were different across browsers. So now let's resize the screen. Right? Let's resize the screen, and every time the screen resizes, you can see that I am getting my code is being called as a part of the method. Right? So my code's being called. So this is called event-driven programming. We are not running our code right now. We are asking the browser to run the code for us when something happens. And so that's part of jacking into the jQuery's event system. Okay? So I hope you found this useful. Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. We're continuing our walkthrough through the jQuery. In this one, we're going to play a little bit with the onClick event, and it's very similar to this DOM one, but showing you how instead, let me open them both. So if we review this DOM one, and we do a view source, page source. So basically what we did is we had an anchor tag, right, in the DOM. We have back and forth. And we have an anchor tag and we put the onClick. And we're using what we call vanilla JavaScript. And so we had a onClick, and then we would play with document get element by ID. And I want to show you how we do this same thing in jQuery using a similar kind of a thing. So let's just play with it. We're going to have a spinner come and go, toggle the spinner, and then we're going to turn the background red. Okay, so we're going to do it with a little different style. So let's refresh it. Let's turn on our, make it bigger, make it smaller, and then view console. Okay, so let's take a look at view source. We got that one. Let's do view source on this one. View page source. Okay, so I sort of mentioned the fact that we tend to like getting our JavaScript toward the bottom of the page. So if you look at the top part of this page, lines 1 through 8, you see that there is no JavaScript in there, not even an on-click. And so the key is with jQuery is there's this pattern of like having relatively static HTML and CSS, and then at some point start doing your JavaScript and then enhancing the page. And so we're loading the jQuery library on line 9, and then on line 11 we have a document ready. Now I talked about this in a previous walkthrough. Document ready is using the dollar function, passing the document as a parameter, getting back an object, calling the ready method in the object, and then passing one parameter, which is code, to the ready method. But it shouldn't take you long to just grab this line of code and paste it in. Document ready function, parenthesis, curly brace. And then you also have to paste line 19 here, which is close curly brace, parenthesis. And then you just kind of ignore those two lines and realize what it is that I want to run at the moment the document's ready. So pretty quickly, the whole document ready thing just is a thing you do, and you cut and paste it from one file to the next, and it looks kind of like syntax salad, but it doesn't matter, because then ultimately the code that runs when the document is ready is the part that matters, and you just work on that. So let's take a look at what's going on here, and we're again hooking up two events. So first we're doing is we're going to go look up the tag that has tog, #tog, and that looks up the tag, this anchor tag that got an ID of tog. And then what we're going to do is that wraps that element in jQuery and then calls the on, which is a method, and then we have a series of events, and we're asking for that click event, and we're saying when that click event happens, run this function. It's only a one-line function, right? It's only a one-line function that says $spinner toggle. So this onClick isn't connected in until this line of code runs, but then it's like an onClick got added to the anchor tag. And so the ready function delays till the page is loaded. And then within the ready function, we're registering a click that's going to delay until the click happens, right? So the click hasn't happened yet. And the same thing is we're going to find the tag that has an ID of red, and we're going to, when that clicks, we're going to go find the ID of para, which is this tag right there, a paragraph tag, has this text, where's the spinner in it, and we're going to change its background color to red. And so those are just two things. Now, at the end of this page, really nothing has happened, but we have augmented the markup, right? And so we can take a look now. We can take a look at like this. We can inspect the element for a bit, and you'll notice it says event. So that means that there has been an event listener that's added to it. And so toggle spinner has an event listener, and red has an event listener. And so that's what these two lines of code did, is they basically registered an event listener for these two links. Now, ultimately, it's not that different than if we put an onClick in. The difference is this is the jQuery way of doing it, and that is leave the HTML alone, just generate HTML, putting ID tags and class tags and style tags and whatever, and then later augmenting it in the ready function. And then we can use that. And so it achieves the same thing, but this is sort of the jQuery way of achieving. So #spinner toggle, well, that changes this display none to display block and back and forth. And then the background color red is just a CSS variable. So let's go play with this a little bit. Okay, so let's look, where's the spinner? Let's find the spinner. Here's the spinner. So here's the thing. In this spinner, you'll notice it says display none. Where's the spinner? So here's where's the spinner, and there's an image tag, but it's hidden. Now this is a common thing. Spinners come and go. We use them to indicate to our users what's going on. And this one's there already, but it's not shown. Now when I toggle it, the toggle is actually going to read this, figure out what the current status is, and then change it, and then toggle will go back. So watch down here where it says display none as I toggle it, and watch the fact that the spinner's there. And so the display none was taken out, right? So now that spinner's there, and we see it because display none is not there. But if I toggle it again, it goes away and display none happens. So it's not just markup that we can change. We can change CSS. We can change just about anything. So I can turn this spinner on and off, and we're modifying the document object model, and we're seeing the document object model modifications are being seen live, and we're seeing the results of the changes to the document object model as the spinner appears and disappears every time we click the spinner. Okay? And so if I look at this this paragraph tag, that's this whole thing, and if I turn the red on, you can watch as we are updating the document object model and changing the CSS. That will add a style tag, so watch. Boop. And so there we go. We added CSS, it's background color red, which of course took the whole paragraph to make it red, and away we go. And so I don't have a way to turn it off, but you could certainly rewrite this in a way that turned it off. And so this does no particularly interesting thing other than the fact it shows you how we sort of add ID tags and then connect events to those ID tags toward the end of the page rather than using onClick in the middle of the page. Okay, so I hope that you found this particular walkthrough helpful. Cheers. Hello and welcome to another Django for Everybody walkthrough. We're currently walking through the various JQuery ideas. So in this one, we're going to replicate the code we did in the document object model. Let me go back and open both of these. This one and this one, JQuery 04, and so what we were doing is we're going to achieve the same thing. So we're going to click on this More button, and we can add a new item. And this is using vanilla JavaScript, and then we're going to do it again using JQuery. So I may come back and talk about that, but let's look at the one using JQuery. So again, every time we click on this, we're going to get a new counter. And let me take a look at let's just inspect element and then watch. So here we go. See, it's got one li tag. Doot, doot, doot. Okay, so it's not that different. We're going and appending a child here. So let's just see how we do this in jQuery. Okay, let's take a look at the source. So the first thing that we'll notice is in the sort of jQuery style, we have HTML that has no JavaScript in it. Then we include the jQuery library, and then we're going to do some jQuery setup, and we're going to augment the HTML up here. And so it's pretty simple. We do document ready, which means that after the document's fully loaded, lines 12 through 16 are going to run. Lines 12 through 16 are going to run. And we're going to hook in a event to this little anchor tag. So we got an on-click event, and when that's going to call a function, and so these 3 lines of code are going to happen when someone clicks on more. So what are we going to do? Well, when someone clicks on more, we're going to console log that we clicked on it. Then what we're going to do is go grab the UL tag, # the list, which goes and finds the element that has the ID of list, and then we're just going to append to it. And then we're going to create a string, which will then be turned into HTML. And we're just going to concatenate an li, counter is, and then the number counter, and then we add 1 to the counter. And so this I find this pretty clear. We're just adding a string as if there was a string here between lines 5 and 6. And away we go. So we will click more, and it will add an item. And of course, it's adding to the counter, and so the number goes up. And so if we compare and contrast, view page source. If we compare and contrast the document object model of this and the jQuery of this, now this is really simple code. Okay, so in the document object model, we're sort of creating an element, we're adding to it, we have to know the various things that are in there, and then we're going to do get element by ID, because get element ID was, again, the thing we had in 1995, and then we're going to append a child. jQuery just feels to me
just more like I can say what I want to happen. And so it's like jQuery is a higher level way of interacting with the document object model. And that's exactly what it is. And that's exactly what it is. jQuery is a library that's ultimately doing the exact same things to the document object model. It's just I don't have to write quite so much code, and I don't have to remember quite so many things, because jQuery says, you know, these are common things people do over and over, so I'm going to make it as easy as I possibly can and give you a pattern and say, just do it this way. And so that's how this all works. And so, like I said in the lectures, I'm not going to give you a ton of jQuery examples that I walk through code by code, because once you get the basic pattern down, it's just not that hard to use. So I hope you found this walkthrough useful. Cheers.
So yeah, I started working on jQuery in 2005. Before then, jQuery wasn't even a thing. It was just a collection of tools that I had written. It was mostly because I had been creating a number of websites and resources around that time, and I kept wanting to have these certain utilities to make my development easier. And part of that was one, just working around sort of like the browser incompatibilities that existed at the time. Is, you know, there's Internet Explorer and Firefox, and it was just so hard to try and like develop against all these different browsers simultaneously. So that was one issue, but the other issue was just that I felt that the pre-existing development tools, especially the JavaScript development tools, could be better. The most popular library at the time was the prototype JavaScript library. And this was one that was bundled with the Ruby on Rails framework. So its popularity was taking off with Rails. And that library was actually, I found it to be extremely informative. That was the first time I had seen a JavaScript library written in a nice, clean, object-oriented manner, where you had all these nice functional paradigms built into it. And I didn't really realize that JavaScript could be so beautiful and elegant. And once I saw that, it really inspired me to want to build something even better. And I realized that Prototype primarily focused on the JavaScript language, whereas there weren't many tools that focused on the JavaScript language inside the browser, specifically manipulating HTML in the DOM. And so there was this gap here, and there was this big usability chasm. And so that's when I started to build different tools and different libraries. And eventually all these kind of glommed together into a single library, which I ended up calling jQuery. I was originally going to call it JSelect, but that domain was taken or something, and so I ended up going with jQuery, and ended up releasing it January of 2006. At the time, I was in college. I was doing all this while I was in college, and all these different projects and stuff I was working on were just various side projects and things that I had, and jQuery kind of spun out of these side projects. And I should say none of those side projects exist anymore. jQuery is the only one that still exists. So the selector pattern came from, at least where I saw it from, was this library written by this developer in the UK, Simon Willison, and he created this method where it was like get elements by selector, if I remember correctly. And it allowed you to just write a simple CSS selector and find some elements. But it was very, very primitive. You could only do just the most basic of queries, and it didn't have the full nice CSS2 and CSS3 and everything. And so one of the things I wanted is, one, I wanted a better version of that library, a more comprehensive version. And additionally, I wanted to make the process of attaching events into the page. Because when you're building an interactive JavaScript application, you need to listen for when the user is going to be doing certain things. And so doing that process of finding an element and attaching an event to it, I wanted to optimize completely for that. And so that's really what jQuery was initially all about. And it wasn't until later that I started adding in other things, like being able to have like animations. And it wasn't even until after I released it that I added in like Ajax and stuff. That's because other people wanted it. I wasn't even using that personally. So it really was, I was definitely inspired by all these other developers and their libraries. And they just weren't quite perfect. You know, like I wanted to be that little bit better to all fit together.
And so how did it go from sort of you making something and giving it to it sort of taking on a life of its own? Because it didn't take long for it to take on a life of its own.
It felt like it took a long time to take on its life of its own. Mostly because, released it January 2006, and one of the very first design decisions I made, I guess there were a couple that I made right from the start that helped a lot. One was that I provided an explicit plugin architecture so that people could write plugins and add them into the jQuery library, and then now they could get the full advantage of this framework. The other decision I made was that on the very first day it was released, I had documentation written. Like I sat down and went through every method and documented it and how it worked and provided little examples. And one thing I think is interesting is that from January 2006, when I released the library, to January 2007, jQuery was the only JavaScript library with documentation. All the others were just like read the source code or go through revision control or whatever it was. And that always really surprised me. I think it's just a side effect of developers. Like you want to write your code, you don't want to do the boring stuff and writing docs and whatever. And so at least as far as the growth of the library, there were a lot of decisions that I made over the course of its history that weren't code related. And one of the things I always try to emphasize is that when you're trying to manage a good project, especially a good open source project, code is only a very small portion of the total equation. You have to spend a lot of time and a lot of effort in making something that people are going to want to learn, that it's easy for them to learn, and that once they do learn it, they don't get frustrated and leave later on. And you have this whole flow that you have to make sure at every step of the way that people are happy and are satisfied and that they're learning. So that usually involves doing things like you have to make sure you have a clear website, that it's easy to download whatever you're trying to give, that the documentation is very clear, that you have like a very nice like getting started guide, but then additionally that you have a community built up around this. Now the very first person I brought onto the jQuery team, or at this point it was just me, and then the next person I brought in was actually someone to help manage the community and not another developer per se. And although he was a developer. And because the reason why I wanted this was I wanted to make sure that if anyone was having a problem anywhere, that their needs were going to be taken into account and that we would be able to help and fix whatever issue they were hitting. And so we were just extremely proactive in fixing browser issues, in finding just issues in the library in general. And summer of 2006 till the end of 2006, I was actually in Y Combinator, the startup accelerator run by Paul Graham and co. And at that time, they were in Boston, and I moved to Boston with some friends, and we tried to do a startup, which ended up failing. We did not get enough funding, and it just didn't take off. Once the startup went away, I ended up joining Mozilla, and there I worked as primarily for many years a JavaScript evangelist. So my job was to promote JavaScript and get people, to understand what's coming in the specifications, tools, and all sorts of stuff like that. But again, I wasn't actually working on jQuery as part of my job. Like it was still very much like I would do that, and then in my spare time, I would just be doing mailing lists and fixing bugs and all those sort of things you have to do. It wasn't until about my last year at Mozilla, so like about 2010 to 2011, that they actually said, okay, you can work on jQuery full time. And that's why I started working on it. And it was great because what I ended up doing during that time was I put a lot of effort into making sure there was infrastructure in place so that if I wasn't working on it, if I wasn't there on a day-to-day basis, it could continue to exist. And part of that was setting up a nonprofit and making sure there were enough people working in every aspect of it, such that when I eventually came and joined Khan Academy, I actually stepped down from the jQuery project, and everything has been running very well since, and I can just use jQuery now as a happy consumer.
I like how you're taking video.
That's a paradox. So here we are taking video of me taking a video.
Yes.
Okay, hello everybody. Here we are in Boston at the Atlantic Brew House, right? The Atlantic Beer Garden. We've had a great conversation about internet history, technology, security, and Python programming for everybody. And so I'd like to introduce you to some of the students in the class and have them say hi to you and whatever. So you don't have to use your whole name, just say hi, use your first name.
Hi, John here.
John here, okay.
Hi, I'm Kelly.
Hi, I'm Shane.
Hi, I'm Moshe.
You can say something to the class if you like.
Hi, I'm Todd.
Something interesting.
Hey, I'm Sean. This is one of the best classes I've taken so far.
Hi, I'm Lily.
Hi, I'm Chen Jie. Nice to meet you.
My name is Wyatt Jackson from Big Data. This is the best.
Great. Still going.
I'm Summit. I'm taking this class first time, and you should too. It's a fun class.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm only 13 years old, and I really love this class.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Mohammed. I'm exploring Python, and I'm enjoying the course.
Okay. I'm Joel. I'm learning Python to contribute to a bunch of open source tools I use every day.
Hi, my name is Pandeli. I'm in the software industry, and I really enjoy the class. Very effective, and I love Dr. Chuck.
Hi, I'm Grace. I took Python this past winter and I really enjoyed it.
I'm John, and I'm just with her.
Hi, I'm Faye. I want to learn more about Python, and I'm a big fan of MOOCs.
Great. So there we are. I guess all say hi and clap or whatever. Wave to the whole class. Okay. There we go. I don't know where we're going to be next. It's going to be a couple of weeks before I have another office hour. So cheers. Hello and welcome to our lecture on Ajax and JSON. So we're going to change a little bit of how we have been working with our request response cycle. This is my happy little diagram of how these applications work, right? So you're sitting here in a browser and there's this thing called the document object model. And I like to think of the document object model as a data structure that represents, in a sense, the pixels that you're seeing on your screen. Like you're seeing me on a screen right now. It's that last little layer of the pixels. And the document object model is the data structure that the browser maintains to keep track of what it's going to draw. So if you scroll up and down, it knows what's below your window, etc. And when we're interacting, like clicking on things, we click on something in the document object model, and the browser goes, oh, I know what to do with that. I'm going to make a connection on port 80, send a GET request or whatever, and there's like your applications running in the server. It reads urls.py, picks one of the views, loads code up, maybe loads a form up, gets some templates, loads some data from a model, or maybe stores it in a model, and then sends, HTML plus JavaScript back. And the browser sees that from the server. It constructs the DOM, and then as we've seen, it sort of starts JavaScript. And that JavaScript afterwards, after, in a sense, there is no more connection, the JavaScript can talk to the browser. We've had it add things, delete things, change the color, show a spinner. We've done all that stuff, right? But now we're going to do something different. At the point where it is no longer connected,
we are interacting with the DOM and doing things ourselves. We're clicking and scrolling and doing who knows what, right? But now that is going to be seen and intercepted by the JavaScript, and the JavaScript is going to make a request response cycle. It's still going to pick a view, going to grab maybe a template, some data, not so much form, sorry, model, and then send data back, and then Ajax is going to parse that data and update something on the DOM, and then you're going to see it. And it really allows a little chunk of the screen to be updated without having to update the whole screen. When we're doing a full request response cycle, like when we submit a form or click an anchor tag, that changes the whole page. Even though we've done things like put navigation across the top to make it look like it's not changing, now we are going to leave most of the page intact and change a little tiny bit of that page. And this is called Ajax, for a strange historical accident or whatever. So what we're talking about is data on the web. So the web was created in 1990, became popular in 95. And JavaScript came out in like 1995. And so almost 10 years later, we're looking at this JavaScript and realizing, you know, if we just added one little thing to the browser and let the JavaScript make its own request response cycles, then we could do a lot with that. And so we're like, this is a really cool protocol. And we have all the server infrastructure to send HTML back. Why don't we make it so it sends something else back? And so the idea was the data would go back and forth between JavaScript. JavaScript already could talk to the document object model. 2003 is just a little bit before jQuery was built. But by the time jQuery was built, this whole Ajax data on the thing was going pretty well. So the first thing everyone thought of in the early times was the notion that we would send XML back and forth. And XML looks kind of like HTML. It has angle brackets. And XML was being used as a data representation format in many kinds of situations. It's still being used as a data representation format. But it turned out it wasn't as easy to use as a data interchange format. So there's a difference between two pieces of software sending data back and forth to each other and storing something on disk for a long time and then reading it like a Word document back and forth. So XML, which was really good for documents, we originally thought it was going to be good for sending data back and forth. And that is why it's called Ajax, because the X stood for XML, even though these days we hardly ever send XML. And in this class, I'm not going to bother sending XML, even though I could do it to prove the point. Ajax now is more of a generic. It doesn't really mean XML. And so once we decided that we were going to move data, we had to figure out a wire format. And so what would go back and forth across the wire? And the idea is whether you're running in JavaScript or Java or PHP or Python, each of those has their own syntax for variables, their own syntax and their own methods, etc. And so those weren't seen as sufficient to move data back and forth. And that's why for a while we used XML as our wire format. So they would convert to XML and then convert from XML. But after a while, JavaScript turned out to be a much better solution as the wire protocol. And so JSON is a wire format, and at this point it's pretty much the most popular wire format. And so it looks like JavaScript constants with curly braces, key value pairs, and it also looks like Python, dictionaries, and lists, which is really, in the time in 2005, 2004, Python wasn't all that popular back then. And the fact that it looks like Python is like a historical accident where Python became popular much later, 2008, 2009, 2010, maybe. Certainly now, 2012, 13, Python's like crazy cool. But back in 2002, 2003, Python was still kind of like a shadowy language. Now, a wire format is a definition of what's supposed to run across the wire. So no matter what programming language, whether it's Python or JavaScript, you need to send it the right way. So inside of Python, you have a dictionary, then you have to prepare to send it across the internet, and you have to do what's called serialize, which converts it from the internal format to the agreed upon external format, and then it's transported, and then the destination end grabs it, deserializes it, decodes it, and then puts it into whatever form. In this case, it started out as a dictionary and it came back as an object. And so that's the idea, that JSON is while it's moving. And serialization is encoding it for movement, and deserialization is decoding it for movement. So the notion of JSON, I mean, now is a pretty well understood concept, but certainly in 2002, 2003, 2004, it's like XML is better. And so there was this moment where the world, the powers, the smart architects all thought that XML was the answer, because it was an answer to some problems. It just wasn't the best answer for this. But when they built it first time, they decided that they would send it as XML. And Douglas Crockford and others were looking for a simpler, lighter way to send data back and forth. And they settled on the object literal notation, which is key value pairs and an array. And so it's a pretty nice, extensible, with nesting, an extensible format. Douglas Crockford is sort of the one who popularized this, but claims he rightly says he didn't invent it. He just looked at it and said, I like it. I'm going to start using it. And then had the advantage that JavaScript understood it. So half of the deserialization part was, on the JavaScript side, was pretty easy. And we didn't want to write a lot of JavaScript code back in the day, so the servers could figure out how to write this JSON, send it, serialize it out, and then it would be easy for the browsers to write relatively little code to fix it. Now we've got pretty good parsers in the browsers and they understand JSON, but the early kind of quick prototypes, it was really easy on the browser side if it looked like legitimate JavaScript. And so one of the problems is it was almost underwhelming, the idea that you just take this constant format, the syntax for JavaScript constants, and you turn it into a standard that says everyone, Java, C++, C#, C, whatever the server language, you got to write JavaScript. You're like, I don't know, that's not a standard, you just made that up. And he's like, no, JavaScript is as much a standard as anything else. And so he registered JSON.org, and he talks about this in the interview between him and me. And he registered JSON.org, and he wrote up a document that is JSON. Unlike most standards, it wasn't a government funded, it wasn't a standards organization like IEEE or ANSI or anything like that. It was just Doug Crockford did it, wrote it. And it was such a good idea that people just started using it, and they referred to JSON.org. Now, there's a subtle difference between JavaScript constant format and JSON, partly because you can put variables in the JavaScript, and so he simplified it. And so he kind of made it a subset of the JavaScript constant format, or the constant syntax. And so this is what it looks like. Looks like a dictionary and list, or in JavaScript terms, an object and arrays. And so you have key value pairs, like name maps to Chuck, age matched to 29, college is true. You can have numbers, you can have Booleans, but you can have nesting. So you can have inside of an object, you can have one of the attributes that points to a list of 2 strings. And then you can have an attribute inside the outer object being who here, that has itself an object. And so for example, if I wanted to get to this 10, I would say who dot skills dot C, and that would reference that number 10. And so that's just an object that has an attribute that itself is an object, and then that's an attribute of the inter object. So that's the basic JSON syntax, and it's pretty easy. I mean, I rarely have to look it up, right? Because it's so intuitive, and so that's one of the things that a lot of people really like about the JSON syntax. And so here we have the JSON syntax, and it's in JavaScript. So that exact same text, I just am going to write it, who equals, and then I'm going to console log the who variable, and then out it comes. Okay, so it is really, that's also, this part here is also completely legitimate JSON to send across between a client and a server using Ajax, and that's cool, but it's also really and totally a legitimate JavaScript constant. Like I said, there are things you can do in JavaScript you're not allowed to do in JSON. So when there's a view and it's got to produce some JSON, well, you're going to go to some URL, and then you're going to map that URL to some view, and in this case, I'm just going to do a GET request, and so I'm not going to use a class, I'm just going to use a function based, and in this particular case, I'm going to import JSON response. And JSON response is JSON response is like HTTP response, but instead it's known to be JSON. And so the time sleep makes it so that when I run this, it pauses for a second so I can watch as it comes back. That's not what you would normally do. Then I have a little dictionary, and that dictionary just is, this is a Python dictionary, a key value pair. It happens to look like JSON. And then I basically say serialize that and send it back. Now there's other things that have to happen. So this is just a standard, I could have made that a list. It's best practice in JSON for the outer thing to be an object. And so if you have a list, you have that as an attribute of the outer object. So you tend to want to make the thing that you pass back on JSON response an object or dictionary rather than a list. And so if you have a list, you put it inside of a dictionary. Okay, and so that's going to send that back. So if we were to hit this and just go to it in a browser and go to JSON Fun, and this browser that I happen to be taking the screenshot sort of can show the raw data, which is just, this is the JSON. Now it looks like the dictionary, but it's not. This is a serialized JSON thing that looks like the dictionary, and you can see that's exactly what came back from that browser, and from that server. But then if you look at it parsed with JSON, then the browsers kind of know how to parse JSON, and so it looks up the curly braces and the single quotes, and it basically says this would make a JavaScript object where the first attribute is mapped to first thing and the second attribute is mapped to second thing. So browsers increasingly just know what JSON looks like, and so for debugging, we get to see this, and it's kind of nice. Now the other thing that you would notice if you look really closely is if you took carefully a look at the headers, you will see that the content type is application/JSON. We've done a whole bunch of things. Text/HTML, we've done text/plain, we've done image/PNG. I don't know if you've done application/PDF or not, but application/JSON is how we tell the browser that this is going to be JSON. And when we send a JSON response back from a view, that's what indicates to send this set this content type on the HTTP response protocol. And so that way the browser knows that it's getting JSON and not plain text and not HTML and not a PNG. So up next, we're going to take this and turn it into a simple chat application.
Hello and welcome to another screen recording of Django for Everybody. In this one, we're going to play with JSON a little bit. So notice it says this test will be replaced in 2 seconds, too short. Okay, so let's take a look at how that happened. So the first thing is we've got a little JSON endpoint. So I'll pop that up. And this JSON endpoint feeds us a little bit of JSON. And we can see the raw data. It looks like JSON. It's just a URL. It just says JSON. And if I take a look at the headers, we see that, as you would expect, the content type is application/JSON. So this is a URL. So let's take a look at what it takes to cause this JSON fun URL return some JSON. And we'll take a look first at our urls.py. And we're just going to map it into views. Now this is a non-class style view. So here is JSON fun. Now one of the things that I do is time.sleep is not something you do in normal code. I just wanted it to take a little bit of time. But then what I do is I create a Python dictionary, and using JSON response, which is kind of like the next door neighbor to HTTP response, I am going to, instead of this would be if this was HTTP response, we'd be sending back a string, but instead we are sending back a dictionary, and so then it will serialize that into the right stuff. Now it looks the same. The difference is in Python it's a dictionary, and in JSON, it's an object. I mean, in JavaScript, it's an object, and it came across as JSON. So it's weird. It just so happens they have the same syntax, JSON, JavaScript object, and Python dictionary. But there is conversion here. And we could have much more complex stuff, nesting, etc., in here. And so let's then do this again. But now what we're going to do is look at the developer console and watch what really happens. So I will hit refresh now, and so we can watch in the developer console what happens. 2, 3, boom. And so we saw this console.log. So let's take a look at the source code what makes that happen. So here we are in the source code. And first off, we've got this little paragraph, and that's what comes from the server. Now remember, what comes from the server when you do view source, I just do that so fast. When I do view source, I'm actually seeing what came from the server. The other time you can get it is if you go, I think, right here and get the right request and look at the response. Yeah, let's look at raw response payload. This, in the network tab, this is showing you what actually came from the server. Exactly what came from the server. I don't know why that's missing stuff. Oh, maybe because I got a cursor over or something. I don't know. But view source is what came from the server. And so we put this ID in here, but that's not what's there anymore. So now I can see what's real. I can see the document object model. Oh, I didn't mean to view page source. I'm into inspect. Inspect element shows us what is the document object model, because so you saw that the JavaScript actually changed the document object model. So let's go back to view source so we can see how that's going to happen. So we've got our standard document ready function, these two lines at the beginning and end, just like whatever you put in here after it's loaded, as long as you have the jQuery library, away you go. So if this getJSON function within the $sign function, $getJSON, has two parameters. The first parameter is a URL to hit, /chat/JSON_fun. I've hard-coded it. I mean, it's hard-coded here. You'll see in a second how that is generated. And then when you're all done, call these two lines of code and pass the return data. So it's going to go grab this, and it's going to parse it, and it's going to turn it into an object, and then it's going to call our function and pass that object in there. The name data I just made up. So what it's going to do is it's going to use jQuery to go grab this, the ID tag of back on line 52 here, and then it's going to say, let's take data.first. Now data is an object, and .first is an attribute within that object. And if we take a look, data.first is the string first thing. And so that's how first thing ends up here. And then the next thing it does is just console logs, and that just gives me one more chance to talk about how awesome it is for you to console log things, and you can explore these objects and take a look. And there's two attributes in this object that came back. And so all the parsing is done, and it's turned into a JavaScript object. And so it's really quite beautiful that here at line 61, you have a JavaScript object that represents exactly the same information as in a Python dictionary. So this is it becomes Python dictionary, it's serialized, it's responded to, it's retrieved, it's deserialized, and then you just have it working in a different programming language. Two programming languages, data structures in two programming languages, going back and forth in a super beautiful, awesome way. And so we'll come back and we'll talk about this chatting. I wanted to just show you how JSON works and then build a real simple application for that. That'll come up next. So hope this has been helpful. Cheers.
So now we're going to use JSON to build a very simple chat application. I love to use chat applications to play with JSON because really they are, and there are so many better ways to build a chat application than the way I'm building it. I'm just using this as a great way to talk about JSON. So what we're really going to end up doing here is we're going to have two windows, and each of them, each of them will be doing the same thing. And they both have a chat button. There's a back end. And when we press the submit and send a new chat message back, the other one is in a loop. And it's polling. It's checking to see if there's new chat messages. And when there is a new chat message, it uses ajax to pull that back. The chat message is an array of JSON objects. And then it updates this part here. And so that's the idea of JSON, is that we can use JavaScript to update some part of the screen and leave the rest of the screen alone. And so it's not like this whole screen has to blink. Now, when we're doing things like making menus at the top and moving back and forth, we make it look like certain things are not changing, but in this situation, Everything outside that little chat box is not changing. We're going to do a full request response cycle when you type in something and press the chat button. So that's the basic idea of this application. So here is how it's working basically. You see, if you watch the network, every few seconds, about 4 to 5 seconds, it's doing a retrieval. So it does a retrieval, does a retrieval, does a retrieval, and what it's getting is a JSON array of little messages, and then it reads this array and then it displays them. It wipes this window out using JQuery and then it redisplays the messages. And in this case, it's not really getting the new messages, it's getting all the message, and it's just rewriting the whole thing. And so if you got to watch to make sure that you see the new messages coming. So here's a bit of code in urls.py. We have just the main view to do the talking, and then the messages is just going to be our bit of JSON stuff. Okay, and our model.py, it's pretty simple. It's got an owner. We're going to use the owner pattern, even though we're going to do a little bit more of the work ourselves. And it has a text field, and that's pretty much it, other than the stock date fields that we normally have. So if we take a look at the views.py, we're going to do simply a rendering of talk.html. You'll see when we get to talk.html that the dynamic part, you might be surprised, like, where are all the old messages? The old messages normally would be retrieved right in here, but they're not, because we're going to do that in JavaScript, and that bit of like retrieve the messages, the most recent messages, is going to be done in the browser now rather than in the server. So it's going to be a request to show the page, and then the page is going to start and go grab the messages. And we just have a normal form, and we're going to grab the message text from that form, and then add the owner to be request user, and then save it, and then we're going to redirect back to ourselves. And so that's the view, and that's really quite simple. The interesting part is in the template, and so we have a bunch of stuff in the template. This part here is pretty straightforward. We have that form that's at the top, and the form is at the top, and we got leaving, we got reset, we got a chat button, we're going to post back in, and then we have this chat content, and that's important because the chat content is that part on the screen that we're going to replace over and over and over again. So one of the things that we're doing here is we're going to grab a spinner and grab a URL to a little spinner that we've got stored in a static area. And that spinner, you know, one of those little dot, 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 dot things that goes round and around, that's just an animated GIF. And what we're going to be doing is you put that out so that if it turns out that somehow your JSON is not working, the spinner stays there, and that's kind of a clue to you, at least as a developer, and maybe to your poor end user, that it's not running. But the idea is that spinner will be running, but then it'll immediately be replaced by the data we pull in from JSON. So here's the interesting part. This is a function that right now it's just going to call a function, and we'll get this started up in a bit. This function is going to do the hard work. The function is the part that's going to get triggered every once in a while to go retrieve all of the data. So we'll just call this function update message, and what it's going to do is it's going to go give us a console log, and then we're going to grab get JSON, which is JQuery to retrieve a JSON URL, and then this get JSON takes two parameters. The first is a string, which is a URL. The second is a bit of code, and then the data that comes back from the JSON, meaning this data right here, which is an array of arrays, is going to be passed in as rows. So, you know, until you're really comfortable, I put a console.log so you see each time it's called. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do chat content empty, and remember the chat content is that little part right there that we're going to wipe that out. That's just a jQuery to wipe it out. And then I'm going to loop through the rows. Yeah, we're going to loop through the rows. For var, we're going to loop, there's two rows here. Rows.length is 2, and then we're going to grab it, and then we're going to say, we're going to append a paragraph tag in the first part of the row, plus a break tag and 2 non-blank spaces. That's so that it indents 2 spaces. That's the time underneath the text. And then we're going to take the second element of that row and print out a paragraph tag. And so that's what is going to put the rows of the chat, that's going to wipe it out and then fill it back up. We just append it. Append around and around and around and go through and append. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the timeout to call ourselves again in 4 seconds. So that basically says this is actually part of vanilla JavaScript, and we're saying 4,000 milliseconds from now, or 4 seconds from now, call this again. And so it's only going to do this after it has successfully got the JSON back. And so if the system starts slowing down, after it's done the update of the little part of the screen with the chat messages, then it's going to say, and then run me again in 4 seconds. And that's what's going to happen every 4 seconds. But then what we're going to do is also, after that, we're going to trigger that we're going to get this thing started. And so we're going to say, under document ready, there's the document ready, these 3 lines, we're going to tell Ajax not to cache that data because we expect every time we're going to call, we want the new messages. We're going to call update message, which is immediately going to start an Ajax request and then rewrite chat content and then wait 4 seconds and then do it again and again. And so this is like priming our timing loop. Okay? And then once we've done that, the only thing left to do is look at what is going to happen in that code that's going to give us back all those Ajax messages. So this is the talk messages. That's our URL that's going to do that. It's a GET request, and we're just going to go read all of the message objects ordered by created at, the first 10 of them. So that's what that does. And we're going to, instead of just sending the messages down, we're going to augment it. And so we're going to take the message text, and then we're calling natural time. Natural time is the thing that says 13 minutes ago or 14 minutes ago instead of some long, ugly time thing. And that's something we're getting from Django. And so that is the result. The results is a new array. Messages is an array, and results is the array that looks like this. And what we've done is we've changed this second parameter basically for each of the messages using natural time. And then results, in this case, is an array. Actually, it's a list. I'm confusing my JavaScript and my Python. We're in Python right now, and so it's a list. And then we just return a JSON response, which serializes that into JSON and sends it all back. So you kind of get the idea of how you build a chat, and you can see how this is what's coming back, and it's hitting this messages, and this little cache equals false is adding this so that the URL does not seem to be the same URL from the browser's perspective. So it's really just taking a timestamp and appending it so the browser sees it not as the URL it retrieved before, so it doesn't have any chance to cache. And so that's really a quick look at how you might use JSON to build a really simple chat application. It's not the best way to build a chat application. There's a thing called WebSockets that makes your chat application more efficient and more responsive. But again, this is a very simple background task to retrieve information from the server using Ajax and JSON.
Hello and welcome to another Django for Everybody code walkthrough. We're going to do another walkthrough of a different part of the chat application. And so this time we're going to actually do some chatting. And I probably won't need this now. This chat is really designed to run simultaneously. So normally this would be 2 different logged in users. This chat doesn't really do anything particularly for logged in users. So I'm just going to use 2 windows logged in as the same user. But so the idea is, and we can see this going on right now. If we do a tools developer console, we can just watch. We can watch this. I'll clear it, and you'll see that every 4 seconds it's making a request and it's getting some JSON back. Requesting JSON. Yeah, I got it. Requesting JSON. I got it. And then we can watch in this other window at the same time. Clear this. Every 4 seconds, it's going to do an Ajax request, requesting JSON. Now, if we watch the network tab, we can see what it's doing. It's requesting JSON. Now, the page is not refreshing. what's happening is in the background in JavaScript, it's actually talking to the server. Okay, and it's doing that every 4 seconds, and it's doing the same thing in both of them. So this is a polling application. You know, these could be on completely different computers. It's polling to see if any new messages have shown up. So I'm going to say new message. Now, this is just a traditional form, and this is going to submit. So you'll see a post redirect that happens here. Boom, boom, post redirect. I'll come back to that. And then that new message already appeared just because the timing was perfect, right? And so I typed it in on this one, and it worked. So here is the post. It posted that message. Here's their parameters. It sent new message, and it sent the CSRS middleware token. And then the post did a redirect back to talk, and then it showed the messages. So this reset, cancel, chat, this is just a standard form. I guess let's just take a look at the page source here. This form is a standard form. It just is submitting it. It's submitting it with a post, and it's just standard stuff with a CSRF middleware token, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the posting of new messages is not the tricky part of this. So let's walk through the simple posting of new messages. Talk, the /talk goes into my views.py, and so this is my talk main. And I guess I should probably, I don't need this one anymore. Let's take a look at the models file. Take a look at the model file. So there is a data model for this. It is a one-to-many. We got text fields. We got a primary key. Everybody can put more fields in, so that we do know who they're owned by, so that we know who is allowed. We do have an owner, but we don't have any trashing, so we don't have any delete. This is really quite simple at this point. And so we got the 2 fields created at and updated. Of course, are handled automatically. So do not worry about this bit right here. That's just so that for my online system, all it's doing is it's throwing away chat messages that are more than 60 minutes old. You could put code in there like this, but this really doesn't implement it. It just is something because of samples that's online. Don't worry about that. What it's really doing here is just rendering chat/talk.html. Okay, so that's what the GET request is. So that means if we just hit enter here, I'll come here, hit enter here, that's what happens. Okay, and then a few seconds later, I get the messages show up. But you'll also notice that when I just hit enter and I do a GET request to that page, for a little while I see a spinning GIF. Okay, and so that all happens here in chat/talk.html. But before we leave the view, it's pretty straightforward. When we hit the chat button here, it's going to send a post data and the name of this form. Inspect element, that's what I wanted. The name of this thing is a name message, right? And so I'm going to say post message, request post message, and I'm going to set the owner field. This is just a model, message model. Then I'm going to store it, and I'm going to redirect back to the GET request. All right. So that's how I do cool new message, and that's what happens when I press this button. Now we're going to find out how in this other tab, boom, cool new message shows up 2 seconds ago, right? I did nothing in here other than navigate to the tab. And now we want to see how that all works. So let's talk first about the HTML. It comes down here. This is the source as created, and this is the template that creates the source. It's a pretty straightforward template. You know, we got some chat main. The chat static is a little bit weird, and so let's take a look at how that works. That is this line 63. Chat static generates this. And if I look at my URLs, I'm mapping the static to something that's in a folder. So let's pop up a thing, ls-l. So in static, there's a single file called spinner.gif. And if I take a look at what spinner.gif, I think this will open it up. Yeah, so spinner.gif is just an animated GIF image of this little spinner. Also looks kind of like a Walmart logo. And so if you look at the page that's generated from the view source, and we've been sitting here for minutes now, but if you look at what originally came from the server, you see that there was, didn't mean to click there. Let's do it again. View source, come down. Here on line 62, what came from the server was HTML that put that spinner out, okay? And that just is our way. So I've put this spinner here in case the JSON Ajax doesn't work. Because if it were to blow up, right? If it were to blow up, that thing would run there. Now I've artificially slowed this down, and I'll show you how I did that, just to let that spinner show for 1001, 1002, boom, now it's gone. I can make that speed up a lot by changing this chat talk, but just understand that we often fill the areas that we're going to replace with a spinner so that if something goes wrong, we have given our users a clue. Okay? So then we're going to build function update message, and it's probably easier to look at it in view source. So oh dang it, I did it again. I didn't mean to click on that. There we go. So update message. So $getJSON takes one parameter /chat/messages, which of course is the URL for chat::messages, which maps to urls.py, chat::messages, which is talk messages view, which is, we don't need this anymore. That's this view right here, talk messages. We're going to make it be a login required mix-in, and then we're going to read all the messages by looking at our message model, message objects all, order by, descend and create, add, and give me the first 10. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to call this natural time. Natural time is a really cool little Django feature that gives us times, and it says 7 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, rather than some big long time that looks like with long dates and February 22nd, Wednesday, 2020, or whatever it is, right? So I could send messages here into, I could send the messages back, but then I would have to convert these into prettier things, but I want to convert these inside of Django because I have this wonderful utility. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop through the message array that I got back, and I'm going to return, I'm going to make a new array, and it's an array of arrays basically, and it's a to thing where I got the text of the message and a pretty version of the time, and then I append that to the array, and then I return the array. So I'm returning an array. Now it turns out an array of arrays. It turns out that having the outer result, having the outer thing be an array is actually sort of tacky, but it's really supposed. So if we look at, for example, we go to the network, and we look at this, and we look at the response, we see that it is an array of arrays, right? Let me make this so I can click better on it, right? It's an array. The outer object, the outer thing in our JSON is an array, and then I've got just a linear list of arrays. And there's 2 items in each array. One is the time, one is the text, and the other is the time. And so this message payload that's coming back, this is that results. And of course, JSON response serializes it, and then we're going to see how we deserialize it, right? And I think I might be able to open this in a new window. Can I open? Yes, I can. So I've got this opened. If I look at the raw data, that's what the raw data looks like. If I look at the parsed JSON, it's an array with 0 and 1 and 0 and 1. And if I look at the headers, it, of course, is application/JSON. And all that work of producing the response is here in talk messages, where we create a data structure inside a variable inside of Python, and then we just serialize it and send it out using Django's built-in response. Okay, so that shows how we put messages in. That shows how we feed messages out in the format of JSON. Now let's talk about how we get those messages into the screen. Okay, and that's this update message. So update message is just a function. We'll eventually, in document ready, we're going to say, hey, Ajax, don't cache the messages. And so what that's doing is adding this little number that changes. It's really just the time, but that means that the browser is not supposed to, sometimes when the browser sees the same URL over and over and over again, it's like, oh, I already got a copy of that. And we're like, no, don't let us. So we're saying, don't cache it, put a little thing on it so the URL is actually changing. It's just, this question mark is like a query parameter, and it forces the URL to change. Then what we're going to do is we're going to wait 2 seconds and then call update message. We could call update message right here if we were in a hurry, but I'm going to wait because set timeout is vanilla JavaScript that basically says run this code, run this code, and it's a string with code in it. But hey, it's JavaScript and code and data are kind of equivalent. And wait 2 seconds, 2000 milliseconds. So this right here, instead, I could say update message right now, and then it would start immediately, but this set timeout is why when I press refresh, I get to see my cool little spinny thing for a few seconds, then it's too late, okay? So otherwise I would just call update message. Got it? Okay, now, at some point, this timer will expire, 2000 seconds will expire, and then it will call update message. So, 2 seconds later, it starts calling this code. And so you see it says requesting JSON, and then it calls JQuery to ask for some JSON, and it calls chat/messages, parses it all, deserializes it all, and then calls my code with the resulting messages. The resulting messages, all those messages, which is an array of arrays, passed in as the variable rows, and I immediately console log it. So now if I'm going to go look at the console logging, I can say what's coming back. Oh, it's an array. How come there's only one? How come there's only? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's an array, and in that was 3 minutes ago. How come I'm not seeing all the rest of it? Maybe it's only showing me. Yeah, it's only showing me the first one, but there you go. So I'm console logging it. I put these console logs in just because I'm so nervous all the time. Did it really work? Am I really running my code? Because the browser, when it blows up, is really quite silent, right? Very, very silent. Okay, let's go back and take a look at the web developer network. Yada, yada. Okay, so at some point, I am gotten called. I log it. Then what I do is I go up to chat content, which has initially it has the spinner on it, and then I empty it out. That's jQuery, just emptied out, and then I go through and I loop through all the rows, which might be 0. If it is 0, then you're going to see nothing. And then I'm going to grab the row sub I, which each row has 2 things in it, and then the message is the sub 0 element, and the time is the sub 1 element. And I'm just using jQuery append to throw a little paragraph in with that text. So if you were to do an inspect element here, you would see that this is a paragraph. Oh, come back, chat content. So let's see if we can catch it. We might catch it emptying it out and then filling it back up. Doesn't look like we're going to catch it. But basically it wipes all this stuff out. Oh, there it did. You see what it did? So here it is, and now it's going to wipe it out and then fill it back up with the same thing. Okay? So you'll see how it does an empty of that whole div, and then it fills it back up. And so we can see it. Here comes, emptied out, and then fill it back up. And it's got the same stuff. Now what's happening is it's all happening so quick that we don't see any flicker or anything here. But every 4 seconds, this is being rewritten and rewritten and rewritten. Oh, and you'll notice that my selection died because It's not the same. It's not the same text anymore. It's not selected because it got deleted. I selected something and it's about to get deleted. Here goes, deleted, come back. Oh, and you'll also notice the 11 minutes change. So, and at the end of this, when it's successfully returned, we say, well, run me again 4 seconds from now. So the set timeout, once it runs it, it's one time. There's another way in JavaScript to say run this every 4 seconds. But I actually prefer waiting for it to succeed because it turns out, and I'm not going into it in great detail, but these things can have errors. And then you can put extra code in here to handle errors. But what I'm doing here is I'm only running this if it is successful. And so I'm only running it again. Why bother? And if it is slow, because this is asynchronous code, it takes a while, in this case a zillionth of a second, it takes a while between the time it starts the request and the time it gets the data back and calls our code. But let's just say that the server was overloaded. It might take 2 seconds between the start of the request and the call of the code. And so this just says that if it's it'll be 6 seconds everything, because if it's slow, I'm going to only add 4 more seconds. So I wait till it's all done, I wait till I get my data, and then I say, okay, run me again in 4 seconds. Now, this ultimately is a very simple polling application, which is inefficient, and there is a technology called WebSockets that makes this a whole lot better. But we'll talk about that perhaps some other day. Cheers. Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this particular walkthrough, we're going to play with the favicon. And so the favicon is a special little icon that shows up at your root /favicon.ico. There's a whole series of favicons, but this is sort of the original classic one. And you should be able to see it. And it's also what happens in your bookmarks or your little tabs. And so it's kind of a fun little way to brand your site. And if you've been grabbing my code, you have got a favicon sitting here in Django's home static favicon.ico. And if you look at urls.py down later, it adds a path using the static file server, and it sort of goes to the base directory of the Django application and adds home static. And then if there's a path that matches, this is the path that matches, then this is the file that it looks up, and then that serves up the contents of that file at favicon.ico. Now, what you want to probably do is make your own favicon. So let's go ahead and make our own favicon. Here is a favicon converter, and let's go ahead and grab a file. Let's see, Sakiger. Going to make a little Sakiger icon instead. And so I did it. It converted it to an icon. Let's see what we got here. And I'm going to download a zip file with a bunch of icons, and it'll go into my downloads. So here it came into my downloads. It's already downloaded it, and that is an icon. And so an icon is a special kind of an image. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to upload and overwrite this with a new file. And so here we go. I'm going to upload that favicon. And I believe it's uploaded right this second. Now, here's a weird thing. Now I should be able to go here, and I should be able to press refresh. I don't think reloading my application is going to make much difference at this point, but icons are heavily cached by the browser. So one thing to do is just, ooh, I didn't mean to start that. Didn't mean to start Camtasia. Sorry, didn't mean to start that. So I can go here in a different browser, and I can see the icon. Or I can add a get parameter, and then I can see that icon. X equals 3. And now I can see the icon. So So if you come here and you press refresh, what you'll find is these icons are heavily cached. And that's just because you don't want to overload the server getting an icon on every page. So
to really do this right, the way to force the cache, and we've seen this like in JSON, you can add a get parameter x equals 42, and that basically says it's going to ignore this, and it's just going to get, because that's a query parameter, it's not part of the path, and it's going to load the new icon. So it might take a while before you're going to see that icon show up, and so don't feel too bad. If you can do this thing where you go directly and you add this question mark, you should be able to see your brand new icon. And then later, or maybe if you run with a different browser, but if you've used a different browser and it's got a cached icon, away it goes. And you can go Google how to clear the favicon on my browser, and you'll find it's not trivial. So this is the way that I do it. I just add a get parameter, and then that does it. So I hope this little favicon walkthrough was helpful to you. Cheers. Hello, and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this walkthrough, we're going to look at social login. And we're going to use GitHub to do our login. And we're going to use a piece of code called Social Login Framework. And you can read this. This is the link documentation to social login. You can read through all this stuff. But I've actually, in my home, I've already done most of this. And if you based some of your stuff on the settings, so if you've been using my code for a while, every time you say manage.py, it says if you want to use social login, please see this file and which registration it's doing. And so we're actually going to, it's not really broken, but you'll notice now I'm going to show you where these messages are coming from and what we are about to change. So, bring this one over here. So first off, where those messages are coming from is down here deep in the settings.py, about line 176. It's going to import from GitHub settings.py. And GitHub settings.py is a file, but this file doesn't yet exist. So if you go into DJ Free Samples, you will see that there is a GitHub settings dist, but there is not a GitHub settings.py. So this blows up, and otherwise, it prints that message. So there's where that message happens. And so if you look at the documentation, we're going to put the GitHub OAuth 2 backend, etc., etc. Okay? So what we need to do basically is we need to take this file. There is a file called GitHub settings dist.py, and we have to make a new empty file called GitHub settings py. So create that new empty file. And then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to just take all of this and we're going to paste it into it. So from the dist. So this idea of a file with a dist name, that means it's kind of the distribution file. It's not the real file. And so I'm just going to save this file for now. Now the problem, and so if I go here, back here, I believe that at this point it won't say anything because we have a file. Right? And it says we've switched to using, it was using login, and now it's using login social. And so the login is a registration template. So this was the login that you've been using until you turn the social on. And it has some rules that says, you know, here's where you do the URL, you get a form, etc. So you get to set this login. This is a long time ago that we set this thing. But social login, if you read all the documentation, read all this documentation, social login, you have a different way of doing it. So this is asking if that social auth GitHub key has been set properly, and that's this key right here, and otherwise it's not set. So if it gets set, then it's going to do a link to this social begin GitHub. And this is something that's documented in this Django framework. So somewhere in here is the begin. Yeah, so this is an example of how you call Google. So you do this social colon begin. And this social, going back to settings.py, oh, we got to go into the urls.py. So let me go here and then go into urls.py. So there we do add something here, and that is that we switch to social login. We try to import that same GitHub settings, and if we do get GitHub settings,
we switch to using the different template, and you say template name, and then use that as social for our social login. Okay, and then it prints out this little error message. Okay, so that redirects to social login, and we also have OAuth, the social namespace social for the social Django URLs. Now that social Django URLs is configured by some of those settings. Okay. Okay, so we have this file called github-settings.py, but we can't use GitHub yet because we have to get a key and a secret. And so the instructions are right here. So we go to GitHub Developer Settings. Now I'm not going to show you the ones I'm using for the projects or the samples, but what you do is you just add a new OAuth app. My cool app samples. And I give you some example things to put in here. So this home page is really samples dj4e.com. Samples, and then you've got to set the login, and this is what you're going to need, although I got to update it. The application, I got to change this to be samples.dj4e.com. Okay, and then I register the application, and now I have an ID and a secret. Don't worry, I'm going to delete this later. So then what you do is you go into settings, not settings dist, and then you go in and you paste that in, and then you paste this secret in. I hope I got the secret right. Yeah, this secret. So now I save it, right? So I save it, and let me go into my web tab, because this is my pay account. And I'm going to go to samples and reload samples. I'll just go over here and I'll do a manage.py check. And I hope everything is right still, but it's a good test. And it is using the social login, and it looks fine. Okay, so I've got that. Now let's just see what happens when I say log out. And now if I say log in, I get this login with GitHub because I set that. So if all goes well, I should be able to log into GitHub. Now what's happening is GitHub is asking Charles Severance, me, the logged in user, whether or not to share the data to my cool app samples. Okay, so I'm going to authorize it, and then it's going to send back, and then I'm logged in. And interestingly, now it knows who I am. It's a GitHub account. And like if I go into, where are we at? Where's the menus at? Menu, because that is based on that email account. That's a gravatar that's based on the email account. So now I'm logged in, and away it works. So that's the basic idea. It really comes down to create this GitHub settings, use the GitHub settings dist. And away you go. Yeah, the GitHub settings dist, and you copy that into GitHub settings, and then you put your real account in there. Now I'm going to go ahead and go back and delete this application so you can't use my keys. Now it's not going to work anymore. Okay, so there I go. So I hope this was helpful to you, that walk you through a little bit of what it takes to get GitHub authentication working. I would observe that the reason I chose GitHub is that you can do the same with Twitter and you can do the same with Google, but they're a lot, they don't trust you as much, and so you have to do a lot more work to prove to them that you're worthy of using Google and Twitter instead of or Facebook. Those are all much higher bars to get permission to use it. GitHub is really easy. So hope this was helpful. Cheers.
Hello and welcome to another of the sample code walkthroughs on Django for Everybody. This particular sample walkthrough is the favorite things. You can see the source code here in favs. Hopefully you have, like I do, the whole source code of this entire DJ free samples checked out somewhere, maybe on your local computer or maybe on a separate Python Anywhere website in a way that you can watch it. And if you don't have that, you can play with these samples here at samples.dj4e.com. I'm going to run my local copy. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing. We're really demonstrating many-to-many accounts, but in this case we're also demonstrating Ajax. And I can show you how Ajax works at a high level. So normally if I click on, raindrops on roses and all things, you see an entire request response cycle. You see lots of things going on here. And if I click on this, I go up to here, the very first page is a bunch of HTML that came out, and then the rest of it is like the Bootstrap, etc., that was loaded by that page. So you have to kind of scroll back up. But now I'm going to clear this. I'll go back to all things. So that was one page with lots of sort of derivative stuff. But what we're going to do in this is when we hit this favorite button, we're not going to see a full screen refresh. We've got some JavaScript code in here that's going to make this, when I click on it, it's going to make it filled in. But it's also going to have to update something in the database so that it remembers that this is one of my favorite things for the logged in user. So I'm going to hit it, and you see that I hit this favorite, and that called a view inside the server which updated the state. And now if I refresh the whole page, it's going to show it to me, and it's remembered this, right? So I refresh the entire favorite list. And if I add a new one, whiskers on kittens, this is just a normal bit of code that's not that different. Sound of music. So like this one I've got a favorite, this one I don't have a favorite, right? I don't have that favorited. But Ajax is the way that we can both, it's just JavaScript and JQuery that's updating the UI, but we can change data on the server by just hitting a URL, in this case with a post request. So if we look at this, it actually sent a post request. If you recall, we're not supposed to change the server state on a GET request. So this is, to not be tacky, we're going to send a post request. And again, if you see this in the source, which we will, you don't want a spider to go down these GET requests. They'll see these URLs in the JavaScript, and we just hope, and they won't do it because they see it's a post request. So so if I hit refresh now, the data has been updated. So if I take a quick look at the admin user interface, admin, and I look at Faz, this is my many-to-many, well, let me just stay here, right? So this means that the user, DJ4E, likes raindrops. And so if I do a refresh here, so that means that me, the logged in user, DJ4E, likes this. Now, if I say I would also like whiskered on kittens, it's going to update the database, see there? And then if I come over here, I can hit refresh, and you see that DJ4E likes raindrops. And it's just a many-to-many table with an outward connection to raindrops on roses and another outward connection to the user DJ4E. Now I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this from within the administration. Now this is exactly what the undelete button does. Now, the state of the system doesn't know that I deleted this in the background, but if I hit refresh, you see it now knows that it's deleted, because it actually went and it queried all those tables, and there was really only one favorite. Okay? So let's take a look at the way this kind of comes together. We will eventually get back to all this JavaScript. So let's start with the models. The model, yeah. So thing, of course, has some title, like a lot of things, some text. We have a foreign key into owner because we want to be able to mark these things as belonging to somebody. This owner right here indicates who owns it, i.e. who will get the edit and delete, just like everything we've done that does that. Favorites is the new bit we're adding. And so we're basically saying, okay, we're going to, so this foreign key is a one-to-many, right? Because that's one user to many things. But this is the many-to-many. And this is also to auth user. Normally many-to-many is 3 tables, the kind of the left table, the right table, and the middle table. Well, in this case we got the one table, but the right table, as it were, is the user model itself. And that's okay, because the user model is a table, and all we're doing with settings.auth user model is knowing what table that is. And of course the created at and updated at and the title, that does. So this is our through model, and of course when you're in the middle of a foreign key, you effectively have a foreign key to the left and a foreign key to the right. And so this is like, we have a foreign key back to thing, and that's a one-to-many relationship, and then we have a foreign key to the users, and that's a one-to-many relationship. In this case, the onDelete models equals cascade means if a thing is deleted and there's a fav row that references the thing, the fav rows that reference the thing will be deleted. And the same is true for if a user gets deleted, all the fav rows except. So either side, either left or the right of this, we could, if one of those records goes, the corresponding records in fav will be deleted. And you can either delete things or you can delete users, and the fav rows are sort of automatically maintained. Now the one thing we're doing here is a little different than what we did in the comments one, is we've added this unique together. And that simply means that you can't insert more than one combination of a thing and a user. So it's not like you can favorite it a lot. If you keep hitting favorite, there's only one row. If there's a row in here that exists, i.e. right here, if this row exists and it connects the two, then it's favorited. So in the other examples, you'll notice that we modeled something at this connection. This is really a pure many-to-many. And this unique together basically says the only data that matters is the actual connection between thing and user. And this is just kind of a little fancy way to make it so that the admin user interface looks really cool. Right? DJ4E likes whiskers. That's what you're doing with these string classes. Okay? So, of course, you'll do your migrations when you get that. That's already taken care of. Let's take a look at a couple of things. Let's just start with urls.py. Make it a little smaller so it sort of fits better, a little wider. There we go. So this looks very similar to a lot of things that we've done. We've got a main view, we got a detail view, we got a create view, delete view. So those are all sort of, we've talked about those before and we've used those. This is the new thing here. And so this is the URL that we're going to hit if we're going to do a favorite or an unfavorite, and it is the primary key of the thing. And that's why I name this thing/thing primary key. I might want to even call that thing PK, and then favorite, right? And then that's going to call the add favorite view. And of course, this thing favorite is just a way to reference it in templates and in views. And the same thing for unfavorite. So we've got a little tiny add favorite view and a delete favorite view. And in terms of this, the only real code that we're going to change from previous examples is the list view, because the list view has to be augmented to actually show the little asterisks, and the list template has got to be augmented. As a matter of fact, the most complex bit of this is the list view, and these two have got to be added as well. So let's take a quick look at the views. Let me go ahead and cd templates /favs. So let's start with our list view. Okay, and go a little larger. There we go. Here's our list view, and let's take a look at our list view. So the first thing is, because of that owner field, right, I am going to import the owner detail view, owner list view, and owner create view. And so I've got that, and actually I'm importing it from a different project. That's okay. This owner.py is in the myarts, but you might have it also locally. It'd be owner.py. So again, the whole idea here is that the owner field in the models, vi models.py, this owner field is managed, like in many of these, by us creating my /myarts owner. And basically we're creating this owner list view, the owner detail view, owner create view, and if you recall from these are the places where we've kind of overridden the original automatic create view, automatic update view, which we've used for lots of things, except when we're creating it, we've got to put the request user in right before we split the save into two pieces, and then we half save it, then we set the owner field, then we finish the saving, and then the update view and the delete view is more about the query set, and it basically says, I'm not going to let you retrieve this for update. That's what query set is. I'm not going to let you retrieve this for update unless you own it. And so that's what this is basically saying is, I'm going to also filter these based on the owner must be equal to the current logged in user. And this code right here, is exactly the same for delete. So what we're doing is loading the record prior to delete, and we're saying, look, if you don't own it, I'm not going to load it, which means you can't delete it because it gets a 404 not found. And so again, that's in the delete view and the update view, right? That's all here because it's going to do a get or 404, right? And so in there, it does a get 404. Again, this particular one, we got to do our own get or 404. And inside delete view and update view, it's going to do a get or 404, get object or 404. And then this code right here, if it's like ID equals primary key and owner equals self.request user, the answer is no, and so this is going to blow up, this delete view and update view. Now, that's just a review of stuff we've been doing for a couple of examples, so I'm not going to go into super great detail. So what I want to do is I want to show you thing list view. Now actually it does owner list view, but if you go back and look at owner list view, it doesn't really do anything other than the base one. But so it's basically looks like most of these, except what we've done is we've overridden the get request. So we're overriding the get request. And some of this is the stuff that's part of the default, meaning it always would go get thing list objects.all, and it would always pass into the template thing list. And if you take a look at the template, right, what it does is it checks to see if there's a thing list, then it loops through it, and then it prints all this stuff out. And literally, a lot of this is very similar to everything we've done with previous sample code, right? But the problem is we need to get the data so that we can know the starting value, whether these are supposed to be filled in or not, right? And so what we do is we say, okay, and we only going to do that if they're authenticated, because if we're not logged in, if I log out, I don't have any favorites. I can't unfavorite thing, I can't favorite things because I'm not logged in. And so I don't do this, right? So if the user's authenticated, then I'm going to do this. And it also means that in the template, all of this stuff, this is the favorite code, only happens and only shows if the user's authenticated. So I'll log in. DJ4E, log in, and now it's actually pulling this extra data, and so here we are in views. If the user's authenticated, let's go to the current logged in user and get a list of their favorite things, but only the ID field. Now, this would give you a list of objects, and each object would be ID:1, ID:2, ID:3. And so we use a bit of list comprehension so that I end up with a favorites that's just a list of the IDs of the things for which I have a favorite. So in this case, if this is like thing 1 and this is thing 4. And so in this list, that list will be just 4 because 4 is favorited and 1 is not. So I might have 50 of these and you might only have 2 of them favorited. And when it's all said and done, this favorites list, if you printed it out, okay, let's print it out. Print favorites. Print that out, and you will see, let me hit refresh here, and then go over to my run server, and it's a list with the number 4 in it. So 4 is a favorite, and 1 is not a favorite. If I hit this, and then I hit refresh, and I look at this print, you'll see that 4 and 1 are my favorites, right? And then if I unfavorite 4 and I hit refresh, you will see that 1 is the favorite, okay?
Now that then drives into that, and that just is passed right here into the template. Yeah. And then we have this new stuff in the template. Now we're in the middle of looping through all the things, which this is the loop that goes through all those things. But here we are in the middle if the user is authenticated. And so we basically have some code. Anchor tag href equals # is our key that says don't actually go anywhere. And the onClick is the method, and that's going to call some JavaScript, and it's going to call as a parameter, see I got a single quote here, the URL for the thing unfavorite of thing ID. And I'm also passing thing ID as a parameter. So if you do a quick inspect element right here, inspect element, you see that onClick favPost, this is a URL to hit, and that's the ID. So I'm passing those in as parameters and then return false. We'll go through that JavaScript in a second. And I also give this an ID so that I can reference it down in that function that I'm going to build in a second. So that's here, ID equals favorite. Now, I need to decide whether or not to show which of these two to show. So it turns out that there's actually 2 stars. And what I'm really doing is I'm showing 1 star or the other. You don't notice that, but if you look down here, there are actually 2 stars. Here's 1 star, and here's the other star. So there's actually, I can see if I can convince it. If I can convince the, where is, oh, it's got to be here, display none. If I can change this to be display inline, you'll see that there's really 2 stars. And all I'm doing, now this is not going to be much, this is not going to work. I don't know how well this is going to work because I manually unhit it, but there's actually 2 stars, right? But what happens is that I hide the star that's filled and show the star that's filled appropriate. So let me refresh to get it so that, but there's 2 stars there. One is hidden and one is not. So it turns out that what this is this is 2 bits of making a star, and all I'm doing is I'm stacking 2 stars. I'm stacking an orange star on top of a blue outline star. And then what I'm doing it twice. So that's a link. But what I'm doing is if the current thing is in the favorite list, remember I did that, then I'm going to add a style equals display none. And if, in this case, that one's, if it's not in the favorite list, I'm going to hide this one, right? This is the unfavorite, and this is the favorite. And if it's in favorites, I'm going to hide the favorite. So if it's already a favorite, I'm going to show the empty star that's got an unfavorite link. Show empty star. Show a full star with an unfavorite link underneath it. My mind gets all messed up on this. And then if it is in favorites, show a filled in star with an unfavorite. Yeah. Yeah. If it's not in favorites. Oh, right. I got, it's almost a double negative, right? If it's not in favorites, hide it. So this kind of flips, but okay. So this is an empty star that'll, if you click on it, favorites it, and this is a filled in star that if you click on it, unfavorites it. Okay? So let's take a look at this. Now then there's the tricky bit. The tricky bit is that when you click on the one that you can see, and in this case the one I can see is this one, right? So I'm here, I can see this one. So it's going to click on favPost, passing in fav's thing unfavorite, where that is the key of the thing. Here's the whole thing, right? And passing in that number. We'll see what that's for in a sec. Okay, so now I'm going to switch to the JavaScript that handles this. Okay, so now we got this function favPost, and you don't have to modify this. So this is the URL that we're going to post to. We're actually going to send no data to it, and then thing ID is our, so we can have a number. So this fetch is built into the browser. You may have to do what's called a polyfill for fetch if you have a really old browser, but we're not. And so those are called polyfills, things to say like, oh, this is Internet Explorer 10 or whatever, and I need X. So fetch basically takes the URL and then a object with method post, yada yada. You can go look all this up. You don't have to worry too much about it. Content type, and I'm not sending any data. And so this is a post with 0 data. And then the way this works is this fetch function starts the fetch, but then it delays it because it could take a long time to go across the internet, go through the server, and come back. And then what it does is it comes back and then calls this function when the response returns back to the browser. So this is the browser talking to the server, and then you split your code into 2 parts. The part that gets it started, and then the part that in effect asynchronously reacts to the finished. So that's why I'm saying log finished. So you see, oh, it finished. And then the next thing I do is I go grab those 2 little stars and I flip them. I hide them. If they're visible, I hide them. And if they're hidden, I make them visible. So unfavorite star thing ID, which means it comes back to this little guy here, and it just toggles them. So when I do this, it's actually hiding one and showing the other, hiding one and showing the other. I could have done this with differently, but that's really what's going on. And you can see the display none flipping back and forth down here as I flip it. And of course, it's also changing it in the server with the post request. So if I sit here and I look at the network and I go unfavorite, favorite, unfavorite, favorite. And that's because as I'm showing it and hiding it, it's also toggling what happens when I click on it. If this is shown, then it's going to call unfavorite. Oh, this is now shown, it's going to call favorite. So the empty star is going to call favorite, and the filled in star is going to call unfavorite. Pretty cool, huh? I mean, you could probably come up with some better HTML, and so again, if you look at the console, this is quite nice. I got some debugging here, right? Favorite, favorite, finished. So that's actually going on here after the network shows when they start. Now that finished so fast, it's hardly whatever, but then this shows when it finished. Okay, and so that's how you debug this. Now you might have problems on your own code when you're doing stuff like this. Okay, but in this you just don't have to change much. So that is probably the hardest part of this. But then the last thing that we've got to do is we've got to go into the views.py and handle these posts to favs, thing, favorite, finished, right? So we got to hit the posts. So if you take a look at URLs, I'm probably going to need models. Keep models up. URLs.py. So this is the routes. So it's really simple. Remember, this thing is the primary key of the thing ID, not the favorite ID. Favorite does have an ID, but we're not really using it. We're using the combination of the thing ID and the user ID, basically, as the index in the favorite. So we go find favorite view. It's down near the bottom. And so if you recall, most forms we require CSRF, and we could have put the CSRF in here, but it was a lot simpler to just make it CSRF exempt. You kind of have to decide on security whether or not it's okay. Like, I could write a code injection that would favorite a bunch of books for you. Is that really that dangerous? But you could make this more secure. But what I did is I made it CSRF exempt. Okay, and so if you go read to Stack Overflow, you have to import these things and then add this little thing that basically says, hey, we're not going to blow up CSRF. If you don't, these things will get 403s, I think, which is not allowed, but you don't want that. And then after that, this looks like pretty much any other thing. It's a login required mixin, which basically means a session has to be established. We're not really caring, we're just extending a normal view. It turns out there's no UI to this. If you look at the response is empty, but that's okay because the damage has been done in the server as a result of the post. So we got a post method we're overriding from view, and we're taking self and request, which we always get, and PK, of course, which is the second number, right? I guess it's in URLs, right? PK is whatever this second number is. It's that parameter. And we get PK as the parameter, come back, views. There we are. Print some stuff out. I'm going to load the thing that corresponds to the PK or blow up with a 404.
right? So you can't just guess. I can't just say, you know, I can't, if I pick a PK that doesn't exist, nothing happens. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the old favorite. I'm going to create a new favorite, and I'm going to put to the left and the right the user value of favorite, right? So we're setting these two parameters right here. Setting thing and user. So thing is being set to the current thing we just loaded, which is got a primary key, and the user is the current logged in user. Now, we're going to save it, but we're going to do it in the try except block, because what if there's already one there? And if you recall, you can't, because of unique together, you can't save the same combination of thing and user twice. And there's other ways I could have done this that are a little more complex, but I kept it simple. I just did a try and said it's okay if it blows up. That means it's already there. Because I don't let you really hit the favorite twice, but if you somehow could like click on this, if I could do an inspect element, and okay, and like so we're unfavorited. So, but I could unfavorite twice, right? All I'd have to do is somehow convince myself to grab this URL. It's not favorited, and you think, oh, don't do that. Well, the user can always like hand put this URL in. I just unfavorited it. What did I do wrong? Oh, too many favs. Come back. That's a second unfavorite. Well, I don't know why that blew up. Well, let's stop playing with that. Let's see. Did it complain in my thing? Thing one unfavorite. Favs thing. Oh, I know why. Duh. I'm doing a GET request. There is no GET request. Come back. Yeah, you can't always put it in a browser and make it work. Teach me a lesson, right? There's no def GET. And I can make it work, but that's a GET request. And so it's like, sorry, there ain't even a GET request here. Okay, so high level, we get the thing's primary key, we load the thing, we create a link, we create an object to put into fav with the two pieces, and we try to save it and don't really care if we've inadvertently double saved it, because our UI is sort of keeping us from causing that to happen. Okay? So that's the favorite. The delete favorite is even easier. Right? So in delete favorite, we're CSRF exempt. We have to be logged in, because if you're not logged in, then request user is going to blow up. This line's going to blow up because request user is not necessarily set if you don't have login required. So that's why we drop login required mix in right here. And then we load up the old thing. And that's because we need to put it in this effect filter. So this is like a where clause in SQL. Fav objects get user equals the current logged in user, and thing equals t. T was the primary key of that thing. So if we can get it, then we delete it. Now, if again somebody manually found their way to the unfavorite button, even though we've hit it cleverly, they could still find their way, or a web browser might find its way. We're like, okay, we tried to delete it, it's not there, there's nothing bad, we'll just kind of fav not, it does not exist, and we're going to pass. And then we return an HTTP response, which is in effect emptiness. So when we come here, go to the network, refresh, clear everything, unclear it, right? There is nothing there. So we returned an HTTP response, but the most important thing is that we sent back a 200. So this, implicit when you're doing this is there is a 200 going back. And so it is successful. Okay? And so I think that this is pretty much all I have to cover on this, how to build a favorites. The quick way to test this is you should be able to turn these things on and off and watch the network tab. And then if you hit refresh, these two things, the state of these should be the same, meaning that you've properly recorded them in the database. So when I had it breaking, I would hide it and then I would refresh it and the little orange star would come back. So I hope this was helpful to you. A helpful little walkthrough going through the favorite sample code. Cheers.
So JSON is the world's best loved data interchange format. I discovered it in 2001. I don't claim to have invented it because it already existed in nature. I just saw it and recognized the value of it, gave it a name and a description, and showed its benefits, but I did not invent it. I don't claim to be the first person to have discovered it. There were other people who I later found out had come along the same idea in 2000. The earliest instance I found of JavaScript being used as a data interchange format was at Netscape in 1996. So it's an idea that's been around for a while. And if you look at other data representations, like the property lists that were used at Next and then later at Apple, except for a couple of cosmetic changes, it's the JSON notation as well. So it seems like it's an inevitable sort of representation for data, at least data that is intended to be consumed by programming languages. And ultimately, that's all data. I started with JavaScript, but my first application was facilitating communication between programs written in JavaScript and servers written in Java. So I recognized that even though it was born out of JavaScript, it could be and should be language independent. I simplified it as much as possible, took as much out, tried to make the simplest possible specification for how to structure data and put it on the wire. And that ultimately became called JSON. In 2001, I was in a company I'd started called State Software, and we developed a platform for doing applications which could be delivered through unmodified web browsers, what today is called Ajax. But in 2001, that was kind of a radical idea, and not many people would believe that it was even possible, or if it were, that it was a good idea. But we produced some brilliant demonstrations, and we were starting to make some progress in trying to convince potential customers that they should adopt this style of application development. And as part of the description, we'd say, and then we use this JSON idea for communicating the stuff back and forth. And they say, JSON, what's that? And they say, it's this thing we found in JavaScript, and it's really great. And they say, oh, we can't use that. We just committed to XML. So, no, we can't. But XML is wrong for all of these reasons. It's hugely expensive. It's much harder to use all of that. Well, we can't use that thing you did because it's not a standard. We said, it is a standard. It's a proper subset of ECMA 262, which is a standard. They said, no, that's not standard. So I decided if I want to be able to use this thing, I need to make it a standard. So I bought JSON.org and put up a web page and sort of declared it's a standard. That's it. That's all I did. I didn't go around trying to convince industry and government and everybody that this is what they should do. I just put up a website, basically a one-page website, and over the years people discovered it and realized, oh yeah, this is so much easier, I'm just going to do that. The thing I never understood about XML for data interchange, okay, so generally the pattern is, you've got a query, you send it to the server, it gives it to the database, and you get back this XML thing, and then you have to send queries to that in order to get the data out of it. And it says, why can't you just give it to me in a form where I know what it is and I can use it immediately? And so that was the main benefit of JSON, I think. It wasn't that curly braces are so much better than angle brackets. I mean, ultimately, none of that matters. the thing that mattered was that the data structures that JSON likes to represent are exactly the same data structures that programming languages represent. You know, when Ajax was formulated, the X in Ajax was supposed to be for XML. And the smart kids right away realized, well, this is too hard. We don't want to be doing XML here. And some of them discovered, hey, you can use JSON here instead, and it is so much easier, so much faster. So they started doing that. And for a while there was a debate, you know, where some people were arguing, Jesse James Garrett said the X stands for XML, so you can't use anything but XML. That didn't last very long. There were a number of other alternatives to XML that were being considered around those times, but JSON was the only one that was designed specifically for Ajax. Probably the boldest design decision I made in designing JSON was to not put a version number on it. So there is no mechanism for revising it. So JSON, we're stuck with it. Whatever it is in its current form, that's it. And that turns out to be its best feature. And because it wants to be a low-level thing. I mean, it's basic infrastructure. It's the thing that you pile everything else on. You know, it's sort of the equivalent of alphabet in a language. You know, we might make up lots of words and lots of ways of having sentences, but it's very uncommon to make up new letters. And that's sort of the place where JSON lives. So it's good that it's not going to change. I expect maybe someday we'll find that there are really important things that JSON doesn't do, you know, like cyclical structures, graphs are not easily represented in JSON. They can be, but it requires a level of indirection, a little bit more work. Someday we might decide we don't want to do that work, and then we replace JSON with something else. We will not extend JSON to do that, we'll replace JSON. And even after we do that replacement, everything that was ever developed that still uses JSON will still work, because JSON will never change.
Hi, Chuck here. I'm in Zagreb, Croatia, and here we are at another instance of Office Hours, the extended edition. Tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Marco.
Tell me, what are you doing in education right now? What degree are you pursuing?
I'm studying in Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing at University of Zagreb, and I'm a graduate student.
And so how many Coursera classes have you taken?
I've taken 2 courses, yours and Introduction to Python.
Why do you use Coursera? Why have you added Coursera to your education?
Because first of all, I want to broaden my knowledge, and after all, some how do you say, to show something in my CV that I've taken other courses than studying at the faculty.
Do you have any suggestions for improvements, or what would you say if you were talking to the people who ran Coursera?
Just make it faster.
Make it faster?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So tell me your name.
My name is Anna Maria Kudrna. I'm a student of philosophy and social humanistic informatics, graduate and undergraduate. What was the question?
So tell me about how many Coursera courses have you taken?
I've taken 4. In Guide to Irrational Behavior, How to Reason and Argue, and Human-Computer Interaction, and the 4th one was Artificial Intelligence at Stanford.
Did you finish them all?
No, I finished only one, and I got a certificate from How to Reason and Argue.
So how do you fit it in with the rest of your education? I mean, how does it fit, and what part of your education does Coursera fulfill?
The things that I learned are outside of my study scope. I'm really interested in a lot of things, and I think that people should be more prone to interdisciplinarity. So I want to learn things from other places, and I think that makes me more valuable at the market, and I'm really genuinely interested in a lot of things. So
is there anything that worries you about Coursera? Does it bother you, or do you have some fears about the future? Or do you think it's like...
Fears. I fear that it will become, when money gets involved, we will no longer probably be able to be open source because somebody has to pay it. And I think it's only a matter of time when it will get, somebody will have to pay for it. So I'm afraid that it will no longer be available to a lot of people.
Okay. Do you have anything that you would say to suggest to improve it? That you're a professional in sort of learning technology. Do you have any suggestions?
Just make it fun, like you or Dan Ariely does.
Okay. Okay. So there you have it. The voice of the student from downtown Zagreb, and we'll talk to you next time.
Hello and welcome to another walkthrough for Django for Everybody. In this walkthrough, we're going to take a look at the sample code called well. The the name well is based on a long time early pre-internet forum in Berkeley, California. And so you can go look up the well. So the basic idea of the well is it looks exactly like MyArts. It's pretty much a clone of MyArts. So if you recall MyArts, you had, articles CRUD, article submit, article CRUD, delete, just a basic article CRUD, right? So the only difference between this and the well is there's a search box here. So I can search for things that have yada in them, and then I can clear the search box. And that's it. So first, let's observe something that we can observe from the outside. When I do a search, the search is a get parameter. And the reason for that is that we want this, get parameters are, get URLs are idempotent. So that basically says, go to my blog and find all the blog posts that mention 1, 2, 3. So I could put that in as, clear my search here, and I could do, let's search for DSS, DSS search here. So that is, this URL is the search for the ones that are DSS. So now I've bookmarked both these, and now that is going to be a short link to the ones that say DSS. So what I'm going to do is clear this search now, and this will show you something about idempotent URLs. I'm going to say yada 456, I was here, submit. So now I have two that have the word yada in the title, but watch what happens when I go to the URL that I bookmark. So I see now two posts. So the key of idempotent is not that you get the exact same page, you get the exact same logical page, not the exact same text every time. It's not like a cache that just clones the text. I go to this before, and then I go to it now, and if I then delete this one, and then I go to this again, that's the ones that have yada in them. And so that's why we're going to do a search for yada. And it's really quite simple here. I'll show you everything, but let's just start with an inspect element so you can see what's going on here. The first little trick here is you can construct that URL, and this goes way back. This goes way back to a form without a method equals post, which means it's a get method, which means that this name equals search becomes, it just goes on and it does a get request. So instead of doing a post request, which we've been doing for weeks now, this does a get request and it adds a get parameter. Okay, and so we've got in our view, our main view that is well, we're seeing a get parameter. It is not a different view. We're getting a view with a get parameter. And that also means that if I inspect element on this little undo icon that I made, inspect, all I'm doing is I'm making a link to /well without the parameter. So it's super easy. So like get rid of the search is just go to a different URL. I could have done it with, well, it is an anchor tag. It's a href tag. Look. So I've just gone to well and it's not there. It's the same view. So searching, and if you were to go and take a look at how Amazon or Google, they do search, they're forever putting that stuff in the URL so that you can then bookmark them. And so I'll get rid of those I'll get rid of those bookmarks later, but you see how that is idempotent. That's the get. When I said weeks ago, I said get URLs are idempotent. I can now sort of show you in code that we're writing how that works. Okay, so let's take a look at our code. I'll clear my search here. The code here is pretty straightforward. We've got a really simple model that was pretty much taken straight from the MyArts code. This is like it's got a name. I called it post instead of articles because I've got all these applications running at the same time, so I have to change a few names here and there. Related name is when we're poking a lot of we're putting a lot of foreign keys into owner across my Django project, so you got to be careful to choose a name for related names so you don't end up with a collision. You can't just say owner or whatever, so I call this post owner so that you don't, back in the owner model, back in this model right here, the auth user model, we're pushing, in effect, methods or attributes into that model, and so we got to name them. And so this related name is really quite important to make sure across all of my applications, and what I mean is by all, these are all applications in one giant Django project. So this name here wants to be, and lots of these applications are using owner, and they're making a foreign key into the auth model, which is perfectly okay. It's just you got to be careful about the related name. Okay, so that's why that's there. So let's take a look at the urls.py. The main URL that we're going to change is this one, right? It's the list view, and here it is in the list view. And I don't know which way to go first here. Let's compare and contrast this list view with the views in MyArts. So in MyArts, the list view, I could just borrow owner list view, which was like extended generic list view, and I just say my model's article, and it was good. But now I got to do a whole bunch more work here. So I actually am going to, and I might have been able to do this by sort of overriding a few methods like we have done in the past, but I just decided that I would simply write all the code. And so I'm just extending view here. So I'm only extending view to make post list view. I'm still following the pattern so I can say what the model is. I'm not sure I even use that. Let's see if I use model. Yeah, I don't even need that. Template. Am I using that? It was kind of, yeah, so I'm using the template name here. So I still am going to use the template name. But I didn't need the model because the reason I didn't need the model is I'm just explicitly using post in all the places. And so just get that. So it's not, I mean, I don't like code that does nothing. It's always a mistake. Okay, so the GET request. Most of this is in a GET request. There is no post here because in the list view, which is this view, there is no post. This form is a GET request. That's a GET request. And all it does is we are going to do a GET request, and we're going to do two versions of that GET request. And we're going to have one version of the GET request based on whether there's a search GET parameter or not. So we're basically saying go grab a GET parameter, get the GET parameter using the GET method of a dictionary. The big uppercase GET is the dictionary, and lowercase GET is the name of the method in Python. Search is the key, and then default is false. If we get a string, then we've got to search and filter. But let's start with this. All we're doing here is we're grabbing the objects, and this is the kind of code that is done automatically in owner list view, which is then generic list view, right? So this is just, I'm just doing the code. Now the thing I get to do with this that's really nice is I can go through and augment this object list. Now, so this is a list of objects, and I'm going to change each object, and I'm going to add a field. Oops, undo. I don't know what I just did. Undo. Okay, that I want to keep. So this is an object. So objects is a list of objects, and I'm going to grab it and I'm going to add a field. So you can sort of in the middle, you can add this natural-updated. And I'm going to base it on updated at, which is the long, ugly looking date. It's a real date, but it's a long, ugly looking date. And I'm going to run that through the natural time filter, which again is something built into Django that puts in this 15 hours ago thing, which is much nicer than just putting the date out. Okay, and so we're going to send the objects in this post list, which is the list of objects, and then we're going to send the string, the search value in. Just so we can show that, yeah, so that when we want to see this yada, so you can actually change this, right? So we want to put this back in, right? So we're going to pass that into the template, and then we're going to render the template. Dump queries is code just to show the queries that are actually being run. If I was running this locally, so let's take a look at the code. So for most of this, literally, it's the same thing. Okay. So it's basically looping through. It's doing a little bit more tricky stuff here. If the text is less than 100, I'm putting it all in. And in the list, I'm only going to put so if the post is the length is less than 100, slice is 0.99. How come I can't see that? Yeah. Oh, that's because I'm not the owner. That's because I'm not the owner. Posted by DJ Free Samples. Who am I in this situation? Well, let's add a post. A title. Zap. 1, 2, 3. Submit. Yeah, so it's showing this detail. That's what I was confused about. See this little detail? Oops, not with that end if. That post text length greater than 100. So there's actually a bug in this code right here, and since I'm running it on samples, it'll take me a while to get it updated, but I'll just point out that there's a bug here and I want to fix it, because I really, this if post owner ID, that's our standard, like to show the edit and delete, and I inadvertently had this code that's showing the actual text. This is what I wanted to look like. I wanted a title and I wanted a short summary, so you'd have to go into here to get the whole summary, but the short summary of the text. So this code, when you run it again, you will see, after I update all this and push it through GitHub and run it in production, I will fix this, okay? And so that is what makes this, to keep that nice and short. 99 might be too long of a thing. I'd rather that stuck to one line, but whatever. Posted by the username in this case. There's the username, that's nice. And a URL into the post detail. So this is really straightforward stuff other than that little cool bit there of putting the summary in. But the only thing we really have added here is this form. And we are going to do a form. It's going to, because we haven't said action equals on the form tag, it is going to post right back to the same URL that it came to. I mean, not post, it's going to do a get because there's no method equals post here. It is going to get right back to this same URL, and I have the input with a placeholder. The placeholder is what gives me this little searchy bit thing. See that? It's not really the string search, it's a placeholder if it's empty. And then I have value equals, oh no, undo. Value equals search here, which is taking the old search value. Old search value, ooh, Zap was there. And so that's putting Zap back in there. And of course it's escaping it. And so if we were, there's no HTML entities problem here or whatever. And I put this in an if, right? And that you don't have to put these on separate lines. You see me doing a lot of that where I'm having the if and end if on separate lines. But here I just have it like right in the middle of a line, and that just is going to emit that text in the middle of that line. I'm using a font awesome icon for the search so that I get this little search button. That's kind of cute. That's a thing called Font Awesome. You can go look that up. And then I have a link that goes back to well:all. I could probably call this like request.path or something, because it's really would be the same thing. Instead of URL well:all, I could just go back to the request path, which would be // but it doesn't matter. Well:all is nice. And then I throw another Font Awesome in there, which gives me a little undo thing. And we've been using these little Font Awesome creatures for a while now. And so that's really all that is needed to get this new bit of user interface into the output. And so really the only thing left to show you is the code where it handles the search. So there is a filter. So post objects all order by, that's what happens if it's not searching. So what you see here is all we've done is instead of saying all, we say filter. And there's a couple of ways you can do filters. You can do like just if you're doing one field, this is a really funky syntax. It uses 2 underscores. Title is a field in models.py, right? Title is a field in models.py. Double underscore contains, that is like an operator, and then this is a string value, which is just a string here in our Python code. Now I want to actually search through both the title and the text. So I'm going to have to make myself a combined search. So I'm going to make a query. And I'm going to use this dbModelsQ, which means I can create a query in, and I could do it in a really long, yucky query there, but I'm going to start with a query that says the title contains the string, and then I'm going to add to that an OR clause. We're stuck in Python, right? It's not SQL. We're stuck in Python, so we got to have this funky thing. So this says these two things create a thing that basically says if the title contains that string, whatever it was, zap, if the title contains that string, or if the text contains that string, select it. And now instead of all, I put filter query, so I pull the query in, and then select related. This is an efficiency thing that says, look, I'm going to actually look at all the data. So run that whole filter, run the username, do a bunch of stuff. So I got a comment toward the bottom of this that talks about select related, and then the order by, and then show me just the first 10. That's the same. And there we go. And then we augment that, and then away we go. And so search is either, in this case, search is either the get request from the former get, this is that value in this particular instance, or it is false. And then that triggers, of course, this bit of code in the template. So that's pretty much it. I mean, I certainly probably over-talked it. It's not that complex. And then so I want to show you only one more thing for this before we wrap it up, and that is a new pattern. So you'll notice if you look in here, there is only one view. There is just the post list view. And if we take a look at articles, we've got these views, the detail view, the create view, the update view, and the delete view. And they all extend owner create view and then just change these variables. I overwrote this list view because I had a whole bunch of other things I wanted to do that owner list view wasn't going to do for me, right? And so, but you'll notice that in the well, I don't have those. So let me show you how these are, and you'll notice I have edit views, right? And I got them, they're still there. And there are templates. CD templates, well, the templates are there, okay? And as a matter of fact, in this one I changed the default name of the templates because I'm kind of tired of putting underscores in front of certain things. But let me show you how I solved the problem of where are the views. They're actually fully in urls.py. So here is, so I import owner list view, owner detail view, owner create view, and owner update view. And so what I'm saying is map the post/int pk, which of course is the detail file, right? Post int pk. And I would like you to call owner detail view, which is a class that's come from myarts.owner, as view, and then you can put a series of key value pairs in that override the default values of, say, model and template name. And so I'm saying models equals models.post. I know that. That's the name of my model, right? And then template name equals, and now I'm even saving, I'm taking the app name, which happens to be sitting conveniently in a string here, and concatenating it to detail/HTML. And so that is the view. And of course, name equals is just part of the URLs thing. And you'll notice that when I do the create view, I set the success URL, the model, the template, and now remember, I want to hide some of the fields. I want to show which fields are there and which fields aren't, right? And so if we look at this views, you see like which fields you actually want to show, because I don't want to show the created at, etc., and the updated at, right? In the models, I don't want to put owner out. I don't want to put created at out. So I'm going to give a list. I'm going to give a list. Come back. I'm going to give a list of the fields I want to show on my create form. So again, these are sort of class-wide variables that turn into object instance variables when it makes this view, and it overrides all these things. And so all the stuff that I was doing in views.py, I am now doing in urls.py and just reusing owner create view. And you see in update, delete, they're all kind of there, right? And so I don't actually need to put the views in. And this is really, it looks a little more complex, but I think it's a lot prettier than putting these silly views in over and over. So that's a pattern that you may want to use. It made it easier for me to rename from well to something else if I wanted to, because really well is only hard-coded one place in here. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so there's a couple of lessons here. You know, one is this searching. One is the search and how that works, but then also a new way to create views that never really leave urls.py. You could build, and remember, I built this owner detail view to meet my needs. So things like template view, that's something that is just a bunch of code somebody wrote. So, okay, well, I hope this walkthrough of the well sample application has been useful to you. Cheers. Hello and welcome to a walkthrough for Django for Everybody. So the walkthrough that we're going to be doing is the walkthrough for the My Articles, which is really focusing on the notion of owning rows in a model. And what I've got going here is I'm logged in twice. I'm logged in one with a user ID of 1 and the other is a user ID of 2. So let's just do a quick demonstration of what really owning rows in a model is. So here I'm logged in as my first user, and now I'm logged in. I'm using a separate browser because this is Safari and this is Firefox. You can't just do this with tabs because the cookies are shared between tabs, and so you can log in and log out. I want to just be logged in simultaneously. Okay, and so I've got 2 of these tabs. Refresh. So you'll notice that the edit and delete buttons show up differently for different users, and that's because this row in the table lawnmower belongs to this user, user number 2, and this row, these 2 rows belong to this user. So if I take a look at administration and I go down into groups, not groups, users, now I can kind of hover, figure out that CSEV is 2, you can kind of see at the bottom there. And DJ Free is user 1 and CSEV is user number 2. So those are the primary keys in Django's user table. And now if I go and I take a look at these articles, you will see, and this looks a lot like if you were looking at, say, your autos. Here's the rows or the models in articles. And if I look at lawnmower, you see that there is a title, some text, and the owner is a drop-down. And that's because this is a one-to-many field. This is a one-to-many field between the articles and the users. And then if I switch to a different, so that's CSEV. So CSEV owns the lawn. Yeah, CSEV owns the lawnmower. I'm logged in as DJ Free here. Oh, no, here. That's my name. I'm DJ Free. And if I switch to the trombone, we'll see that that one belongs to DJ Free. Now I can sit and edit this in admin, right?
But that's not the point. The point is to build software. If you'll notice, when I create a new article, it doesn't ask me what user it was, right? So this is where you would say Dodge or whatever when you were doing cars. So this is like a race car, slightly used, neon. So now I have another one, right? And so the key thing is it looks like a create from things we've done before. And if I look at my articles, here's this, but somehow magically this owner field is populated. And that's the essence of owned rows, is we've got a row, a column, and these are marked, and we know in all our code, we know the difference, for example, between things we own and things we don't know, things we own and we don't own. So if I hit refresh over here, there's a slightly used race car, but it slightly used race car, but I can't edit it, right? So that's the ownership. Now, I don't know where to start. There's a lot to cover here. Let me show you. I don't know. Okay, I'll just start with where we always start. Let's start with, I'm running this locally. I don't know what that bug is there. That's not a bug. So this just looks kind of like your autos. If you look at it, it looks pretty much like the autos. I might add a mileage or price in there or something. The only thing that's really different at all is this. There's a foreign key. Now in your autos, you had a foreign key to makes. And the key difference here, the only thing that's new is this idea of where the foreign key is pointing at. Now the problem is in Django, there is actually a table that all these users live in. And I can probably come over here and type tables. And I can see it. I think it's probably here. So let's just try saying select star from auth user. So we should see a bunch of rows. And so there are my users. CSEV, it's all jammed together in DJ Free. So this is row 1 for DJ Free and CSEV. So there is a table and a model. The difference is we're not allowed to know that this is the user model in the auth application. And so what happens is we have to let Django tell us what the name of that model is. And so we go into settings, which is settings.py actually. And we're going to pull in the settings.py, and the default is auth user model, and that's the name of the model. And so this is a foreign key to a place that we don't exactly know, but Django will tell us and put in a string here. If we were to print this out, we would see what that is. That's just a string, but it's not a string we mess with. On delete cascade, that's just normal. The kind of parent row, the one row is in users, and if you delete a user, that means that all of the rows that belong to that user will get deleted because on delete cascade. I'm choosing that as the model. And so you see created at, if we go into back into you see all of these things. Now created at admin doesn't show. It's pretty smart knowing about created at and update, so it doesn't bother doing that. And it actually updates them automatically, so it knows something about created at and updated at in admin. Okay. So that is our model. If we were to take a look at my arts article, we will see that there is a foreign key right there. There's a foreign key. And if we say select star from my arts article, we will see that there is a foreign key in there. So this row belongs to user 1, this row belongs to user 1, that row belongs to user 2, and that row belongs to user 1, which is perfectly reflected here. So now I am user 1, so I can edit 3 of them. And now I am here with user 2, and I can edit 1 of them. So I'm editing the ones where I own it. So ultimately, we're going to write a bunch of code so that these numbers are properly updated. So when you add the article, it works the way you want it to work. Okay, so let's just take a look at urls.py. It's pretty boring. This looks just like autos. I probably hoisted up success URL here, put that in the as view as a parameter, and so that makes my views even simpler. My arts : all points to that view.
I think it actually is kind of prettier to put it in here because this is sort of a URL place. And so it's not in my views. So that makes my views really succinct. And so it's like what you did once you got your autos down to like just using the generics. And so I have a list, a detail, a create, an update, and a delete. And I have a model called article, which I just showed you. And I am going to reuse some general purpose views for owner kinds of rows. Now, these are not from Django. These are from me. I made them. And now I'm using them. So article list view extends owner list view. And then I can put all my things in there. The success URL, actually, I don't need that here, but for create view, I do need a success URL, but for create view, that success URL comes right from here. So I could have put it either here or I could have put it here. For me, it just kind of, after a while, I think this is prettier because now I can look all, the names of my arts, etc. So that's kind of nice. Okay, so here's views. We're going to come back to this. All the brains of this operation are in owner list view, owner detail view, create view, update view, and we'll look at that last. So that's where the hardest part is. But let's first look at the template. And so here's the template. This looks a lot like your autos. The only real difference here is that this edit and delete button is inside of an if statement. So it's, you know, article update, article ID, article delete, article ID. That's the same. You've done that, right? But if all it says is if article.owner is equal to the current logged in user, article.owner is one of the article lists, and that's just one of the fields in the model, which happens to be a number, but we're given this user for free, right? It just hands us user, and so we can compare it. So if this is one that we own, we show this link, and if it's not one we own, we don't show the link, right? So we don't show the link for the ones that we own. Now, I hope by now you realize that we have to also protect, right? So if this is number 4, right, and if I click edit number 5, but what if I just change this to 4? We still, just not putting up the link does not mean that we can't have someone go to that link. So I'm cheating by putting in this link, but this is going to blow up, right? And so we'll show you how just because you don't put the link up doesn't mean that people can't go to the link. They can guess what the link is. I just did that. I went to an article I could update. I noticed the primary key of one I could not update to be 4, and then I went to 5, and then I just edited it, changed it to 4, and I attempted to update 4. So it's not good enough just to not show the link. That's actually not security. That just is prettiness, usability. Don't show a link that is going to blow up if you click on it. So that's not really protecting us. This if statement is not really protecting us from clicking on or attempting to go edit or delete. It's just not showing it if it's not going to work. Okay. And again, article.owner is just a column in this model, and user is the current logged in user. Okay? Okay. So what we'd seen before is I would create a view and then use it in my urls.py, and I would extend another view. So now it's time to take a look at where this view is being defined. And so here's our view, generic view, the generic list view, delete view. These are the generic ones, and all I'm really doing here is I'm creating a class called owner list view that extends list view. Now, it pulls in everything that list view is, and you'll notice I've added nothing to it. And I really could, because the list view doesn't really care. It's not really doing anything other than the fact that that value is in the models, so it's going to come in, right? So I could have made this be list view, but I just want it to be pretty. I want to make it so that I could just say owner list view, owner detail view. And so you'll notice that I'm not making any changes at the moment of inheritance. I'm not changing owner. So owner list view is exactly the same as list view, and owner detail is exactly the same as detail. I just did it to make it pretty in case later maybe I want to add some. But now we get to owner create view. Owner create view is something that matters a lot. So there's two things we've got to do for owner create view. So let's go ahead and start to add an article. So the first thing is there is no field here for which user it is. It would be kind of silly, and I can actually mess this up. So if I go to create view here and I add user, then if I hit refresh on the create view, come on, wait, back up. Oh, it's not user. Owner. So if I add it to that list, and part of this, what's going on here, is there is both a model and a form. This fields equals is informing the form, and the form is the user interface. So look at this. I'm allowing the user to specify it, and now they can set the owner. Pretty convenient. Well, that's not what we want. So that's why in this create view, you say, don't let them set the owner. I don't want them to see the owner, because it takes a little while for this thing to restart. Okay, now it's restarted, and I can hit refresh. So when it was blowing up, it was just because I was coming here too fast. What is that? I don't know what that is. So go back to the views. Maybe I have some tiny little bug. I'll dig through that bug later. It's working. It's probably passing the auto grader, so I'm pretty happy. So remember that there are two sides to this. One is the database side, and that's what the model deals with. And then there is a form. So these views, this list view, if you recall, once we tell it the model, it actually makes a form. So in this create view, it's making a form from article, copying all the fields in article or the fields according to this little list. And so that's why we're doing it. So the key there is we're explicitly not putting owner in there, and we're not putting created at or updated at. If I wanted to put created at in here, I'd say, hey, let's show them created at. Okay, let's refresh. Okay. Oh, okay. So again, it's trying to take a model, it's trying to go from the article model to make a form, and it's not an editable field, so it's mad at me. So I'll go back and fix it. I'm sorry. Okay, you get the idea. It uses this list of fields to make a form. The same for article and for update. In fact, the update and the create are so equivalent that the template for them is shared. It's basically, we'll talk about crispy tags separately in a different little video. The form is the same. The difference is when the update comes, there is already data in it. That's the only difference between a create and an update. It looks exactly the same, but update has data in it. A create has no data in it. So the code between create and update is super equivalent. Very, very similar, and the template is similar as well. Okay, so there we go. So we got create view, delete view, etc. Now, I'm going to focus on create view. And the key to create view is now in owner.py. Here's our form. That's pretty straightforward. In owner.py, this create view now has a little bit more to it. The list view and the detail view just inherited. So the first thing is that create view has a login required mixin. And that's because if you're going to create it, you need to be a logged in user. But to view it, you don't actually have to be a logged in user. Or if I was to, okay, let me log out here. So now I'm not logged in as anybody, and so I can see all these. I can't edit any of them. I could log in if I want, and a detail view also works. So I'm completely logged out here, but add article, yeah. So add article is protected by login. So owner create view
owner create view, login required mixin. And I do this because I don't want to trust the user who's writing this view to put the login required mixin here, because I am writing code right here that depends on the fact that this person is logged in. So this is like a guardian pattern. Like if I'm putting this in here so I don't end up with tracebacks inside my code. I don't want, if I didn't put this in owner, if I didn't put login required mixin in owner create view, then they forgot to put owner in the views.py, they forgot to put it in an article create view, then this code would blow up. It would trace back at when I tried to set object owner to self request user. It would just blow up. Okay, so so I'm extending create view, which is inheriting all the functionality, and I'm only going to override one method. This is object orientation. And you got to go read all the documentation. This documentation right here. Show you that documentation. Doop, doop, doop. So, this documentation is hard to find, and I'm sure I helped myself by doing some Stack Overflows. So that's why I put little notes at the bottom of the file, the things that took me a long time to find. So this form model mixin, and that is what they're really doing is they're giving us for these editing fields, like the update, they're saying these are the functions that are in this and I can override them. So the one that I'm overriding is the form valid. And what that does is it basically says, here's your form, save it to the database and set the current object for view and then redirect to get success URL. Okay, that's its job. Except that right before it's going to save the form instance, I want to do something myself. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm saying, and the form is what's being called as the parameter, which is the form that has been pulled in from the post data and handed to me. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say save it, but don't save it to the disk. That's what commit equals false means. Don't save it to the database. Just save it into this variable object. And then I'm going to set the object owner. I'm simply going to copy the current logged in user into owner. And then I'm going to set it to the database. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the original form valid, passing form in as a parameter that's in this class. And that's really not going to do much, right? Because it knows that it's already been saved, so it's not going to save it again. And then what it's going to do is it's just going to do the redirect to the success URL. So this is rather late in the process of create view. It's been validated, it's checked for bad data, etc., etc., etc. And so this is like right before the redirect happens. Okay? And so at a high level, my whole goal was to pause the saving of this data to the database and sneak the current logged in user into the owner column and then be done with it. And so that's the basic overriding. I'm really extending form valid to cause my code to be called right before the default code is called. Okay? Okay, so that's owner create view, and that's how once I add an article and put some stuff in and I submit, right as I submit it, and right before it's saved, there is a little field called owner that's going to be updated, boop, and it's there. And so the owner field came from this code. Now I don't have to. I could have put this in this view.py, but no, I got this really awesome creatable thing. I can write really cool code. I'm going to make hundreds of views and we will through the rest of the semester do this over and over and over again. We're never going to change this file again. Okay. So now let's talk about edit. Okay, so there's two things. So here we're going to load article 6 and then we're going to put out a form that has all this stuff. So the first thing that's got to happen in owner update view is we got to check to see if this belongs to the current logged in user. Remember when I tried to go to whatever it was, 4 here, and it blew up? This is the moment where I'm going to protect it. So if we take a look at the moment where it's loading the model,
Do I have a link to that? Django populate. Let's go to Stack Overflow here. This one I got from Stack Overflow. Been there 10 years, probably a good one. Right. I don't like that one. They're using middleware. Somewhere in here, I should make that link be a better link. Yeah. Oh, I like this one. I'm going to put a link in just to this one here. Link straight to that one. It's telling us what to do. You see, I just borrowed this right there. Form valid. Over. Oh wait, no, that was the create. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Can't find quickly where I can do this, but query set. So query set is called when it's loading ID number 4. Okay, so it's going to do a load. So query set is not the actual load, but it is the query to the database that we're going to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tweak the query set, and this query set is probably going to say, show me where ID equals 4, right? So I'm going to say, it's going to say something like select from articles where ID equals 4. And if I just did the normal query set, it would work. But I'm going to change the query set. Beep. I'm going to change the query set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the default getQuerySet in the superclass, which is the delete view class. And that's going to say query where the primary key equals 4 in this particular case. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another filter. This is like and owner equals the current logged in user. So so number 4 is owned by user 2, but a logged in user is 1. So this is going to be and logged in as user 1. So when it does the query, it says give me the thing that's ID equals 4 and user ID equals 1. It's going to get no records. And so as the delete code or the update, am I looking at delete? Update and delete are the same here. Oop. Before it does an update, it has to load the old data. And I have made it so that if you're not loading data on something that you own, then it's going to give you a 404. So it's like that wasn't found. Now 4 does exist, it just doesn't exist for the current logged in user. But 5 does, and it does belong to me, right? Now the other thing is when it's going to call getQuerySet again, new stuff, XYZ123. So when you submit it, it actually is going to call getQuerySet one more time before it actually stores the data. And so let me show you. This will be kind of tricky. So I'm going to try to mess with it on 4. I'm going to try to change 4. So I'm going to go into edit screen and I'm going to inspect element. Boop. And I am going to somewhere in here find where's that hidden? Where's the hidden? Oh, input type hidden. Right. So that is the input type equals hidden. No, that's the middleware token. That's not the one I want to change. Oh, this is gonna, where's the, I would think that. Oh, it's because it's in this URL. I don't think if I change this to 4, it's actually going to work. But let's try it. It's probably not going to work. Yeah, that won't work. Okay, but the idea is eventually someone could mess with that post. So you still got to protect it. Right when that data is being modified, it actually does, it runs this code again, and it reads the thing, and if it can't read it, then it won't let you update it. And so that protects you from people breaking in and attacking there. And the owner delete view is the same thing. So if you go into delete, it does a get query set, and I add this filter to say, and it has to belong to the right person. So if I try to delete article 4, boom, it says I can't load article 4. But if I come over here, and I've got to log back in. So this one I think was CSEF. I think. Yeah, so now I can't delete number, but I can delete number 4 here because it kind of hides it, which is crappy, but there it is. It's deleting number 4, and away I go. So, okay, a lot of stuff. Okay, so here's the thing. We're going to use owner.py over and over and over again. We're going to write simple and elegant views, and all we have to do, ultimately, any model that we want to have this owner feature with, we add an owner column to it, then we have the views extend an owner view, and then everything's taken care of after that point. So it's really, we're not going to change a line of this. It's really cool. We're going to use it in project after project, on table after table after table, right? Because this can apply to different models. It's just this one happens to be applying to an article model. So I've built a super generic owner capability that I can use over and over. And just take your time, watch this more than once, review object orientation, figure this out. It's hard for me when I'm teaching to explain why object orientation is cool. Object orientation is cool because it can let you write these super elegant and very reliable. The fewer lines of code you write, the more reliable it is. But the harder it is to understand because the magic is here in this object-oriented pattern. And again, it took me a long time to write this stuff, but now it's really gorgeous and really reusable. So keep thinking about object orientation. We're going to be doing a lot going forward in terms of object orientation. Okay? So I hope this helps. Cheers.
Selfie.
Yeah, selfie. So here we are at Mountain View, California. I'm Dr. Chuck, of course, and
I'm Sue.
So that's Sue, our intrepid lead TA that's helped so much over the years of Internet history and Python for Informatics. And we have, by far, the largest group of students that we've ever had at office hours. So I'm just going to kind of show you everybody. Yeah.
You're gonna have to add some theme music.
Yeah, I will add some theme music. So that is the world's record for office hours that we've ever had so far. We could upload that right away.